War. I said don't splash me. Rocky's irritated bark was only met with laughter, as the mixed breed shook the water off himself. Nearby in the lake, a chocolate lab was giggling uncontrollably. Simple math, Wacky, Zuma laughed, "You funny when you get mad." A day in the lake was a trip anyone needed to take their mind off an afternoon. Taking a break and resting under nature's waters was a great way to relax, not to mention the Paw Patrol had been craving a vacation day for weeks. Usually, they would go to the beach to relax, as Adventure Bay was an island. Today was a special case, however, as a forest had been discovered a small distance from the lookout, and within it a crystal blue lake. Rocky was being his usual self, his hydrophobia confining him to the lake's edge. There was no sand to play in, so Rocky entertained himself looking for bugs. Sky, the blonde cockapoo pup, had also stayed out of the water. Not due to any dislike of swimming, however, simply because she was feeling under the weather and didn't want to exert herself. Zuma and Rubble were vigorously enjoying themselves in the water, and while Rubble, a bulldog, was a relatively slow swimmer, he was greatly entertained by water guns. Chase, the German shepherd of the team, was lying near the edge, half submerged in the water. It almost looked like he was sleeping, but every few moments he'd open his eyes when Marshall called him to watch a new trick. Marshall, the one Dalmatian, was an energetic pup, albeit clumsy at times. It was a well-rounded team of 6, each dog bearing a special skill to assist Adventure Bay in its emergency needs. Today, however, they were on a well-deserved vacation. "Zuma, I swear." Rocky barked again. "Huh? Who?" Zuma said, looking around unknowingly, "I think that was the wind." Chase could be heard snickering under his breath. "Zuma, cut it out, honestly," called Ryder, "stop splashing him, you know he hates that." Ryder was the glue that held the team together. The boy led the dogs on their missions and was responsible for bringing them together. Without him, the team lacked any direction and would surely fall apart. "Sorry," Zuma chuckled sheepishly, "I'll splash Chase instead." The German shepherd's eyes suddenly shot open. "Wait, what?" Everyone then enjoyed the entertaining display of Chase struggling to swim free of Zuma's waves. No matter what, Zuma's one mastered skill always lay within the water. He was the sea dog of the team and loved every minute of his job, even if he wasn't called many missions. It was a wonder how Rocky and Zuma got along, as it seemed they'd hate each other to the core. No matter their trifles, the team knew one another and always had each other's backs. "Ooh. Splash me." Rubble bounced in the water. "I don't think that'd be fair," Zuma turned. Zuma was never really able to get his speech impediment taken care of, leaving him slurring his R's. For reasons that included both him being insecure over it, and also feeling that there were more important things that needed his attention. Even then, many offered to help him with his speech, only to be met with a polite decline. "Why not? I don't think you'd be able to escape me. At all." "Yes, splash Rubble, go for him," Chase pleaded. "Big German shepherd afraid of the water?" Marshall smirked. "No, I'm afraid of what could be in this lake, disease and stuff." Rocky rolled his eyes, ironic, considering we go to the beach all the time. And everyone knows that water is far from clean. "What do you know about clean, trash boy?" Marshall laughed. Chase shot Marshall a look, surprised at his change of tone. "It's recycling," the mixed breed shot back. "It's one of the cleanest, most efficient ways to clean up the earth." "Oh sure," the Dalmatian grinned, "forget finding the cure of cancer, let's all recycle." "Marshall," Ryder called, "seriously, what is up with you all? Play nice." The bickering eventually died down, leaving Rocky with an irritated look, only for it to instantly die away as he found a millipede under a rock. Marshall swam back over and settled down next to Chase, who was still looking at him oddly. Sky watched the whole ordeal, and if she hadn't been sick she'd probably jump in to break them up. Where did that come from? What? The trash boy. It's not like you to insult pups to their faces. Hey, I wanted to get in on the fun. Marshall held up his paws defensively. I never really get a word in around here most of the time. Okay, well, Chase shrugged. Can you tone it down next time? All right, Chase. Every once in a while, Chase appreciated Marshall's obedience when it came to following orders. The Dalmatian didn't stray out of line too often, but it was good enough that he at least listened to leadership, unlike Zuma. Even if the pups had minor disagreements, they rarely fought, and Ryder eventually taught them to apologize, forgive, and forget. That didn't mean some pups would need a little space, however, and even though Rocky wasn't mad at the insult flung in his face, he found himself wandering off. Hey Ryder, he called over his gray shoulder, can I go explore the trail we came in on? Go ahead, the boy waved, just be careful and be back soon. The mixed breed happily pushed himself through the shrubbery as the dogs behind him simply shrugged. Rocky always enjoyed a moment alone, and he smiled as traversed along nature's path. Being only the size of a puppy, the thick foliage felt like an entire jungle, when to Ryder it was merely ground plants. Nonetheless, the mixed breed put his nose to the ground and sniffed for anything interesting. A large number of scents hit him at once, the cool scent of the dirt and the aromas of beautiful flowers in yellow and white. Being a recycle pup, Rocky found a hobby of collecting objects he could tinker with, and possibly make into something new. As he walked further down the path, his nose suddenly carried him into the dense foliage on his left, deviating from the path. Rocky was hesitant, but curiosity overcame him, and he pushed his way in. Pushing through the blockades of leaves and twigs, he found himself in a new clearing. Ooh, the mixed breed said aloud, looking around for any twigs or litter. He stopped when he came across what looked like a small radio. Score! He cheered to himself and picked up the small object in his mouth. Drop it, came a cold voice behind him. Startled, Rocky froze and let the radio drop from his mouth. Confused, he tried to turn around. Don't move, the voice commanded, and Rocky quickly faced forward. As unease oozed within the pup, he heard the dog start walking over into his view. Flicking his eyes to his left, Rocky saw the speaker, and immediately his fear rose. The dog was almost twice Rocky's size. He was unable to tell the dog's species, as he was dressed head to paw in tactical gear. A gray bodysuit could be seen under his black vest and pieces of armor dotted his body. Its head was covered by a ski mask, with goggles over the eyes. The only parts of the dog that stuck out were his ears and tail, which were blonde in color. On its back was what seemed a pup pack, only bigger and more slimmed down. Rocky felt slight panic when he saw a nightstick and taser attached to it. What are you doing here? The trooper barked, taking a firm stance. Rocky muttered, his voice quivering, wanted to look for bugs. This area is being quarantined by the ACG, no outside personnel is allowed in or out. Why? The mixed breed asked, did something happen? That is none of your business, the trooper growled, staring Rocky down through his goggles. Now clear out before I have reason to detain you. Can I move? Yes. Go. With a shaky breath, Rocky backed up and quickly ran away, his eyes beginning to well up. For a moment, he genuinely feared for his safety and sprinted as fast as he could back to Ryder, barely noticing the tears coming down. The trooper watched the pup go with an irritated look, then picked up the radio and clicked it on. Cyrus, we had a small breach, but it's contained now. Some lost puppy wandered in, they weren't in contact with the biosite, so we should be okay. Meanwhile, many heads turned as Rocky came streaming back, nearly falling into the lake itself. Ryder caught the terrified pup with open arms and tried to comfort him. Chase and Zuma instantly came out of the water, their eyes filled with concern. Sky picked her head up from her resting spot and hastily walked over, paying no mind to her sickness. Rubble swam to the edge of the lake and watched with surprised eyes. Marshall walked out behind Chase, then stopped as he noticed something tickling his back leg. He turned his head around and lifted his white spotted leg, and noticed something attached to it. It resembled a worm of some kind, pale pink in color. Startled, Marshall quickly kicked off the worm and it flew back into the water. The Dalmatian gagged, but quickly shook himself off and went to Rocky's aid, reminding himself to take a bath later. The pups soon went home, Ryder carrying Rocky. As they left, Chase turned back to look at the lake, narrowing his eyes. For a brief moment, he swore he saw something moving in the foliage. He sniffed the air for a moment, only for Ryder to call him. With a final look, Chase turned and joined back with the team. The news of a dog in tactical gear, not to mention holding up Rocky, was met with great surprise from the team. While most carried looks of concern as Rocky was donated several pup treats, Chase's mind was turning. A dog in gear like that, the only thing that came to his head was a SWAT team. But what was a SWAT team doing in Adventure Bay? Nothing in the island's history has ever required such a military reaction. He figured as law enforcement he should know a thing or two about a military presence, or even be tied to it directly. "I've never heard anything like that before," Chase inquired, eyes gazing to the floor. "I'm not making it up," Rocky frowned, reaching down to munch on a treat. "Didn't say you were?" The two dogs were talking up in the lookout, Rocky seated comfortably in a green dog bed, a pile of treats at his paws. Chase was sitting a few inches away lying on his stomach, trying to make sense of all this new information. The other pups including Ryder had already had their moment to talk to Rocky, but Chase anxiously sought out more to learn. "Did he have a badge?" "No," the mixed breed shook his head. "I think he said some things, but I don't remember." "Sorry." Chase waved off his apology. "It's fine, get well buddy." The sound of a door opening made the two dogs turn their heads. Ryder had quickly entered the room and switched on the intercom. "Paw Patrol to the lookout," he commanded into the mic, calling out his catchphrase. Chase merely got up and walked over, looking up at Ryder. "Is this about the dog?" "No Chase, new issue," Ryder replied, "although we should get on that." A few moments later, the elevator to the lookout quickly opened, revealing the remaining 6 pups all overturned on the backs. Marshall was giggling nervously, and Zuma could be seen rolling his eyes. Rocky gave a bored expression. "Did Marshall dash?" "Yes, Marshall crashed into us," Zuma finished, again. "Sorry," the Dalmatian gave a shy smile. "It's okay." Rubble chirped. Ryder quickly moved to the front of the room while the pups dressed in their uniforms and got into formation. Chase wasted no time slipping into his police gear and catching his hat on his head. It was a trick he taught himself and earned a killing in treats. "Ready for action, Ryder sir," the shepherd saluted. "Thanks for hurrying, pups," Ryder smiled. "We have a situation down in Adventure Bay. A woman and her dog have gone missing." "Oh no." Rubble drew back, fear in his eyes. Ryder quickly brought Chase's logo on the screen, ready to give the pup his directions. "Chase, I'll need you to direct traffic with your cones and investigate the scene, try and figure out what's happened." Chase is on the case. "Rocky," the boy continued, "you'll be helping Chase look for clues since you have a knack for finding little things of value." Green means go. Rocky held his paw up in a salute. Great, Paw Patrol is on A. Wait. Sky jumped up, what can I do? Everyone turned their heads, a mix of confusion and awe in their eyes. It was almost unheard of to interrupt a mission briefing. Sky? Ryder raised an eyebrow at the cockapoo. Well, she traced her paw along the ground. Usually I'm involved in these kinds of things. Can I have air support or dash? Aren't you sick? Just a little, the pup insisted. It hasn't really gotten worse. Hasn't gotten worse, yet hasn't gotten better? Chase tilted his head. All right, fine, Ryder surrendered, but you can only provide watch from the skies, no crazy exertion that could make you worse. The small dog nodded, satisfied with her role. This pup's gonna fly. Her voice was noticeably weaker. Chase, Rocky, and Sky all jumped to action, leaping onto the slide as their rigs below configured into their vehicle modes. Chase landed on his police cruiser and revved the engine, happy for some action to take his mind off of recent events. Rocky jumped into his garbage collector, smiling the whole way down. With a triumphant howl, the mixed breed took the controls and took to the street. Sky was last, jumping into her helicopter and lifting into the air in no time. With Ryder leading the way on his AV, they sped away from the tower into the action they were so well accustomed to. As the wind blew through Rocky's fur and ears, he couldn't help but laugh a little. Chase wondered deep down if the mixed breed had a secret love for drag racing. Sky quickly veered off, taking her helicopter to higher skies. As much as she wanted to join the team for real, she remained obedient to Ryder's orders and piloted to a position that would give her a great view of the bay. All she had to do was relay anything she saw, even if it was a little boring. The pups down below quickly sped through town, people and pups alike stopping to wave at them. Chase paid them no mind, as there was a job to do. They eventually stopped in front of a mid-class house, coming to a stop. It was a nice and humble stead for someone with not too much money yet enough to live on. The yard was well kept, with a brown-picked fence bordering around it, not much leading up to the house other than a stone path. The house itself was average-sized, blue in color, with a black roof. The door was a lovely shade of red, looking rather inviting to someone bringing over a plate of cookies or pup treats. A lonely mailbox stood in front of the property. Chase instantly jumped out and grabbed his traffic cones with his teeth, beginning to dot them out to direct incoming cars from the scene. Rocky hopped out of his own vehicle and walked out up the path, coming toward the door. There was a doggy door installed below, reminding Rocky that the owner had a dog. Leaning forward to sniff the door, he caught a whiff of vanilla. An odd smell, yet pleasing to the nose. The mixed breed shrugged and pushed himself through the door. Hey guys? Sky spoke from the radio, catching the attention of Ryder and Chase. Sky? Ryder responded, did you find the missing persons? Well, no, she said apologetically, but there's something else down there I can see. Sky, don't report anything unless it's relevant to the mission, he replied in annoyance. No, Ryder, I can see like 6 pup vehicles all speeding down the streets. Pup vehicles? Ryder blinked in confusion, like our rigs? Yeah, but a lot less colorful. They're coming your way. I'll check it out. Ryder sprang up and jumped back on his AV. Chase quickly turned and followed him, but sir, the mission. Take it from here, Chase, I know you can, the boy turned from his ride. I don't know any other dogs that have rigs like ours, I'll be back soon. With a final look at Chase, Ryder sped off back into the street, hunting for the mysterious rigs. Chase suddenly felt much smaller than usual, even though it was a feeling he should have been having often, being a puppy and all. With a deep breath, he turned back to the house and started sniffing up the path. Meanwhile, Rocky was hard at work inside the house. With cheerful humming, he had summoned the metal claw from his pup pack, expertly using it to clean up the rooms. A lot of trash was sprinkled around, a soda can here and there, some chip bags, and a whole pizza box. Cleaning was his specialty, and there was something almost therapeutic about turning a room from filthy to spotless. He let out a grunt of annoyance when he discovered a whole room with several spots of mud. "Doesn't anyone wipe their feet anymore?" he inquired, but shrugged and went to get a sponge from his rig. Chase was outside, slightly distracted as a beetle crossed his view. His eyes suddenly shot up as he heard the screeching sound of multiple cars. He picked up his head in alarm, eyes staring out into the street as a large number of PUP vehicles all drove up at once, smothering his traffic cones. "Hey, you can't dash," he started to say. "Get on the ground," a voice barked out, as dogs flooded out of the rigs. Chase drew back in alarm when he realized all the dogs were wearing dark tactical gear, almost exactly like Rocky described. But this wasn't one dog, it was a dozen, and now they were all here. The shepherd was at a loss for words when the armored animals strapped on pup packs of their own, each one sporting a full metal and incredibly real assault rifle. "Wadash," Chase tried to say. "I said on the ground, now," the trooper shouted through its mask, jumping over the fence in front of him. A yellow taser quickly extended out of his pack. The inner puppy within Chase seemed to come out, as he quickly threw himself to the ground. His voice was gone, replaced with whimpers as his courage left him. Quivering, his ears went flat, and his mind swirled with fear as he lay staring ahead at the tufts of grass. "Paws behind your head," came the new order, and he obeyed. He flinched as he felt his paws get zip-tied together. Around him, he could hear multiple troopers all streaming around the property. His pup pack was quickly torn off and tossed aside, and he felt his collar get clipped off and thrown into the grass. The loss of his tag cut off all communication with Sky and Ryder. "Quarantine the area, nothing gets out until cleared," shouted someone. "There are 2 vehicles out here," the trooper continued, noticing Rocky's garbage collector. "Where is the other dog?" "Inside," Chase cried. Inside, the tactical dog recoiled. He could be contaminating the whole site. "What's going on?" a new voice came, one sounding more authoritative. "The second dog is inside, within the biozone, sir." "What?" The dog also recoiled, then turned to the rest of the dogs. "Break down the door and get him out." Rocky could hear the commotion from the inside. He was just about to hit the front door to walk outside, needing his sponge to banish the muddy mess that plagued the room. When the sound of cars screeching in, complete with shouting, Rocky stopped and peeked out the window. The sight of the exact dogs who scared him yesterday filled him with more fear than water ever could. Seeing Chase not only arrested but being painfully driven to the ground as a trooper was standing on his head, filled him with confusion and panic. He turned and ran, turning into the room and frantically searching with quickened breath for a place to hide. His heart skipped when the sound of shattering wood and glass rang out through the house. "Hallway clear," came a voice. Rocky felt frozen to the floor, his mind spinning as it tried to think of any possible way out. Could he run from them? Could he hide from them? Should he give himself up? What were they going to do to him? What would they do to him if he ran? The trooper instantly rounded the corner, catching sight of the mixed breed, and instantly drew back, aiming down the rifle. "On the ground, paws above your head." "What did I do?" Rocky quivered, voice nearly breaking with fear. "Pup, you better get on the fucking ground right now." The trooper's gun made a clicking noise, meaning it had just been cocked and ready to fire. Life flashed before his eyes. Rocky threw himself to the ground as tears fell from his eyes. He felt his pup pack get torn off his body, and his paws were zip-tied. Chase cried in protest as the dogs grabbed his tied paws, catching them with a small hook from their packs. He was dragged out of the yard and into a large van-like vehicle, dark green in color. As he looked back, Chase could see another dog watching him, a dog different from the troopers. It was a Belgian Malinois, brown and black in color, dressed in darker gear. The hardy dog narrowed his amber eyes at Chase, holding the gaze until the doors were shut. Patrol. Locked in the back of the military van, Chase was dragged into a small holding kennel. The next few minutes were not something he'd ever want to live again. His uniform was stripped away. He either sneezed, coughed, or shook his head as he was bludgeoned with tests. At that moment, Chase wished he could melt into the floor. He had never felt so powerless in his entire life. Every moment he could, he backed up into the corner of the kennel, making every attempt possible to shield himself. "We got the readings back on his uniform," a trooper noted through his mask, tall brown ears coming through his helmet, no cross-contamination. "Well, that's one good thing," muttered another, a shorter trooper with black flopping ears. "Initiate bioscan." Chase had 100 questions, but fear had sealed his muzzle. His tail was curled underneath him, like letting it out for even a moment would get it chomped off. A beeping noise suddenly came from above, and Chase looked upward to see a small device on the top of the kennel. A fine, grid-shaped laser was suddenly emitted, passing through Chase forward and backward. The puppy's breathing had not yet slowed, and every new instrument activated made him feel even closer to wetting the floor. The two troopers read some data on the tablet, then quickly collected their things and jumped out of the van, leaving Chase alone. He stayed cowering in the corner, waiting several minutes before finally lifting his ears again. With one brown paw in front of the other, the puppy crept to the iron gate of the cage and peeked out, careful to make little to no noise. The walls of the van were lined with dark metal plating, each with shelves and racks for various things. A footlocker compartment was in view just across from him, locked tightly with various bolts. The shelves carried spare helmets, a worn set of gloves, and discarded equipment Chase couldn't place the meaning of. His eyes soon fell to his blue pup pack, thrown to the side of the van. His mind raced, as options and ideas shot in and out. All of the gadgets on the pack were bark activated. All he had to do was say the equipment name and finish with a bark. Could he break himself out? Was that an option? His question was answered as he caught sight of a gun rack just 2 feet from his pup pack. 4 idle assault rifles rested on its hinges, seemingly venting themselves from shedding blood and deafening violence. Chase gulped and decided he'd stay put for now. The door of the van suddenly opened again, causing Chase to scamper back to his safety corner. He could hear a dog march in, placing one foot after another and lifting its powerful body into the vehicle. The doors were shut behind it, and the puppy's heart skipped a beat as the dog casually walked to the steel bars and looked through. Their eyes were cold and stone, with a hard face riddled with scars. They were brown and black in color, and seemed to be another German shepherd. "Chase, right?" the dog asked. "Paw Patrol Division?" "Yes, sir," the puppy breathed as if fear was blocking his voice itself. "You passed the scan, and so did your friend. Is that a good thing?" Chase gently picked his head up. It's the only good thing, the dog growled. Good because it means I don't have to kill a puppy today. Chase retracted his head and slunk back farther. My name is Cyrus, the dog said, Captain Cyrus. Now tell me what you two were doing here, now. Chase took a second to gather his bearings, tapping a foot on the ground. He had been brave before in the face of danger, but this was something else. Cyrus was a whole new level of intimidation. His very presence suppressed any action Chase could have taken to stand up for himself. We were answering a call about a missing woman, he explained, and her dog. And? Cyrus pushed. I don't know. Chase defended. I just stayed outside. Rocky went in. I've already talked to your mutt friend. Cyrus leaned back, unimpressed. He nearly ruined the entire crime scene by cleaning it up. Do you know how many DNA traces and evidence he could have done away with? What have we done wrong? You want the whole story? Cyrus asked, but kept talking. You are impeding on ACG turf, which is adult speak for getting in the way. Ack? Chase asked, I've never heard of you before. Of course you haven't, we aren't stationed in this bay, and never have been. But recent events have called us to your location, and you need to stay out of our business. But we were called to help. Chase protested. Sure you were, Cyrus rolled his eyes. These people are so used to a kid and his puppies solving all their problems. But this problem takes more, and the professionals need to take charge now. But we're the Paw Patrol. And we are the Assault and Containment Guild, the dog said, a hint of pride in his voice. We'll let you go, but there can be no more interference or we'll really put you down. Chase looked down sadly. Yes, sir. With Chase's nobility up front, Cyrus could feel himself softening a little. He knew this puppy wasn't an innocent animal who wandered into traffic. As much of a joke as it was, Adventure Bay did have law enforcement. Dogs didn't get a title like that from a prize in a treat box. Listen, kid, Cyrus sighed. I know you mean well, but you need to move aside for a bit. Once we find what we're looking for, we'll clear out. What are you looking for? Chase asked, tilting his head. Classified information, sorry. Not wanting to ask any more stupid questions, Chase tried to ease the tension by asking something friendlier. Are you a German Shepherd like me? The puppy's tail gave off the faintest sign of wagging. The larger dog chuckled. No, I'm a Belgian Malinois. We're a lot stronger than shepherds, believe it or not, and more suited for police work. You are? Chase could feel his heart sinking. Yeah, I thought you were one too, Cyrus shrugged. I guess two breeds look alike. Chase lowered his head for a moment, shuffling his paws. Being so exposed and caged, anxiety was starting to build within him, a feeling he tried to shake by presenting himself as not afraid. His attempts had however failed, and Cyrus's presence, combined with him being a much stronger and better breed, was making him feel sick. You said you were letting me go? The Malinois' smile quickly died, in time. Your friend is still interrogation. Interrogation? Chase repeated with widened eyes, fearing for Rocky. As I said, he messed up the entire crime scene. Chase did not realize that just a couple of feet away, there was another van parked on the side of the road. Rocky, zip-tied and stripped of his pack and uniform, was dragged in and locked in a kennel just like Chase. Even though he had already passed the scans and tests, the troopers had more that needed to be done with him. The walls of the van were thick enough to suppress the pained cry of a dog meeting the edge of a baton. Evidence tampering, mutt, the trooper barked through his mask, swatting Rocky into the wall of the kennel. What are you hiding? Rocky could barely stand, as sharp pain tore through his head, spending what little energy he had to cover his face. The mixed breed could only get so many words out as his quivering studded his voice, and blood spilled from his nose. After he passed the tests, one of the ACG troopers decided to open the kennel and start a rather physical interrogation. "I'm sorry," Rocky cried out. "You have no idea the setback you just caused." The trooper clamped his paw on Rocky's arm and shoved it away, staring down through his tactical goggles. "No one does that out of blind idiocy. Now talk." "I just wanted to clean." "I like cleaning," the mixed breed whimpered, trying to defend any part of himself. "Bullshit, who likes cleaning?" "Rix, I don't think you're being convincing enough," called the other trooper, chuckling darkly. "Probably not," snarled the interrogator, then turned back to Rocky as a metal baton emerged from his pup pack. "Let's see how many of your teeth I can knock out." He was interrupted as Cyrus opened the doors of the van. "Rix, Marley, that's enough." The two troopers immediately stood tall and saluted. "Captain Cyrus, sir." "He's not talking, sir." "Well, maybe it's because you're beating the hell out of him," he growled. "Now get out, I'll take it from here." "Yes, sir." The two dogs quickly left and jumped out of the van. Cyrus watched them go, giving a sigh of annoyance. He knew full well of the brutality enforced by the ACG troopers. Every higher-up he sent a report to always ignored it. He eventually realized the cruelty of the soldiers was being pardoned, in favor of their efficiency and success in missions. It was something everyone just had to deal with. The Malinois approached Rocky, who was fearfully cowering in the corner of his kennel. The poor dog was bloodied and beaten rather harshly. "Were you really just cleaning?" Rocky nodded wordlessly. "No ill intention?" The puppy shook his head as his broken voice came through. "None." "All right, just hold out for now," Cyrus tried to reassure him. "You'll be let go once we make our final reports." Chase and Rocky were finally let go after another half hour. They were left standing on the street. The ACG troopers took the extra care to mindlessly toss out their things, along with their collars and uniforms. Chase was aghast at Rocky's condition, and he could feel his heart breaking as the mixed breed stifled his cries. The shepherd waited until the last car disappeared around the corner before reaching for his collar. His tag was blinking, meaning was trying to call. Sighing, Chase tapped the tag to let it through. "Chase?" Sky could be heard. "It's us, Sky," he breathed. "Where's Ryder?" "Chase?" "Oh, thank dash," she stopped herself. "Ryder got apprehended a few blocks away. I got scared when I lost connection. Are you okay, Dot?" I'm fine, but Rocky isn't." Chase winced, looking back at his brother-in-arms. "We're coming home. Tell Marshall to get his EMT gear ready." Lockdown, Paw Patrol. Rocky was placed into Marshall's EMT care for his wounds. There were no severe injuries, but he was riddled with bruises and minor cuts that stung like salt water on a paper cut. Medically, he was fine, but the scars would haunt him forever. Ryder decided on the spot that Rocky could maybe sit out the next few missions, maybe even take a vacation for a month or two. Sky had given the best report she possibly could and soon retired to her kennel. As night fell, the rest of the pups made their way to their own havens, wanting to rid of the frightful day. Now it was about 2 a.m, and the cool night had blanketed Adventure Bay. There was one dog, however, who couldn't sleep and laid awake with questions and confusion. Chase repeatedly paced around his room, head low to the ground as he struggled to make sense of recent events. He felt responsible for Rocky's trauma. As leader of the team, he should have had some sort of say in the ACG's actions. But none of those tactical dogs even took him seriously, let alone Rocky. Who were they? How long would they be here? Chase stopped walking and picked his head up, staring ahead at his wall. Captain Cyrus had mentioned they were not from Adventure Bay, but foreigners from elsewhere coming in. At that moment, he had an idea. He turned around and went to one of his storage compartments. Pushing aside pup treat wrappers and an empty bowl, he opened the compartment up to reveal piles of old tech. Most of it consisted of dusty wires and outdated electric equipment that didn't do the job anymore, but there was something underneath it all that may just see one more purpose. After gripping the forgotten wires in his teeth and tossing them out, an old pup pad was finally revealed. The pup pad currently held by Ryder had many before it. As technology advanced, the handheld would receive updates, or a whole new model itself would be mailed in. Regardless, each replaced pup pad was tossed away into the garbage, although this particular one Chase preferred to keep in storage. He flicked the switch, and the screen flicked to life, bathing Chase and his kennel soft light. Many of the apps on the pad were gone, lost after the system transfer, but there was one thing that always remained intact: calling. Suddenly, a green light flicked on the pad, and the screen Suddenly, all of the contacts were wiped, but you could still contact other locations across the land by entering an exact code, usually a 12-digit number. Chase took a deep breath and selected the feature, and was met with a blank white screen where contacts would usually list off. Ignoring the vast emptiness of a disconnected pup pad, Chase moved his paw and selected LIN call. The abbreviation LIN stood for Lookout Identification Number. The puppy took his time inputting each number, as using the touch screen with paws was rather difficult. Every now and then, crickets would sound out in the night, making his ears flick up. When the full ID was typed, Chase activated the call. The pup pad instantly began buzzing away, reawakening its old workings to carry out its new command. His heart began to dip slightly, as Chase took a quick peek out of his kennel. As usual, all the other pups were sound asleep. Suddenly, a green light flicked on the pad, and the screen buzzed to life with a confused husky staring through it. "Who is this?" the dog spoke. "Your number is decommissioned. Why are you calling me?" "Everest, it's me," Chase reassured, then waved his paw in front of the screen. "Chase? I can't see you." Everest tilted her head. "Your screen is just black." The shepherd raised an eyebrow in confusion, then realized the pad's screen was probably in severe disrepair. "I think my camera is broken." "Why are you calling me on a discontinued pup pad?" "Because I need your help," Chase explained. "I need information, and I don't need anyone tracing this call." "Why would someone trace our call?" Everest's ears went back. "Have you ever heard of the ACG?" Chase asked, dodging the question. "The who?" "The Assault and..." Chase struggled to recall the full name. "Control, something, I don't remember. But these military dogs are showing up all over Adventure Bay, and we don't know why. They hurt Rocky and shut down one of our missions." "What?" The husky went wide-eyed. "Is he okay?" "He's fine," Chase waved off, "but I know about the communication sites for rent on your mountain outpost. I know that tons of teams pass through your mountain to set up their radio towers." Everest blinked. "How can you possibly know about that? That's classified information." The shepherd looked to the side in response. "I may have bypassed a few of Ryder's locked files." "What?" The husky jolted in alarm. "Chase, you went behind his back?" "Hey. I'm the leader of this team." He retaliated. "It's my job to be in the know." "You should not have done that," Everest worried. "If Ryder finds out, He won't." Now, are you going to help me or not? Everest flattened her ears for a moment, then sighed, Fine, what do you want? Surely the ACG secured a tower up there? Chase pressed, If they're not from the city, they must have come long distance. A calm site, a radio tower, satellite, was anything passed through there belonging to them? Chase, I can't just dip my paw into classified files, she countered. Unlike you, I keep in line. Damn it, Everest. Chase snapped, Those dogs hurt Rocky, he's probably traumatized. As law enforcement, I need to know what I can to stop more pups from getting hurt. Gah. Fine. Everest barked at the screen, Just calm down, sheesh. Chase watched Everest suddenly walk off camera, and the tapping of keys and buttons could be heard. The shepherd tapped his paw impatiently, counting the seconds being wasted. Why was she being so difficult? As law enforcement, he felt entirely responsible for the well-being of not just his own team, but the entirety of Adventure Bay. Okay, here, Everest hopped back in front of the camera, holding a printed piece of paper in her mouth. What's that? Chase asked, eyeing the paper. An agreement of construction, she explained, dropping the sheet in front of her. Everyone who builds on our site has to pay and sign one. Chase leaned back and narrowed his eyes, seeking more information. The Assault and Containment Guild, Everest read, they passed through a few days ago and set up a radio tower and some communication lines. Paid a couple $100,000, and the agreement was signed by a dog named Bella. Bella? Chase repeated. Everest shrugs, I don't know if she was an officer, a supervisor, or a regular dog, but she left a contact number. What is it? The shepherd leaned forward. Chase, I don't know. Everest, tell me, he growled. After a short pause, the husky sighed, All right, get a pen and paper, I'll read it off. The sun was shining brightly, as the moon was banished away to the other side of the planet to make way for its lovely day. After Chase's tense conversation with Everest, he collected a contact number that would prove to be very useful. He didn't know if Everest was going to get in trouble or not for disclosing such information, but there were more important things in play right now. Chase was casually walking down the sidewalk of Adventure Bay, passing through town. Any dog loved a good walk, and he was always happy for a good lap or two around the perimeter of the city, but today, Chase had a mission. Completely without uniform, donning only his collar and tag, he strolled his way to a pup cafe only a block away. Chase had taken the number and created a new contact on the pup pad using only the contact number, no name, and no photo. He sent a message to the number asking to meet up. He made haste to introduce himself as the law enforcement command of Adventure Bay and wrote that denying the meetup could have legal consequences, trying to pull every card possible to land himself a talk with this Bella. Brimming with confidence, Chase rounded the corner to the cafe, now walking toward many outside tables. He wasn't going directly into the building as he wanted to seem friendly yet stern and wanted not to scare whoever was coming his way. Chase climbed into the pup seat, sitting down as he looked down at his table. His eyes briefly studied the napkin dispenser before quickly looking up and around. No one in sight. A gray pit bull in a blue bow tie pushed through the doggy door, walking over to Chase's table. Hi Chase, he said warmly, with a notepad in his mouth, can I start you with a drink? No thanks, I'm waiting for my second, Chase gave his puppy smile. All right, flag me down if you need anything. The dog turned and left, leaving Chase alone yet again. Unease was rising in his stomach, a feeling he was unable to ward off. He didn't want his nervousness to show, as in his mind, a good police officer never breaks. Trying to slow his discomfort, he lowered his head and licked his paw to clean it of any dirt. His heartbeat seemed to calm down, although a voice deep within told him he was going too far. After a few minutes passed, and Chase had successfully cleaned his leg, he wondered if there was enough time to back off. A cream-white paw was suddenly placed on the table, catching Chase by surprise. Looking forward with sharpened ears, Chase saw before him a bright Labrador retriever with brown eyes, somewhat reminding him of Zuma. She instantly looked Chase up and down. She was no puppy by any means and significantly larger in size. "Bella?" Chase asked. "Who's that?" The lab tilted her head. Chase shook his head. "I'm meeting a Bella here, sorry." He waved off the dog was his paw, expecting her to leave. "You know it's dangerous to meet dogs you don't know," she said flatly. "I'm a police officer, I know what I'm doing." The lab leaned forward a little. "But do you really? Do you really know what you're doing?" He tilted his head. "Well, I dash." "No, you don't," she pressed, coldness rising in her voice. "I can see that you really don't understand anything that's going on, and for your sake, it should be kept that way." She leaned further over the table, staring down at Chase with a hardened gaze. "And for the record, the ACG isn't stupid. We tend to get notified when a puppy sticks his nose where he doesn't belong." Chase suddenly felt a lot smaller than usual. Dash. "We have orders, puppy," she growled. "We have a routine, a protocol, and our presence is necessary here in Adventure Bay. We have things we need to take care of here, and you'll find it's a lot healthier for you to stay out of our way." "But we're the Paw Patrol," he protested. "What you're doing is our job." "Tell me, Chase, do you know what a biohazard is?" Dash. "What about terrorism? Riot control? A strike team? Have you ever held a gun?" Chase found himself unable to speak. No, you don't," she finished. "Your job is solving petty conflicts from incompetent people who do things themselves. Our purpose is much more complex, more professional, and more adult. And you will stay out of our way or we'll come at you with a lot more than a stern conversation." The retriever gave Chase a warm smile and got up from the table. "And for the record, your little patrol is a joke." Chase watched her walk off, his ears flattened against his head. His tail had retreated underneath him, and in that moment he wondered if Everest was okay. No doubt those dogs would go hunting for who leaked the number, and Chase felt immediate concern for a husky he may have thrown under the bus. He quickly got up when his tag started ringing, and Marshall's voice came through. "Chase?" The Dalmatian spoke through it, panic in his voice. "Are you there?" "What is it?" Chase asked, narrowing his eyes. "Come to the city park as fast as you can." Marshall cried. "Seriously, you need to hurry. It's those dogs again." Lockdown, Paw Patrol. "So I went to this fast food place," Zuma stated, "and they had two openings to throw the trash into, one for garbage and the other for recycling." Hours earlier, a massive tragedy had occurred. Rubble's agonizing scream be heard all across the lookout, and it became known just what happened as everyone picked up their heads in surprise. They were out of pup treats. Now Zuma, Rocky, and Marshall were on the most important mission of all, going to the store. The three dogs were casually walking by themselves down the sidewalk. It was nice to get away from the tower every once in a while. They could only take Chase's attitudes for so long, and Marshall himself needed a breather from all the chaos that had been going on. "That's great," Rocky chirped, hopping a little. "It's so nice to know that other places practice going green." But both went to the same trash bin, the lab finished. "It light Wally didn't mat you." Marshall could be heard barely holding in a laugh. Rocky snapped his head to his partner, eyes widened in shock. What? Why would anyone do that? I don't know, custom you appeal, shrugged the brown lab. A lot of places and companies like to make it look like they support or do something just for customer appreciation, Marshall explained. It's funny. Funny. You think they care, and they say they care, but they don't. The mixed breed stared with a bewildered expression, like his entire life's purpose had been shattered in 4 seconds. It was almost humorous how Rocky was near obsessed with what he called the green movement, happily separating trash for recycling and making use of discarded items. Everyone knew he was pure-hearted for thinking such, but one dog in green wasn't exactly going to change the world. Rocky, you're about to dash. The mix suddenly slammed into a stop sign, as he was too distracted from Zuma's statement to watch the path before him. He stumbled backward from the impact, wobbling for a second before hitting the pavement. Marshall couldn't hold in his laughter anymore as he let out a massive wheeze, followed by an assault of giggles and laughing. You're turning into me. Zuma rolled his eyes and smiled softly, moving to help him up. You okay? I want to find that restaurant, Rocky growled in determination. What? I said I want to find that place and rip them a new one, the mix snarled, accepting Zuma's paw as he was pulled back up. I'll save you twets foul when you come back in amusement. I'm serious. Didn't say we went? Rocky grumbled to himself as they rounded a sidewalk corner. The shopping plaza was just a little ways away. As dogs, walks were always good for the soul, and some much-needed exercise was all Zuma needed to call it a day. At most, he was just amused at Rocky's blind confidence. It was entertaining to see his close friend get worked up over little things and then swear to change the world. Rocky himself didn't feel the same way. As far as he knew, he had a heart as large as a Great Dane, and he could conquer anything if he really tried. One day, Zuma, Rocky sighed, one day you'll see how much I can really do. Don't let Chase hear you say that, pointed the Dalmatian, he'll give you one of his looks. The labs take it easy before that day happens. Now let's get these twets before wubble whips down the entire lookout. You ever want to get that speech impediment taken care of? Rocky offered. The lab instantly turned his head away with a stubborn look. No. Now it was Rocky's turn to laugh. It was always fun to poke Zuma for the one thing he hated. He seemed to be one dog spared from an immediate pillow to the face whenever they mentioned Zuma's impediment. Rocky didn't question why he got special treatment like that, but he wouldn't complain anytime soon. They continued bickering as they walked, ranting about small topics that were utterly meaningless in the greater scope of things. They soon rounded another corner, and both dogs stopped in their tracks at the sight before them. Huh? Rocky recoiled. What are they doing? Down the street up ahead, multiple roadblocks had been set up, completely barricading off the main part of a town. Dark vehicles were parked behind it, seemingly acting as another wall to ensure nothing crossed the line. Marshall halted in his steps, almost shrinking down in size as he moved backward. Rocky took a step back when he recognized 2 dogs watching over the structure. Standing at the sidelines were armored dogs identical to the ones scarred into the mixed breed's head. No, the mix stumbled back, starting to run with fear in his eyes. Rocky, wait, Zuma tried to say, but his friend had already fled several feet away. I'll find him, Marshall turned, following Rocky. Narrowing his eyes, the lab slowly approached the border. The armored dog had already noticed him a long time ago and was not taking his eyes away as Zuma cautiously walked up. Leave, Labrador, the guard called out to him, this section of town is closed. Closed? Zuma repeated, confusion in his eyes. How can it be closed like that? Because we say so, barked the large dog. Now leave before you're detained. Befuddled as he was, the lab decided he liked his life and quickly turned away, leaving the scene. He eventually found Rocky hiding under a park bench a few seconds later, shaking like a leaf. Marshall was actually sitting on the bench above him, looking deep in thought as he waited for the lab to return. Concern washed over Zuma as he tried to speak a few words to his recycle friend, but with no response. Rocky was barely recovering from his own interactions with the ACG and needed to be escorted home. Zuma would ensure Rocky would see safety, but not before turning to Marshall. Tell Chase and Ryder. The Dalmatian nodded and spoke into his pup tag. Chase, he asked, contacting his close friend first. What is it? Came a rather tired-sounding voice. Come to the city park as fast as you can. Marshall said fearfully, seriously, you need to hurry. It's those dogs again. He ended the call and quickly contacted Ryder. Straight face. It was moments like this that reminded Chase he hadn't slept in a seriously long time. After talking with an awfully unhelpful dog at the cafe, all he wanted to do was collapse on his bed and dream of pup treats. But he couldn't sleep now he was running down the sidewalk through the town, his bed miles away. Chase didn't want to admit there were moments when he hated being in charge of everything. It was one thing for the ACG soldiers to impede on their missions, but it was a whole other thing for them to hurt his friends, and it was an entirely another ballpark for them to interfere with the city. He was growing sick of these dogs. He didn't know where they came from or what they wanted. All they were doing now was harm. It didn't take long for him to find the roadblocks. It wasn't even the one Zuma had walked up to. The border had already cut through the city and divided out a large portion of the shopping districts. Taking careful steps, he observed the gates that had been built and spotted people on the other side trying to cross through it. Every time, an armored dog either talked them away or maced the person right in the eyes. Chase winced as a man, blinded from the spray, was helplessly dragged off to an undisclosed location. Spotting two dogs guarding the gates, Chase took a deep breath and wandered closer. Hey, the guard spotted the shepherd through his goggles. Back off. What's going on? Chase asked. Where did they take that man? I said back off, puppy, the armored animal retorted. Hey, I'm the police division here, the shepherd argued. I have the right to know. You? Police, the tactical dog tilted his head. You're insane. No, I'm Dash. Hey, Gavin, the dog suddenly turned, calling to someone a few feet away. Check out this puppy, he says he's a police officer. Chase flattened his ears in mild embarrassment, letting his head lower a little as a second, shorter dog ran up the gate. No way, seriously, they bellowed, that little thing? I'm with the Paw Patrol, he tried to explain, his own tail started to dart under him. Ooh, I'm so scared, chuckled the ACG dog, the Paw Patrol, essentially a bunch of orphaned puppies playing dress up. Chase nearly growled, I'm not here to be made fun of, I want to know why you're closing down the city. The two guards shared a brief laugh before turning back to the puppy. Look kid, even if you are a real police officer, we can't fly that info to just anyone. You registered in CAP? The what? The police dog tilted his head. The Civilian Assistance Program, the guard explained. Your friends and neighbors apply to assist us in our operations in exchange for money or protection. If you want to know anything, you need to be cleared to help us first. Chase picked his ears up, thinking over the new information. How do I apply? Well, first of all, the shorter guard chuckled. I think you need to have hit puberty first, so Dash, they both laughed again. I've hit puberty, Chase trailed off, lowering his head once again. Look, a guard laughed off, go find the tent in front of City Hall. You can get interviewed there, but don't hold your breath. Narrowing his eyes at the bullies, Chase sharply turned and ran off, both guards still laughing behind him. His teeth clenched as he tried to simmer down the rage that boiled within him. No one took him seriously. He was a fully fledged member of law enforcement and all anyone ever did was laugh at him. Sure, he was tiny compared to the ACG soldiers, but he had the right to be recognized for what he was. It was no matter, he had a real lead to use now. All he had to do was pass a simple interview, and all true intentions would hopefully be revealed. Chase? Ryder's voice came on through his tag. Doing some field work, sir, he reported. I have a lead on the ACG. Wait, really? They have a tent at City Hall where I can apply for CIP, Chase explained. I should be able to dash. Chase, I'm going to stop you right there. Whatever you're planning on doing, stop it. The police dog hit the brakes, coming to a stop with a surprised expression. What? Why? I don't want you getting in the middle of the ACG, Ryder explained sternly. Those dogs are military extremists. I'm not going to have you get roped in. But sir, I really have something here. Chase protested. I have the right to know what's going on. It's not happening, Chase. Get back here, and that's an order, Ryder finished, slightly raising his voice at the end. Anger and confusion rose within the shepherd. Why was everything being torn from him? It wasn't fair. Right when he had something, Ryder stepped in and slapped it out of his paws. What was Ryder getting so worked up about anyway? Chase was a police officer, and officers knew how to handle themselves. His anger quickly turned to determination, and his mind began churning an idea. Yes, sir, he replied. I'll head back. All right then. Once Ryder went offline, Chase grinned to himself. He'd listen to him, for now. He had his own plans, his own tasks to complete. All he needed now was for his friends to stay out of the way and get clear. Regardless of what Ryder said, he was going to City Hall, and he was going to get answers on the ACG, no matter how far into the lion's den he'd have to go. Lockdown, Paw Patrol. The lookout was filled with colorful stage lights as the music echoed out, barely contained by the glass windows. A sharp beat could be heard from outside clearing, then met with a chorus of rhythm and melodies. It was the perfect afternoon for Pup Pup Boogie, and they celebrated the momentous occasion by cranking the volume up severely higher than usual. Chase finally returned sometime later, tiredly trudging up the sidewalk as his tail dragged on the ground. Once the muffled rave music hit his ears, an audible groan escaped his lips as he looked up at the tower. Sure enough, brightly colored lights were blaring out, turning the lookout into somewhat of a massive disco ball. Seriously, now? Chase groaned to himself. All the world was in chaos and his friends were having dance parties. Upstairs, the entire room was bursting with deafening disco music. Rubble was dancing on his own a little ways off, not participating in the actual video game. He wasn't relatively a great dancer, but that never bothered him. Everyone was always happy to see the bulldog be himself. Zuma and Marshall were the players, dancing away on the platforms as if their lives depended on it. They were moving in all directions, moving their bodies as if the very rhythm flowed through them. The scores were close, maintaining near equal numbers as the song went on and on. But there could only be one winner, and both dogs were fighting tooth and nail for the trophy. Rocky was sitting, mesmerized by how any dog could possibly move in such ways. Sky was sitting next to the mix, cheering on the duo as they moved. She could only watch, as her cough had slightly worsened, and would surely break her down from an explosive movement. The middle elevator opened, and Chase grimaced as the music hit him full force. No one had seen or heard him enter the main floor. The sheer volume of the game was overbearing. Flattening his ears in annoyance, he walked up next to Rocky. The mix was gleefully bouncing to the beat and turned to smile at his shepherd friend, expecting him to return the happy look. Chase merely raised an eyebrow, unhappy his mission to City Hall was aborted. "Are you gonna play?" Rocky asked excitedly, having to bark over the music. "No." "Where's Ryder?" the shepherd retorted. "What?" the mix cocked his head. "I said where's Ryder?" Chase shouted over the deafening disco. "Outside, working on his AV." Rocky pointing back to the windows. The shepherd loudly groaned, sharply turning back to the elevator. Rocky frowned at his friend's actions, wanting to call him back and invite him to a dance-off. Chase re-entered the elevator and hit the button. The doors swiftly shut, slightly muffling the music, then increasingly quieted it as he moved downward. Chase decided he'd rather not go deaf today and took a second to lick his paw. Arriving outside, Chase left the elevator and walked around to the garage. The smell of motor oil hit his nose as he walked onto the pavement, coming up to Ryder. "Well, sometimes you go." Well, well, I'm not. "I thought you were joining the party upstairs," he commented, wedging a screwdriver under his vehicle. "I'm not feeling it tonight." Chase sat down. "I don't get how they can cut loose like that when the ACG is tearing the city into pieces." "Well, sometimes you gotta take a breather," Ryder shrugged, wiping his forehead. "It's unhealthy to not take breaks every once in a while." "But those dogs are dash." "Yes, I'm aware of what they're doing." The boy raised an eyebrow at the dog. "Why are you still on this?" "All we have to do is stay out of their way, and they'll eventually leave." "As a police dog, I feel responsible for keeping my city safe and dash." "It's not your city, Chase." The shepherd hung his head, huffing in quiet agitation. "I know, it's just. I don't know why we're not doing anything about them." "We are, but it's not you doing it." Ryder pushed himself out from under the AV, getting up. Chase tilted his head in confusion. "Tonight, I'm leaving for the mountains," he explained, cleaning off his tools. "Leaving?" Chase jolted. "Now? Why?" "Just for a few days. I'm gonna try and get the ACG out the old-fashioned way," Ryder explained. "I and Everest will go over some legal papers and see if we can bend a rule or something to get them out." "Why can't Everest come here?" Don't ask questions, Chase, just do as you're told," Ryder told him sternly. "While I'm gone, you're in charge. Call me if Sky's sickness gets worse." Chase was severely taken off guard, nearly barreled over by the sudden reveal that Ryder was going to completely leave in the night. He opened his mouth to say something but decided to shut it for fear of angering his owner. He'd follow the orders, all good dogs did, yet something was pulling at the back of his mind. There was something that Ryder wasn't telling him, and he knew it. He knew better than to challenge the boy, however, and the shepherd merely nodded in acceptance. Ryder would be leaving, and Chase was in charge. Nightfall shrouded over the lookout. The agonizing music was still emitting from the lookout. Chase poked his head out of his kennel in irritation, pleading for a power outage to fry the game. The only time the party stopped was when Ryder went up there to announce his departure. While it was mostly met with surprised exclaims, most of the pups were understanding. Chase didn't share their initial thoughts, as he couldn't help narrowing his eyes as he watched Ryder speed away on his AV into the night. A lingering feeling was bleeding into what felt like abandonment. Surely Ryder couldn't just leave in the middle of all this? It didn't matter right now. The police dog had other things to attend to, and without his owner getting in the way, he could complete his own mission. Surely all of the others were distracted with their games, so none of them should get in his way either. Taking a deep breath, Chase stepped out of his kennel into the night. His mind fired off a quick way to speed to City Hall, preferably one that minimized attention on himself. He considered taking his rig, as that would be the faster option, but it would certainly draw some prying eyes. Chase frowned, wondering if taking one of the other pups' rigs was a better option, then realized he didn't know how to drive them. He was forced to settle on his own vehicle but had to drive with lights and sirens off. It was the only option. Throwing on a dark jacket in an attempt to conceal his identity, Chase hopped in his rig and started the engine. The drive into the city was anxiety-filled, paranoia creeping up the shepherd's back as he neared City Hall. Did he really know what he was doing? Was this a smart idea, to go behind Ryder's back? Could he still turn around and go back on it all? If he had the option to leave, why wasn't he taking it? He finally parked his rig on the side of the road, turning off the engine and hopping out. He had arrived at the tall, government building that was City Hall. It was almost intimidating, being a small puppy on the sidewalk approaching such a structure. Here goes nothing, Chase gulped. The overhead road lights illuminated the courtyard before him. A small tent, dark blue in color, sat idly before the main doors. Underneath it was a white foldable table with some papers on it. A rather tired-looking husky sat with his chin resting on the table, seemingly nodding off. Chase approached the table, despite it towering over his small height. He gently cleared his throat, and the husky's eyes snapped open. He picked his head up, looking out in confusion. Down here. The dog leaned forward over the table, finally spotting the small police dog sitting before him. The husky instantly gave a sour expression. What do you want? Is this where I apply for CAP? Chase looked up at him. The older dog held a surprised expression for a solid second, then stuttered for a moment before looking down at the papers. Are you serious? Yes, the puppy said flatly. Well, I'll tell you now, we don't accept puppies, growled the husky. Shouldn't you be in bed? I'm not just a puppy, Chase narrowed his eyes, standing up on his back legs and placing his forearms on the table. I'm from the Paw Patrol division. We practically run the city. Oh, it's you six, the older dog rolled his eyes. Honestly, it's goddamned hilarious that this city has to rely on a team of puppies. Maybe so, but I'm still law enforcement, the police dog argued, and I want in. I told you, we don't accept puppies. But I'm not just a puppy. I have the right to know what's going on. The husky glanced to the side. Kid, I don't really know what to do here, he shrugged. Paw Patrol or not, we don't take puppies. I'm not taking no for an answer, the shepherd flattened his ears. Those words will get you tossed. Look, is there a supervisor I can talk to? Chase submitted, slightly flexing his dull claws on the table. The husky raised an eyebrow, then rolled his eyes. You're gonna play that card, huh? Fine, he reached a paw to his chest and revealed a collar that was partially hidden from his fur. Chase recognized it immediately as a tag with a radio in it, just like his own pup tag. Captain, sir, we have a situation out here, he spoke into it. Chase returned to all fours, satisfied he was making progress, slightly wagging his tail. After enduring a few more seconds of the dog's hostility, Chase turned his head. The city hall's doors swung open and out walked a dog that made him stop in his tracks. Up until now, he was feeling confident in his ability to see this until the end, but now all he wanted to do was run home. His confidence completely died as the second dog walked out, brimming with authority, and Chase recognized the Belgian Malinois instantly, as the exact dog who intercepted their last mission. Cyrus walked out with a stern face, intending some nagging sheepdog ready to throw obscenities in the air. He was instead met with a small puppy, and his eyes widened in surprise. "You," the Millennials muttered, taking a step back. Yeah," Chase breathed, "me again." "I thought I told you to stop getting involved," Cyrus growled, baring his sharpened fangs. "I'm not." Chase fired back defensively, then hesitated. "Well, yes, I am, but I'm not intruding like last time." "What?" Cyrus shook his head, not believing the small puppy would even dare to overstep this far. "You're intruding now just as much as you were the other day." "Well, I need to be in the loop somehow." The police dog took a step forward. "So I'm here, applying for CAP." "Ugh," Cyrus deflated slightly. "Come inside, not out here." Feeling uncertain of himself, but still holding on to his flickers of determination, Chase nodded as Cyrus turned around and headed inside the building. Following behind him, the puppy felt a chill creep up his spine. Just how deep into the rabbit hole had he fallen? The Malinois pushed open the glass doors and quickly walked through the lobby and down a hobby. They passed the front desk with the simple potted plants that dotted its edges, passing under the ceiling banner that bore the emblem of Adventure Bay. As Chase walked behind the larger dog, his mind went wild with the new territory he was straying in. He had 1,000 questions and became increasingly annoyed the longer they went unanswered. Cyrus opened a door off to the side, leading to a small room with nothing but a table and 2 chairs. It resembled a place where you'd interview new employees, or interrogate a captive. On the table was a closed folder. "Sit," Cyrus ordered, walking in. Chase instinctively lowered his rear to the floor and sat with a straight and firm posture, tilting his head slightly upward. "In the chair," the Malinois said, exasperated. "Oh, right," Chase tried to laugh off. "Sorry, I'm used to doing that stuff for treats, you know." He chuckled nervously as he climbed into the firm plastic chair. Cyrus raised an eyebrow. "Are you absolutely sure you want a part in this?" he questioned, sitting across from the puppy, "because once you get in the loop, you can't come out." "Of course," the shepherd nodded eagerly. "When I became a police dog, they told me it was the next step in life. No, Cyrus cut him off. "This is nothing like that. You'll be under a confidential agreement. No one can know of your involvement or you'll face repercussions." Chase frowned, drooping his ears. "Why not?" "Because," Cyrus leaned in slightly, trying to drive home a point, "the things that the ACG does and deals with are nothing like you've ever seen. It's more serious. We see things that will not hesitate to kill you or others." Chase's expression changed, his frown slowly turning to mild shock. "And the reason we're here in Adventure Bay," he hesitated for a moment. "Trust me, you'll be better off not knowing." He placed his paws on the table, leaning in slightly. "Chase, I beg of you, just go home. This is not something a puppy should be roped into." The shepherd thought for a long moment, then proudly puffed out his chest. "Chase is on the case," he said with a smile. "But are you?" Cyrus questioned. "You say you're a police dog?" "Top of my class." "What class?" "Well, mostly writers' programs," Chase confessed, glancing to the side. "So you're not a cop?" Cyrus narrowed his eyes. "I am," the puppy shot forward. He struggled to find the words. "I've just never really seen action in Adventure Bay like the things you see on TV." The 2 dogs sat in silence for a brief moment, before Cyrus spoke again. "Do you have a gun?" Chase shuffled his paws uncomfortably. "Yes, I do." "I never see it on you. Is it in your pup pack?" "No, it's actually in a storage crate back at home," the puppy explained. "I have large bunker where I keep most of my gear, mainly the ones I've never needed before." "Like?" Cyrus pushed. Mostly riot gear, Chase shrugged. I think I even have tear gas, but I've never needed any of it, so it just all stays in there. Yeah, I noticed this city doesn't see much action to begin with, nodded the Malinois. It's usually just cats in trees and lost mail. I imagine our presence has been quite abrupt. It has. Chase frowned. If I can be honest, I really don't like what you're doing to the city. Oh, the older dog tilted his head. I don't. And maybe if you told me why you're here and your reasons for such, maybe I'd understand and even want to help. Is a criminal on the loose or something? No, Chase, it's so much more than that, Cyrus pressed. Then just tell me. Are you sure? He growled in response. Are you 100% sure you want to sign the papers, see shit that will scar you for life, and never be able to tell anyone? Is that where you want to take your life? Yes. Chase nearly barked. I want to help my city. Cyrus leaned back and gave a long sigh, trying to make sense of the puppy before him. In a way, he almost admired Chase's determination, but he feared what would be exposed to the poor dog. And yet, his mind seemed to be made up. There was truly no turning back. Fine, he submitted, reaching behind him and pulling out a piece of paper. Sign here. A pen was haphazardly tossed before Chase, as the paper was slid in front of him. And before you sign, I'm giving you one last chance to go home. Chase stared at the paper for a long time, before picking up the pen in his mouth and signing his name. Although holding a pen in one's mouth made writing difficult, as Chase produced on the line what resembled chicken scratch. It didn't matter, a signature was a signature. All right, Chase spat out the pen. Do I get a shirt or something? No, Cyrus said firmly. I guess I have a lot to tell you. We'll start at the beginning. Chase nodded, sitting comfortably. For the record, Cyrus began, you are completely prohibited from telling anyone outside of the ACG of your new position. This is for your protection, he finished, watching Chase nod. The duties of CAP members are to assist the ACG and report their findings, but since you're of the Paw Patrol Division, I have a more special assignment for you. Chase nodded, listening intently. You want me to come out and say it? Cyrus braced himself. Chase, there's something loose in Adventure Bay, and before you ask, it's not a criminal. It's something different, something more. It's what we can only label as a biological threat, a parasite of sorts. Like a disease? Chase asked. No, diseases can be cured. His eyes flicked to the side. Well, most of them, but this thing isn't a sickness. It's alive. We don't have a lot of data on what it is, exactly. We just know that it's a creature, a parasitic organism of sorts. A week or so ago, he began, there was a breach in a secret research facility. We're not paid to know the exact details, but one of their experiments escaped into the wild. Cyrus reached to the folder that had been sitting on the table and opened it, revealing a bunch of papers and some Polaroid photos. Chase watched intently as Cyrus pressed his paw on one of the photos and moved it to Chase's view. Looking down, Chase tried to focus on the photo before him. It was slightly dark, possibly taken in low light, and appeared to be of a still room. He could see tables and overturned chairs, like something barreled through the room and knocked everything over. The walls were covered in either waterfalls of wires and metal coils, or plagued in grime, giving the photo a sickly unkempt feel. Chase's eyes narrowed, focusing on one of the tables. There was a silhouette poking out of the corner, a small head, with an arm and paw sticking out as well. It was a dog, with tall ears and a narrow muzzle. It was too dark to identify any fine details, but the glowing pinpricks it had for eyes was clear as day. Is that a dog? Chase asked, looking up at Cyrus. No, Chase, he shook his head, meet Ferox Malice. Who? The puppy asked, confused. Cyrus sighed, clearly growing uncomfortable with relaying the information. Feroxmalis is a unicellular organism. You know what that means, right? It means their entire body is simply one cell. Chase nodded. Cyrus continued, tapping his paw. The Feroxmalis cell possesses parasitic traits. That dog in the photo was a test subject they injected the cell into. Within minutes, Feroxmalis has completely overtaken their body, taking control of their mind. You can't see it in the photo, but its skin slowly started decaying. Chase shrunk further into the chair as Cyrus leaned over the table. Chase, its skin withered away. Sure, the dog's face is mostly intact, but the body is nothing but blood, bone, and vein-covered muscles. Once the Feroxmalis parasite enters your blood, you're turned in minutes. There doesn't seem any way to fight it back yet. What? Chase squeaked. To make matters worse, whom we can now safely refer to as Feroxmalis itself has survival as its best interest. It wants to consume, it will attack and devour anything that crosses its path. And that thing is smart, Chase, it's smart enough to know when to hide and stay in the shadows. According to the research papers we were given, it knows when to split off its main cell from the body to escape death. The old body is left to rot and decay, and Feroxmalis finds something I don't know, a bug or a person to ride on and find its next host. Chase could barely say anything, his eyes widened and ears flattened, he barely makes sense of what was being thrown at him. And when it does grow big enough, Cyrus shrugged, the host's body begins to rupture, as it losing its skin wasn't enough. It becomes a horrific predator, using tendrils to snatch anything it comes across and drag it into its body, adding to its size and biomass until it's nothing but a massive, dog-shaped, gory monster looking to endlessly consume all life in the city. And now this monster is loose in Adventure Bay, Cyrus finished. We've seen the reports, local people and dogs are suddenly vanishing, it can't be a coincidence. You're kidding, Chase quivered, this is why you're here. Cyrus nodded, this is why we're closing off the city, and why we shut down your mission on the missing woman and dog. See, Feroxmalis is smart enough to know when to hide. It'll burrow itself into your bloodstream, but not instantly take over your brain. It literally hides inside you, waiting for the right moment to emerge. In fact, one of your Paw Patrol friends could have the parasite inside them right now and not even realize it. What? The shepherd recoiled, horror creeping within him as he remembered Sky's lingering illness. So here's your special assignment, Cyrus concluded, go home and watch your friends. Take note of where they are at all times, and I do mean watch them. A sign of dormant infection could be excessive nosebleeds, hobbling, almost drunken movement, or show symptoms of fever. The mission of the ACG is to find Feroxmalis, contain it, then return the monster to the facility. So if one of your friends ends up... He stopped himself, noting the puppy's terrified expression. Look, if one of your friends ends being the host, call me ASAP. He passed Chase what looked like a pup tag, complete with a clip to be attached to a collar. Unless they're already merged into one being, Feroxmalis can't infect multiple bodies at once. So if you see it, call us, and we'll send over everything we have. Chase looked down at the pup tag. The little piece of metal was clearly meant to be a lifeline, with the small button in the middle that would activate a homing beacon. Gulping fearfully, he reached a paw forward and took the tag. I'm sorry about our, brutally, Cyrus hung his head apologetically, we're really trying to get this creature contained and out of here. So head home, keep in mind what I said, okay? Chase nodded, barely able to contain his horrified quivering. Taking the new pup tag in his mouth, he climbed down from the chair and left the room, a near traumatized expression on his face. Cyrus watched him go, fearing for the puppy's psychological health. That night Chase dreamed of a quiet town. He found himself walking through empty streets, blanketed in dense fog that obscured much of his vision. He tried to call out, but not a single soul answered him. Old cars laid abandoned in the streets, and empty stores and offices lined every building. Scraps of paper and leaves roamed free in the air, the distant sound of church bells ringing out an unknown distance away. Chase idly wandered the streets, turning his head around in an attempt to find anyone to make sense of the forgotten world he'd been taken to. Hearing nothing but his own paw steps and gently humming wind in his fur, he began to wonder if he was truly alone. However, he soon arrived at a new structure that had emerged through the fog, the lookout. His ears stiffened in surprise as he looked up at the tower in confusion. The main entrance had several wooden boards nailed into it, barring anyone from accessing the elevator. Feeling a cold mist rise within him, Chase shakily approached his home until he stood before the blocked entrance. Hesitantly peering through the boards, he caught a glimpse of a dog standing in the open elevator. It was a German shepherd, judging by the tail and ears, and was hunched over as if it was choking. Chase made an attempt to call out to it, and the dog slowly stopped moving and peered back at Chase. The dog had a look of hopelessness, resignation, like it knew it had nothing left to live for. The dog began bleeding from the mouth, and Chase stepped back as the fog closed in around him. Chase opened his eyes, awakening from the dream. He sat up sharply, the cold feeling still lingering inside him. A few tears instantly left his eyes, the shrouded loneliness of the dream leaving a scar on his mind. He shook his head, trying to push away the empty ambience that filled his head as he slowly broke into a quiet sob. The returning drive back to the lookout felt unreal, almost static, as Chase struggled to process the presence of a parasitic monster in Adventure Bay without trying to crash his rig. Watching the road was almost hypnotizing, lulling Chase into a bland state of numbness that seemed to block the sounds of everything around him. At that moment, all he could hear was distant white noise in his head. Scratching groans that could only be identified as a broken guitar repeatedly churned in his ears, and an oddly soothing feeling washed over him. Upon returning home, he didn't acknowledge his friends or see if they were around, just went right to bed. Now awakened from his dream, Chase heard the falling rain tap against the roof of his kennel, quiet thunder echoing in the distance. Checking his wall clock, the shepherd realized it was only 4 in the morning. Lowering himself back onto his bed, he tried to shut his eyes and fast forward through the night by falling back into slumber, although his body refused to rest. Was it true what Cyrus had said? Chase pondered over what Cyrus had told him, his tail curling underneath him in silent distress. A monster in Adventure Bay, a creature who killed others without remorse, never in his life had he encountered such a thing. He had watched the news plenty of times, leaning back in horror and disgust as he read about the atrocities going on in the world around him, but never once had something of the sort entered his own city. A monster who dragged innocent victims to merge with itself, a cold, emotionless figure who held no concept of mercy. And the worst of all, a detail that left a dark stain on Chase's mind, the creature could hide dormant in the bodies of others. Surely that had been a lie, a cruel, twisted joke from the captain to scare the small puppy. The police dog's eyes watered again as a mellow wave of sound entered his head, complete with a flickering melody that resembled a grieving piano. He tried to force it out, but a foul image stabbed into his head. He saw his beloved friends, Marshall, Rocky, Zuma, Rubble, Sky, and Everest, their bodies leached and ensnared into one another. The monster's bloodied tendrils sewed them together as it slowly overpowered their minds, merging them into one horrible being. He violently shook his head, getting up to pace around his kennel as his body began quivering. Someone in Adventure Bay was being used as a shell, containing the monster as it silently hid within their body. Chase stopped, staring ahead at his wall as a somber song wept in his mind. If this person, this host, was not found and destroyed as soon as possible, everything he knew and loved would be at risk. I won't let this happen, Chase breathed out, then turned to exit his kennel. He walked out through the entrance and entered the rain, instantly soaking his brown fur. The night had shrouded the land around him, but he knew exactly where he was going. Walking through the rain, he traversed across the wet grass into the trees. He had no fear of the darkness around him, nor of the pounding rain like Rocky. For a moment he barely noticed how wet he was getting, his mind overtaking his senses and seemingly blocking them out. Eventually, he came to a large hatch in the ground with a rusted turning wheel sticking out. It was slightly flooding over from the rain, but he knew from when it was built all those years ago that it was well watertight. All he had to do was turn the wheel a few times, and the steel hatch would slowly unlock, its secrets ready to be exposed. Chase sighed and placed his paws on it. Chase, called a voice behind him. The police dog spun around in surprise, a shocked expression plastered on his face. He relaxed when he recognized a familiar chocolate lab. What are you doing out here? Zuma raised an eyebrow, tilting his head. Why are you out here? Chase countered, turning to face the lab. Because I like walking in the rain, you know that, he replied, then looked out past Chase. What's that on the ground? The shepherd looked away, gentle shame resting over him. He wanted to lie and say it was nothing, but Zuma wasn't an idiot. He realized there was no hope in trying to play it off, so Chase resigned and opened up to his friend. Promise not to tell anyone? Sue, but what is it? It's a bunker, Chase explained. Ryder had it built back when the Paw Patrol was just beginning. Oh cool. Zuma bounced, wagging his tail slightly. What's in it? You sure you want to know? Well, yeah, the lab walked closer. I'm curious now. Chase sighed and returned to facing the hatch. Just remember, you promised not to tell anyone. He placed his paws on the wheel and rotated it a few times to the left. Inner mechanisms could be heard underneath at work, slowly unlocking the dark vault of painful tools Chase fought for years to never touch. Can you actually give me a paw with this? He asked apologetically, coming to the handle that stretched across the front side in his teeth. Zuma nodded and walked to the opposite side, clamping his teeth into the other end of the handle. With a small count to 3, they grunted and pulled with all their might, slowly opening the large hatch. It made an unsettling noise as it opened, like a creaking, elderly man trying to open his jaw. Warm air began escaping from the bunker. The moonlight illuminated a narrow staircase as rain already began invading through the opening. Zuma peered down into the dark corridor. Wow, he breathed in awe. Chase took a deep breath and began descending the staircase, motioning for the lab to follow him. The dogs were bathed over with warm air as they traveled down, both jumping slightly as the hatch loudly closed behind them. After a few moments, they reached the solid concrete ground and Chase flicked a light switch with his nose. Light suddenly shone brightly from the overhead lights, banishing the darkness from the corners of the bunker. Zuma could be heard gasping as the narrow corridor's contents were finally revealed. The bunker was simply a large hallway that stretched out an impressive length. The walls were lined with crates and wall hangers, all displaying various displays of weapons and tactical gear. Zuma's glee of discovering something new was quickly replaced with surprise, then bled into horror. What is all this? He asked fearfully, resting his eyes on a large riot shield that leaned against the wall, shining in the light. The police division refers to this as riot gear, Chase explained, "I've had this stuff for years, just never needed to use any." The lab seemed frozen to the floor, fearing that taking even a step would accidentally set off something explosive. Chase, however, was already walking around, looking at each item up and down. He passed by shelves of idle tear gas grenades, forever waiting for their rings to be pulled, leading to the spewing of irritant gas that could make anyone clear away. Zuma fearfully crept past a wall of tasers and batons, bulletproof vests hanging on hooks. "Chase," he began, "why are we here?" The shepherd sighed and looked back at his friend. "I just needed to get something." He approached a small case sitting against the wall. It shone in polished silver, resting in place as if it was hibernating. Carefully avoiding eye contact with Zuma, he gently undid the clasps and opened the case. His eyes laid to rest on a sight he previously swore he'd never see again: a small handgun. The standard issue for police officers, a semi-automatic pistol meant to be holstered on one's person. A tool for control and violence officers of the law were trained to be unafraid of drawing. The shepherd tried to prepare himself for a shudder that would course through his body, but it never came. He expected himself to be unsettled at the sight of the gun, but he was oddly unfeeling at its presence, like finding an item you had lost some time ago. Ferox Malice, the parasite that could be stalking the bodies of Adventure Bay as they spoke, had to be stopped. Chase would never sleep again if the city fell to ruin, and he could have done something about it. If it was true that Ferox Malice was hiding inside someone, then he would have to do what had to be done. He had to find the host, whoever it may be, and kill them. It was his duty as a police dog to protect the people he cared about, and he is damned if he didn't pull out every stop to hunt down the threat. Before Zuma could see the weapon, he quickly shut the case, making a mental note to return later with his pup pack. The pack had a secret compartment meant to hold and holster the gun. It was never a modification, his pup pack always had it since day one, yet Chase resented using it, and the gun he was given forever hibernated in the artillery bunker hidden in the forest. Until now. Zuma could be heard shuffling back the hatch, eager to escape the corridor that contained the tools of violence and order. "We missed you at the Pup Boogie contest," he said nervously, trying to steer into a more light-hearted conversation. Chase turned back to him, pushing the gun case back into place. "Sorry, I had an errand to run." "It's fine." Zuma slightly lowered his head. "We had to stop Yuli because Sky was coughing." It was those words that made Chase's ears shoot up in alarm, and he prayed Zuma didn't notice. A freezing wave of dread rushed him over, stabbing into his head as his heart quickened. The shepherd seemed to draw back, attempting to hide his recoiled expression, but faint twitches of his face betrayed him. A horrible truth rose from the depths of all that was horrible and seized Chase, and his heart sunk. Cyrus never mentioned if the monster had a preference for the bodies it hid in, meaning his own Paw Patrol was at even more risk than he had imagined. He slowly looked toward Zuma with a fearful expression, and the lab stepped back in unease. Hastily, Chase studied the other dog up and down, flicking his eyes to each corner of the lab, searching for the smallest hint of something amiss. Chase wearily asked the lab, slightly retracting in discomfort, "Why are you looking at me like that?" Narrowing his eyes, the shepherd slowly moved to the side, flexing his paws with faint movements. "Why are you outside in the pouring rain at 4 in the morning?" He pressed the question as he began approaching Zuma, sniffing around him. "I told you I wanted to walk in the rain." The smaller lab stepped back, unease growing within him, and his flight response was mere moments away from sending him into a run. Chase raised an eyebrow, then sighed as he relaxed. "Sorry, I'm just on edge." "Why though?" Flicking his eyes back to the gun case, the shepherd shook his head, pushing away the gentle chimes that rung in his head. "Just bad dreams." As the night went on, they left the bunker and shut the hatch behind them. Chase made the lab swear up and down he wouldn't disclose its location to anyone, warning him that it was federal property. As they returned to their respective dens, Zuma shrugged off the tense night and went to bed. The sun was barely peeking over the horizon when the clock struck 6 in the morning, an orange hue bleeding into the sky. No one noticed Chase slip away back into the forest, this time wearing his pup pack. He returned to the bunker and retrieved his handgun, holstering it into the hidden compartment of his pack. Chase's mind was screaming, his unease flooding him over as he felt himself disconnecting from the world around him. Who could he trust? Could anyone be trusted if they were all possible hosts for the parasite? Grimacing as he left the bunker again, now secretly armed, he returned to the lookout and gave a sweeping look at all his friends' kennels. Their homes made a circle around the lookout, a ring of dens each pup would find solace in. Chase grimaced and returned to his own kennel as the sun began rising further on the horizon, yet the world around him seemed to appear in dense gray. The static in his head was noticeably becoming louder. Lockdown, Paw Patrol. It's well documented that dogs can feel nearly every emotion a human could experience. They're cognitively designed in such ways that they can feel happiness, sadness, anger, and especially fear. It's intriguing how fine-tuned their minds are to that of a person, as opposed to a mindless fish swimming in a cycle of unblinking static. Now, what of more complex emotions? Such things as love, shame, jealousy, guilt, or bashfulness. What happens when a dog is thrust into a situation they have no understanding of? The animal is suddenly bludgeoned with confusion, fear, paranoia, and no way to understand even a fraction of it. To learn that friends among you may not be what they seem can bring droplets of fear into one's head. Chase was afraid, terrified even, and hesitated even stepping outside. He occasionally glanced outside at the other dogs when they'd come out to play in the sun, trying to read their movements for anything unnatural. He especially narrowed his eyes every time Sky came into his field of vision. She seemed a little better, but a lack of symptoms didn't always mean the sickness was gone. In some cases, the pain suddenly vanishing could indicate the worst was about to ensue. Every now and then, Marshall would knock on his door, to which Chase rarely responded. The shepherd slipped out the next day, walking into town while avoiding eye contact with anyone. Despite not being in uniform, he still wore his pup pack, the visible straps connecting around his body. No one knew of the weapon that lay concealed within the backpack, all it needed was the audio cue of Chase's bark and it would emerge. He had received a note under his door, ordering him to travel to the park for an important briefing. Usually, Chase would discard such a note and write it off as spam mail, but this note was explicitly signed by the ACG. As the wind brushed past his sides, Chase left the sidewalk as he crossed over into the grass. His mind still disobeyed his constant grips to clear his head, the static noise filling his ears and taking a life of its own. "I'm not crazy," the police dog breathed, shaking his head. He had lost significant hours of sleep, anxiety gripping him awake and leaving him afraid to shut his eyes for even a few minutes. He found a bright patch of grass and laid down on it, purposely straying away from the other dogs as much as he could. His attempts were futile, however, as out of the corner of his eye he spotted a small terrier walking over to him. Chase stiffened, snapping his head in the other dog's direction. The terrier carried a smile on his face, a feeling of joy and carelessness. Chase knew this couldn't be the meetup. This dog was just an oblivious idiot, blind to the looming threat only he seemed to be aware of. "Hi," the terrier smiled, "I like your pup pack." Chase instantly growled in response, flattening his ears. Nothing could be trusted, not a single one of the animals he shared the city with could be trusted. The terrier drew back in surprise, hints of confusion crossing his face. He wasn't at all expecting the hostility from the shepherd, knowing full well the reputation the Paw Patrol carried. The terrier held up his paws defensively. "I'm sorry, I dash." "Piss off." The smaller dog whimpered slightly and hastily turned, speeding off. Chase didn't leave the house thinking he would pull a gun on a random dog in the park, but the parasite could be anywhere. "You always talk to puppies like that," came a voice to his left, and Chase whipped his head around. He relaxed slightly when he recognized the Belgian Malinois before him. "You told me that thing could be hiding anywhere," Chase waved off. "I swear it's driving me crazy." "Awareness and vigilance are key, sure," Cyrus nodded as he approached, "but you can't snarl at every dog who comes before you." Chase raised an eyebrow, then sat up. "How do I know you're not infected?" "ACG members get screened twice a day," the Malinois explained, "including me." "Wait, you have a way to test yourselves for the virus?" Chase inquired. Cyrus nodded. "You give a blood sample on a swab," he explained. "You put it in a machine, and it scans you for Ferox malis. If you're infected, it'll come back positive." The shepherd's eyes widened. "Wait, why can't I have one of those?" "That's why I'm here." Cyrus reached into a pocket on his belt, pulling out a small device about the size of a box of cigarettes. It was a dull gray in color, with a small screen and hole at the bottom. "It used to be for drug testing, but our engineers have modified it," the Malinois nodded, pushing it over to Chase. "They're valuable and limited, so we don't usually give them out like this." Chase looked up with a confused expression. "Then why is it being given to me?" "You're a special case, being the Paw Patrol and all," he explained it the best he could. "Also, have you seen the weather?" The puppy shook his head. "There's a storm coming," Cyrus warned, "and not a small one either. It's highly likely most communication lines will go dark. You may lose power as well." "Oh, how fantastic!" Chase hung his head in exhaustion. When that storm hits, the ACG will have to temporarily assist in emergency services, and our investigation will have to pause. The reason I gave you that device is that we're going to be up to our ankles in helping out the public, so I'm entrusting you to start my own investigation," Chase finished, but if he stopped for a moment, wincing as dark thoughts returned to his head. "If one of my friends ends up being it, how will I call you if none of our comms have gone dark?" "That pup tag I gave you will still work," the Malinois pointed. "It's tied to an isolated radio frequency that works on its own. So if one of your friends becomes compromised Yes, I know, I'll call you," Chase interrupted, growing agitated. "Sorry, A low wince left his mouth, and he confessed without realizing, "I just don't like thinking about it." Cyrus sighed, briefly taking a moment to lick his paw. He knew Chase was just a puppy, and although he couldn't show it, he felt great sympathy for what the small dog may be about to go through. "Look, I'm afraid too," he said softly. "I just want all this mess to be taken care of, all these people safe, you know?" After a few seconds of staring at the ground, Chase nodded slowly, saddened as he lowered himself back to the ground. "It's my job to protect people." "I understand," Cyrus nodded, "but protecting people can be dangerous. Dogs in the army, well, they die all the time protecting their homes. That's just war. We've seen that since the dawn of time." Bitter words began to seep from Chase's teeth. "This is different. Anyone around me could be a monster and I have no way of telling." "They're not monsters, Chase." Cyrus looked over at the puppy. "Yes, they're a host, but they aren't monsters." "Yet," the shepherd hissed. Well, that's why I gave you the blood reader. Test your friends, and certainly test yourself," he instructed. "If a reading comes back positive, call us right away." Chase looked up at him, briefly glancing at a group of dogs that ran past. There was a lingering question that had been on his mind, and he feared the answer. Cyrus, Chase asked, what exactly will happen to someone when you find the parasite in them? The Malinois sighed, tilting his head back slightly as he contemplated the answer. He didn't want to unroll the truth onto the puppy, but at the same time, he couldn't lie here, not to Chase. We trap them, essentially, he explained, try to seal them somewhere before Ferox Malus realizes they've been compromised. If we can't do it, and it erupts out of the host, I can only hope we can push it somewhere contained. Would the host survive this? Chase asked, voice growing weary. The larger dog looked away slightly, well aware that his answer wasn't going to be a happy one. Chase, we use the word erupt for a reason. I've seen the photos, the recordings. Ferox Malus tears itself out of the host's body, emerging out as a massive, gory creature. So, no, the host doesn't survive. Chase nodded in understanding. Get home, okay, the Malinois offered. I need to lead the ACG in our emergency relief for the storm. Your job right now is to protect your family. My key family, Chase repeated, almost not understanding the meaning of the word. He hated saying it out loud, but there was no denying that he truly loved his friends. Marshall, who always made him laugh, Rocky's inspiring persistence to push forward, Zuma being the shoulder to cry on, Rubble as the one dog who everyone just adored, and Sky, the cockapoo Chase had shared countless missions with. He had to protect his family. He had to protect the ones he loved. Taking the device back home, Chase made haste in returning to his kennel. The storm clouds were already lurking in the sky above. It would only be a few hours before the rain began. As he entered his den and shut the door, a faint crack of thunder echoed above the city, a wordless warning of the terror to soon come. Sitting on his bed, Chase studied the blood reader before him, not much bigger than his own paw. He knew his friends would instantly question why the hell he was asking for blood samples. Such suspicions would put him in a compromising position. He'd have to be smart about this, and Chase lowered himself down to rest his chin on a pillow. The stress was getting to him, but at least now he had an opening, a flicker of foundation to make sense of the swirling chaos. All he had to do was find a way to retrieve blood samples from the others. It seemed crazy, but there had to be a way. There was a science to deception, and Chase wasn't qualified in the art. Even then, he worried about how the others would even perceive the idea of an unseen threat right under their noses. They had never seen such a thing in all their lives, and it was an open question of how much longer they'd go before they saw something truly disturbing. As of now, there were things to do. Chase sighed and got up from his bed, walking over to his desk where he kept most of his gear. Opening a small drawer, he rummaged around a few miscellaneous objects until he saw a small bundle of Q-tips, meant for cleaning ears. Collecting them swiftly, Chase searched a little more until he found the shining piece of metal at the bottom. It was a thin razor blade, the kind used to make X-Acto knives. Such a tool was capable of making even the most precise of cuts, not particularly designed for the devastating carnage, but sharp enough to gracefully slice through flesh and muscle. I should get this over with, he thought aloud, and gently carried the blade in his teeth back to his bed. He activated the small machine with the switch on the side, and the screen blazed to humming life. It merely glowed, showing a distinct lack of any on-screen prompts. It would be easy to forget it was even on due to the lack of interaction the device offered. After a few seconds that Chase could only assume was the device configuration itself, it gave a small beep as 2 words flashed on the screen. Awaiting sample. Taking a deep breath, Chase sat back and held out his left paw, dropping the blade into his right. Taking a sharp breath, he pressed the knife into the rough skin under the paw. He winced, sucking air through his teeth as he slid the blade across. All he needed was a single drop of blood. But his metacarpal pad refused to open, forcing him to hold back sounds of pain as he drove the blade in deeper, seeking to defy his own anatomy for the sake of a single blood test. Godash, he breathed out, shaking slightly. His paw stung, crying a crimson red as he dropped the blade. It was hurting at an atrocious rate, but now he had what he needed. Struggling to see through his own tears, he gripped a Q-tip and glided it across the bleeding underside of his foot. The small tool instantly collected the small stream, its cotton tip turning a blood red. Unable to suppress the pain any longer, Chase dropped everything and ferociously licked away at the cut until the stinging quieted. When he was sure his paw was soothed, he turned his attention back to the blood test. He hesitated before inserting it into the machine, knowing full well that his life was just a flip of the coin now. There were two outcomes, and his body faintly quivered knowing that one result would be the death of him. If it ended up being him, if he was the host for Ferox Malice, he would turn himself into the ACG without question. No one would ever see him again, and he would likely die once Ferox Malice emerged, but he was willing to give himself to keep Adventure Bay safe. Finally shoving in the Q-tip, the machine gave a whirring noise. The following few seconds felt like agonizing hours, like someone being forced to sit in the waiting room of a hospital while their lover was being wheeled into critical care. Finally, a single word flashed on the screen, a word Chase didn't believe for a split second. Negative. He was hit with a wave of relief so brutal he almost threw up. Despite the roaring storm he was under, the screaming noise and static in his head, and the constant anxiety, there was finally something that pulled a smile over his face. He wasn't infected, at least not yet. He still had a chance to prevent total devastation. A crack of thunder sounded in the distance, and gentle rain could be heard tapping away at his ceiling. The storm was coming in fast, soon to drape the city in darkness. He was playing a massive game of chess against an opponent he couldn't even see, and now it was time for his next move. Narrowing his eyes, a rush of determination flickered within Chase. All he needed now was for the others to partake in the blood test. He would not rest easy until all 5 of them were cleared. Lockdown, Paw Patrol. The sounds of thunder echoed throughout Adventure Bay, a symbol that the falling rain was not stopping anytime soon. The sky was darkened with gray clouds, doing well to match the tension that seemed to fester throughout the city. Despite the feeling of lingering dread and spiking paranoia, many continued to write off the feeling as just nerves. Being dogs, most of the Paw Patrol had a sudden urge to go out and splash in the rain, kick up mud and toss a ball around. It was only out of respect for Rocky's fear of water that they chose to stay inside, not wanting to leave him alone. However, Zuma volunteered to venture out in the rain to gather supplies or anything else they'd need. Does anyone else think rain is oddly relaxing? Marshall inquired, pressing his paws up against the window. I always sleep better under it, it's almost hypnotic. Yeah, it's nice until your kennel floods over. Rocky looked up from his bowl of food, and you become trapped in a box of wet death. Water isn't deadly, we need it to live after all, the Dalmatian turned back. So flash floods don't exist anymore? You know what I mean. Being contained to the lookout wasn't entirely demeaning, but one couldn't deny the pups were becoming a tad unhinged from the isolation. Marshall kept longing to be outside, Rocky flinched at each crack of thunder, Rubble kept pacing around, Sky was sneezing and wrapped up in a blanket, and Chase was oddly staring off into space. It seemed odd that the shepherd was wearing his pup pack, but not odd enough to pique the curiosity of everyone else. Hey Sky, how are you feeling? Marshall walked over, seeking to end the bickering with the mixed breed with a new conversation. Bad, she wheezed, like hot and cold at the same time. She pulled the blanket further over herself. The Dalmatian gave a warm smile, laying down on all fours. Zuma should be back with some snacks soon, maybe hot chocolate? Marshall, we're dogs, we can't have chocolate, Chase said from across the room. Oh, the spotted dog blinked, maybe just something warm then. The overhead barrage of rain was briefly interrupted by a large slice of thunder tearing through the sky, and Rocky visibly jumped for a split second. All heads turned to the mix, and the gray dog bowed his head in shame with a crestfallen expression. Marshall gently moved to his friend's side and patted him sympathetically. No one saw Chase raise an eyebrow at the exchange, watching the two dogs as if he was studying them. "You all right?" asked the Dalmatian. The mix gave a faint shrug, just wishing I wasn't a coward all the time. "You're not a coward though." "Marshall, that is not even the slightest bit true," the mix bit back with a slight attitude. "You saw how I reacted in town the other day when we came up on the roadblock. For someone who went through what you did, I'd say it's justified," Sky chimed in, momentarily looking over. Rocky waved off the comment, "And besides, you all do actual rescues. Chase is the police force, you fight fires and are trained in medical care." He pointed at Marshall. "Zuma was born to live in the one thing I'm deathly afraid of, Sky can fly, and Rubble's the construction pup." "What's so dangerous about construction?" Rubble turned with a confused expression. "I don't know," the mix confessed. "You wear a hard hat, so I assume things can fall on you?" The bulldog looked to the side with a shrug. "Well, true, that's why we wear them, but if we follow regulation it usually doesn't happen." "Whatever, I'm just the dog who picks up trash." "Rocky, you're not dash," Marshall tried to say. "No, forget it," the mix interrupted. "One day I'll do something worthy." His frown quickly turned into a determined smile, and he puffed out his chest. "One day I'll do something and get a shining medal." "We don't get medals though," Chase said again in a dry tone. The three of them continued back and forth for a few minutes while Sky tried to drown out the noise. Rubble merely shook his head at the bickering, something he had seen countless times before. He made the decision to stay out of it this time and walked to the window to blankly gaze outside. His eyes fell on a shape moving through the rain, and he jumped up excitedly. "Zuma's back." Sky looked up in a weary state, and the trifecta of arguing dogs finally divided, much to the others' relief. They gathered around the main elevator. As Zuma arrived, Chase noticeably keeping a few paces back. The elevator doors opened, revealing a dripping, soaking wet Labrador dragging a tied plastic bag, and Rocky went wide-eyed. "Everyone get back," Rocky called, immediately withdrawing. "Relax, I already shook myself off." Zuma walked in, laughing nervously. Zuma was infamous for a certain prank he loved pulling on the rest of the team. He'd soak himself either from getting out of water or just leaving a bath, hunting down someone else, and shaking the water off with all his puppy-sized might. It was only today they were spared, although his fur was still slightly puffed up from the water. "What did you bring us?" Marshall gleefully wagged his tail, already nosing through the bag. "Treats, mostly, and some packages of dog food," the lab nodded. There were a few hints of silence in the air, then everyone suddenly picked up their heads, staring at Zuma in bewilderment. The chocolate lab sat for a few moments trying to dry himself, then realized everyone was staring at him. "What?" he asked in confusion. "Did you just say treats?" Marshall gawked. "You pronounced the R, you did it perfectly." Zuma recoiled, turning red slightly as he was suddenly surrounded. "Yeah, I've been working on it, kinda. I'm not too good at it, though." "But you're doing great, that's amazing." Rocky wagged his tail, ignoring being so close to the water-coated dog. As everyone showered Zuma in praise, Chase kept back a few feet, scanning the Labrador up and down. Odd for Zuma to suddenly not have his impediment, and he narrowed his eyes trying to get a read on his friend. His mind wrung out a splitting noise in his eyes, and he quickly shook his head, shaking the thought away. Of course Zuma would want to mature himself, it wasn't a red flag that something was amiss. The shepherd almost cursed himself for even thinking of such a haunting scenario, but the static in his head wasn't quieting. I take it the storm wasn't too bad? Marshall asked as he quickly sniffed out the treats. It sounds scary out there. Well, it wasn't too bad, Zuma shrugged. Most of the roads are flooded, but I could swim through with ease. Rocky rolled his eyes. You could swim through anything, that's no surprise. Was everyone else okay out there? Chase remembered to ask, tilting his head. The storm must be hitting them hard. I stopped by Mr. Porter, the lab explained, as Rocky draped a blanket over him. Most of his phone lines are dead, and his restaurant has some broken windows. We'll have to be sure to help him fix everything up, Rocky nodded. I just wish we could contact Ryder. I hope our call service fixes up soon. Chase rolled his eyes. I think we can safely assume we won't have Ryder's help in this. Marshall turned at the police dog, giving him a confused look. But there's more, Zuma continued. Mr. Porter seemed. He looked to the floor a moment, searching for the right word. Afraid? He didn't want to come outside, so I just met him at the door. I thought he was scared of the rain, but it was something else. Sky and Marshall picked their heads up, going wide-eyed and bearing their full attention. Rocky stepped back, fear flooding his face as he prepared for the worst. The mixed breed had already been through enough. He wasn't looking forward to another disaster. Rubble merely raised an eyebrow, curious about Zuma's information. Chase slowly got up and began gently circling the group, flicking his gaze around each dog. He didn't want to tell me at first. All he said was to just get home and lock myself in, he said, licking his paw, but I kept pressing him and he eventually told me. Apparently someone died. The group shot backward in alarm, from the storm? Rocky cried. No, it's something different. Zuma shook his head, and Chase tilted his head, taking a step closer. He told me about sounds he was hearing outside when he was going around the store and locking everything down. He thought a pup was crying to be let in, so he trekked outside in the rain to try to help. Oh no, Marshall whimpered, visibly fearful. But there wasn't anything, just a trail of blood that led away. Sky withdrew into her blanket to Zuma. Please stop with the horror stories. It's not a story. Zuma protested. Porter tried to follow it, but he turned back when the trail led into the forest. Zuma's final words cut into Chase, nearly making him lose his balance. The voices of the others quickly died away as Chase felt sick, having to turn his head away in case he suddenly started vomiting. Horror spewed over him as his mind flashed image after image, screaming noise after noise. It was the forest, Zuma had said, the supposed blood trail had vanished into. Such a location was not far at all from Chase's secret weapon bunker, putting this possible murderer closer to the Paw Patrol than he'd like to imagine. None of the others knew of Ferox's malice. None of his friends were aware of the horrible danger. For the killer to disappear in close range of the lookout could only mean one thing. Please no, Chase slightly pleaded, too low for anyone to hear. The more ways he tried to reason with himself, the louder his head screeched out in static. He couldn't wait any longer, he had to be sure right here and right now. If things went south, he was still carrying his concealed weapon in his pup pack. All he needed was to take control of the situation. I'll be right back, he suddenly called out, and everyone turned their heads. Wait, you're going out there? Rocky exclaimed, into the storm? Are you crazy? Chase, you'll get sick out there, Marshall tried to reason, giving a low whine. The police dog merely pushed past them all. I just need to get something. The remaining 5 looked in confusion as the elevator doors closed, and Chase descended down into the storm outside. "What's he on about?" Rubble muttered. Then drew back as Sky let out a sneeze. "Not sure," Marshall shrugged, "but he's been on edge since that mission of ours that got interrupted." Rocky hung his head at the statement, a tired expression on his face. "Please do not remind me of that experience." "It's true, though," the Dalmatian nodded, thinking over the past few days. "I wonder if he's hiding something?" The air turned tense as Marshall's suggestion hit the air, faint mutters among the group. It seemed unlike Chase to deceive them, yet none could deny there was a sliver of possibility. "Why don't we just ask him?" Sky stood up. "Confront him directly?" "If I was being lied to, I'd want to know," Zuma nodded. "Let's do it." "Here he comes," Rocky pointed out the window, already looking irritated himself. It was already an explosive week. The thought of a friend going behind his back would only ruin it even more for him. All heads turned as Chase emerged from the elevator doors, soaking wet and carrying a small bag. "Chase," Rocky began, although took a step back from the puddles the shepherd was causing. "Can we ask you something?" "Not yet," the police dog denied, then set down the bag. "Well, it's just," Marshall looked to the floor, "you haven't really been around lately, and why are you wearing your pup pack?" The shepherd merely shrugged off the question. "No reason." He began nosing through the bag, revealing a small handheld device. "Hey, I need you guys to do something for me." "What is that?" Zuma squinted at the small device. Chase picked up the device in his mouth and looked out to his friends. "I promise this will be quick and easy. I just need your blood." Silence. Chase stood there awkwardly as all 5 dogs recoiled in shock. Marshall's mouth agape. The shepherd gave a small sigh, knowing this wouldn't be easy, but it was all for the greater good. All he needed was solid proof that nothing was hiding inside them, and maybe the static screaming in his head would finally clear away. A solid few seconds went by before someone spoke up. "You want our what?" Sky questioned, a dumbfounded look on her face. "Why the hell do you want us to bleed?" Rocky stepped back further. Both Marshall and Zuma barked questions of their own, but they spoke at the same time and their words overlapped. Rubble was frozen in shock, flicking his eyes around to try and understand the situation. Chase tried to answer them one at a time, but could barely get a word out before an uproar began. "What the hell is wrong with you?" Rocky barked again, ears flattened. "Rocky, wait!" Chase tried to control the situation. "You vanish for hours at a time and come back with this?" Zuma bristled, his fur beginning to spike. "Why would you even say that?" As he was pelted with more questions, Chase was growing increasingly stressed, and hostility of his own was beginning to flare. His ears flattened down as he nearly bared his teeth. "Can you just let me explain what this is?" "Fine. Please, explain." Sky snapped, and everyone held their tongues. Chase furiously searched for an easy way to put it. "I need you all to take a blood test." "Why?" the cockapoo demanded. "Because to make sure nothing is hiding inside you," the shepherd snapped, baring his teeth, then instantly drew back as he realized what he had just said. The situation had not been made any easier just then. Expressions of horror spread among his friends. "Why the fuck would something be hiding inside us?" Sky snarled. "Are you out of your mind?" Chase shook his head, trying to hold Sky's gaze. "No, listen to me. I've been talking to the ACG-. "What?" Rocky erupted. "What do you mean you've been talking? Can everyone just listen to me?" The shepherd had to bark over the commotion. "I know why they're here. There's a creature loose in the city, and they've tasked me with dash." "Tasked?" Sky echoed. "You're taking orders from them now?" Whose side are you on? The friendly atmosphere of the lookout was long gone. Between the 6 dogs, a furious shouting match had begun, and quickly rising, Chase was surrounded by 5 dogs who all demanded answers. You're not listening. I'm trying to help all of us dash. By siding with savages? Marshall demanded, after what they did to Rocky. Okay, that was wrong, I can see that dash. Oh, that was wrong, Sky pointed out. You admit that one time was wrong, but completely siding with them isn't? Sky, there is a creature loose in Adventure Bay. Oh, that is complete and utter bullshit. Rocky snarled, jumping forward to join the argument. Did they tell you that? They showed me the photos. Chase protested, I've seen it. It's a monster that can hide inside other living things, that's why I need your blood for the test. But why would you keep this from us? Sky pleaded, deeply hurt inside. I had to, he argued, it was a confidential agreement, but that's all. There are no other secrets. No other secrets. Zuma now joined in. How about we talk about you keeping a massive room of loaded weapons in the forest? All dogs reared back in even further surprise. At this point they could barely believe what they were hearing. Upon realizing Zuma had just broken their secret, Chase exploded in rage. Zuma, he snarled furiously, you said you'd keep that between us. You have a room of loaded weapons? Marshall exclaimed with a fearful expression. I thought it was just a normal, friend between friend kind of secret, the lab barked angrily, but clearly you're keeping us from something. Don't drag me into your lies. I'm not lying. Chase yelled, flexing his claws as his fur bristled. I went there to get a weapon, I need one. Why the living hell do you need a weapon? Sky got up, now approaching Chase. The shepherd instantly backed up to the wall, as if Sky was hostile and trying to provoke him. It all made sense, everything made sense, and it only made him angrier. Without a doubt, one of his friends was infected, otherwise, they wouldn't be acting like this. It was so obvious that Chase was in the right, everyone knew how much he sacrificed to keep Adventure Bay safe. It was their own fault if they infringed on his progress. The white noise that impeded through his mind finally began to take shape, quieting down the static and giving Chase faint hope in his decision. He was now fully confident that the killer was in front of him, he just had to know who. You get away from me, Chase warned, snarling his teeth, all of you get away. Sky's hostility didn't falter, and she merely pressed forward. What? Why? Chase, I'm just asking a reasonable question. The shepherd flicked his eyes to each dog before him, trying to furiously read each one. His teeth were clenched together, his ears so flat against his head that it gave the impression he didn't have any. He surveyed each one, his pupils narrowing as an almost feral instinct took over his mind. Marshall's horrified expression, Rocky's defensive stance, Zuma's angered expression, Rubble's look of concern, and Sky whom he knew was challenging him. The static, the noise, and the screaming in his head erupted into a symphony of agony that overpowered any other sound that could enter his ears. Ammunition. Rough. Chase barked the command, and the mechanical arm shot out of his pup pack, carrying the semi-auto pistol. Oh my God. Rocky jumped, streaming backward. Chase, why do you have that? Sky's hostility immediately shut off as she recoiled back in horror. Zuma went wide-eyed and almost froze in place. Rocky's instinctively jumped in front of Marshall. Chase, have you lost it? Which one? Chase snarled, now aiming the gun around. I know it's one of you. Marshall fell to the floor and covered his face, already beginning to cry. The mixed breed above him firmly stood his ground as everyone else now tried their hardest to reassure the shepherd. Dude, calm down. Zuma pleaded, holding his paws up. Let's just take a deep breath. Why can you suddenly speak perfectly? Chase whipped around to the lab. Why Zuma? Why are you magically able to pronounce words suddenly? That's not you. What are you talking about? The lab drew back. I told you I've been working on that. And you, the shepherd snapped his head toward Sky, you've been sick for at least 2 weeks. Why now? Sky held a paw up defensively, but still tried to take a step forward. I don't know, Chase. I don't know the answers to your questions. Of course you don't, he growled. No, I'm just as clueless as you are, she tried to say reassuringly. Let's just all calm down, and we can figure all these things out. I am not clueless. Chase snapped, I know what's going on, and don't try to think you know more than me. We didn't say that. Sky replied, trying to defuse the shepherd. We haven't said anything like that, please put the gun down. No, snarled the police dog, I know it's one of you. Chase, you're scaring Marshall. Rocky shouted, putting a paw on the quivering Dalmatian. Look, Chase, Sky tried to reason, moving toward her close friend while she tried to keep her voice from shaking. Just, look at me. The armed dog snapped his gaze to her, a wild and detached look in his constricted pupils. You're right, she said slowly, you're right, there's something wrong here. And the best way to find it is if we take it slowly, so I'm coming over to you, and we're going to put the gun down, okay? She stared at him with a desperate look in her eyes. You can trust me. Trust. What was trust anymore? What was trust when any one of your friends could have something terrible hidden inside them? He knew what Sky was doing, he knew what it was doing. It was trying to disarm him, and if it gained the upper hand, every single one of his beloved friends would die. He couldn't let that happen. Chase gave a bristling look at Sky, wordlessly writhing in his own mind. Chase. Sky said softly, moving forward. The shepherd instantly brought the gun forward and pulled the trigger. The deafening sound of a gunshot screamed throughout the tower, prompting a cry from Marshall as the rest fell to the floor and covered their heads. Chase shut his eyes from the noise, his ears ringing from the piercing sound. Around 2 seconds went by, and Chase slowly opened his eyes and centered his vision on the dead body that now lay in the tower. The rest of the dogs also began to slowly come to, shaking away the ringing in their ears and opening their eyes. One by one, horror reared among them, as they all laid eyes on the bloodied body sitting on the floor. In that second, all of the static in Chase's head suddenly cleared and his mind returned to a state of calm, although his heart was pounding. Looking before him, his heart sunk to the darkest depths, a sickening feeling boiling in his stomach. His ferocity and feral drive quickly vanished, and Chase stared in horror at what he had done.
Oh my Gott, nicht die Metasse. Oh, oh, Scheiße, Alter. Weißt du was, Leute? Wir machen weiter. Wir gehen jetzt zu Chapter 10. Ich werde schnell noch den Titel hier ändern. Und dann wir gehen direkt zu Chapter 10 und hören, wie es weitergeht. Irgendwie, irgendwie könnte es langsam mehr spannend. Okay, ich starte jetzt der 10. Chapter 10 und wir hören weiter, wie es geht. Und ja, los geht's!
Lockdown, Paw Patrol. Act 2, Ambush Predator. First, there was silence, then it quickly erupted into screaming. You killed her! Rocky exclaimed, shooting backward. An uproar of mass panic tore into the room, trauma and fear staining the eyes of each innocent pup now standing before the blood that had been spilled for the first time in their lives. Each dog went wide-eyed, jumping back and screaming in terror. Everyone with the exception of Marshall withdrew as far as they could from the body, nearly embedding themselves into the wall behind them. Marshall stood frozen to the ground, a highly distressed look on his face as if his whole world had been shattered. He wasn't moving, lying still as if he had been paralyzed to the floor as he gazed into the eyes of the murdered cockapoo. This wasn't a dream, it was real, it had really happened right in front of their eyes. Skye was dead. Chase was still locked in his fighting stance, but any hostility he could have had was long diminished. He couldn't believe what he had done initially, but then his mind quickly turned to denial. Wait, he muttered blankly. No, he searched for anything he could say, not believing his own eyes. Wait, he finally came to, stuttering as he swiftly returned the gun into the pup pack. Why would you do that? Rocky cried from across the room, pressed up against the wall. Skye. Zuma howled in distress. Chase stared at Skye's body as if he couldn't even process that he had killed her. The fearful cries of his friends echoed from across the room. Rocky tried to yell for Marshall to get back, but the Dalmatian still stood frozen to the floor. Narrowing his eyes for a moment, he finally remembered why he pulled the trigger in the first place. Shaking his head, he sought to take control of the situation. Everyone calm down. Chase barked, taking an authoritative posture and stepping over Skye. Everything is secure. What do you mean secure? Rocky demanded. You killed her. It wasn't Skye, protested the shepherd. It was a creature, a monster of some kind. I've been talking to Captain Cyrus. A parasitic creature is loose in the city, that's why they're here, and that's why you should have been listening to me. The remaining dogs stared at him with a mix of fear and confusion. Ferox Malus, that's its name. Chase informed them. It's a single-celled, shape-shifting organism that can hide inside you and take over your body. He nodded, a wave of triumph sweeping over him. It had Skye, that's why I had to kill her. How do you know that? Zuma cried out. How could any of us have known that? The police dog gave a reassuring nod. You couldn't, but everything's okay now. I'm taking control here. Control, whined the uncertain mixed breed. What do you mean? Looking back at Skye's body, Chase couldn't help but wince. It was feral instinct that made him pull the trigger on the dog, and it was highly difficult to withhold his own cries of dismay. A crack of thunder sounded from outside, and the rain slightly intensified. The storm hadn't been making anything easier, but at least now all problems had been solved. The ugly truth of the matter was simply that it had to be done. Skye was infected and had to be stopped. It was his responsibility to protect his team, and if someone had to go to meet that goal, then Skye was just means to an end. Chase looked back at his friends and nodded confidently. It means if you all do exactly as I say, we can secure this area and I can contact the ACG. Once they've cornered Ferox Malus, they'll be out of Adventure Bay, and we can all sleep soundly again. But Zuma quivered. But Skye. Look, I'm sad too, the shepherd shot back, but do you realize that it's not her? If I hadn't done that, we could have all been at risk. Zuma looked to the floor, tears running down his face, although he was making an effort to process what he was hearing. Rocky was clinging to Zuma, almost like he was trying to hide within him like the Labrador was a protective shield. Marshall still hadn't moved or said a word, a traumatized look still displayed on his spotted face. Rubble was cowering in the corner, too afraid to say anything. Chase, however, was brimming with newfound confidence, overjoyed that the erratic noise in his mind was now gone along with the threat to Adventure Bay. All he had to do now was clean up the mess. Now here's the first thing I need you all to do, he began. Go to your kennels and stay there, do not leave the lookout grounds. What? Why? Zuma questioned, narrowing his eyes. Keeping you there is the best way to keep you all accounted for, the shepherd explained. Also, I need everything and everyone secured while I deal with Skye. and when the ACG arrives. They're coming here? Rocky went wide-eyed, breath growing shaky. Yes. But you'll be in your kennels, remember, he pointed out, just stay in there and don't leave. I'll have everything taken care of. He turned and walked back over to where he had left the blood reader. It was still sitting on the floor from when it had been dropped during the uproar, but it was mostly unharmed. With his friends locked down, he just needed Sky's blood to verify the parasite and it would all be over. Now go, he commanded. I'll come around in a few minutes to check on you. After a moment of hesitation, Zuma nodded and slowly left the wall, Rocky still glued to him like flypaper. Rubble followed them shortly behind, keeping his head and tail low. They paused for a moment as they approached Chase, almost fearing to be near him. The shepherd stepped aside and gestured to the elevator, and after a short look at where Sky had fallen, they pressed the button to open the doors. Zuma looked back, noticing Marshall had still not yet moved. Marshall? Zuma called out to his friend, come on, do what Chase says. The Dalmatian was unresponsive, and Chase raised an eyebrow. Zuma turned around and walked over to the paralyzed dog, gently coming up to his side. Marshall? Hey, he tapped a brown paw to the firefighter's shoulder, causing him to visibly flinch. After a moment of hesitant breathing, Marshall's blue eyes flicked toward Zuma. Come on, we're leaving, the lab said as he moved his paw to Marshall's back, gently pushing him along. Chase watched his Dalmatian friend get led into the elevator before the door finally shut between them all and they descended down. He was finally alone. The shepherd let out a deep breath and prepared himself. Looking before Sky's body, he knew the first thing he had to do was move it. Nothing good came out of leaving a dead dog laced with a parasite in the lookout. He had to find a place to move it. Taking her out in the rain was a bad idea, as all the water would wash away the blood and likely carry the Ferox parasite into the grass. As his eyes rested above the dead animal, a low growl emitted from him. He almost took a step back, remembering Cyrus's warning about the nature of the creature. Ferox, if believed it was compromised, would erupt from the body and go on the attack. Sky had not moved since the bullet entered her head, yet Chase made sure every other dog was locked up in their kennels outside, far away from the contamination site upstairs. Even with the dangers, the puppy was naturally curious about his parasitical adversary. Gently lowering himself a little, he slightly tilted his head. "What are you?" he asked, wondering if he'd even get an answer. No response. Chase sat backward and tried again. "Can you understand me?" His words fell on deaf ears, and the shepherd gave an agitated huff and stood up. There weren't many places on the upper floors of the tower to take Sky, but he did have knowledge of a boiler room that rested underground, built underneath the tower. It wasn't a place you could access any time of day. It required special clearance that only Ryder carried. However, Chase still possessed the files and data he pulled behind Ryder's back, giving him illegal information which contained the clearance codes for the boiler room. He knew there were plenty of metal tables, tools, seclusion, and a whole furnace in there, making it the ideal place to do some blood work. "All right, come on you," Chase muttered, leaning to grab Sky's leg in his teeth, then instantly stopped, realizing that was a terribly stupid idea as she was laced with a parasite. Quickly pulling his head back, he looked around the room and spotted the blanket Sky had wrapped herself in. Not the ideal tool for transportation, but it would do, and he made his way over to pick it up. If Ferox needed constant blood, protein, and wet environments to survive, sitting on a dry blanket was likely something it wouldn't do, so Chase felt it was safe enough to grab the fabric in his teeth. That information also meant that the creature was probably not hiding in a small puddle or drop of blood that had been spilled from the gunshot. It could survive in blood, but abandoning its protein-providing cocoon would put it in a bad position. Even if it was hiding in a blood puddle, where would it even go? There was nothing but the metal floor of the tower, no dirt or land to escape in. It was a safe assumption that Ferox Malice was choosing not to escape Sky. Chase pulled the blanket over to the body and laid it out flat beside her. Making sure his paws were protected by an end of the fabric, he gently pushed Sky onto the blanket and wrapped her up. With the four corners laid out on the side, Chase quickly turned the blanket into a body-carrying bag. He leaned down and grabbed the corners, now dragging the dead cockapoo into the elevator, also making sure to push in the bag that contained the blood reader. It didn't take much effort to bring her in. She was a remarkably light animal, after all, which also made bagging her in the blanket significantly easier. Securing the body bag in the center of the elevator and making sure nothing leaked out, Chase walked over to the control panel that consisted of two buttons. He reached his paw out and held the down button for a solid 6 seconds, and a hidden panel opened up just underneath, revealing a keypad. All right, what was it again? Chase lowered his ears, squinting his eyes as he looked over each numbered button. 6, 2, 3, 3, He hit each one, stopping for a moment. I think 7 came after? It took him a moment, but he finally inputted the correct combination, and the elevator doors closed as it began to move downward. The shepherd sat back and took the moment to breathe, trying to ease his nerves. There was still panic in the air, but a few deep breaths would likely ease Chase into moving forward. The emergency radio Cyrus had given him still dangled from his collar, just itching to be pressed to call in the heavy artillery. In just a few hours from now, everything would be solved. The creature would be contained, the ACG would leave forever, Cyrus would commend him, a funeral would be held for Sky, and all his friends would finally understand how much he sacrificed to keep them safe. The light died from the elevator as it moved underground, shrouding Chase in darkness as he took some deep breathing exercises. It all came to a slow halt, and the doors opened, washing him in hot air. The boiler room was a small, slightly cramped area bathed in red and orange lights. Metal tables sat against the walls, carrying tools like someone had left them there years ago, an ideal place to get to work on Sky. At the end of the room was a massive metal furnace, sitting imposingly as small embers flickered through the slitted door at the front. Dozens of pipes leached out of the structure, groping along the walls and ceiling, ready to deliver gas and hot water wherever it was desired. Small blasts of steam periodically hissed from the pipes, one even catching Chase in his side as he passed, causing him to jump as the hot air hit him. Chase was not a fan of the near-scorching temperature, but he hoped the heat would agitate the creature enough to emerge more clearly through Sky's blood. Okay, you, Chase panted, lifting Sky up onto the table and removing the blanket. Show yourself. He walked back to the elevator where the small bag still lay across the floor, beginning to sweat under his fur from the heat. He nosed open the bag and retrieved the small, blood-reading device, along with the small cotton tips he used for swabbing. It took him a few minutes to align Sky's body properly on the table, making sure to position her in a way where if Ferox Malice erupted out, he'd be able to quickly push the table and sweep her into the furnace. He swabbed the wound in her head, the killing blow that Chase had inflicted on his own will. He wasn't proud of what he had to do, but if the threat was secured, he'd be able to turn himself in for the action, owning up to what he had done. With the tip now stained a bright crimson red, he stuck it into the machine, his heart beginning to race. The screen flicked on, processing the DNA sample. Come on, Chase growled, staring down at the little device. Show me. The small machine merely beeped in response, working away at reading the blood. Chase narrowed his eyes. It didn't take nearly this long when he tested his own blood. It had its results in mere seconds. Why was it taking its time now? He was growing angry, even more from the heat, and Chase was about to lash until he spotted a small detail on the screen. It was a little symbol of a thermometer, blinking rapidly on screen, and he quickly relaxed as he realized what was wrong. The excessive heat of the room was slowing down the machine, forcing it to exert more power in cooling itself than actually running its task. I should have just done this upstairs, Chase muttered, exasperated. He was starting to feel nauseous from the heat himself, and he made the decision to return outside and check on the others. Hopefully returning the reader to cool air would speed up the process. Straight face. Night had shrouded Adventure Bay when Chase emerged outside into the rain. The storm had not yet settled, further confirmed by a crack of thunder and a flash of lightning. Chase shrugged it off and gently placed the blood reader in a spot where it wouldn't be waterlogged from the rain, leaning it against the wall of the elevator but making sure to keep its doors open. He was hoping the cold air from the rain would cool it off and give him the results he wanted. Seeing how he was already outside, he figured it would be a good idea to check in on everyone else and make sure they were abiding by his rules. Chase stretched for a moment before placing his paws on the wet pavement and trekking out into the storm. Deciding to check Rocky first, he passed under the slide that wrapped around the lookout, which was acting as a waterfall as the rain collected in it. Approaching the green kennel, Chase took a breath and knocked on the door. "Rocky?" "What?" came the muffled voice from inside. "Rocky, it's Chase, I'm just checking on you." "Chase, in all honesty, I really don't want to talk to you right now." The shepherd sighed, looking off to the side as he shook off the water that had collected in his fur. "I guess that's fair, just seeing if you're okay, you know?" Rocky's voice came from the other side of the door. "I'm not okay, Chase, no one is." "That's fine, just know that everything will go back to normal in a few hours," the police dog tried to reassure. "I highly doubt that." After the short conversation, Chase knew the mixed breed wasn't interested in talking. He didn't blame the dog, he wouldn't blame any of them if they were currently in distress. Witnessing their friend be executed for something they didn't understand would sow confusion and few among the dogs, but in time they would stand strong. He moved across the lot as the rain flooded down above him, coming to Rubble's kennel and seeing that his door was actually open. The bulldog was lounging inside, trailing his paw along the wet concrete. "Is it my turn to die now?" The smaller dog gazed up his amber eyes at the shepherd. Chase hesitated for a moment, appalled at the statement. "What, no? There was a threat in the tower and I secured it." "Sure, I guess," shrugged the construction worker, then stood up. I think I'm going to sleep now." "You're tired? After all that?" "No," Rubble turned around, walking into his den. "I would just really like to get this day over with." Chase tried to end it on a happier note. "Oh, sleep well." He got no response as the kennel door was shut in his face. "Fine then," he muttered quietly. Deciding that Rubble was just stressed, he turned around and made his way to the next kennel until something caught his eye. He stopped in the rain, his vision snapping to it as his ears shot into the air, all his senses suddenly on alarm. There was a figure moving in the darkness, a shape roving its way across the grounds like a looming predator. It was standing just outside the range of the outdoor lights, concealing it in the darkness of the night. It moved slowly, seemingly pulsating as the rain fell around it, and Chase's eyes widened. He quickly snarled, barking out to the shape, "Hey, you!" The shape turned around and spotted Chase, showing initial signs of hesitation, but put its leg down and stood firm. Chase took a step back as the figure turned and began walking toward him. "Dude, what the hell?" Zuma griped, walking into the light. Chase relaxed, breathing a sigh of relief but still held his frustration. "I told you to stay in your kennel." No, you said we couldn't leave the lookout grounds," the lab shot back, an edge of sass in his voice. The shepherd leaned his ears back, narrowing his eyes. No, I'm pretty sure I said at some point to stay in your damn kennels. Oh my god, Chase, Zuma put a wet paw to his face. Quit being so pushy. I came out because I needed to think. About, the police dog pressed. About what I'm supposed to do after watching my own friend get killed, the lab almost snarled. You think we're just going to walk off and carry on after that? Chase stopped and looked away, his tail drooping to the floor. Zuma had a point. Didn't help that he was always the one who wasn't afraid to speak up. I don't, Chase confessed. I'm sorry you had to see that. Zuma looked at him for a long moment. I'm not the one you should be saying that to, he inquired. Did you see Marshall? He's pretty much destroyed. If you're trying to console anyone, it should be him. Marshall? Chase asked. The lab turned around. If you haven't seen him yet, I suggest you go now. He began walking off into the rain, before he does something drastic. The shepherd nodded, then looked back up. Oh, Zuma dash. The brown lab whipped around with an unamused look. Yes, I'll stay on the grounds. Oh, no, Chase shook his head. I just think, it's cool how you're getting better in your speech thing, he said nervously. I think that's something you should be proud of. Zuma merely raised an eyebrow, then sharply turned to vanish into the darkness. Worth a shot, Chase muttered, watching the Labrador go. He sat in the rain for a minute, thinking over how he possibly could have done things differently. The rain ran down his head and disguised the tears that were flooding his eyes. He appreciated having a moment for a quick cry. It was healthy to let your emotions run freely after all. He let himself cry out his stress for a moment before wiping his face and going to see Marshall. Appearing before his red kennel, Chase hesitated for a moment before knocking softly. Marsh? You in there? I'm here, came the weak voice from behind the door. Even while muffled, anyone could hear him and tell the puppy was in complete anguish. Can I come in? The shepherd offered, already moving his nose under the handle to the door. I guess if you want to, Marshall meekly responded, and Chase lifted up the door. Chase made sure to shake himself off before walking in, knowing tracking water everywhere would just make the Dalmatian agitated. Walking into the kennel, the small den was warmly lit by a gently flickering flame. Marshall's kennel was unique in that it contained a small fireplace where one could actually light a fire in. It wasn't big enough to overpower the kennel, having just enough room in its wall compartment to keep a humble fire burning. A small chimney atop the red home carried the small puffs of smoke emitted by the flame safely outside. Marshall's own firefighting prowess gave him the necessary knowledge on how to kindle and care for the flame without destroying his kennel. He could see that the Dalmatian had already started a tiny flame, giving the kennel a cozy and warm feel to it as he walked in. Marshall was sitting before the fire, head bowed almost as if he was praying to it, begging any higher deity up there to be rescued from the nightmare his life had fallen into. Hey buddy, you okay? Chase offered, trying not to make any sudden moves. Marshall was unresponsive, gently shaking over his fire. The shepherd gently laid down on his stomach, eager to console his friend without stepping over any lines. The Dalmatian was clearly under the severe effects of trauma, endlessly gazing into the burning flame, searching for meaning. Look, Chase began. I'm sorry, he sighed, looking away in shame. I'm really sorry you had to see that. That wasn't pretty and I probably could have handled that better. His voice slightly cracked as he confessed, but I had to do it. Everyone's lives were at risk. The Dalmatian gave no reply. You matter to me, okay? Chase pleaded. I just hope that you'll see why that had to happen. Sky. Marshall cracked. It wasn't her. The police dog took a step toward him. I don't want to scare you more than I already have, so just know that it wasn't her. The spotted dog began sniffling, prompting Chase to move closer, slowly coming up on his back. "Whatever happens," the shepherd whispered, "I'll always be here to protect you." Marshall slowly turned his head around, revealing his tearful eyes to his friend. "Is anyone else going to die?" "No." Chase came forward confidently. "No, I'll never let that happen." He held up his arms and wrapped them around Marshall, pulling him into a hug. "I'll never let anything hurt you." They stood motionless for a few seconds until Marshall draped his own arms over Chase, nestling into his shoulder as he returned the hug, promptly crying into Chase's fur. It was agonizing to see Marshall like this, emotionally and psychologically broken from witnessing something as vicious as death. He was just a puppy, they all were, and now fear had shrouded their usual joyful lifestyle. "I will protect you, all of you," Chase repeated, cradling the Dalmatian. "You just have to trust me, and do as I say." Marshall sniffed for a moment before letting go. "Okay." He gave the frail dog a warm smile. "Stay in your kennel, Marshall, I'll say when you can come out." They broke apart as Chase gave some final reassuring words. He knew Marshall was sensitive, and he'd do whatever it took to help him feel better, but first things first. The blood reader was surely ready by now, so the shepherd gave the Dalmatian a long look before finally turning and leaving the den. Passing through the rain, he briefly saw Zuma sitting nearby, facing away from the lookout. Deciding not to bother him, Chase considered having only one dog outside probably wasn't too harmful. Making his way back to the small machine, surely cooled down by now as it rested still in the elevator, the heat within it soothed away. Sure enough, the screen now had a blinking light, signaling the test was complete. Chase looked down at its screen expecting all questions to be answered. Instead, a wave of confusion hit him, narrowing his eyes and blinking in bewilderment at what he saw. "Wait," he said, puzzled, "what?"
Okay. Ich bin noch am Schauen, ob wir weiter hören sollen, dass wir dann, dass ich zurzeit schon eine Weile schon lange nicht mehr weg bin, dass wir noch Chapter 11 machen und dann vielleicht es dann Freitag. Und ich entscheide, ja, wir werden es machen. Wir werden noch Chapter 11 machen und dann wird es dann es für heute dann reichen. Und ja, äh, und ohne Zeit zu verlieren, ich bin auch schnell hier noch die Dings machen, dass wir das dann in der Titel, dass wir Chapter 9, 10 und 11 gemacht haben, werden wir machen. Ich muss auch noch bei einem anderen. Und ja, ohne Zeit zu verlieren, wir gehen jetzt zu Chapter 11. Und ja, Leute, noch weiter viel Spaß in dieser PAW Patrol Lockdown Story.
Lockdown, Paw Patrol. The rain seemed to have a mind of its own. Although Zuma never minded being outside during small storms or showers, there was something about this storm that was unsettling him. The rain had been falling for hours and hours on end, not the rarest thing in the world but certainly unnatural. Looking around, he couldn't fully understand what was creeping up his spine, couldn't shake the feeling of anxiety that was stalking him from afar. But there was one thing he did understand. He knew that Skye was dead, gunned down by a certain German shepherd. All he wanted at the time were the answers to questions, an answer to what Chase had been keeping from them, an answer to if he was slowly going insane. He remembered the shrieking gunshot that tore through the air, screams filling the room, and opening his eyes to a dead dog. He tried to keep his composure, holding on to Rocky as Chase struggled to defuse the room, but in the end he couldn't stop himself from slowly breaking down. He and the rest of the dogs were exiled to their kennels shortly after, but Zuma was restless. He had to come outside into the storm and think, to address the aching void that rose in his heart. Skye was gone, a core piece of the family that was never coming back. Her kennel stood like an empty tomb, her food bowl sitting outside in loneliness, collecting rainwater from the storm. Now Zuma was sitting alone in the lookout clearing, his fur soaking over from the rain. Staring ahead into the pitch blackness of the forest before him, he contemplated running. If what Chase said was true, then there was no need to flee, all threats were taken care of. However, he couldn't shake the feeling that the shepherd was lying once again. A few minutes ago, he had a brief conversation with Chase. It was glaringly obvious when the shepherd met him outside that the power was going to his head. So what if Zuma strayed away from his kennel? He wasn't leaving, so he'd be out here if he wanted to. The lab had made a passing comment about Marshall, hoping to shoo Chase away, which it fortunately did, leaving him to his solitude once again. "This is stupid," the lab muttered to himself, staring down at his paws. "Why now? Why us?" He pleaded into the dirt as if he spoke over a soul who had been buried underneath him. A sickening feeling rose within him as he realized soon it would be Sky sleeping under the ground. Zuma made a mental note to himself, already writing his speech for the funeral. Sky was an amazing pilot, a fearless leader, and an amazing friend. Tears ran down his face as he silently rehearsed his words to himself, mixing with the rainwater. A rustling sound behind him caused the lab to look up from his grieving. Glancing behind him, he spotted Chase leaving Marshall's kennel, walking out into the rain. Zuma instantly whipped his head away to prevent his eyes from locking with Chase's, refusing to even meet the gaze of the shepherd who put down one of his best friends. As he heard the shepherd's paw steps fade away back to the lookout's entrance, he sighed and turned back to watch him. He didn't want Chase going anywhere near Marshall anymore, not on his life. The apology that had likely taken place between them was an exception, but Zuma made future plans to keep Chase apart from the broken Dalmatian. He watched Chase approach the elevator doors, coming to a small device that he noticed was leaning against the doors. Tilting his head slightly, Zuma gently turned himself for a better look. He remembered seeing the odd machine when Chase brought it in, asking for a blood test. The police dog mentioned that he was running Sky's blood, likely through that exact device. Zuma suddenly felt a wave of shame run over him, gently lowering his head. Had he been wrong? Had Chase truly been trying to protect them? He watched the shepherd look down into the device, then as confusion spread across his face. "Wait," he heard Chase say. "What?" Zuma got up and approached him, slowly and carefully. Chase's face held an expression of confusion, which quickly shifted into bewilderment, then sank into horror. "Chase?" Zuma called him, and the shepherd snapped his attention over, taking the Labrador off guard. "Are you all right?" "Yeah. Fine," the shepherd barked nervously, visible worry flooding his face. "You don't look fine," the lab tilted his head. "What does the machine say?" "What machine?" Zuma narrowed his eyes. "The one you put Sky's blood in?" Oh yeah, that one," Chase laughed nervously, looking off to the side. "Hey, I gotta get upstairs." "But what did it say?" pressed the lab. "She's infected, right?" Chase hesitated, locking up for a solid second. "Yes. That's why I need to go upstairs." "Why are you acting like that?" The shepherd whipped around, almost in a panic, grabbing the blood reader in his mouth. Before Zuma could say anything, the police dog nearly threw himself in the elevator and hit the button to shut the doors. The lab was blindsided by Chase's explosive escape, only able to flash a puzzled expression. "What the hell is going on?" Zuma shook his head, before turning around to walk home. Sighing to himself, he decided there was no point in asking questions anymore. He walked up to Rocky's sealed kennel and knocked on the metal sheet door, droplets of water flying off with each knock. "Chase, I said go away," came the voice from inside. "Rocky, it's me," Zuma gently sounded from behind the door. Oh, sorry Dash. The door opened, revealing a shaken gray mix. Come on in, I have some towels. The lab apologetically walked in, careful not to track too much water anywhere. Yeah, sorry, it's just the rain hasn't stopped yet. He smiled as Rocky pulled over a blue towel and draped it over the soaked lab. How are you feeling? Awful, Rocky confessed, climbing back into his bed. I'm just trying to get through the night. I just can't believe she's gone. He looked up at Zuma with pained eyes. How can he just do that? His voice began to break. How can he just dash? I think, Zuma tried to say, reaching his paw forward to comfortingly place it on Rocky's. I think there's a lot of things we don't understand right now. He said Sky was a monster, the mix sniffled. Zuma looked away, staring ahead at the walls. The comfort of the towel was already warming him and drying away the water in his fur. They stayed quiet for a few long minutes, each one trying to form their own explanation of recent events. Thinking over his friend's distressed words, Zuma's mind came to a clear, yet disturbing conclusion. I think we should careful around Chase for a while. Zuma nodded. He doesn't seem like himself. What do you mean? Rocky asked, shuffling farther into his bed. The lab shook his head. I can't really explain it. You know those moments when you've known someone your whole life, then they suddenly change. A sinking feeling rose in his heart the more he spoke. Rocky, I don't think Chase is there. Not here, the mix went wide-eyed. I don't trust him, Zuma concluded, do you? Rocky flattened his ears. Hell no. Did you hear what he said about conspiring with the ACG? Those same dogs who beat me up? The lab gave a low growl. I'm honestly sick of hearing about those stupid military dogs. How do you think I feel? The mix stood up. Just for once I think everything's okay. Then out of nowhere it comes out that Chase is hoarding guns and talking with their captain. Well, I'm glad that someone feels the same way as me. Zuma smiled to himself. I'm gonna go talk to the others, see how they're doing. I guess I'm the only one who actually dared to step out of my kennel. Are you suggesting that I'm scared of Chase? Rocky raised an eyebrow. I mean, are you? The mix suddenly stopped, retracting a little as his eyes went to the ground. A little. Zuma nodded. It's okay, just stay behind me, if you feel you need to. The fearful mix nodded in reply, but failed to hide the smile that was slowly brightening his face. Tragedy had torn through them all like a white-hot knife, and Zuma took it on himself to keep everyone together, no matter what Chase tried to do. With a final reassuring nod to Rocky, he shed his towel and left the kennel, making sure to close the door behind him so no rain would flood in. It was slightly uncomfortable to be wet all over again, but he pushed away the thought as he approached Rubble's kennel. Rubble? Zuma knocked on the door. Are you all right in there? No response, although faint rustling sounds could be heard from inside. He definitely wasn't asleep, and Zuma could clearly hear what seemed to be drunken stumbling, running into things and objects falling to the floor. Rubble, the lab asked again, motioning to open the door. Eyes closed face. No. Chase said to himself, staring down into the blood reader as rain hit his head. That can't be right. He blinked his eyes several times, trying to make sense of the words before him. Was the machine still overheated, broken even? Negative. Skyed blood tested negative for the parasite. Staring down at the machine in bewilderment, panic surged within his head, accompanied by a large burst of static that crept over his brain, deafening out the sounds of the rain. For a brief moment, Chase was lost in his own purgatory, hearing and seeing nothing but what was before him. His breath quivered, paws trembling as he held Sky's results. Chase, came a voice to his right, and the dog snapped his attention over. It was just Zuma. Usually, Chase would feel relief, but he was panicking. He had to get away, get upstairs, anywhere, flee from the madness for just a moment to comprehend it. Are you all right? Zuma asked wearily. The opposite, to be exact. Chase's head was screaming in white noise, and for a moment he didn't even recognize the Labrador. Yes. Fine. You don't look fine, what does the machine say? Why was Zuma always so nosy? Why was Zuma anything that he was? The thought gave rise to a feeling of anger, a hostility that bristled within the shepherd. It was always Zuma, always that stupid lab who broke the rules. Caught up in the sounds in his head, Chase could barely even register his friend's questions. What machine? He breathed out, confused. The one you put Sky's blood in? Oh yeah, that one. Chase tried to laugh off his mistake. Hey, I gotta get upstairs. His mind was barking at him. Run. Flee. Run. Run faster, run anywhere just to get away from the others. Run somewhere you can break down sobbing at your own failures. But what did it say? Zuma took a step forward. She's infected, right? Chase felt his body lock up. He could lie right now and be done with it, but how much time would that buy him? Yes. That's why I need to go upstairs. Why are you acting like that? With no further excuses to give, Chase turned sharply and fled the scene, grabbing the blood reader and running into the elevator. Shutting the doors as fast as he possibly could, he caught a brief glimpse of Zuma's confused expression. There was no time for that now. He had to get back to the boiler room and rip out an answer wherever he possibly could. He paced in circles around the elevator, whimpering to himself as he descended back underground. It couldn't be true, it just couldn't. Chase made every single attempt to deny it, but the truth was looming over him, just waiting for the dog to look up. He was almost running in place when the electric doors slid open, and a wave of heat washed over him. He could care less about the temperature now. Savagery gripped his mind as he bared his teeth, claws unsheathing from his paws. He took no time sprinting back to Sky's body, still laying motionless on the table. He jumped up on it in a single motion, planting his paws on the table firmly and staring down into the cockapoo's motionless, lifeless eyes. Show yourself, he barked, insanity in his eyes. Show yourself, damn it. I know you're in there. Not a word was spoken in response. Ferox. That's your name, right? He was nearly screaming now. Come out of her and face me. He slammed his paw on the table, knocking off small metal tools as the impact sound rang throughout the room. I said, come out. He wanted so badly to deny it, like if he truly believed hard enough he could change reality, willing himself into the right and erasing what could have possibly been the worst mistake of his life. Come out, his voice lowered, breaking as tears spilled from his eyes. Please. Sky wasn't infected, she never had been. Her blood was inserted into the machine and it came back negative. He tried desperately to form an explanation in his head, like Ferox switching bodies or leaving Sky, but it never left with the original body unscathed. If it decided to leave Sky, she would have died in the process. The only thing that made sense was now Chase's worst nightmare. He murdered her. He was wrong, guessed incorrectly on the most pivotal decision of his entire life. Now an innocent dog was dead, murdered by his own paw, and for what? What could she have possibly sacrificed herself for? Was there even a threat to begin with? Static churned in his head as a crippling question surrounded him. Was the parasite even here to begin with? Was Sky really just sick with a common cold? Anguished at his failure, Chase slowly let himself down from the table. Each step of his paw was shaking, his very soul struggling to live with the reality of having killed one of his closest friends. Every moment he tried to make sense of the situation, his mind only blocked it out. All he could do now was deflate, lowering himself to the floor and tucking in his paws. Silence filled the air for a long moment, and Chase closed his eyes and wept on the floor, mourning the beloved friend he put down. Upon opening his eyes again, he sat up and looked to the floor. Remembering the pup pack that still sat on his back, Chase realized the source of their problems in the first place. Ammunition, rough, he barked sadly. On perfect command, the mechanical arm extended out of the pack, brandishing the same firearm he had used earlier today. Chase reached up and removed the gun from the arm, now holding it in his own paws. His weeping eyes inspected the weapon, turning it over a few times. Sky was dead, and it was all his fault, a crime executed from the very tool in his paws. Was it always true in his case? He was a police officer, after all, and such authorities were no strangers to violence. What was it that made him pull the trigger on her? Delusion? Or had the violent nature of police officers suddenly gone to his head? He stuttered, making a decision. I'm turning myself in. He sighed and tossed the gun away, not even caring to see where he threw it. He heard the metal sound of impact as the weapon collided with the floor, most likely behind some junk now. He didn't deserve to carry a gun, he didn't deserve his badge, his uniform, his title. He wouldn't complain if it was all stripped away from him. Moving his paw up to his neck, he felt a tag that still hung from his collar, the one Cyrus had given him. The tag with the emergency radio implanted inside. I failed, he said in resignation, realizing there was no hope for him now. He unclipped the radio and tossed it away along with the gun. No point in helping the ACG, no point in even speaking to them anymore. What would Cyrus say at the revelation that Chase truly was just a puppy who didn't understand what he was doing? There was only one thing Chase could do now, wait out the storm and for Ryder to return. But what would he tell his friends? They had to know eventually, they had the right to know the truth. Although he didn't really have that conversation planned, especially after he already lied to Zuma. Sighing, he turned and left the boiler room, shutting the doors behind him as he entered the elevator. It felt like a dream as he moved back to the surface, with the shepherd blankly gazing into the wall as he watched his life fall apart. The static in his head continued on as it screeched in his ears, but Chase made no effort to calm it. Now he understood it, at least in his own way. The noise was here for a reason, a figment of punishment for himself. He had nothing but his own mistakes to face now. The doors opened, revealing the dark downpour outside. Chase quickly made plans to retire to his kennel and sleep away the entire horrid night. "Help!" cried a voice. He quickly picked his head up, ears stiffened in alarm. "Chase!" Zuma cried out, straining to keep the kennel door closed. "Over here." It took him a second to process the situation, but Chase quickly sprang up into action. "Zuma?" A violent clang erupted from Rubble's kennel, sounding like something within it was bouncing off the walls, causing the entire structure to sway. "Get back," the lab shouted out as the other dogs emerged from their kennels. "What is that?" Rocky exclaimed. Low growls began to emit from the kennel, layered on one another like dozens of dogs were all snarling at once. "Holy shit!" Chase muttered to himself, eyes widening as he began to step back. A brutal sound of impact sounded from the den, the walls visibly beginning to bend outward. With each forceful blow, the kennel lost more of its stability, as the creature within it fought to break free. Lockdown, Paw Patrol. Rubble's kennel lurched violently, another powerful slam ricocheting off the inner walls. Zuma jumped backward, confused and terrified, feral instincts screaming at him to run, yet he remained paralyzed in fear. Marshall and Rocky quickly withdrew back into their own kennels as the noise sounded again. Whatever was inside Rubble's den, it was angry and powerful, charging itself into every surface to break free from the prison. The shutter door that acted as the entrance to the kennel would have been an easy option, but it defiled such a simple path. The creature wanted to break out, tear down the walls, and rip its scaffolding to shreds. It wanted entertainment from the destruction, and it cared little for a simple door. Chase could hardly believe what he was hearing, and with every effort in his small body, he pushed back the crippling horror inside and called out to the Labrador, Zuma. "Get back." The lab finally came to, snapping back to reality as he shook his head. He quickly turned tail and run, charging away from the kennel and diving into his own. Chase took a few steps back, looking to the door of the tower, mind racing if he could run there in time. Another bang. The kennel's walls began to jut out awkwardly, slightly bending. A lingering feeling began to possess the air around them, a horrific shriek of confusion and terror. Chase's heartbeat increased, its own thumps feeling like punches to the head, his breathing intensifying as his mind fought to keep control of his body. For a moment, his vision seemed to blur, but this time, he knew he wasn't going crazy. The threat was real, and it was finally here. He couldn't abandon his friends, not now. Holding his breath, the shepherd turned and charged as fast as he could to Marshall's kennel. The Dalmatian was cowering in the back of the kennel, keeping his face hidden in his paws as if looking up was a death sentence. Chase entered the kennel swiftly and nearly threw himself against the wall, almost attempting to flatten himself against it. His heart beating like mad, he slowly moved his head, looking out from the firefighter's den. The banging had stopped, and the creature went silent. What was for Oxmalis now? A dog, a human? He thought back to the image Cyrus had slipped him so long ago. He remembered seeing what he only assumed was a normal dog. Only the head was visible in the photo, but it was assumed to be the only part of the body intact. Everything from the neck down was all bone, blood, veins, and muscle. That was what Cyrus had said. Chase couldn't say anything from his view, just the still-standing kennel that had belonged to a now-deceased bulldog. "What's it doing?" Chase muttered to himself, daring to push himself a little farther out. Was the monster truly unable to escape the kennel? Chase, he heard behind him, nearly making him jump. Marshall had picked his head up ever so slightly, exposing his vulnerable blue eyes. "What is that thing?" His voice could barely keep up with his own breaths. The shepherd tried to explain, stay here. I need to contact the ACG. The sentence had barely left his mouth when Chase stopped cold, a realization hitting him like a car on the road. The only way to contact the ACG now was through the special pup tag they had given him. A pup tag which he had thrown aside in the boiler room, along with his only weapon. "Shit," Chase said quietly, darting his eyes around as he cursed himself over and over for discarding the only means of communication he had. He had to get back to Sky, get back and retrieve his gun and tag. He just had to get back to the elevator. "Chase," Marshall quivered, starting to hyperventilate. "Just stay in here," growled the shepherd as he took a step outside the kennel into the rain. The most violent, brutal clanging sound suddenly howled through the air, deafening all four dogs as a metal roof was kicked out, steel bolts and fillings flying off and dropping to the floor like used cigarettes. The rest of Rubble's kennel quickly caved in, crashing to the ground into a large scrap heap as dust filled the air. Chase nearly instantly retracted back into Marshall's den like a fearful turtle. There was a solid moment of silence in the air, nothing but the rain hitting the roofs able to be heard. Swallowing his instincts, Chase crept forward again, peeking outside. From his position, he could see the ruins of the yellow kennel, nothing more than a massive pile of wood and metal. Keeping as low as he could, Chase couldn't take his eyes off the wreckage, too fearful to make the smallest move. A distant hissing sound filled the air of the clearing, which quickly turned into a darker, lower sound that only be described as the growling of a feral bear. Then it stood up. The creature stood on 4 legs and reared up to its full, terrifying height, no longer bound by the low ceiling of the kennel. It loomed at 7 feet tall, rising high above the kennels as it picked its head up. Chase stood horrified at the sight. The monster's body resembled that of a degloved, 4-legged monster. It was composed entirely of a long, thin skeleton, crudely wrapped in bleeding raw muscles and pulsating organs that shone in the wet rain. Blue veins wrapped around its torso, bleeding down its arms and up its neck like netting. Intestine-like organs wrapped down its legs like ribbons as if it had stolen rubble's insides to build up its body. It was a creature that haunted nightmares, a sentient monster of gore and innards that lurked within the darkness of the mind. Its head was the only vaguely normal feature. It was the head of a shepherd-like dog, only it was torn and shredded along the mouth and around the eye sockets. One of its tall ears was ripped apart, making one wonder if it was merely a skin mask for the grotesque animal that wore it. Chase briefly questioned how a monster that erupted from a bulldog would look like a shepherd, until he remembered that Ferox Malus likely carried the DNA of anyone and everyone it infected, even between different bodies. For all he knew, the face it wore could have belonged to a poor dog that fell victim to the monster a long time ago. It was near impossible to see any trace of rubble in the monster. For all they knew, his organs and innards had been assimilated into Ferox Malus's body, with the rest of rubble's remains long absorbed within it. Ferox Malus quivered in place for a moment, seemingly twitching as if it was getting accustomed to being exposed again. Chase swore it was a trick of the eyes, but he drew back in horror as intestine-like tentacles began to emit from the monster's back. They writhed like living worms, almost with a mind of their own, tearing out of Ferox Malus like it was bringing out its own limbs. Taking a deep breath of air, Ferox Malus raised its elongated front leg, so thin it couldn't have been more than a few inches in diameter, and planted it down in the mud, its paws built from clumps of muscle mass, with long, razor-like claws jutting out. "Dear God!" Chase could barely whisper as he watched from Marshall's kennel, sounding more like a cry. Taking a few large, slow steps forward, Ferox Malus growled as it turned its head, scanning the clearing, pricking its ears as blood escaped its mouth. Its body emitted sounds as it moved. The paws would scrunch into the ground, tapping its claws like it was impatiently searching for its prey. Its bones almost constantly popped, each movement, each step, radiating the same sound anyone would when cracking their back. The body had an unnatural physicality, lacking skin and being a mere amalgamation of bone and muscle, yet functioning to near perfection. It was no wonder this creature was heavily studied until it escaped. After a moment, it reared back its head, taking in a large gulp of air, then snapped forward, opening its fanged mouth and releasing the most distressing, most inhumane, animalistic roar to ever enter the air. Its screech was loud, cutting into Chase's eardrums and forcing them open, reaching its claws in and gripping his brain. Marshall threw himself under his bed as the scream filled the air and Rocky retracted under his table. Zuma stood in his den wide-eyed, the monster's roar freezing him in place, swirling around him like a tornado of fire. The scream Ferox Malus emitted was an unholy combination of several noises, the sounds of people screaming for their lives, old and young, dogs, and cats wailing in agony as they were cornered, and other screams from countless living that would be impossible to label. All victims, all their voices and tongues were stolen away to produce one terrible sound emitted from its maw. And yet, the roar seemed to have an effect on those around it. Chase for a moment felt oddly calm, but he quickly snapped back to reality as he watched the creature. The monster of gore breathed out a feral snarl, then began walking out of view, its long, worm-like tail following behind it. Chase quickly eyed the elevator to the tower, the urge to sprint for it was incredible. Blinking, he realized Ferox Malus had completely left his field of vision, leaving him with Marshall in a storm of terror and uncertainty. Looking back, Chase spotted the small head of a Dalmatian peeking under a bed. "What's happening?" Marshall squeaked, tears flowing down from his eyes. Grimacing, Chase crept over to his friend and tried to speak as softly as he could. "Marshall, do you remember those drills we practiced? Where I would make everyone get under a table and be quiet?" The Dalmatian nodded. "Well, this is what we practiced for," he sighed, trying to hide his own fearfulness. "Hide, and do not come out until I say so." The smaller dog nodded as he further hid under the bed. "Okay." Trying to regain his composure, Chase turned and took a step outside. A pounding thump suddenly sounded, directly above him on the kennel, so abrasive and quick the whole den swayed. The shepherd froze mid-step, turning back to see Marshall about to scream, already opening his mouth. Within a second, Chase jumped across the floor and clamped his paw over the Dalmatian's mouth, suppressing his cry. The sound of something large slowly dragged itself onto the roof above them, scratching its claws along the metal roof, hissing to itself as it gained higher ground. Chase had to nearly suffocate Marshall as he drove his paw into the Dalmatian's mouth. The smaller dog was shaking, losing control of himself, and in one wrong move, he would panic and doom them all. A long, slithering appendage of intestines suddenly escaped from its front leg, dropping down in front of the entrance right before the puppy's eyes. Marshall fell silent, but his eyes went wide, and Chase couldn't help but draw back himself. They stood motionless as the worm-like organ slowly contracted around, briefly grazing over the floor of the kennel. It was recalled shortly after, pulling back up as Ferox Malus drew it back into its body. Unsatisfied, Ferox Malus growled and moved off the kennel, Chase continuing to hold his friend down as they witnessed its legs step down in front of them. It was hunting them. It would not leave the area until every single living creature in the area was ripped apart and consumed. It was unclear just how intelligent it was. Was it truly overlooking its prey in the obvious kennels, or was it merely toying with them? Ferox Malus was a malicious creature, but was it so sadistic it basked in the fear and suffering of others? Chase watched it skulk away, walking off as it went around the back of the tower, its tentacles trailing behind it like bloodied, floating ribbons. The creature was unnaturally fast, its slow moving at the beginning merely being its morning stretch. It moved quick, walking past through clearing in only a few seconds. Chase shuddered at the thought of it running. Now was the ideal time to make a run for it. "I'm going," Chase released Marshall, who collapsed to the floor. Marshall attempted to respond, but he made a small choking noise, then suddenly threw up. The intense terror and confusion had taken control of his stomach from him. "Like I said, hide," the shepherd repeated one last time. Taking a deep breath, Chase walked out of the kennel into the rain, exposing himself in the open. At first, he tried to stay low, walking past each kennel and getting glimpses of the others hiding. He couldn't hear or see Ferox Malus, and all he did hear were distant growls and noises. Moving felt like ages, but the shepherd didn't dare to do anything more than a crouched walk. Even his tail dragging in the mud behind him was making him paranoid, a sudden urge to cough tickling up his throat. Heart beating seemingly louder than the overhead thunder, Chase crawled through the open doors of the elevator. He had to get back to the boiler room, retrieve his gun and radio, and it would all be over. He cursed himself for not seeing it in rubble earlier. Surely there had been some early warning sign that he was not himself? Whatever it had been, it completely flew over the shepherd's head. Careful to not make a sound, he reached a paw out to the buttons. The sound of busting metal filled the air yet again, making Chase jump. He snapped away and looked around fearfully, but he saw nothing. In that instance, the lights of the elevator flickered, before completely going dead, bathing him in darkness. What? The puppy quivered, racing to the buttons and pressing them. The elevator was unresponsive, even as he hit every button he could. No, he breathed out, beginning to panic. You bastard. It cut the power and completely blocked off the elevator access. Ferox Malice had actually found the outside breaker box, the hub for all electric systems of the tower, and destroyed it. How in the world did it know to do that? How would it even know what a breaker box was? How would it even have the cognitive understanding to know to destroy it? Chase shuddered as he realized just what kind of creature this was. Ferox Malice was more than any kind of animal the world had ever seen. Its physical ability was terrifying, the power behind its methods of attacking and consuming, the sheer amount of hysteria it caused just from emerging, and its intelligence was just as frightening if not more. It clearly possessed a high cognitive, almost human level of understanding and problem-solving. To deliberately recognize enemy advantages and cut them off, hunting with its dreaded strength, and its ability to hide within bodies as a mere cell. Oddly, it was the perfect creature. A true predator in every sense of the word. Chase frantically looked around, trying to find anywhere to go. He was a sitting duck in the opened, deactivated elevator. All it would take is a passing glance inside to see him. If the monster was truly toying with them, how long until it ended the game, forcing into the kennels and tearing them apart one by one? Without thinking, Chase ran, jumping out of the elevator and running to the nearest kennel. He sprinted into Zuma's kennel, quickly getting against the wall. Ah! Zuma jumped, quickly recoiling. Dude, don't do that. Quiet, snapped the shepherd, motioning for him to shut up. I need to get upstairs. Why? You can't leave us down here. I left, there's a radio in the boiler room. He quickly corrected himself. If I get it back, I can alert the ACG and get them here to contain that thing. So why don't you? Zuma looked around fearfully, hearing the distant sound of growling, and he quickly lowered himself and moved into a corner. Because that thing cut the power. Zuma's eyes went wide. It can do that. Rubble would have known where it was, Chase thought aloud. If that thing came out of him, it probably gained his knowledge in the process. That could be how it knew. Well, now what? The lab protested. Are we just going to die here? No, I have a plan, he reassured. Stay here. I wasn't fucking going anywhere else, Zuma growled, retracting further. Taking a brief look outside, Chase caught a glimpse of what he thought were tentacles disappearing behind some trees. The rain made it difficult to see, and he knew Ferox Malice had no intention of leaving. Slipping outside, he quickly made his way over to Rocky's kennel, trying to ignore the pounding distress in his heart. He tried as hard as he could to show the other dogs he wasn't afraid, yet a part of them wanted to crawl under a bed and hide until all the noises ceased for good. He came to the front of the green kennel and saw that the door had been closed. Looking around fearfully, Chase tapped the door. Rocky, it's me, open the door. No response. Rocky, come on, he hissed, knowing how vulnerable he was out in the open. It's me. After several uncomfortable seconds outside, he heard the mix shuffle up to the door and nose it open. Chase he was interrupted as the shepherd wedged his own nose under the door and forced it open, jumping inside. I can't just sit out there forever, you know. Sorry, Rocky lowered his head, then looked out. That thing. What is it? I don't really know. Chase looked over at Rocky's tools, but it's lethal, and pissed off. What are we supposed to do? The mix silently started hyperventilating. We're just puppies. I have a plan, Chase nodded, then turned back to his friend, but I need your help. My help? The shepherd came forward to the mix and sat down in front of him. He suddenly reached out with his front paws and grabbed Rocky's shoulders, pulling him close. Rocky, you need to listen to me. The mix nodded, although uncertain. I don't know anyone better with machines than you, he explained. I need you to go out there. Rocky recoiled. What? It's really simple, Chase assured him, keeping a hold on the mix. I need you to look at the breaker box and find out how we can fix it. We need power back in the tower, it's imperative. There's no one else here who would know how to do something like that. I'd go with you, but 2 would draw more attention and get us both killed. Go, out there, Rocky breathed, with that creature? If you see or hear it, hide, the shepherd explained. Be as quiet as possible, do not run unless absolutely necessary. Chase didn't want to scare the mix any more than he probably already had been, but running was likely a death sentence. If Ferox Malice was truly as fast as he believed, trying to run from it was not survivable. Rocky stammered, shaking. Get over there, Chase instructed, look over the breakers, come back and tell me how you can fix it, hide if you see or hear anything, got it? After a moment, Rocky nodded fearfully. I'm counting on you. Chase licked his friend's nose, trying to get his tail wagging, smiling, or anything to ease the mixed breed's fears. The storm surged overhead as Rocky left his kennel. His legs were shaking as he stepped outside into his worst nightmare. Rain, he breathed out, cringing to himself. He was willing to brave the water for the sake of the mission, but he was beyond uncomfortable. It was the worst experience Rocky had ever put himself into. Not only was he walking out into the groping hands of the cold rain, but there was actively a threat lurking outside, seeking to tear him to pieces. A shiver ran through his body as he was already freezing cold. Okay, he breathed to himself, glancing behind him, breaker box. Willing his paws to finally start moving, he crept past Zuma's kennel, wincing as he waded through a puddle that came up to his chest. Horrid memories returned to him the farther he sunk into the mud, creeping up his neck and staining his fur with dirty sludge. Leering static began to leach into his head as he passed the elevator, a distant ringing in his ears as his breathing quickened. Looking around, he didn't see Ferox Malice anywhere. Had it walked off? Shaking his head of the noise and static, Rocky crept behind the tower, keeping an eye out and doing his best to mentally block out the cold. The blades of grass that brushed against his stomach as he passed over were bringing back dark memories, but all he wanted now was to prove that wasn't weak. He barely survived the ACG's brutality. Rocky knew at heart he was the patrol's weakling that had to change. Facing death was not the method he had planned on using. He turned the corner, checking his surroundings. Ferox Malice was again nowhere to be seen, and Rocky raised an eyebrow. Suddenly, his heart sank as a realization hit him, and he slowly looked upwards. He saw nothing but the sky, and he let out a sigh of relief, although anxiety still churned within him. Finally approaching the large breaker box that sat bolted into the wall, the mix could already see sparks flying out of it. With one final look around, Rocky hurried over in front of it and investigated the damage. The box had been smashed inwards, likely from Ferox Malice ramming into it to break it. The damage was minimal but still left the tower powerless. The breakers for the elevator and upper tower were completely destroyed and would have to be entirely replaced. Not all the breakers had been broken, however, as Rocky could see the one labeled Basement Systems was still on a green light. I didn't know we had a basement, he thought aloud, then realized it was likely where Ryder had been building their things all these years. It could be repaired, but he'd need a special tool. The breakers had to be carefully removed, and possibly rewired just for good measure. He needed a particular tool to remove the breakers from the box, a tool he absolutely didn't have. But if Ryder completed most of his builds in the basement, it was a likely location to find the tool. Rocky nodded and turned to head back. The ground suddenly moved from beneath him, making him sway and taking the mix off guard. He stumbled to keep himself standing, his fear returning to him as he was unsure of even moving. A large, fuzzy gopher quickly popped out of the ground, spraying dirt across a small radius. It seemed scared, and Rocky was about to approach it when a large, dirt-covered tentacle suddenly erupted from the ground, nearly grabbing the small rodent. Rocky quickly jumped back in terror as Ferox Malice birthed itself from the ground, hissing as it pulled out its squeezed, contorted body. The gopher ran away as fast as its little legs could carry it, gaining a considerable distance from the monster. Freeing itself from the ground, Ferox Malice lowered down its backside, shuffling its front paws as it lowered its ripped head. In seconds, it suddenly sprang into the air, roaring its demonic scream as it jumped, closing the distance to the gopher in milliseconds. Rocky could hear the rodent cry out as two massive paws were planted in its back, smashing its ribcage and shattering its spine. Angered, the predator loomed over its prey as its skin mask began to peel back, baring its teeth as its jaw unhinged itself. Several thin tentacles shot out of its throat, attacking the gopher and skewering into its body. Overcome with fear, Rocky broke into a sprint, his mind going into override and spiking his flight instinct. All he could hear was the carnage, as the gopher's screams were pulled from its vocal cords and swallowed by the monster. The static in his head seemed to explode, almost fully taking control of him as he ran dangerously close to the creature as he passed. Rocky finally tore back into his kennel, sobbing as he dove inside. Chase quickly shut the door and wrapped the terrified mix in a hug. They had made progress now, but Ferox Malice wasn't finished with them yet. Lockdown, Paw Patrol. The rain continued to fall, soon overflowing the ground with 2 inches of water and clouds of mud. A haunting shriek was sent through the air and was quickly met with screams of agony as a gopher was ripped to shreds. The commotion attracted Zuma's attention, and he poked his brown muzzle outside his kennel. His body was shaking. He had just spent solid minutes pressed against the back wall of his den when the creature had emerged and began walking. Sticking his nose out in the rain, he fearfully caught sight of Ferox Malice catching a small rodent and eviscerating it. With the predator distracted, Zuma spotted Rocky sprinting back into his kennel. For a moment, the lab felt a flicker of solace knowing his friend was safe, only for it to die away once he realized the inconsistency of that statement. What was truly safe? How long until the monster realized to squat down and peer into the kennels? The doors were merely sheet metal or wood, they wouldn't stand a chance to the creature's might. With shaking breath, he took a glance at Marshall's kennel. The door was wide open, sending a shockwave of alarm through the lab. All it took was one passing glance inside, and Marshall would meet the creature's teeth and claws. He had to move. Watching Ferox Malice grip each individual bone in the rodent and pull it out was a grisly scene, but he needed to watch its movements to know if the coast was clear. After taking a deep breath in a feeble effort to calm himself, he took a step outside, further exposing himself in the open. Wanting to make haste, yet suppress as much noise as possible, he left the limited safety of the kennel and trekked to Marshall's place. Careful not to scare the frail dog, Zuma stuck his head in first, scanning the interior of the firefighter's den until he spotted a tail sticking out from under a bed. "Marshall," he tried to call out, looking around before creeping inside, "are you okay?" No response. Zuma knew he was scared, just as was, but this was no time to panic. As much as he wanted to crawl into a cabinet and hide until the sun returned, he had to help his friends. He didn't trust Chase to take the lead, not in a time like this, and he was already suspecting the shepherd had some skeletons in the closet. "Marshall," he repeated, coming closer, "it's me, Zuma." He tried not to yell, keeping his voice low, despite having no idea how efficient the monster's hearing was. "Come on, please, stay with me." The tail quickly retracted into the bed, and the dog underneath shuffled around. Zuma took another worried look outside as Marshall stuck out his head, so terrified one would think his spots would fall off. Zuma, he quivered, is that you? Of course, the lab turned around. Who else? Chase said that thing can hide inside others. I don't think Chase is a reliable source at the moment. Zuma narrowed his eyes, glancing in the direction of Rocky's kennel where the other dogs were hiding. But I am, you can talk to me. Marshall was about to say something when a sound met his ears. Zuma heard it as well, a low, layered growl of dozens of voices at once. It was nearby and picked the tiny skeleton into a mess of puzzle pieces for scavenging buzzards. Now its attention was elsewhere, roving the clearing for dogs foolish enough to stray in its path. Zuma couldn't see where it had gone, and he didn't dare leave Marshall's kennel for a better view. He made an attempt to sniff for it, but his sense of smell was blocked by the unending dew the rain carried down. We're not safe, Zuma concluded. He didn't dare let Marshall in on the fact that they were likely not safe anywhere to begin with. A few kennels down, Chase was trying to calm Rocky back into his senses. The mixed breed was not only drenched in his biggest phobia but had also witnessed the merciless nature of the creature. His heart ached for his friend's distress, yet he felt slight frustration at Rocky's inattentive state. After quickly drying him off, Chase looked down at the cowering mix. Rocky, come on, the shepherd growled, get a hold of yourself. An echoing roar sounded from across the clearing, putting Chase on alert as he snapped his attention outside. Flicking his eyes around, he only saw the night shrouded outside and the continuous falling of rain. Rocky, he said again, turning his ears around to try and tune himself to the direction of the noise. His voice was quickly rising, as severity and dread filled his mind. Rocky, come on. I need you here and now. He instinctively backed away from the entrance, retreating into the den. He still heard no reply from his friend. The gray dog was still hunched over on his bed, shaking like a child hiding from their horrid family. Impatient, he turned and grabbed Rocky by the shoulders. Rocky, he snapped as quietly as possible, giving the mix a single, violent shake. The mix blinked at the sudden motion, meeting Chase's gaze with quickened breaths. You there? Chase raised an eyebrow. You alive? Rocky quickly snapped back to reality, shaking his head and reaching a paw forward to push Chase off him. I'm here, I'm here. Don't zone out on me. Hey, next time, you're going out there to witness the most horrible thing in your life, Rocky growled back. You expect me to be calm with that thing on the prowl? Just tell me how to fix the breakers. The mix sighed and grimaced for a moment. It smashed the box in. About half of the breakers are damaged. I can fix it, but I'll need time and a special tool. What kind of tool? A dielectric driver. You can't replace breakers without this thing. You need it to hold the connectors open while you insert the new ones, the mix explained, and given the damage, it's highly likely there's broken wires behind there, meaning I'd get electrocuted if I used anything standard. It's made out of non-conductive material? Chase tilted his head. That's handy dash. Both dogs stopped as sounds emitted from outside. The taps and scratches of plastic were clearly audible, as well as the echoing pounds of a large creature walking. Chase flattened his ears, lowering himself. It's on one of the kennels. The noise wasn't directly above them, meaning they weren't yet in mortal danger, but how soon until it was? Rocky quickly stepped back. Chase, I can't fix the box without the driver. You don't have one, the shepherd argued, appalled at how Rocky didn't possess one if it was so valuable. Ryder never gave me one, shot back the mix. In fact, he never let me handle tools like that to begin with. Always just screwdrivers and hammers, never anything actually interesting. Wait, you said half the breakers, Chase suddenly put together. What's still working? The mix shook his head, struggling to remember. I think it was for a basement. Everything in the tower itself is dead, but there's still power underground. Underground, the shepherd thought aloud, that includes the boiler room? I didn't even know we had a room like that. Well, we do, and I need to get in there, Chase grimaced, remembering his cardinal mistake of throwing away the ACG's radio and gun. Do you have any idea where Ryder might have kept one of those tools? Rocky thought for a moment, looking at the ground until he got an idea, probably in his garage with his AV. We don't have any way of getting in there without power, hissed the police dog. Well, there has to be a way. Rocky exclaimed in his desperation, hold on, I think I have something. Chase stuttered in confusion as Rocky suddenly got up from his position and walked over to his desk in the corner. He started opening several drawers and rifling through them, grunting in agitation when he didn't find what he needed. Chase wanted to ask what he was looking only for him to quickly dodge items as they were tossed away. Rocky's desk was filled to the brim with junk, as numerous things were tossed to the floor. The shepherd rolled his eyes as screws were dumped, wrenches of various sizes, a blowtorch. Taking another look behind him, Chase swallowed and dared himself to peek outside. The nerves were killing him. The inability to find or sense the threat outside was filling him with paranoia. Quietly moving forward, Chase poked his head out into the rain and frantically looked in all directions, fearing being exposed for even a second would be his death. His eyes finally rested on a startling sight. Ferox Malice was not just standing on top of Zuma's kennel, but leaning its head over, looking through its entrance and scanning the den. Its back tentacles were groping around the structure, seemingly latching itself onto it in the event it would need to climb inside the kennel from upside down. Chase gulped and pulled himself back in. Rocky, it's starting to look in the kennels. He frantically tried to hide the quivering fear in his voice. Whatever you're looking for, find it now. Got it. Rocky gripped a blue roll of paper in his teeth and pulled it out of a cabinet. What is that? Blueprints of the tower, the mix replied, dropping the paper and letting it unroll on the ground. Ryder gave me these when he tasked me with fixing some of the pipes. I guess he never asked for it back. Chase came forward to study the paper. It was a detailed description of the lookout tower, complete with exact measurements and well-documented every single nook and cranny. There, Chase pointed to a small rectangle below the tower diagram. That's the boiler room, that's where I need to go. Hey, what about the vent system? Rocky pointed at a faint network of lines that formed a grid around the tower. The shepherd narrowed his eyes until the lights came on in his head. You're right. Look, there's one that connects to the outside. If we get the covers open, we should be able to get in the tower. Looks like it's just around the tower, noted the mix. We need to get the others. Chase quickly glanced outside, assuming that thing hasn't gotten them. His words were met with a shocked bark from an appalled Mix. What? Don't say things like that. Just get ready to move. With his idea now churning in his head, Chase glanced outside, only to be confused as Ferox Malice was nowhere to be seen. The pouring rain did make it difficult to see, but a creature like that would stand out in the open. Confusingly, the monster was seemingly gone, vanished from eyesight. With small sounds of bewilderment, he pushed himself out farther to get a better look around. Where'd it go? Chase shook his head, slightly fearful but relieved that the coast was clear. Small droplets hit his head, making him remember that he was in the rain. Sighing, he shook his head to get the water off, scattering droplets around him. He was about to walk back inside when something quickly caught his eye, red droplets. In a small radius around him, several drops of red were spread about. Chase narrowed his eyes and looked down at the odd stains, trying to figure out where they could have from. Hey Rocky, are you seeing this? He called back his friend. The Mix turned around, seeing Wadash he quickly stopped, suddenly freezing up and backing away. Chase noted his friend's sudden terror, and gave him a puzzled look. Why are you looking at me like that? Chase dash Rocky quivered, there's blood on your head. On my dash, the shepherd repeated, still confused. What? He reached a paw up and slicked back the fur on his head. Bringing his arm back down, he held out his paw in front of him, and nearly choked when he saw his pads covered in crimson red blood. What dash, he tried to say, looking to his side back out in the clearing. He quickly spotted Zuma staring at him, eyes also wide with fear and muzzle agape. It was then Chase had a haunting realization, the drops hitting his head weren't rain at all. A wave of terror shot through him as he slowly leaned his head back, looking up at the top of the kennel. Ferox Malice was perched right on top, sitting patiently as it stared down at the powerless dog. The shepherd's heart skipped a beat. No, he took a step back, moving away from the kennel. Rocky came forward. Chase? Get back, the police dog instructed, his voice breaking down. Get back. Ferox Malice steadily planted its front legs into the ground and slunk off the kennel, not taking its eyes off the small shepherd. It watched Chase's horror, his distress, his fear, and basked in every second of it. The sheer terror it pulled from its victims was like a rush of the strongest drug out there. Chase! Zuma howled from across the clearing. Get away! The police dog stumbled backward, panicking as he frantically pushed himself back. The mud was catching him, slowly pulling him into a sinking hindrance that would take his life. The creature before him merely followed steadily, emitting a low hiss as it stared down into him with its torn, beady eyes. It completely towered over Chase, nearly 5 times his size, and possibly even larger. Frantic, Rocky turned back to his things and desperately searched for anything that could help. His eyes raced over every item at his deposal. The vents. Chase called to his friends, use the vents to get in the tower. The mix looked over the objects on the floor and quickly spotted the blowtorch. Heart racing. He grabbed the small tool by its handle and raced to the front door of the kennel. Chase's life was flashing before his eyes as he backed up into the soiled puddles that flooded the clearing, his gaze locked with that of the monster. Rocky raced to the front, then quickly backed up from Ferox Malice's flicking tail, eager to spear through the body of a new victim. Thinking fast, Rocky did the only thing he knew to do. He turned his head to the side and sharply tossed out the tool as hard as he could. The blowtorch sailed under the creature's legs and landed in the mud with a splat. Chase quickly glanced down at it, then realized. As his life depended on it, he grabbed the blowtorch in his teeth, already hearing a snarl from the creature in response. He kicked the valve on the back as far to the right as it would go, held up the torch, prayed to whatever god or gods were watching him, and bit down on the trigger. The clearing of the lookout was suddenly illuminated in a bright glow, burning away the darkness as the fire's a scorching light bit into every dark corner and shone brightly. Zuma and Rocky had to hold up an arm to shield their eyes, having spent too long in the dark of night, as their eyes were well unprepared for the searing bright light that now burned before them. Not even the rain could snuff out the flame, the only thing that would stop it was the limited fuel within it. You weren't usually supposed to turn the gas valve all the way up, as this would cause an unstable flame to continuously emit outwards. Chase himself was nearly blinded from being so close, as the torch was directly carried in his mouth. Ferox Malice immediately stumbled backward and roared out, nearly colliding with Rocky's kennel. It was startled, enraged, constantly snarling and bracing itself as if the fire was about to shoot toward it. Zuma watched in awe as he quickly put it together. Fire, he said to himself, it's afraid of fire. Despite being slightly disoriented, Chase backed up, glancing behind him at the forest. Get to the vents. The creature was fuming, moving left and right as if it was trying to outmaneuver the flame. After a second it bounced forward, swiping its claws in one powerful motion, although they hit nothing. Further angered, it roared out its demented scream, honing in on Chase. Zuma took the opportunity to drag Marshall out and start moving him outside, aiming to reunite with Rocky while the creature was distracted. Its tentacles were spiraling out like erratic worms, its tail flicking in all directions as it set its sights on snuffing out the burning flame before it. The blowtorch had limited fuel, it wouldn't last forever. Taking another look behind him, Chase made a decision in a split second. He turned around and ran, taking the torch with him as he sprinted away into the trees. With what little remained of his light, he had to draw the monster away, even for a few seconds. He briefly heard Marshall's call as he ran, tearing across the wet grass toward the trees. A snarl sounded behind him as Ferox Malus quickly caught up with him, closing the distance between them in mere seconds. It spread its claws and dove them toward Chase's body. The shepherd quickly whipped around, thrusting the burning fire and waving it around. The monster of gore screeched out in response, drawing its claws back and stumbling. Chase turned and ran again. He knew he couldn't outrun it, but the torch would give him just enough to bite it back. However, the flame was dying fast, and how long until Ferox Malus bit the bullet and entirely powered through the fire? Adrenaline coursing through him, Chase charged through the bushes and entered the forest. Ferox Malus growled, then looked up at tall, towering oak trees. Connecting the dots in its head, it sprang up and latched its claws into a tree, climbing up into its high canopy. If it couldn't take Chase head-on, perhaps it could jump him from above. Go go go! Zuma hurried outside, pushing along a panicked Dalmatian. Where's he going? Marshall worried aloud. It followed him in the forest. Good, maybe he'll keep it there. The two met up with a fearful mixed breed standing outside his kennel. Follow me, there are vents behind the lookout. Rocky flicked his head in the direction. We can use them to get in the tower. What about Chase? Marshall chipped in, turning his weary eyes to the walls of trees. He seems to have made up his mind. Zuma quickly stood in front of him. Let's go. Seizing the opportunity with the creature distracted, the trio of dogs took off through the rain. Rocky quickly ignored the wetness, realizing greater things were at stake, and there was no time to fear something as trivial as water. Zuma continued leading the Dalmatian, almost ready to drag him if it felt like Marshall was about to run after Chase. It was obvious the firefighter didn't fully understand why Zuma distrusted the shepherd, a fact that frustrated the lab, but he promised to explain later when they weren't staring down the eyes of death. Their quick run around the tower ended when they came up behind the structure, briefly passing both the destroyed breaker box and the waterlogged carcass that was once a gopher. The three approached a rectangular vent cover behind the tower, just big enough for a puppy to fit inside. Although, a quick observation revealed there was no way to open the cover. Wait, there's no handle, Zuma realized. How are we supposed to get in? Rocky took a second to wipe the rainwater off his face. We could cut it open, or force it. But Chase took the blowtorch with him. The mix whipped around, baring his teeth. Do you see any other options? I'm just trying to help. Well, try harder. Rocky barked. I have a crowbar in my kennel, somewhere. I was hoping we could be quieter about this, but I guess that's the only way. Straight face. Half a mile away, Chase was running for his life. Sprinting as fast as he could through the wet grass, throwing himself through bushes that drenched him in blinding water every time, navigating around trees that were nearly invisible in the dark of night. One wrong move could be his end. He had never run so fast in his life, and knowing there was an active pursuer on his tail was spiking his anxiety. The only way he could see forward was the light provided by the blowtorch in his mouth, still burning intensely in sparks of fire and ignited propane. However, this also made him a literal beacon, the light visible from at least a mile away to anything that could be following him. He had no plan, no direction, no idea where to run. He could be going in circles and he'd never realize it. Chase continued in his sprint, weaving around a tree and jumping over a log. he glanced behind him for a brief moment, trying to get a read on if Ferox Malus was following him, yet he saw only the infinite void of trees he'd been seeing since he entered the forest. Suddenly, his paws painfully collided with an object he couldn't see, tripping him up and launching the puppy forward. The torch flew out of his mouth and landed some ways away. He fell hard, clipping a tree and bouncing off into a puddle of water. He could barely even make a noise before his world suddenly flipped sideways, complete with an aching sting in his head and paws. Ah! The puppy groaned, twitching for a moment before he opened his eyes. His vision was spinning, water almost went up his nose before he picked his head out of the puddle. Ignoring the pain, Chase hobbled up, his body was a wreck. He looked around, realizing his light source was gone. Where? He felt like a lost duckling, abandoned in unfamiliarity and surrounded by things waiting to kill him. He took a blind step forward, then another, and another, trying to find a direction while stopping to shake the rainwater off. Thunder sounded overhead, almost mockingly, as the sky very briefly lit up with lightning, illuminating his surroundings for a split second. An echoing scream could be heard in the distance, yet the sound bounced off the trees and surrounded Chase. Ferox Malus was nearing fast, and for all the abilities that creature seemed to have, was night vision one of them? He hobbled a few more steps, his paws howling in pain from the fall. After a few seconds, he caught something in the corner of his eye, a burning red light. The blowtorch. Chase perked up, beginning to make his way toward it. Then he stopped. Ferox Malus was a predator, clearly adept at getting what it wanted. Chase gulped, trying to keep his composure as he slowly backed away from the light. When he reached about 6 meters away from the lit torch, the puppy reached down and grabbed a small rock in his mouth. Heart racing, forehead flooding over with rainwater, he took a deep breath and tossed the rock over to the torch. It landed almost in the fire, and for a moment nothing happened, but Chase was unmoving. Suddenly, out of nowhere, Ferox Malus dropped down from the sky, seemingly dislodging itself from the tree it was in. Roaring out its scream, once again forcing Chase to cover his ears as the sound ignited static in his head, the creature smashed its paws into the torch, suffocating it into the water. The light completely died out, waterlogged, and snuffed into nothing. The monster had been waiting. It found the torch early with no dog attached to it. It chose to hide overhead in the cover of the leaves and branches, waiting for its prey to walk over and reclaim the tool. As the creature snarled, brutally driving the tool deep into the mud, Chase quickly turned and snuck away. He wanted to run, but any sound would be his death. Ears flattened, Chase crawled under a log, grimacing as he sunk himself into mud and bugs. The creature had surely realized by now its trap failed, indicated by an agitated hiss. He heard footsteps but was unable to place their direction. He would be found eventually. He had to return to the tower and regroup with his friends. The dirted shepherd was about to step paw outside his cover when he heard a growl behind him, and he quickly retracted further under the log. Shaking in the mud, he had no idea where the creature exactly was, only that it was somewhere behind him. It was just one growl. What did it mean? Was it moving away, or coming closer? Did it truly lose Chase, or was he mere seconds from death? Suddenly, the log above him lurched downward, smashing into Chase's back. HMF-! He suppressed his pained cry, the log already pressuring his spine. It wasn't over. The log was pushed further. Chase bit his tongue as hard as possible to withhold his own screams as he was crushed underneath. If his spine wasn't going to snap, then he was going to be forced into the ground, buried in mud and left to suffocate. Ferox Malus had its paw on top of the log, propping itself up to get a view of its surroundings, trying to locate its prey. Was it truly unaware of Chase's location, or was it executing him, burying him alive in the ground? Chase tried to shift himself to his side, but his body was trapped. He struggled to get a gulp of air in as water began to rise over his nose. His paws and arms were pushed deep into the soil, effectively rooting for his incoming grave. His lungs began to writhe, quivering and pleading for air as the puppy fought to keep his nose up. Jagged wood began to cut into his head, and water leaked into his mouth. The log was forced further, pressing the dog into the ground as he began to be slowly consumed by the darkness. With a final hiss of irritation, Ferox Malice turned, releasing its weight from the log. Chase was milliseconds from suffocating to death when his burden suddenly lifted, his nose shooting out of the mud and desperately inhaling. His life was spared, for now. He struggled against the holding mud, wrangling his arms and legs free from their hold in the ground, shooting out his front legs and gripping whatever solid ground he could find. Finally dragging himself out, he quickly coughed up grime that had slipped down his throat, then took a few deep breaths. His fur was completely slathered in mud and twigs, obscuring his natural colors and making him resemble that of a swamped corpse. His back was in agony from the overhead assault, but he had to return to the others. Looking around fearfully, his muddy ears pricked at another unworldly shriek in the distance behind him. The monster was surely going back, looking to finish Rocky, Zuma, and Marshall if it couldn't have the shepherd. The blowtorch was gone, its comforting light now dead, and so fell the only tool Chase knew of that made the monster even hesitate. Rocky, Chase said to himself, his concern growing as he looked around, trying to find a way out. Marshall. If he was going to get home, he'd need to follow the only indicator he had, Ferox Malice. It was headed back, and if he didn't follow it, he'd be forever lost in the maze of trees. Shaking himself off, which was painful as his spine was still recovering, he mustered up his courage and crept off in the direction of the monster's roar. Straight face. Rocky, come on. Zuma whined as he looked around in worry. I heard its roar, it's coming back. I've never done this before. Okay, the mix shot in reply, trying to carry the heavy crowbar in his mouth. You need to wedge it right under the hinges. Even if I manage that, these things weren't made for puppies. Rocky griped, I don't think I have the strength to rip a vent cover off the wall. Just try. Marshall was pacing back and forth, trudging through the mud as the falling rain hid his distressed tears. Rocky steadied himself and raised up his front half, standing up on his back legs. Walking on 2 instead of 4 legs was an awkward experience, but he needed the height to successfully jam the crowbar in. After a few attempts, he gave a yip of triumph as the tool was wedged in place. Got it. Rocky lowered himself back down, and Zuma quickly came over. We just need to get this thing open, that'll be a group effort. Rocky stood up again, swaying for a moment before the handle of the tool in his teeth. He thought for a moment, then let go and instead grabbed onto the handle with his paws, fearing breaking his teeth from the force. Zuma approached next, standing up as well, gripping the handle with the mix. Marshall, get in here, Zuma called over his shoulder. The Dalmatian looked up wearily. I am not strong enough for that. You're still a third dog, come on. Muttering quietly, Marshall nervously walked over and tried to stand up. He'd done it before, but the rising dread of the circumstances made it difficult to do even the simplest things. After a few seconds, Marshall managed to stand and join the two in holding the tool. All right, pull, Rocky commanded. All 3 dogs pulled the tool with all their might, but the cover didn't budge. They tried 4 times, each attempt containing even more effort than the last, but no matter how much they tried, they simply weren't strong enough. Feroxmalid emerged back in the clearing, slinking through the trees with silenced movement. Its beady eyes scanned its surroundings, noting each and every kennel. Growling slightly, it trudged forward to hunt down the remaining meat. Seconds after it left the trees, Chase's mud-covered head emerged from a bush, hushed and alert. Following the creature was one of the most haunting events of his life, although not as haunting as killing Sky. One snapped twig or rustling shrug would have completely alerted it, leading to an inescapable death. However, Chase had been successful so far, managing to make his way back. He took one paw and crept out of the bushes, watching the creature approach Rocky's kennel and peer inside. The shepherd's heart skipped a beat, immediately fearing for his friend, but Ferox Malice merely turned its head away, going to another den. They had followed Chase's words, likely all at the vent right now, perhaps even far away in safety if they had opened it long ago. Creeping through the darkness, Chase kept a far distance from the monster, using his muddied appearance as camouflage as he made his way behind the tower. It's no use. Rocky panicked as he gave the crowbar another hopeless tug. We're going to die, Marshall paced. Okay, I'm in charge now, Zuma growled, turning to the others, follow me. The Dalmatian suddenly jumped in the air in surprise, Hawk. The other two quickly turned their heads, wide-eyed at their friend's outburst. Both the mix and lab froze aghast at the sight of the creature before them, a creature caked in blood and mud. Quiet. Chase insisted, looking around, it's here, I couldn't keep it in the forest. Marshall fell backward, sticking all four legs straight in the air as he laid with a shocked expression. Rocky blinked, shaking his head. Chase, is that you? What the hell happened to you? Zuma exclaimed at the shepherd's grisly appearance. I narrowly escaped death, that's what happened. Chase replied hastily, it's still in the clearing, but I'm pretty sure it just heard Marshall. We need to get that cover off. We can't. Rocky protested, we're not strong enough. Oh, for God's sake. Chase snarled, flattening his ears at his friend's hopelessness, we're all about to be dead in 4 seconds and you just give up? The shepherd quickly shouldered past the Labrador, standing up and gripping the tool, all 4 of us should be more than enough. Rocky and Marshall quickly moved to grab the tool once again, but Zuma hesitated for a brief moment. He was happy to see his friend alive, but deep down, a part of him had been hoping Chase had run to his death in the forest. Shaking the thoughts away, he quickly came up behind and joined in the group effort. Now. Chase gave the command. The 4 of them lurched back, putting in every amount of effort they had. There was no greater motivation than knowing that failing to do this one thing would result in the complete extinction of the Paw Patrol. As if by some miracle, the vent cover broke under the pressure, snapping from the hinges and falling to the wet soil. Screws and broken bolts were flung into the air, landing in the water like little drops of metal. The vent was now open, revealing a dark, hot, narrow corridor that led into the inner workings of the lookout. We did it! Rocky exclaimed. Go! Chase turned to them, get inside, I'll follow. The shepherd quickly helped Rocky inside, pushing him in, then turned to Marshall and helped him as well. He turned to Zuma, holding out his paw as a way of offering a boost. Zuma merely stared at the shepherd for a brief second, a blank look on his face. Chase frowned, lowering his paw slightly. The lab suddenly walked forward, pushing past Chase as he climbed into the vent on his own, rejecting Chase's assistance. While slightly perturbed, the muddied police dog thought nothing of it and jumped into the vent. Ferox Malice had been searching a blue kennel when it heard the Dalmatian's scream. It picked its head up, standing at a firm 7 feet tall as it arched its torn ears, trying to narrow on the sound. Its tentacles danced in the air, tasting for sounds and smells it could pick up on. It stood still like an antenna and was close to relaxing as nothing else met its ears. Then the vent cover fell. The sharp, unmistakable sound of tearing metal rang out well within its hearing. Snarling, Ferox Malice bared its teeth as it narrowed in on the sound. After a few moments, it turned its head in the direction of the tower. The sound had come from behind it. Getting down low, the creature began to silently stalk its way over, its thin tail flicking behind it. Lockdown, Paw Patrol. It would be a nightmare for anyone to suddenly become enclosed in a dark, humid corridor that was only 2 feet tall. With little to no breathing room, crawling in the vents was a claustrophobe's personal hell. It's moments like this I wish I was a cat, Marshall whispered, slowly creeping along. What? Why? Zuma asked from behind. The kitten catastrophe crew gives us enough trouble as is. Yeah, but at least I'd be able to see in the dark, the Dalmatian grumbled. Chase gently barked from the back of the line. How's it going up there, Rocky? I can't see 2 feet in front of me, the mix replied. If there's a sudden drop, I'm dead. Zuma could be heard grunting in discomfort. He was unable to stand up straight due to the low ceiling, forcing him to either awkward crouch or keep his head low, both options resulting in soreness of the body. It's so hot in here, Marshall inquired as he shuffled along. In the beginning, the vents were cozy and warm, as the dogs were finally getting out of the freezing rain. However, that got old fast, as the heat only increased to unbearable conditions. Would you prefer being outside with Ferox Malice? Chase fired back, slightly agitated. The lab in the middle raised an eyebrow, looking back slightly. It has a name? Yeah, didn't I mention that a few hours ago back in the tower? Well, you did kill Sky, so we were probably a little distracted, Zuma bit back. Rocky's ears perked up as he remembered something. Wait, that's right, you said Sky was the one infected. Then why did it come out of rubble? Chase stuttered as his heart skipped a beat. They were starting to catch on to his lie, and he grew uneasy as his excuses became less and less convincing. Yes, she was, he said quickly, but it probably jumped bodies. It can do that. Jump bodies? Zuma asked as he continued trekking through the darkness. How? I don't know, the shepherd snapped. It's a fucking giant biological monster. How am I supposed to know its fine details? Okay, sheesh, the lab waved off. I just thought maybe you would know. Zuma quickly diffused the situation, but his suspicions were ever increasing. A chilling voice in the back of his head was telling him Chase wasn't being entirely truthful. We've been in these vents for a long time, Marshall heaved. It's really hot, shouldn't we have been in the tower by now? Rocky spoke up. I saw on the blueprints, it's actually a pretty big network of ducts. But why? Why do we need such expansive vents if it's just one tower with just one top floor? It isn't, Chase replied from behind. There's the boiler room down below, and the breaker box had labels for a basement. Shouldn't Ryder have told us all this was here? That's what I'm thinking too. Actually, Chase flattened his ears, looking to the ground. Rocky suddenly stopped, causing them all to bump into each other as the movement halted. Ow, the shepherd rubbed his nose as it collided with Zuma's tail. Rocky, what the hell? I see light, the mix exclaimed. Sure enough, the dark interior slowly illuminated as they sped forward, revealing each dog as they approached the source of light. The mix, being in front, walked up to what he assumed was an accessible vent cover that would lead them inside, but tilted his head in confusion when it was something completely different. What is it? Zuma tried to stick his head out to the side for a better view but grunted as he hit it against the metal wall by accident. The narrow corridors of the vents were getting increasingly uncomfortable. It's a ladder? Rocky sniffed. It leads down. A ladder? Chase spoke up. Why is there a ladder in a vent system? Maybe it was for the construction workers, Marshall shrugged, like when they were building it. I'm sure Rubble would have known. Well, if there's light coming from the bottom, I say we go, Shepherd nodded. Wait a minute, Zuma turned around to face Chase, which was difficult in the enclosed space. We don't know what's down there. What if we end up trapping ourselves down there with no way out? There is a way out though, Marshall inquired. There's a ladder. Zuma growled in frustration. Okay fine, but what if that's the only way out? If Ferox Malice dash he made air quotes with his paws, comes down here, we'll be sitting ducks. I say we keep moving on this path. Chase narrowed his eyes, meeting Zuma's attitude with the same intensity. Zuma, clearly there's power down there. Where else would the light be coming from? There could even be supplies down there to help us. I agree, Rocky turned back. I'm with Chase on this. The lab turned to face Rocky, flashing him a look, then quickly looked to Marshall. Well, Marshall, what do you vote on? Vote, the Dalmatian said in an anxious tone. Why does it have to come down to me? Zuma, you can't just put Marshall in the middle like that, Chase defended his friend. No, it's fine, the firefighter gave a shaky breath. Let's take the ladder. Rocky nodded in confirmation as Chase slightly glowed in victory. Zuma had to put his head down low so no one would see him quietly snarling in agitation. The mix carefully aligned his paws into the ladder and climbed down to the best of his ability. He was expecting a difficult climb, as dogs weren't built to use ladders in the way humans did, but then he came to an interesting discovery. Hey, it's slanted. Rocky piped up as he climbed down. That makes this easier. Wait, really? Zuma asked in confusion. Yeah, I'm guessing the tower was built by construction dogs, the mix chuckled, like rubble. But wouldn't they have taken the ladder out after the tower was done? Zuma asked aloud. That thing is bolted into the wall. It's almost like they expected dogs in the vents to be a normal occurrence. This tower is confusing, Marshall muttered as he watched Rocky make it down and walk away, and he took his turn to climb onto the ladder. Maybe they're like maintenance vents? We're supposed to climb in them to fix things? No, if they were, we certainly would have been using them in the several years we've lived here. The lab shook his head. Why are there entire secret passageways under our tower? And why did Ryder never tell us? Chase added in. Zuma turned around again, this time holding gaze on the shepherd. Chase held his ground, sitting back and returning Zuma's look with a stern face. I've always wanted to do this. Marshall suddenly smiled and gripped his paws on the edges of the ladder. Gently loosening his grip, he quickly dropped, sliding down the ladder in style. Zuma flicked his eyes back, making sure Rocky and Marshall were out of earshot, then he turned back to Chase. You know, it's really upsetting me how much you're pinning Ryder as dishonest, he began. Chase merely shrugged off Zuma's protest. Do you have any other explanations? His fur bristled a little. I'm just trying to see all possible angles, and it's certainly upsetting me how much attitude you keep putting in. Zuma bit back a snarl, fighting to keep his claws sheathed. Chase, he said calmly, what's your problem? What's yours? The shepherd dodged the question. I'm trying to lead here. Didn't you almost die? The lab raised an eyebrow. I'm not so sure your sanity is intact, given everything that's happened. Excuse me? Chase flattened his ears, offended. I'm just being honest. Zuma held his ground. Maybe someone else should lead for a change dash. The police dog stood up slightly, his head pressing into the low ceiling. You don't get to make that decision. Says who? Zuma challenged, for beginning to bristle as well. The shepherd fully bared his teeth. Says me. Guys? Marshall's voice echoed from below. You coming down? Zuma stood, neck leaned back as he absorbed Chase's hostile response. For a moment, he felt himself unhinging, as his own feral instinct screamed to defend himself. It was only at the sound of Marshall's voice that he shook his head, calming himself down. He sighed, and turned toward the ladder, climbing onto it as Chase watched him with narrowed eyes. Before he descended, however, he turned to Chase a final time. We are not done, he growled, then slid down in the same fashion as Marshall. The shepherd bristled quietly. Zuma was becoming defiant, something he understood but couldn't let slide. It wasn't the lab's fault he didn't understand why Sky was killed, or why they were put on lockdown, or now being shoved through a cramped vent. Chase sighed. All the hostility was making him exhausted. In time, Zuma would come to understand he had to. As much as they were butting heads now, Chase still loved the lab as a brother just as much as he did the others. As Zuma vanished, Chase took his turn and climbed down the ladder. Reaching the bottom, Chase dropped into a small room. "Where are we?" Rocky asked, looking around. The room was tiled with dirty white flooring, the walls lined with cracked drywall that reeked of mold and water damage. There was only one door installed in the wall opposite the ladder, meaning they weren't trapped, and Chase could feel victorious over Zuma yet again. Rocky nudged the door with his paw, but it only opened a few inches before it hit a mystery object that had been placed in front of it, blocking them in. It seemed hopeless at first, but Rocky noted that a strong enough push could likely knock the object away and get them through. "This door leads out, we just need a good push," he announced to the team, then spotted a large object covered by a sheet. Metal gas canisters sat in one corner by the door, presumably carrying either propane or straight gasoline. Zuma walked over and examined them, seemingly turning the gears in his head. A knocked-over chair was lying on the floor by a wall, possibly meant for a more formal location before it was bumped to the ground. The walls themselves were covered in draping wires and metal pipes, all slithering along the wall and turning into the ceiling. Chase wandered over to an overturned box in another corner of the room. Spilled out on the floor were various pieces of old tech, mainly consisting of broken wires and what he assumed were pieces of pup packs. After rifling through the pieces, he came across two small radio tags, complete with clips to attach them to a collar. Chase recognized them as unused pup tags, missing the emblems that would be pasted on their front. "These should come in handy," he nodded to himself. "What is this, some kind of supply room?" Marshall wondered. "Guys," Rocky called, "there's a computer in here." All three heads turned at the mix, who was gleefully gripping a sheet in his teeth and pulling it off, revealing a large table and computer set against the wall. It wasn't flashy, recent technology, but certainly not entirely old. It consisted of a flat monitor, with long cords running both into the wall and into a control pad before it, in the place of what would be a keyboard. Chase quickly walked to the other side of the room where the chair stood, and grabbed it by its leg, and dragged it over. With Marshall's help, they stood it up and pushed it to the table, where Rocky jumped up on it for a better view of the screen. "This is awesome," Rocky wiggled in the seat. "I've never been allowed on furniture before." "The screen, Rocky," Chase reminded him with an exasperated tone. "The screen." "Oh, sorry." The mix looked forward at the computer screen, placing his paws on the table, and he was hit with a wave of confusion. "What kind of computer is this?" He tilted his head. "And where's the mouse?" The screen was pitch black, likely not on, but if the lights were on down there, then surely the computer had power also. The control pad resembled a keyboard but was completely different from anything he had ever seen. The pad itself consisted of several buttons, none of which were labeled with letters, but symbols. The only recognizable set of keys were the arrow keys off to the right. Looking down at the buttons, they were labeled with small, red squares on the surfaces, each one with a different number on it from 1 to 20. "What is it?" Marshall asked from below. "I'm not sure yet." "Let me see." Chase stood up on his back legs, trying to climb on the chair. "There's a red button on the far left," Rocky noted it, scanning the odd keyboard. "I'm not really sure what any of this does." As his curiosity took over, Rocky reached forward and pressed a random button. The screen flickered to life, revealing a large, linear map consisting of lines and narrow passageways. Several squares were dotted around it, likely key points of interest Rocky struggled to understand. "Wait a second," he started, going wide-eyed. "This is a map of the vents." "Really?" Chase exclaimed, then jumped up on the chair, shoving forward to get his own look and nearly knocking off Rocky in the process. Does it say how we can get out of here? Zuma asked from below. Rocky stumbled as Chase pushed into the chair. I'm not sure, none of this is really labeled. Except that, Chase pointed at the bottom of the screen, revealing a path that deviated from the main route and ended in a star symbol. I'm guessing that's where we are. If that's us, Rocky narrowed his eyes, moving his paw along the map, then this must be the route we just took. See? It starts from a dead end, that must be the outside. Well, then what's all this? The shepherd leaned back, taking in the full of map of winding corridors and pathways that seemed to stretch for dozens of yards around them. Why does the tower need all this? Your guess is as good as mine, shrugged the eco-dog. I'm still trying to figure out what all these squares mean. Chase took a closer look, squinting his eyes as he stared into the screen, and spied numbers on each of the squares. They're labeled, just like the buttons. The mix put his paw to his chin, thinking it over. Looking down at the numbered buttons again, he spotted the button labeled 15. Finding it on the map, the square associated with it was right out by the ladder. Wait, I think I know what this is. Rocky came to a slow realization and hit the button, causing the square to light up on the map. Is it something that can help us? Zuma was heard again. This is a vent locking system, the mix concluded. All the squares are meant to be the areas you can seal off. To drive home at the point, he hit the red button with the outside gate selected, and after a few seconds, all 4 dogs heard a small whirring noise as a hatch fell over the ladder, sealing them in the room. We're safe, the mix barked in elation. Okay, that's cool and all, but why is this thing even here? Marshall looked up the ladder, seeing that the way out was indeed blocked. We can add this to our list of weird things we're finding in the tower. Chase rolled his eyes. Rocky spun around. No, this is a thing I've actually seen before. Vent sealing systems are genuinely common. People use these to prevent mold and mildew buildup. Zuma looked around and noted the green sludge that was crawling down the walls. Wow, I can see how effective it is. His voice was dripping with sarcasm. It hasn't been used in years. What do you expect? The mix said in an unamused tone. Hey, at least with the entrance closed, we're safe down here. Marshall nodded, right? Chase took his own look back at the map, trailing his eyes along the routes when he spotted something he'd wish he hadn't. Nope, he said simply, and pointed his paw. That ladder isn't the only way in. There are other branching paths that lead around us, likely into the other rooms that we're connected to. Connected? The mix glanced at the computer again. Are we in the basement right now? I guess so, Chase nodded. I never knew we even had other floors. The shepherd looked down at Marshall's blue eyes looking up at him. Can't you seal them off as Rocky said? Asked the Dalmatian hopefully. Not these, the shepherd shook his head. These paths either don't have available seals, or they do but can be worked around. So, we're not safe down here, Zuma rolled his eyes. Told you. Chase was getting tired of Lab's quips and whipped his head around to snap at him when a sound rang out that silenced the whole room. All 4 dogs froze when they heard it. Even in their brief moment of solace were they shaking in their fur. Footsteps. Heavy footsteps trudging through the ducts above them. They heard it pass over the ladder. It followed us in, Rocky quivered, stepping down from the chair. Chase followed the sound with his ears, tracking it as Ferox Malice moved above them, traveling deeper into the vents. Fear writhed within him, knowing all the creature had to do was wander into one of those particular paths, and it'd drop right into the basement with them. Not to mention the only possible weapon they had against Ferox Malice outside was being able to see it and know where it was. Now in the dark, tight caverns that were the vents, the entire area was shrouded in darkness. It could only be heard from its footsteps. It was completely invisible within the ducts. It's going to get in, Marshall backed up, one way or another. Rocky remained on the floor when he suddenly stood up. Unless, he swiftly brightened up, we trap it. The shepherd in the chair quickly caught on to his friend's plan, evident by his widened smile, with the gates. Do what? Zuma walked over. Chase gleefully looked back to the computer screen. Ferox Malice just went past us, meaning it's going along here. He trailed a paw down a lower path. If we can somehow lure in between gates and seal them, we can trap it in the vents. That's... The lab looked for something to say, but even he could admit that was a good plan. That's actually genius, but didn't it smash through Rubble's kennel? Couldn't it just break out the same way? We have to try, Chase said with slight desperation. Hopefully we can keep it in long enough before it even realizes it's trapped. It didn't smash through the kennel until it actually figured out it was closed in. Are there any gates close to each other? Marshall asked, a determined expression on his face as he too was getting into it. Well, no, Chase admitted with a grimace, but looking at the map as a whole, if we close off here, and... He eyed around the map, holding a paw up, here, and here, it'll lock up a whole fourth of the area. It won't be a small trap, but a trap regardless. And since they're far apart, Rocky added, it won't realize it's trapped until it's gone down every possible route. Great. Zuma nodded, but how are we going to lure it in? The room was met with silence. Marshall slunk back as Rocky jolted in surprise, Zuma still with his head high. Chase looked down, thinking for a moment as he observed his mud-dried paws. Zuma didn't want any of his friends to risk death again, certainly not after the fiasco in the courtyard. Rocky was destined to prove himself to the others, and as much as his anxiety was holding him back, a part of him was pushing to be the one to enter the darkness. Rocky sighed, all right, I'll dash. I'll go. Chase cut him off, jumping off the chair. Wait, what? The mix looked down at him. Chase, you've been through enough. Marshall recoiled in shock at Chase's volunteering, visibility showing signs of distress. Zuma merely narrowed his eyes, studying Chase's movements. All the more reason for me, the shepherd shrugged, picking up the blank radios from the box. I've tangled against it already, may as well go again. What no, Rocky shook his head, jumping down to him. Chase, I'm not letting you go. Please, don't. Marshall chimed in, hurrying over to the shepherd's side, you don't have to do this. The police dog grimaced, facing Rocky. Oh, you'd rather Marshall went? Or you? The mix had to think for a moment, glancing to the side before holding Chase's gaze. I am willing to face Ferox Malice. Rocky, no, Chase shook his head. I'm going, and you'll need this. He slid over the pup tag. These radios are new, just activated them so they should be on a closed channel. I thought all communication was dead. Zuma raised an eyebrow. Hence the closed channel, the police dog pointed out. These radios will work as long as I don't stray too far away from you. How far is too far? Rocky asked as he picked up his radio. The shepherd hesitated, realizing he didn't know the answer. I guess we'll find out. Sighing in resignation, although accepting a possible fate within the dark corridors of the vents, Chase equipped the radio on his collar and walked over to the ladder. Marshall tried yet again to plead him away, tears in his eyes, powerful enough that Chase had to turn away from the Dalmatian to keep his own emotions in check. One look at his closest friend's face and he'd never leave, but it had to be done. With a sick feeling in his stomach, he walked over to the ladder and reached up the steps. Rocky, he began, open the way. The mix sighed, lowering his ears as he made his way back over to the computer, reopening the gate he previously activated over the ladder. With the way open, Chase climbed up, feeling the cool air of the basement die away into heat as he emerged from the ladder and climbed into darkness. You can close the ladder now, he said into his radio. Chase, there's still time, Rocky's voice came through, you don't have to do this. Close it. After a moment of brief silence, a horizontal panel activated, sliding over the ladder and sealing the path. All light in the vents was cut off, but Chase knew he'd be able to navigate with Rocky's help. Now completely separated from his friends, Chase took a deep breath, braced himself, and punched his paw into the wall as hard as he could. The impact sounded like a deafening sound of echoing sheet metal, radiating all throughout the vent system. Sure enough, after a few seconds he could hear the distant sound of movement approaching him. He was locked away in a maze of pitch-black corridors, now actively being hunted by a vicious, unrelenting predator. There was officially no turning back now. "All right," he said to himself, "let's do this." Lockdown, Paw Patrol. The moist, foul-smelling stench of the inner vents clouded over Chase. His paws stood on bare metal, his dull claws clicking on its surface as he took each step. The only source of light had been sealed off, dooming him to navigate the maze of ducts in pure darkness. He knew Ferox Malice was coming toward him, lured over the noise he emitted from punching the wall. Now he just needed to keep it nearby, no matter how insane it sounded in his head. "Rocky," Chase whispered into his collar, "you have the map. You need to tell me where to go or I'm going to die." "Do you know where the creature is?" The mix's voice came through. The shepherd winced, probably backtracking now. "I can't stay here." Studying the map closely before him, Rocky looked ahead to find a branching path that deviated from the main route. "Can you see a right turn coming up?" "Are you kidding?" "I can't see shit," he hissed as quietly as possible. "I'm totally blind up here." "I don't have any way of tracking your direct movements. Maybe put your paw to the wall or something?" Rolling his eyes, Chase took a deep breath and began his journey into the enclosed hell of a maze. His first few steps were blind. Even after his eyes got used to the darkness, there was still nothing to see. Oddly, Ferox Malice had fallen silent, a revelation that filled him with terror. It was hunting for him just as much as he was. Keeping the tip of his tail pressed against the wall to feel for gaps, he did his best to maintain steady breaths. The ceiling was too low and the walls were too close, each paw step emitting a low echo he prayed couldn't be heard. He took a moment to shake his front paws, trying to fling off the sweat that was pooling from his glands. Chase couldn't imagine sweating directly from his skin like humans did, as that would probably make his situation hundreds of times worse. He suddenly stopped, trying to prick his ears into the darkness for any low noise that could give away an approaching threat. He was met only with the faraway hum of a distant air conditioning unit, and the constant churning of his own breaths. Then he remembered something. Chase hadn't been able to smell Ferox Malice outside due to the rain, but in the ducts things were different. Maybe he'd get different results? Leaning forward, he stuck his nose out and took in 3 good sniffs of his environment. Immediately he cringed back as wafts of unsavory stenches invaded his nose, most notably the wrenching smell of mildew. He couldn't smell Ferox Malice, at least not yet. Hopefully it would come into play later or he would die in this vent. "Go forward," Rocky began. "The first turn you'll hit is a right. Take it." Chase followed the instructions accordingly, keeping his tail gliding along the wall. His heart was pounding, sweat pooling under his paws. Sounds of machinery within the walls churned around him, acting as the faint flickers of sound in the dead environment. He was trying to keep himself focused, but Rocky's comment from earlier was returning to his mind. The mix had asked a harmless question: why did Ferox Malice come out of rubble if Sky was the one announced to be infected? A part of him didn't want to tell the truth, yet his other half demanded he did. At one point he was willing to sew his own muzzle shut so he'd never reveal Sky's murder. It was impossible to pin him. The creature couldn't jump bodies in the way Chase described, but it would be so easy to say it did. No one would ever know, but he would never sleep soundly again. He had to tell them, he had to tell the truth and be done with it. They'd berate him, possibly even attack him, but he deserved it all. A heavy feeling weighed down his stomach, and Chase felt himself wince as sorrow overtook him. "I'm so sorry," he muttered, half to himself. "What?" Rocky came in on the radio. "On nothing," the shepherd shook his head, then felt his tail drop off. "I've reached the turn, heading right." He carefully turned his body in the direction and continued forward. "Directly after, you'll take the left turn coming up." "Affirmative." The shepherd sighed to himself, moving a little faster. He didn't want to spend too much time in here, as the heat was slowly getting to him. Increasingly irritated by his blindness, Chase wished Ryder had installed flashlights into their collars. Although his thoughts turned to the efficiency of such an item, Chase quietly debated to himself whether or not flashlight collars would be practical. He reached the left turn and followed it, breaking away from the path yet again. "All right, Rocky, what now?" "You're about to pass over one of the gates, should be a foot or two ahead of you." Curious, Chase reached a paw forward, feeling along the ground for anything different. Sure enough, his paw glided over an indention in the floor, the area where the gate would slide up and seal off the area. Rocky continued, "You're going to pass over it, then make a right." On it, Chase replied swiftly and was about to walk over when he suddenly stopped. He froze in position, ears perking up as a faint sound met his ears. It was distant, coming from ahead a little ways away. It was a constant echoing of sheet metal, the exact sound Chase was emitting as he walked through the vent, only it was louder. Tension rising in his fur, Chase took a slow step back, not taking his eyes from the path ahead of him. Leaning his nose forward, he took a deep inhale of the air. Instantly, the stench of rotting meat hit his nose, in addition to the ripe flavor of blood. "Rocky," Chase said, unmoving, "close the gate." "What?" The sound grew louder, the smell became stronger. The echoing noise of a massive animal was no longer a mere tap in the silence, but a booming break that rang throughout. The sound suddenly intensified even more, growing faster and louder as it moved toward him. The gate," Chase stammered as he was slowly overcome with fear. "Rocky, close the dash." A piercing screech tore all throughout the vent system as Ferox Malice rounded the corner ahead, honing on Chase's smell. "Rocky, close the gate," the shepherd cried out, stumbling back. "Close the gate." If there was any source of light in the vents, Chase would have been able to see the terrifying creature grip its arms into the walls, leaning up in a growling snarl. It opened its mouth and screamed out at its prey, vibrating its tentacles in preparation to shoot them forward. The gate closed. It shut quickly, just in time before Ferox Malice was able to lunge. Chase was safe, for now. Even as his life was spared, the shepherd was unable to calm his violent shaking. His tail was shot under his legs, and for a moment he was frozen to the floor. If he wasn't able to get a grip on himself, he'd probably break down crying right then and there. "Chase. Are you okay?" Rocky came in. No response from the shepherd, as he took frantic breaths in an attempt to calm himself. "Chase?" "I'm fine, Rocky," the police dog heaved. "I'm fine." "Oh, thank. We thought it got you. We could hear its roar from all the way down here." "Let's just keep moving." Chase tried to wave off the near-death experience. "We'll have to turn around." Down into the control room, the rest of the pups were facing their own versions of terror. Rocky would have been more than happy to stare down the eyes of death in the vents, but Chase had already wedged himself into the position. The mix was happy to help, but despite being safe in the room, being able to hear Chase potentially getting attacked was riding his anxiety. "Is he okay?" Marshall ran to the mix's side, whining. Rocky turned to face him, trying to calm the quivering in his voice. "He's fine. He just had a run-in." So where to? Chase's voice came from the collar. The gray dog struggled to read the map for any possible new routes. Turn around, make a left. We're just gonna take a long way. Nearby, Zuma was examining the propane tank he found against the wall. He didn't want to tell anyone how much he doubted the plan to trap the creature, even if he was for it in the beginning. However, the small canister of explosive gas had sent another idea forming in his head. He had witnessed in the courtyard that Ferox Malice avoided fire, although he didn't know if open flames actually harmed the creature or just annoyed it. Regardless, the monster showed clear hesitation when Chase had the blowtorch, and that was all the research he needed. As the lab silently made his plans, Rocky was sweating bullets trying to help Chase navigate. "All right, I'm gonna seal the first gate," he said, hitting the button. "There should be another one to your left. I'll seal that too, but you need to cross over it first." "Wait, how am I going to get out if everything is closed?" Chase worried, fearing being trapped for the final minutes of his life. "I have a route planned for you." While everyone else was occupied, Marshall approached the door in the room and peered outside. He could see a whole other room, with even more doors and a starting hallway. The basement was bigger than they realized, and the sooner this door was unjammed, the sooner they'd be able to explore. It poked in the Dalmatians' mind how they had an entire wing of the lookout never revealed to them. Grunting a little, Marshall pressed his spotted paw into the door, trying to push it out. His attempt was futile, as whatever was placed in front of it was doing a good job of keeping it closed. Emitting a faint growl, Marshall kneaded his paws into the ground, preparing himself to unjam the door. "I've passed over it, you can seal it now," Chase reported in. "Oh God, I can hear it behind me," he whimpered. "It's trying to come around the other way." Rocky swiftly shut the gate. "That makes two, and the third one I can shut right away." "This feels too easy." "Well, we haven't gotten to the hard part yet." The mix tensed up, actually getting that thing into the trap. "I'll just have to lure it by sound." It worked the first time. The shepherd winced, eager to avoid any more confrontation. Zuma turned around. "Why can't you just close all the vents at once?" "I tried that already," the mix grumbled. "It only lets me close 4 gates, no more." "Maybe it's a power consumption thing." "I also had to open the gate above the ladder, so we're vulnerable if that thing decides to come for us." To drive home his point, Zuma noticed wiring that led along the wall from the computer. Before it disappeared into the wall, the wires met in a metal box with a gauge on it, containing a meter that measured the power usage. "We have technology activated by barking sounds, but they can't get efficient power generators for a damned vent system," the lab griped. Again, no one's used this thing in years. Rocky was growing more agitated by Zuma's quips. It probably worked fine, but wore down as time went on. The lab emitted a low growl. "Lucky us." "Rocky, I'm at an intersection." Chase could be heard breathing heavily. The vent path to your..." The mix narrowed his eyes, trying to get a read on Chase's direction. "Left should be the one I just sealed. Go straight, you'll approach the last one." "Moving." "Chase, I'm gonna have to open that first gate I closed," Rocky warned him. "It only lets me close 4. "Yeah, wait." Chase stopped again. "Chase?" Rocky asked, already boiling with fear. "You okay in there?" No response. "Chase," the mix repeated, voice rising. Marshall stopped and looked over, also carrying an expression of worry as he heard Rocky's tone of voice. "Rocky," the shepherd shouted into his collar, "close the gate." The mix went on alarm. "Which one?" The one ahead of me." The mix lunged his paw forward, selected the gate on the computer, and hit the button. For a moment he felt relief, until his heart plunged as he remembered he never opened the first gate. Rocky, what the hell are you doing?" "Shit," the mix realized, now scrambling on the terminal. Shit shit shit. It didn't close. Ferox Malice's layered scream rang out through the vents once more, even louder than last time. Marshall froze up as Zuma whipped around in surprise. Rocky. Moving so fast he almost fell from the chair, Rocky slammed the button to open the first gate, then lunged over to select the new one. In a moment that felt like milliseconds from tragedy, he smacked the red button, and the gate closed. A tense silence filled the room. "Ch. Chase?" Rocky called out, filling with dread at the realization he may have killed his close friend. "Are you there?" No response. The mix slowly let himself come to a stop, then he gently leaned back in the chair. His eyes filled with tears as he silently sobbed. Chase was gone, massacred in the vents, and it was all Rocky's fault. Marshall stood motionless, face filled with shock as he processed what had just occurred. "No," he said simply, then slowly began to break down. "No." The Dalmatian collapsed to the floor in sobs, shot through the heart from the death of his best friend. His breakdown was watched by Zuma, who seemed unaffected at the loss. "We failed," Rocky breathed out, laying his head down on his paws. "Failed what?" came the voice of a German shepherd. Chase, the mix, shot his head back up, as did Marshall. Yeah, sorry, I just..." He took a moment to breathe. "That was really close, I had to catch my bearings." Rocky shook his head, wanting to be angry, but elation quickly flooded his face. "God damn it, dude," he chuckled, "don't do that to us." "Heh, sorry, where to now?" Straight ahead, the eco-dog wiped his face as he turned his gaze back to the map. "All right, hold on. I'm just..." He went silent for a split second. "I'm trying to figure out what direction it's going in." Staring at the linear map of lines and pathways, Rocky tried to narrow in on the creature's location as well. Remembering the last gate he closed, it could only mean Ferox Malice was traveling on an upper pathway. "It went to the right, I think," Chase said a few minutes later. "Isn't that a closed-off path?" "It is, you better move fast. The last gate is all the way down until you hit the end." As Rocky shook away his grief and returned to guiding Chase, Marshall needed a minute before he was able to catch his bearings. After a solid few seconds of sniffles and wiping eyes, the Dalmatian felt embarrassed for acting in such a way. He could already feel Zuma's gaze on him, and the last thing he wanted to do was lose another friend. Sighing, the firefighter made his way back over to the door he was working on. Sitting down to lick his paw, an odd sound suddenly met his ear. Stopping mid-lick, he picked his head, looking around the room for the source of the sound. It was a low buzz, like humming lights, so quiet he almost didn't hear it at all. He didn't want to disturb Zuma, and certainly didn't want to mess up Rocky's focus, so he investigated the odd sound on his own. He approached the wall covered in wires, trying to center in on the low buzz in his ears. "Rocky, I made it to the end," Chase came through. "Do you have a reading on Ferox Malice?" the mix replied. "I don't know, it went quiet," the shepherd worried. "I think it's far away, usually I can hear it crawling toward me." Marshall sniffed the wall, stopping to observe the power gauge attached to the metal box. Gazing into the glass cylinder, he noticed the meter beginning to rise. The little arrow within it was shaking, moving out of the green and into yellow. Rocky?" The Dalmatian tried to get his friend's attention. The buzzing noise grew louder, now grabbing Zuma's ears as well. The room began to steadily brighten, the light bulbs above them starting to intensify. The power was suddenly increasing, supercharging the lights and making them uncomfortable to stare directly at. "What's going on?" Zuma backed up. "What's wrong with the lights?" The bulbs began to flicker on and off, now catching Rocky's attention. "Why are the dash?" An electric explosion blasted out of the wall, shattering into the room as glass shot outward. Marshall screamed and jumped in the air, crying out as glass dug into his side. Zuma tried to block his face, but was hit with a wave of heat and a glass shard stabbing into his arm. Thrown off the chair, Rocky scrambled to his paws. What the hell was that? What was what? Chase demanded. I heard the explosion. What was that? Rocky attempted to respond when the overhead lightbulb suddenly popped, spraying the room with glass. Rouge electricity sparked from the broken base as the room dimmed into darkness. Rocky, the shepherd shouted, the gate just closed. What? The mix stumbled, defensively holding himself together. I didn't shut it, though. As Zuma and Marshall scrambled away from the glass that now littered the floor, Rocky jumped back onto the chair to regain control over the vents. He was instead met with a sight that made his stomach drop. The terminal isn't responding, he shouted, pressing every key on the board with no visible effect. It closed every gate at once. The mix stared at the screen in horror. Every single gate was now sealed, far beyond what the system was able to handle. What do you mean? The shepherd demanded. Rocky he went silent for a brief moment. I'm trapped in here. Elsewhere in the vents, Ferox Malice angrily roared, its screech echoing far through the corridors. It was heard clearly by all four dogs, making them stop in their tracks. Get me out of here, Chase cried. Rocky, what the hell happened? Zuma barked into chaos. You're the technician, don't you know? The mix scrambled. I think it was a power surge. He shook his head, darting his eyes to find any feasible path Chase could take. Something spiked in the electric systems, and now nothing is working right. He stared forward, realizing Chase was completely trapped in the vents with no way out. How the hell do power surges just randomly happen? Zuma argued with a snarl. Aren't those what surge protectors are for? Rocky, Chase shouted, voice rising in fear. Something must have happened. The panicking mix struggled for an explanation. Either the system just completely conked out on us, or Zuma went wide-eyed, or someone sabotaged us. What? Rocky whipped around. There's no one else down here. You said it yourself, power surges don't just happen out of nowhere. The lab barked. There's something else going on here. Get me out of here. Chase wailed into his collar. I can hear it coming. The mix threw himself back to the computer, hitting every button possible to no avail. The screen was frozen, static cracking into the display and glitching through the map. No matter what Rocky tried, there didn't seem to be anything he could do. Marshall was panicking as well, pacing around Rocky's chair as he overheard the chaos. He wanted to help in any way he could, but his options were limited. Focusing was difficult due to the cuts on his side, leaking down blood from where the glass was shot into him. Even then, he had to think of something. Isn't there anything you can do? The Dalmatian called up. Marshall, I really can't talk right now. Rocky pounded on the keyboard, deciding to go all in and start whacking the controls in a desperate attempt to jumpstart them. Fear stabbing into his mind, Marshall frantically looked around for anything that could help. His eyes locked on a red lever coming from the wall, not inherently visible due to its low position. It had a red, scratched handle, and the port it sat in was outlined in black and yellow. Without thinking, the Dalmatian jumped forward and clamped his teeth into the lever's handle. With no way left to turn, he yanked his head down, pulling the lever as hard as possible. A loud alarm swept through the area, and red lights were activated in the room. In an instant, all power suddenly died from the room. The broken light bulbs stopped sparking, the computer shut down, and even the AC in the wall could be heard shutting off. All electric systems had completely stopped, restarting the system. Huh? Rocky recoiled from the sudden change. Chase? Can you hear me? Yeah, it opened. The shepherd could be heard panting as he ran. I'm headed back. The mix raised an eyebrow. Really? I didn't do anything. He was interrupted as Marshall came to his side, barking up at him. I think I pulled an emergency shutoff of some kind. Zuma recoiled. A shutoff? Wait, that means Rocky narrowed his eyes, processing the information. Not even a second later, he jolted upright, realizing what it meant. Up in the vents, Chase was hurrying as fast as he could. His heart was racing, blood pumping faster than it ever had. Not a single one of their missions had ever been close to the likes of this. He'd seen danger before in Adventure City, but it was merely environmental hazards of falling debris and violent storms. Never before had he stared into the eyes of a monster seeking to end him. He kept his breathing steady, staring into the darkness as he made a left turn. He knew if he stayed at the perimeter of the vents, he'd likely come across the ladder back into the room soon enough. He was minutes away from being reunited with his family, he just had to escape the corridors. This fact slowly soothed him, giving him a moment of relief from the fear, knowing the job was almost done. Chase? Marshall activated an emergency shutoff. Rocky panicked into the collar. Is that how I got out? I guess so, but there's another problem. The mix was audibly hyperventilating. I think all of the gates just opened at once. The shepherd frowned. What do you mean? I don't know, but I think Ferox Malus may be headed straight toward you. Tension quickly flared, and Chase broke into a jog. He knew running would only attract the creature. Breathing quicker, he trained to maintain his composure as he continued forward. It couldn't be long now until he reached the exit. Wham! The sound of a massive object crashing into the vent wall echoed into the puppy and nearly knocked him over. Chase jumped in surprise, smacking his head into the low ceiling. Dazed and disoriented, the shepherd blindly stumbled back into the darkness. He didn't need sight to know what was in front of him. Ferox Malus emerged before him, cutting off his route to the exit. It initially didn't know where Chase was, only where he was going, remembering the hatch it passed over when it followed them inside. Snarling in anger, the monster bared its teeth, punching its arm into the wall in rage. Hearing death before him, Chase turned and ran as fast as he could. Ferox Malus immediately gave pursuit, screeching out as it clawed for him. The creature was hindered by the low ceiling, and couldn't efficiently use its legs to accelerate its speed. Chase was small, able to fully stand up even in the vents, allowing him to break into a sprint. Even then, Chase was unsure if it would be enough, as panic boiled in his blood. As the monster's constant roars filled his ears, he remembered something amidst the chaos. On the map of the vents, there were branching paths that led into the basement, unlike the ladder they had originally passed. Perhaps there was a way out for him after all, and he quickened his pace. Chase, a voice cried through the collar. Where do I go, Rocky? The shepherd pleaded. Tell me where to go. I can't see the map anymore, it's all shut down. Blindly running, Chase had zero ideas of where he was going. A terrifying thought rose in his head that he would die slowly and painfully in the ducts, his body never to be found. Just when he was almost tired out, a sparkle of light met his eyes, and he snapped his attention forward. Up ahead was a long corridor, but it ended in a vent cover. He could easily see light glowing through the slits. He could see his way out, but the violent screeches were getting louder, and the monster was gaining. Chase knew he wouldn't be able to make the last stretch. He'd run as much as he could, but he'd die tired. In what he assumed were the final minutes of his life, he made a desperate decision. He knew a branching path was coming up. He remembered seeing it on the map before he had entered the dark passageways. Rocky, he called, keep talking. What? Just keep talking. Chase barked, swiftly unclipping the collar and holding it in his teeth. Okay, the mix stuttered. Zuma thinks somebody deliberately caused the power surge. there's no other explanation for why it just suddenly happened. Keep talking. The puppy trailed the end of his tail along the wall, feeling for an opening in the wall. Chase, I'm sorry for everything. Rocky cried, I'm not strong, I failed you, I failed the Paw Patrol, I haven't been the dog I should have been. Sure enough, Chase felt his tail slide off, swiftly locating in the darkness where the new path began. Stopping for just a millisecond, Chase flung the collar as hard as he could down the side passageway, then stomped his paw into the floor that led down it. This was it. It was time to figure out if Ferox Malice could see in the dark. Rocky's voice was loudly emitting from the collar, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Chase turned to face his incoming predator, backing up into the original pathway to his freedom. He couldn't outrun it any longer, he could only play the last card he had, tricking it. The pounding sounds of the creature scrambling through the vents narrowed in on him. He heard its jaws open with a fierce hissing sound. Crouching down low, Chase took a final step back, pressing himself into the wall. Screeching in rage, Ferox Malice was only a meter away from his position. He swore he could see the creature's eyes, its claws reached out to grab its helpless prey, its jagged fangs ready to snap bones. The monster lunged forward. Chase shut his eyes. The sounds of it moving suddenly collided with a wall, as Ferox Malice turned and charged down the new path, following the voice it heard. Its tail barely grazed Chase's nose as it turned, sending a stench of rotten innards into his nostrils. Tears fell from his eyes as he realized he had been spared, and an old song came to his mind. Why you are my dash, he silently cried, repeating the lyrics he knew, El Lucky Star. His voice quivered as he sobbed, hearing the monster move away. It was a song his mother had sung to him years ago, back when he was just an infant puppy in a bed. At that moment, he remembered his mother's voice, gently soothing him as she sang. I saw you from afar, he wept quietly, turning and making haste for the exit, quickly picking up speed. As he stared into the creature of death and suffering, at the belief he was seconds from being cut down, all he could think of was his mother, T2, lovely eyes, he could barely see through his own tears. Chase was the final word from Rocky as Ferox Malice slammed its paw onto the collar, smashing it to pieces. Rocky jumped up from his chair, not even caring that his paws landed upon broken glass. Zuma looked over in concern, while Marshall jumped to his own paws, desperate for any update on his friend's status. The mix pushed past both dogs, running toward the jammed door that led further into the basement. Placing his paws against it, he audibly whined to Zuma, help me get this door open. He's dead, Rocky, the lab came to his side, let's just take the ladder and go back outside while the creature is still down here. Snarling, the mix whipped his gaze over to the Coast Guard. Baring his teeth, Rocky snarled for the first time in years, don't you fucking say that. Now help me. As Rocky helplessly pushed against the door, Zuma leaned back in intimidation. Rolling his eyes, he joined the mix on the door, placing his paws against it. HNNG. Both dogs grunted as they shoved forward all the strength they had. It didn't open the door but cracked it just enough that a puppy could slip through. Rocky wasted no time jumping through, landing in the entirely new room. He didn't even check what was in it, as the mix's eyes shot upward to the ceiling where the ducts could be seen. Whining fearfully, Rocky struggled to remember the vent map, trying to figure out where Chase was. Rocky. Zuma tried to call him back, it's not safe. The mix was about to bite back at the comment when he heard footsteps from above. He instantly snapped his attention back to the vents, trying to place the sound. He followed the duct, hastily jogging across the wall and through yet another door, not stopping once to observe his surroundings. He wasted no time nearly throwing himself through it. This door wasn't blocked, so it swiftly knocked open into a dark room littered with metal shelves. The door, upon opening, careened into a pile of boxes and sent them flying. Rocky sprinted into the room when he was suddenly assaulted by a box landing on him. Shaking it off, although dazed, Rocky approached an end of the ducts. There was a vent cover placed on it, seemingly gating off the entrance inside the dark passageways. Chase, the mix, called up into it, leaning forward to sniff the air. The sound of echoing footsteps returned, intense and coming his way. Rocky held his breath, creeping backward in a slow retreat as he feared the worst. The sound became louder and louder, the creature almost hurtling itself toward the vent cover. Breaking into a panic, Rocky turned to run. Suddenly, Chase smashed through the vent cover, completely throwing himself through it as he ruptured out. Rocky had to jump to dodge the now flying cover that was probably made from drywall or plastic. The German Shepherd flew out of the vent, falling into the room as he hit the floor and crashed into the metal shelf. Ow! Chase winced as some papers fell on him. Instantly, the mix jumped in elation. Chase, you're alive! He jumped into the shepherd, throwing his arms around him in a tight hug. I thought you were dead, he cried. I really thought you were gone. Breathing heavily, Chase needed a moment before he registered what was happening. Blinking for a second, he put his own arm around the mix and hugged him tightly. I'm okay, he panted. I'm okay, Rocky, you did a great job. I guess, the mix frowned. Everything went wrong. Chase narrowed his eyes as he gently released himself from Rocky's hold. What actually happened back there? He asked the frightful mix. Why did everything stop working? Rocky shrugged, shaking his head. I don't know. Zuma thinks we were sabotaged. Sabotaged? Who would do that? I don't know, I'm just glad you're alive. The shepherd looked to the floor, trying to put the pieces together in his head. Had someone actually intervened? Why in the world would someone stop them from trapping the creature? Chase's mind fell back on Ferox Malice, and his eyes suddenly widened. Oh no, he shot up. Rocky raised an eyebrow. What? The sound of upward footsteps returned, emitting from far in the vents. Only these footsteps were significantly louder and heavier, and they were moving fast. Get back! Chase barked, jumping into Rocky and tackling him out of the room. The sound of a massive, metal collision slammed out of the vents behind them. The rectangular passageway distorted from the impact, groaning as the metal bent and tore. A long, bloodied arm, vibrating with worm-like tendrils, extended out of the vent opening. It slammed its claws into the outside wall, dragging them across the metal and producing a wretched scraping noise. Go! Chase pushed his friend up. Get back outside. The two puppies sprinted across the room and wedged themselves through the crack in the door, much to the surprise of everyone else. Chase? Zuma recoiled, seeing the shepherd alive yet again. The shepherd had no time to answer as a Dalmatian jumped him, pulling him into a sobbing hug. You're okay. Marshall cried gleefully. The sound of tearing metal screamed out as Ferox Malice ripped apart the vent, birthing itself from the dark cavities and emerging back into the light. No longer hindered by the ceiling, it stood up tall and uncoiled its legs. No time. Chase pushed Marshall off, back outside, now. Zuma was the first to run, jumping for the ladder, clinging onto it as he stumbled to climb up. Chase was going to follow him when his instincts stopped him in his tracks, tilting his ears. He stiffened his body. Zuma, get off the ladder. The lab looked back at him. What? Why dash? He was cut off as Ferox Malice completely smashed through the door, tearing through the wood and sending shavings flying in all directions. The room exploded into chaos as Marshall screamed and Zuma cried out in his own surprise. Swinging its arms to completely break down what was left of the door, Ferox Malice unhinged its jaw and screamed out its roar louder than ever. The sound smacked Zuma off guard, causing him to fall off the ladder. The creature reared forward, screeching violently, and lunged forward with its claws. one sweeping motion, it slashed both claws in a crossing forward, completely destroying the ladder and cutting off their escape. Chase braced himself as he was assaulted with wood and metal bits. "Run," he shouted. All 4 dogs dove out of the room, running out with no destination in mind. "Where are we even going?" Marshall cried. "We've never been down here." Before Chase could answer, Ferox Malice stuck out of the room, gripping the wall as it spotted the puppies. Snarling, it jumped into the back wall and sprang off it, sailing through the air over their heads. "Ah!" Rocky skidded to a halt. The creature landed before them, cutting them off yet again. Growling, it reared to its full height and stared down at the puppies. It was pissed off beyond belief, scratching its claws over the floor as its tail flicked in anticipation. Chase instantly got into a defensive stance, flattening his ears and baring his teeth. "Get away," he snarled, wanting to protect his family to the end. "Back off." The other 3 backed up behind him, Zuma staying far behind while Rocky and Marshall cowered. Ferox Malice cared little for Chase's show of nobility, and bared its teeth to strike. Suddenly, a new voice rang out in the room. "Watch out," shouted someone, their voice was sharp and feminine. Chase looked up to see what looked like a glass bottle sailing over his head, almost in slow motion from his perspective. Before he could register the object, the bottle smashed into the floor before Ferox Malice, exploding into a massive column of fire. The puppies all jumped back in unison, crying out as they were bludgeoned with intense heat. The creature abandoned its attack, screeching in surprise as the flames seared into its exposed flesh. Ferox Malice stumbled backward, madly scraping its claws across the floor as it fell backward, dazed from the blast of fire. Chase hit the ground, struggling to get up as he shook himself back to his senses. His fur felt singed, and the dried mud that still caked him in places was now practically welded to his body. He opened his eyes to see a new dog, small with golden brown fur, helping his friends to their footing. "Who?" He tried to narrow his blurred vision. "Come on." She turned to him. "Follow me." Zuma shook his head. "What?" "Follow me unless you want to die," the new dog snarled, as she ran off through a door in the room. With no other options, Chase looked back at the monster. It had taken the flame directly front and center. It was completely stunned. With no option, he rallied his friends and ran after their savior. They ran for a few minutes before stopping in an old, dusty hallway. Old wires hung down from the ceiling as the dogs caught their breath. As Chase's sight fully recalibrated, he looked back toward the stranger. "Hey," he called to her, "who are?" He stopped wide-eyed as he instantly recognized her. It was almost baffling to see someone like her in a place like this. Chase stepped back as the dog turned to face him, meeting him with her brown eyes. The shepherd was aghast at the sight of her. "Liberty?" Lockdown, Paw Patrol. In a futile attempt to contain the creature, Chase, Rocky, Marshall, and Zuma banded together to trap Ferox Malice in the vents. They had underestimated its intelligence, however, and the electrical stability of the building, 2 factors that led to it breaking free from the trap. In their desperate time of need, the last dog anyone thought they'd see suddenly emerged to rescue them, Liberty, their mutual friend from Adventure City. None of the dogs spoke at the sight of her, only the single uttering of her name. Looking around wearily, Liberty took a moment to check behind them, surveying the path in case Ferox Malice was in pursuit. Seeing nothing but the darkness of corridors, she turned back to her friends to address them. "Okay, I know what you're thinking, Zuma butted in. "That doesn't even begin to describe it," he barked, then winced at the volume of his voice, knowing loud sounds were an easy target for the creature. "How did you even get down here?" It's a long story. Liberty held up her paw in an attempt to reassure him, but right now dash. Oh no. Now it was Chase who interrupted. We've been through enough, and we've already lost 2 members because of all the shit that's been going on for the last week. He flattened his ears, staring down into the smaller dog. Let me guess, you're working for the ACG, aren't you? Those ruffians? Please, she waved off the question. You think I'd work for savages like them? Rocky narrowed his eyes. Well, you did throw an exploding fire bottle a few seconds ago. They're called Molotov cocktails, Rocky, Liberty shot back. Exactly, how hell did you get that? Liberty went silent, flicking her gaze to the side while she kneaded her paws on the ground. It was true that she had a secret, but how to share it with 4 dogs who had clearly seen death was challenging. Chase and Zuma had her cornered, 2 significantly stronger dogs who were demanding answers from her. Rocky was standing behind, cradling a fearful Marshall although still not taking his eyes off of the dachshund. Realizing there was no way out, figuratively and literally, she spoke up, all right, fine. You're right, I was sent here. I knew it, Zuma growled, baring his teeth. But not from the ACG. She protested. I'm on a special assignment from the Archline Foundation, she hastily explained, trying to save himself from being torn to pieces by the larger dogs. I assume you don't know who they are. You think we know Jack's hit anything? Chase hissed, bristling his fur. Who are they? Taking a deep breath, Liberty spoke. Of course, Captain Cyrus wouldn't tell you. They're genetic researchers, hellbent on designing perfect animals or foods, she continued as everyone tilted their heads in confusion. Recently, they had a breach in one of their facilities. A certain parasitic creature had escaped. Chase recoiled. You mean Ferox Malus? It came from them? Indeed, Liberty nodded. They're not too happy about it, but they've sent me into Adventure Bay to gather samples. What do you mean, gather? Zuma raised an eyebrow. Rubbing her arm uncomfortably, Liberty knew this was the part they weren't going to like. Even though Ferox Malus is out of control, they're taking the opportunity to see how it fares in the wild. So, they've hired me to investigate its behavior, document whatever it does. Well, it came out of rubble, you can write that down, Zuma grumbled. Did it now? Liberty exclaimed. That's unfortunate. Well, technically, it came from sky, Rocky added, then it jumped bodies into rubble. Chase could be seen visibly freezing up. It can do that, the small dog sat down. I don't remember reading that in the files. Well, it's what Chase said. Rocky was going to say something else when the shepherd suddenly jutted into the conversation. Hey, it's in the past now, he said quickly, visibly nervous. What matters here and now is staying alive and escaping that thing. Zuma narrowed his eyes, studying Chase. Hey, wait a minute, the mix began again. You said you were sent here to gather samples on the creature, he recanted, but why are you down here in the basement? Liberty stood up again. Because I'm investigating the worst case of the infection I've ever seen. Wouldn't Ferox Malus itself classify as that? No, she shook her head. Believe it or not, there's something even worse down here in the basement. She shuddered as an aura of fear and confusion consumed the room. Before she could say anything else, Chase closed the distance between them and stared into her eyes. Are you saying there's more? Liberty took a step back at the sudden violation of personal space. I hate to tell you this, but Ferox Malus may have done something to a certain area of the basement. I gathered what I could and tried to escape, but... She bristled in frustration. The exit locked behind me and I can't get it open. I think the power's out. Yeah, that thing destroyed the fuse box a couple of hours ago, Rocky reported. Remembering Ferox Malus's clever method of cutting off the tower's power, you must have been seconds from getting out before it happened. Wait a minute, how'd you even get down here in the first place? Chase suddenly realized, looking Liberty up and down, and what exit? Because we got from the vents. Ryder's garage, the Dachshund replied, there's a path in the basement that leads us right there. The door was cracked when I came through it, but it closed behind me. Zuma jumped up, calling himself to action, that's our way out. She just said it's blocked from lack of power. Chase turned to him, then suddenly a realization hit his mind, and he stopped in his tracks. He remembered back when he sent Rocky through the rain to investigate the fuse box, and came back with an interesting revelation. Wait, Rocky said the power was only gone from the tower, he pointed out, there's totally power down here, how else did the vent ceiling work? Everyone sat in silence, trying to comprehend the new information. If the basement was still powered, then why was Liberty blocked from leaving? Every answer they seemed to find only came with more questions. Shaking his head, Chase only cared about the here and now. Liberty's words weren't making any sense, and the shepherd was becoming weary of her presence. All right, Archline spy, he leaned into Liberty with flattened ears, slightly baring his teeth. What are you hiding from us? I'm not hiding anything, she countered him. Nothing you say checks out. Well, then I'm just as confused as you. Can we stop arguing? Zuma protested, that thing is actively looking for us. Rocky spoke up in a fearful voice, he's right, we can't stay here. Thinking for a moment, Chase was irritated by Liberty's infiltration, but knew there were other matters at hand. Growling faintly, he looked the small dog up and down. We had a power surge back there, almost got me killed and freed the creature from our trap. You trapped it? Liberty recoiled in surprise. Yeah, until everything messed up completely, the shepherd griped. The surge happened and undid everything. Liberty went wide-eyed, oh. She trailed, contorting a little, that may have been my fault. What? Rocky exclaimed, what did you do? Now it was three dogs glaring daggers into Liberty, who was growing visibly tenser as she spoke. It seemed like she was one accusatory comment from turning tail and running as fast as she could. I went into an electric room and turned up the voltage amount on everything I saw, she confessed. I thought if I created a surge, it would maybe reset the doors. Shaking his head, Rocky spoke up as Chase was already beginning to bare his teeth. It wouldn't. Those doors are electric, sure, but spiking the voltage would just break them, not open them. Liberty was unable to respond as Chase crashed into her, pinning her to the floor. We had it locked down and you let it out? You almost got me killed. Get off me. She protested, trying to wrench her way out of his grasp, but he was leagues stronger than her. The shepherd was writhing, almost ready to tear the smaller dog to pieces. Marshall came to his side in a flash, putting his paws against his friend. Chase, stop, it's gonna hear us. At the Dalmatian's words, he felt himself slightly come back to his senses, but he was beyond angered that Liberty was responsible for their failures. Sighing, he removed his paws from the smaller dog and released her, stepping aside so she could stand. After all we've been through, he muttered to her, everything that happened in the city, you didn't even write or call, and now this? Lowering her head, Liberty felt shame. I'm sorry. I'd like to help you all get out of here. Chase nodded, already regretting his outburst. He stepped aside as Rocky came forward, a question on his mind. You said you were hired by the labs Ferox Malice escaped from, the Mix recanted. By chance, is there anything you know about the monster that could help us? Like what? Liberty tilted her head, like its genetic makeup or something? A way to kill it. It's afraid of fire, Zuma piped up. Everything living thing on Earth is afraid of fire, Chase bickered at the lab, who shot a glare back at him. Liberty thought for a moment, running the math in her head. Despite its lethality, the body itself is actually very vulnerable, she said to the group. Yeah, but we can't fight that thing. Rocky argued, not even all of us at once. don't need to fight it. Zuma pushed past everyone and came to the center. I've been looking around since we came down here. It clearly reacted to the Molotov and blowtorch, so what if we created some kind of explosion? In the lookout? Chase recoiled at the thought. We can't just destroy our home. There are gas canisters all over the place. The lab pressed his idea, then turned to Liberty. Maybe not an explosion, but if we could create a fire big enough, would that kill it? The dachshund thought for a moment, trying to remember the data she read from the labs. It would have to be complete incineration, with no chance of it escaping. Great, Zuma wagged his tail, happy someone was finally agreeing with him. Let's go find gasoline and block some doors. No. Chase jumped in to face the lab, baring his teeth. Don't you remember the original plan? I need to get in the boiler room. I thought that plan failed, Rocky asked. It never failed, the shepherd hissed. There's a radio in there to contact Captain Cyrus. Once I get it back, this place will be swarming with soldiers and Ferox Malice will be disposed of. Chase, Liberty came to his side. It's not going to be that simple. What do you mean? The police officer raised an eyebrow. Because it's not just Ferox Malice that needs disposing of. Her voice quivered slightly, and a wave of fear went over her. There's something you need to see. The dogs had questions, but Liberty just shook her head and beckoned for them to follow. Rocky followed first with Marshall, although Chase and Zuma were still glaring daggers at one another. Their hostility was silently upsetting Liberty, as she remembered long ago how close they had been as friends. What in the world could be happening between them to break them apart? They were suppressing their words now, but it was easy to tell that the two were growing tenser by the minute. Ferox Malice had fled from the Molotov cocktail, disappearing into the dark corridors of the basement. The walls were nothing but old, peeling white paint with cords and wires dangling from the top, the floors expanding out with dirty black and white tiles. Every few moments, an echoing scream would bounce down the hallways, seemingly coming from nowhere. Marshall jumped at each one, and Chase would emit a low whine. The creature was regrouping, collecting itself elsewhere before it took to the hallways again, stalking down its prey. The group of 5 stopped at every corner, peeking around to make sure they wouldn't accidentally run head-on into danger. Even with Liberty as the newest addition, they were still powerless if Ferox Malice succeeded in hunting them down. So what are you showing us? Zuma whispered as the group got against the wall, moving in single file. Liberty peered through the cracked door, scanning the dark corridor on the other side. All I can say is, do you know how long Ferox Malice has been in Adventure Bay? Chase spoke up, positioned behind the dachshund. I only learned about it a few days ago from Cyrus. My best guess is a few days. Try a week, she responded grimly, grimacing in disgust at what she was seeing through the doorway. An entire week, the shepherd exclaimed. What makes you say that? Shuddering, Liberty backed from the door, turning to her companions as she pointed her paw. Remember when I said there was something even worse in the basement? She was visibly scared, a piece of her not wanting to go through. Go and see for yourself. There was a feeling of dread that washed over the group, a piercing lash of static that infested all 5 dogs at once. She had been addressing Chase, putting him in the position of walking through the door first and charging into whatever was behind it. Usually, the shepherd enjoyed being the one to take leadership, but now he wasn't feeling so sure, and yet he knew no one else would take charge. Putting every ounce of his manpower into moving, Chase began to move forward. I'm going, Rocky suddenly pushed past the shepherd. Chase reared in horror, fearing the mix walking into death. Rocky, wait, let me dash. The eco-dog slowly turned his head, looking Chase directly in the eye. I'm going. His tone was sharp, enough to shut the shepherd up and close his mouth. Taking a deep breath, Rocky walked forward and went through, disappearing through the metal doorway. The 4 dogs listened intently, all frozen in place and fearing to utter even a single word. There were no screams yet, no roars from the creature, and eventually Chase's anxiety completely took over. "Rocky?" he whispered, creeping his nose along the wall to the door, moving slowly. There was no response, and he couldn't take it anymore. "Rocky, are you?" Chase left the wall and passed under the doorway, following his friend inside. It was like walking into the depths of hell. The first thing he saw was Rocky, standing paralyzed in fear as he quivered in terror, eyes locked upward as he stared out. Chase was about to call his friend when a gruesome sight met his eyes, locking him in place as well. It was unlike anything he had ever seen before, not even anything a simple movie or book could come up with. For all he knew, he had just walked straight into another world. The walls were slathered in slime, glistening in a putrid light. Bulbous, flesh-like masses were growing out of the wall, leaching around the corridor and along the ceiling. It was like walking down a giant human throat. You couldn't even see the edges where the wall and ceiling met, all just wet, veiny, red muscle mass that covered the surface. Translucent sludge dripped down from the ceiling, tapping at the slippery floor that was also undergoing a disgusting transformation. Taking a fearful step into the esophagus that the hallway had been turned into, Chase could barely get a word out. His paw splashed into the warm, sticky slime that was collecting on the tile, a repulsive stench of stomach acid hitting his nose. Tumor-like lumps were dotted around the walls in various sizes, like boils puffing up in one's throat. Most of the overhead lights were obscured, but a weak glow was able to pass through the biomass, providing only a tiny amount of lighting for the puppies to see their way in. What is?" he stammered, darting his eyes as the nightmare unfolded before him. He came to Rocky's side, who still hadn't moved. "What the hell is all this? What happened down here?" Liberty followed in behind him, her face stained with discomfort as she entered the vile corridor. "It's a hive. This is what Ferox Malus has been doing for the last week." Zuma and Marshall entered after her, the lab immediately grabbing the Dalmatian and holding him close at the horrible sight before them. Slowly turning around, Chase could feel his sanity breaking. "A hive," he repeated in disbelief. "That thing has been nesting down here right under our noses?" "What is all this?" Zuma choked. "How did it even build all this?" I don't know," Liberty confessed, covering her mouth as she was seconds from throwing up. The Archline Foundation didn't mention any behavior even remotely similar to this. This is something new. Quaking inside, Chase stared down the pulsating cavern. We have to go down here, don't we? This is the way to Ryder's garage." "I'm going to assume it didn't always look like this," the dachshund hesitantly continued forward. "Let's just keep going." With great persuasion, Zuma carefully led Marshall along the terrifying pathway, each step producing a sickening noise as it pressed into the slime below. Every few feet, they passed a new monstrosity to molest their eyes and mind. It wasn't just one room, the horror continued and expanded, transforming the entire other side of the basement into what could only be called Ferox Malus's personal hive. 7 feet in, they came to an intersection, but the left and right paths were completely blocked. Thick, tendon-like strings stretched from the floor to the ceiling, forming a tough barricade barring off passage to the new paths and forcing the route to remain one way. As they passed by, the stings started vibrating for a few seconds, producing a low, layered hum that echoed throughout the living corridors. I hate this," Rocky nervously paced, flinching as slime dripped on his back. "Liberty, talk to me," Chase called to the front of the line. "Where are we going?" The small dog took a moment to respond, over-encumbered by her slowly slipping sanity. "I remembered coming into a series of rooms, one of which had the electric systems where I caused the surge. If we're going to find out why the door is sealed, we have to get there first. If we end up actually getting into the garage, I could find a dielectric driver," Rocky inquired, breathing heavily. "Then I could fix the breakers, and you could get into the boiler room." "Marshall," Chase called behind him, "how are you doing back there? Talk to me." Walking as if he was automated, the Dalmatian spoke with a broken voice. He hadn't yet stopped staring at the ground. Chase, I really don't want to talk right now. Looking up from the group, Zuma's eyes briefly centered on the sickly white boils that grew from the wall. With morbid curiosity, he approached the sack, a wet smell he couldn't describe foaming up his nose. Despite every instinct telling him to back away, there was something drawing him towards it. It was massive in size, significantly bigger than the Labrador. Stopping before, Zuma squinted his eyes and stared into the pus-filled tumor, searching for any answer to his sea of questions. I can see things moving in the walls, Rocky breathed. What? Chase fearfully glanced around, panicked that something was looming over them. Like worms, the mix looked up at the ceiling, and a lot of other things. I'm pretty sure those are just normal bugs, Liberty inquired, probably attracted to the hive's atmosphere. Guys. Zuma jumped back, there's a person floating in here. Everyone turned around at once to see the lab recoiling in terror. Before they could say anything, Zuma swiped forward with his dull claws, tearing into the boil. The attack produced a slit in the skin-like casing, then suddenly popped open as liquid flooded out, causing the dogs to rear back in disgust. The casing deflated as it was emptied, and a human woman fell out, landing on her side. Marshall wanted to scream, Chase wanted to howl, and they all were a hair's length from exploding in an uproar of terror. But they couldn't, as much as they wanted to scream, they simply couldn't be at risk of alerting the creature to their location. Wait a minute, Chase narrowed his eyes, walking past Rocky and stepping into the puddle of emptied pus. I think I recognize her. You do? Liberty tilted her head. Lowering his head for a closer look, Chase surveyed the corpse. The woman wasn't mangled, but it was obvious her bones had been broken. A few days ago, we got a call for a missing woman and her pet, he explained. We arrived on the scene, but then the ACG appeared and interrupted us. We never finished the mission. He grimaced, realizing he just solved the case. Well, here she is. A haunting revelation hit the dogs. Every single boil they passed, every writhing sack that grew from the wall, served a purpose. Each and everyone had a victim, be it human or animal, housed inside it. Chase begged for it not to be true, but he approached another bulbous sack sitting off to the right. He could clearly see the silhouette of a dog floating inside. But why is it taking people? Zuma asked in disbelief. I thought it just killed things and ate them. Overhearing the conversation, Liberty walked ahead, not wanting to stare at the body any longer. As she trudged through the slime, which was starting to rise in elevation, she stopped when she spotted something obscured in the darkness. Desperate for anything that would classify as a sample, as Liberty was itching to escape the hellhole she was walking through, he made haste to the object. Perhaps they were some kind of waste? Did Ferox Malice even produce waste to begin with? She thought it was just another boil as she approached it, but as her eyes focused on it she realized it was something completely new. It was an oval-shaped pod, sitting quietly in the peaceful darkness. It was small, not much bigger than her. It was covered in veins and multiple layers of biomass. As Liberty hesitantly pressed her paw to it she found it was warm to the touch. Reluctantly moving her ear to it, she could hear faint sounds inside it, sounds she couldn't describe. It was like gurgling, so quiet and low she could barely make out it was there. Looking around the pod, she realized it wasn't just one. An entire second pod was sitting on its side nearby, and a third was not even 2 feet away. As the dogs behind her cried to one another in distress, Liberty walked further down the passage and stopped when she came to a distressing sight. The path continued, but all along the walls, dozens of pods had been laid. There were clusters of them everywhere. Some were gently floating in the sludge while others sat on top of others. Her eyes went wide as a terrifying revelation hit her, and at that moment all courage within her died away. You mean mean to tell me every single one of those sacks we passed had someone inside it? Rocky recoiled. How many people are down here? No idea, Chase shook his head, but I don't understand why it would just take people. Why store them all down here? Liberty emerged behind them, her face gone pale. Food, she said simply, they're meant to be food. But why? Zuma looked at her. Why not just eat them then and there? Because it's food for something else, she replied, her voice shaking. It's for the offspring. She shakily turned and pointed at the pods she had found, now extremely fearful of their presence. Feroxmalis is laying eggs. Lockdown, Paw Patrol. It was deeply unsettling to realize the end of all humanity was sleeping in a tiny, harmless little egg. As the dogs traveled further into Feroxmalis's nest, a writhing ecosystem of fear and nightmares, they uncovered a secret that shook them all to the core. The monster was producing offspring, laying dozens of eggs in the dark corners of its hive. One creature alone was able to cause enough damage that military intervention was required. Several of them at once would mean catastrophe for the human race. I've counted at least 50, Rocky whined, scanning his eyes for the small, fleshy capsules. Zuma gazed into an egg, peering through its glossy soft exterior. Does this mean the creature's a female? No. Liberty snapped. It's not supposed to be. She shook her head in panic, trying to process the situation. It can't lay eggs. It was deliberately engineered not to. Engineered? Rocky looked up, tilting his head. Genetically. She explained, one of the first things they did, too. They didn't want this, she pointed her paw at an egg, they knew it multiplying would be a disaster. There's a lot of science stuff involved, so the short explanation here is, she said simply, it can't lay eggs. But they're right here. Chase came to her side, staring into her avoiding gaze. What else do you call this? I don't know, Liberty hissed, I don't know how to explain this. The group was stewing in discomfort. Liberty was visibly beginning to break down. The shepherd beside her tried to calm her down, usually a gesture of comfort, but there was a distinct lack of care in his move. The police dog was once a great leader, he was so sure the static in his head was gone, but there were times he wasn't so sure. Zuma could see it all, watching his old friend, narrowing his eyes as he analyzed the shepherd's movement. Rocky, the lab slowly walked over to the mix, speaking in a low voice, "Can I talk to you, like, over there?" He pointed his brown paw to a far corner of the living hallway, a faint sense of urgency in his voice. The mix turned away from the small egg he was investigating, finding the odd hum that emitted from it strangely alluring. Marshall was still slightly clinging to him. Even with all four paws occupied, he still made effort to wrap his tail around at least Rocky's leg. The Dalmatian was utterly horrified by every sight that met his eyes and seriously doubted whether or not he'd ever get sleep again. What is it? Rocky had to tug his leg from Marshall's grasp, walking with Zuma into a dark corner. The mix was caught off guard as Zuma suddenly got against the wall, motioning for his friend to get closer. Glancing to the side in case someone was listening, the lab spoke in a hushed voice, "Keep your voice down." Rocky leaned his head in. "Why are we whispering?" The lab snuck another look back at the group. "Well, besides the fact that I'm pretty sure that creature is skulking around the nest as we speak, Chase isn't exactly being quiet." He narrowed his eyes. "I noticed you've been a little." Rocky trailed off, wincing as he tried to find the words. The Coast Guard immediately caught on to his friend's tone. "A what?" "I've been what?" A growl emitted from his muzzle. "Hostile?" Zuma raised an eyebrow at the word, slightly baring his teeth. "And why do you think I've been hostile?" "I don't know." The mix said defensively, "We're trapped in hell down here, my paws are soaked in God knows what, you think I have time to think?" He shook his gray head, what's so important to talk about that we have to whisper? Having seen horrid things, the deaths of two beloved friends, and the animal to end all animals rising in their front yard, Zuma was forced to put aside his personal thoughts and follow the team. It wasn't until now that he finally found someone he could talk to, someone he could share his suspicions about a member of the term. "I'm not an idiot, Rocky," Zuma muttered, "but Chase seems to think I am." He thought back to hours before Ferox Malice emerged when he met the shepherd in the rain desiring answers. He knew something was off, and he certainly knew he was being lied to. "He thinks he's controlling us," the lab hissed. "He thinks we're going to follow everything he says because he wears the shiny badge." "Zuma, what are you saying?" "I'm saying Chase is lying about Sky," the lab insisted. "He had to have been. I've been watching him, Rocky. I've been reading his movements, his eyes, I've been seeing it all." He took a breath, lowering his tone so as to not come off as insane. He said he knew she was infected, but she wasn't. Then he lied to all of us and tried to pretend she was. "What makes you think this?" Rocky leaned in further, bewildered at the information being thrown at him. "He's been doing nothing but trying to help us." "Of course he is." The lab insisted. "Chase is a pathological liar. He lies in a perfect way, building a realistic scenario that we can buy into, and eventually he himself starts believing his own words." Liberty said the creature doesn't jump bodies, and if it did, it would leave a hell of a mess behind. If it was Sky, Ferox Malice would have either emerged in the lookout at the very moment or killed Chase when he was alone with the body. "Zuma, you dashed." The mix looked to the mushy floor. "Do you honestly think Chase would murder her?" I don't think it was supposed to be murder," he confessed, looking to the side with a hint of sympathy for his police friend, "but he bet our lives on blind chance, and then lied when he guessed wrong." Flexing his paws, Zuma felt malice come over him. "I can't stand idly by, knowing he may have done this and won't admit it. I swear I secretly hoped he would have died in those vents." "What?" Rocky exclaimed, his voice beginning to rise. "Why would you want that?" "He's becoming a danger to us, Rocky. Remember how he nearly pulled the gun on me just because I learned to talk normally? What else is he going to convince himself into doing under the guise of it being the right thing?" He let out a sigh. "I don't even know what the right thing is anymore, but I do know one thing. We need to kill the monster." "Of course we do." The mix ruffled his fur. "But it's practically invincible." "No, it isn't." Zuma held his gaze. "You saw it retreat when Liberty threw that flaming bottle. It was hurt, Rocky. It's afraid of fire because, like all living things, fire will kill it." "So what are you proposing?" "I've been spotting gasoline canisters all over the basement." Zuma put a paw to his chin, remembering the metal containers he found in the corners of rooms. "My guess is, they're meant for our vehicles and just were never recovered from down here. If we can flood those around the basement, turn this whole place into a flaming inferno, it'll kill Ferox Malice and destroy its eggs." "But that'll destroy the lookout, won't it?" Rocky whined. "Of course it will," he growled, "but would you rather have this tower over our lives?" Lowering his head, Rocky wanted to argue but knew he couldn't. The lookout was a prized piece that made them who they were, a landmark one could see and recognize as the home base for the Paw Patrol. To destroy it would shatter a part of their very soul, but it was arguable that the deaths of Rubble and Sky had already done so. "All right," the mix sighed then nodded, "but are we being secretive about this? Because if Chase finds out, he'll try to stop us." Zuma narrowed his eyes, briefly gazing back at the shepherd who was still griping with Liberty. "Who knows, the very thought of one of us acting on free will seems to agitate him. He likes being the one in control, and the idea of destroying the lookout could make him kill us too." He turned back to his friend. "I'll let Liberty in on this, but don't tell Marshall. He'll certainly spill it to Chase. For now, just keep quiet and follow my lead." As the two dogs returned to the group, they came across Chase carrying an egg on his back. an action that caused Marshall to immediately back up 6 feet away from him. They had already continued walking through the disgusting hallway, their horrific sightseeing finished. Zuma was already leering at the shepherd, although he hated the thought of being hostile to him. At heart, it pained Zuma greatly to go behind Chase's back, but he wasn't sure if he knew the shepherd anymore. "Put that thing down before it breaks all over you." Liberty looked back, quietly snapping at the shepherd behind her. "Fine." Chase lowered his haunches for a moment, letting the egg roll off into a puddle of goo, "but I thought you want something to take home to the Archline Foundation. It's absorbing living creatures, right?" Rocky piped up, "What if it consumed something that makes eggs, and somehow inherited the trait? Like a frog?" Chase narrowed his eyes. "But even frogs need a mate before they lay eggs. Are you saying it somehow inseminated itself?" Zuma met Chase's words, quickly challenging them with his own, all this assuming it can inherit genetic traits to begin with. "Or it could be evolving," Liberty added as she walked, turning her head as Zuma ran up beside her, pushing past Chase. "It's still a living creature," she added. "I'm not surprised if its own body is trying to restore what we engineered out. That's just kind of how nature works." "Are you happy with yourself?" Chase flattened his ears as he caught up to the group. "Your foundation and their genetic fucking experiments? Bet you're getting some really nice numbers and field data from all this. Don't mind all the people dying." "I didn't want this, and neither did they." She shot back, "Sure, they're opportunistic, but we didn't just decide to let out that thing." "Hey, I think we're nearing an intersection here." Marshall pointed his spotted paw out, causing the group, at least. "I think." With the walls slathered in gummy, wet biomass sludge, it was nearly impossible to make it out any kind of door or window behind it. As the 5 dogs walked into the intersection, the walls transitioned into a flaky, darker shade of red, black grime bleeding from millions of tiny holes in the walls. It had the texture of almost a sponge if it was left to soak for years in a dirty bucket of mold and rancid water. Every hole seemed to be pulsating as if it was alive and hungry for whatever it called a meal. "I'm going to throw up," Marshall said, placing a paw on the spongy surface that coated the ground. Rocky let a chuckle slip. "Wouldn't be too far from what's already on the floor." The front path ended in what appeared to be a wall of brown, hair-like vines that tangled down from the ceiling. Rocky pushed himself through it and found a thin wall of what appeared to be dried bodily fluid, hardening mid-drip and forming a barrier that closed off whatever path was behind it. Although the organic wall seemed solid, it was incredibly brittle, as the mix noted small pieces of its lower section that had broken off. "I think there's supposed to be a path here." He turned back to the group, "but whatever this is," he motioned with his paw at the disgusting barrier, "is blocking it. We could probably break through it." "Not with our bare paws," Zuma said as he walked off to the right. Chase approached the left path, an odd eagerness to stay away from Liberty that he couldn't explain. The left hallway wasn't as mangled as he assumed it would be, with only a few eggs laying around and the usual sight of gore plastered on every surface. Taking a few sniffs of the air, he could faintly catch the scent of motor oil. The entrance to Ryder's garage, it had to be through there. On the right side, there was a large archway that gave access to an entirely new hallway, one that thankfully wasn't blocked. Zuma hesitated as he took a step down it. However, the corridor took a horrific form. The faint flickers from the overhead lights, weak little light bulbs that struggled to push their warm glow through the flesh and muscle that had grown over them, were illuminating what he thought was metal scattered all around the hallway. Squinting his eyes, the puppy quickly took a step back at the realization that it wasn't metal at all, it was bone. Several small bone growths had sprouted in the hallway like a festering pathogen. The walls, ceiling, and not even the floor were safe. It was like the corridor had teeth, hundreds of them, all waiting for whatever was foolish enough to walk in. "Is this still our basement?" Zuma whipped around, his face stricken with fear. Indeed, came Liberty's exasperated reply, but whatever Ferox Malice is spreading down here, it's completely out of control. It's like a whole living thing is growing in here. Marshall gagged as he approached the tangled jungle of hairs Rocky had addressed. The basement may as well be a living thing now. Well, that does mean one thing, Zuma gulped, turning back to the teeth-filled hallway. We gotta get through all this if we're going to escape. This has to lead somewhere. He made haste over to the wall beside the archway, trying to look past the dried matter and veins for any semblance of the actual wall underneath. You're not actually going down there, are you? Came the fearful squeak of a Dalmatian. We have to go somewhere, Chase pointed out. I think Ryder's garage is down here. Let's take this way. Zuma nearly jumped at the chance to shoot down the shepherd, or we could walk down here instead. A hallway full of teeth? Are you insane? You don't know what's down there, the lab fired back, and just because it's gone to hell down here, doesn't mean the rooms themselves have changed. We could actually find something we need. Marshall joined the debate, but Ferox Malice is still hunting us. He whimpered, running toward Chase. I want out of here, and if this is the way to go, it's where I'll be. Zuma growled at his friend's attempts to hijack control, a snarl almost escaping him. The dachshund standing in the middle quickly took heed of the growing hostility among the dogs, and jumped in to break it up. We'll go as groups, how about that? We find what we can then meet back in the middle. But we don't have any way of talking to one another, Chase said, lowering his ears slightly. The storm killed the connection in our collars. How did it do that exactly? Rocky chipped in. Storms don't just turn off closed connections. Zuma rolled his eyes, growing tired of the chaos. I'm just as lost as you, dude. Groups it is then. Chase let his tail wag a little. Marshall can come with me. Zuma and Rocky can dash. Oh no, no. He was cut off as the Labrador suddenly came over from the other side of the room. I'll take Marshall, you can have Rocky. Not in a million years was he going to allow Chase to be alone with Marshall. He would take whatever measure he needed to prevent it. The Dalmatian was to be protected at all costs, both from Ferox Malice and whatever Chase was turning into. Although Marshall was giving him a weird look, he shrugged and went along with it, hastily making his way over to Zuma. Chase couldn't hide his bristled fur. If his paws weren't covered in bodily muck, everyone would see his claws flexing. Still, he held his tongue. For now, he was still trying to get a read on what Zuma's game was. The lab was gleaming in satisfaction as his spotted friend took his side, while Rocky went over to the shepherd. What if it spots us? The mix openly worried. What chance would we have? All you can do is hide. Liberty chose to walk with Chase's group, and pray to God it doesn't smell you. As the Paw Patrol disbanded into their select groups, traveling down separate paths each seeking a goal, the creature had returned to where it suffered the piercing pain of fire. It was angry, furious that the prey bit back. It could hear the call of its young. Even from deep within its eggs they emitted fearful weeps of unwelcome dogs straying into the nest. Snarling in rage, it roared out and swiped its claws into a door. The wood held, but just barely, as the sharp appendages shredded through and sent shrapnel flying. Screeching out, the creature swiped again, this time completely destroying the obstacle before it. Lowering to all fours, it scampered into the darkness, charging back to its hive. Why the hell would he not let me take Marshall? Chase wondered aloud as they walked. What's even the problem? Beside him, Rocky was watching his friend closely, seemingly as if he was scanning for something amiss. I think you're reading too much into that. He tried to defuse the shepherd. Give Zuma a break. We're all seeing crazy shit today, and some take it differently. The officer rolled his eyes. Well, I'm the leader here, and he can't dash. A loud thunk of pounding sheet metal echoed throughout the ceiling, causing all three dogs to stop at once. The sound of claws dragging across the interior of a vent tore into their ears, and they knew right away what was coming. Oh God, Liberty paled, backing up as her voice went low. Frantically she looked around for something to wedge under or behind, but to her silent dismay, she saw nothing but the biomass that plagued the corridors. Rocky flattened himself against the wall. Where do we hide? Static churned in Chase's mind, an odd reoccurring effect he was beginning to notice. The presence of the monster brought confusion and anxiety directly into the minds of those before it, forcing the shepherd to shake his head at the noise before he fainted. Thinking quickly, Chase grabbed Liberty, resulting in a surprising yip coming from the dachshund, and nearly tossed her to Rocky. With both dogs against the wall, the shepherd jumped up and latched his teeth into the veins that glided along the fleshy gore, already flooding his mouth with a rotten, murky taste as he yanked the veins down. The entire portion of biomass quickly collapsed, splatting on top of the mix and dachshund, completely obscuring them from view. Resisting the urge to retch from the foul mess in his mouth, Chase searched quickly for anywhere he could hide. A thump could be heard from above, as the gore had likely grown over the vent entrance and barred Ferox Malus from entering. Undeterred, the creature slithered out its tentacles and stabbed them through the fleshy blockade. The shepherd flinched as he darted his gaze upward, witnessing the tentacles dance through and grip the small hole it had created, the creature snarling as it stretched open the passageway, providing a way inside. Slowly falling into a panic, Chase knew he had mere seconds. His eyes fell upon a pile of eggs sitting against a darker side of the corridor. Acting purely on impulse, the puppy sprinted over to the egg and sunk his teeth into it, puncturing the smooth, warm sack and tearing it open. Murky, amber-colored liquid spilled out and splashed into his face, and a small body floated out from the sack. The infant was merely an oversized worm, yet it wriggled as its underdeveloped body was exposed to the air. A squeak escaped the lump before the baby went limp. Chase grabbed the now empty egg sack, gagged over the stench, and pulled it over himself like a bag. Ferox Malus roared as it birthed itself from the ceiling, placing its front legs down as it took its place in the room. Its tentacles remained stuck in the ceiling for a moment, as it savored the few seconds of being merged with metal and steel. It took great pride in its nest, bleeding out infection from its body simply by being there. The only fur-covered part of its body, the shredded dog skin mask it sadistically donned, was now stained red and was rotting as the flesh had begun to wither away. It turned around in place, observing its environment as it smelled anything foreign. Underneath his egg sac, Chase shivered in place. Hot albumin fluid was dripping down from the inside, clouding his nose and forcing him to twitch his ears to keep anything from leaking in them. He didn't dare move, as he couldn't see where the creature was looking. A single twitch of the muscle could alert it, and a sinking feeling told the shepherd it wouldn't be happy about one of its babies being prematurely killed. His heart nearly stopped when Ferox Malus leaned down and nosed his egg, tapping its mangled muzzle into its side. He didn't know if it had seen the forced-born infant, but judging from the loud roar Ferox Malus lashed at the egg, he knew it probably had a general idea. Rocky had to keep his paw over his muzzle to keep himself from screaming. Despite being buried in blood and gore, a small slit gave him a window to peek out. He witnessed Ferox Malus investigate each egg, passing over Chase's disguise. The smell of the broken eggs and the room itself was possibly smothering their own scents, leaving the creature unable to sniff them out. Rocky watched it lean up, gazing off in the distance for a moment when it turned and walked away from the eggs. He thought the coast was clear when it suddenly stopped moving, standing aimlessly in the middle of the hallway. It suddenly lowered its haunches, squatting its rear down, and a hiss filled the air. Flicking its bony tail out of the way, its lower organs began to rearrange themselves, folding and contorting over others. A long, red tube extended out from below the base of the tail, reaching almost to the ground. The creature quivered for a moment, then an egg was squeezed out, rolling along the floor for a millisecond before coming to a stop. Standing up straight again, Ferox Malus stumbled as if it was in mild pain, then retracted the tube and reset its organs to their usual position. Flattening its ears and screeching into the darkness, a declaration of its young, the creature charged off, hunting down the dogs it sought to tear apart. Straight face. Rocky and Liberty slowly pulled themselves free from the pile they were hiding under, both of them now sporting blood-stained fur. It would never wash out, and Rocky's gray coat was in danger of being permanently stained. Liberty tried to shake herself off as Rocky went to peel Chase from his egg prison. "You okay?" Zuma looked at the Dalmatian, his eyes filled with worry. The dogs were traveling down the mouth of terror, literally, in a corridor lined with ingrown teeth. How in the world they were able to grow in was anyone's guess. Ferox Malus's own twisted biology was leaching into the lookout, transforming it into an entirely new living being. If something wasn't done soon, the biomass would consume the entire tower. "No, far from it," Marshall sighed, climbing over a bloody tooth. I hate this, I hate all of this. "I don't blame you. I'll take Foggy Bottom, I'll take Mayor Humdinger, I'll take Bats Hit anything over this." The Dalmatian shook his head. "I'll face every fear in the phobia lexicon over being in a place like this." He quivered, glancing at the perverted dental artwork that surrounded them in the dark. "So, why didn't you let me go with Chase?" Hesitating for a brief second, the Labrador wondered whether or not he should let Marshall in on the plan to turn the basement into an oven. It would be irrational not to, but it would lead to the other half of the secret, the distrust of Chase. Zuma wasn't fully aware if the shepherd was a lost cause or not. A part of him prayed he wasn't, but another part was ready to throw Chase into the flames if it meant saving everyone else. "I just wanted to make sure you were okay," Zuma lied. Although it wasn't entirely untruthful, Chase can be intense, he usually leaves a trail of chaos behind him. "I thought you probably could have used a break from all that." In spite of the horrors that covered his paws in goo and stained his fur red, Marshall managed to let a small smile peel into his face. "Thanks, Zuma, I'm glad we have you." The lab whispered his reply so his partner couldn't hear. "I swear, you guys need me." The hallway began to narrow around them as they continued walking. The biomass infection was so severe in this sector that was beginning to overgrow itself. Just walking down it was becoming a tight squeeze, as unidentifiable fluid, fleshy pink matter, and loose hairs sticking out glided over their backs. Marshall swore he saw a long, bulbous slit in the wall that could have been a closed eye. Neither of them stuck around long enough to see if it actually was. After a few minutes, a faint, low gurgling noise vibrated throughout the area. Zuma assumed it was just the air conditioning struggling to work around the infection that clogged the vents, but Marshall's mind was only further convinced that the ground they walked on was in fact alive. Eventually, they came to the end of the hallway, but it was only an end as far as they could tell, as they couldn't find anything that symbolized a continuing path. "A dead end," Marshall whimpered as they approached a large cluster of boils and flesh. Chase was right. Zuma wasn't so sure. The Labrador took a few steps closer and sniffed the amalgamation of gore. It couldn't be the end. A reasonable person didn't build a whole hallway that led to nothing. There had to be something behind it. "Don't be so quick to assume that Chase is always in the right," he quipped, trying to get the point across to Marshall. "He tends to overlook things." Reaching his paws in, he wedged a passageway open and pushed his head through. It was severely uncomfortable to enter, and he feared his own ribs would be crushed as the biomass pressed onto him at all sides. His movement speed was forced to decrease as he pushed farther and farther through dark, tougher mass. He was relentless, and finally reached his paw out and pushed aside the flesh and veins as far as he could ahead of him. Light flooded over his face, bleeding in from a tiny exit opening he was just barely able to reach. "Hey, Marshall?" he called behind him. "Still here," the Dalmatian kept his distance. "Are you okay in there? It's kinda closing in around you." You're gonna hate this, but you gotta follow me in here. What? There's a room behind here. Zuma struggled to say, physically unable to turn around his body. Just trust me, keep pushing forward, and don't stop moving. Marshall tried to reach a paw forward, flicking his eyes over the mass of gore he was supposed to climb into. I don't know about this. His breathing quickened, his heartbeat increasing with every step closer he took. The sound of a screeching roar echoed behind him, bouncing off the walls from far back and finally hitting the Dalmatian. Ferox Malice was incoming, making Marshall immediately bite his tongue and wince. Taking a deep breath, the puppy forced himself to move forward and wedge his muzzle into the cold, soggy muscle. Zuma managed to birth himself from the mass, falling into a large room of tables and computers. It seemed to be some kind of tech room, and the infection, although it was crawling along the floor, hadn't yet fully consumed everything in the area. Some metal cabinets lined the walls, their metal doors concealing whatever secret lay within them. Turning around, he reached his brown paw back into the red cavern, and he felt Marshall's nose blindly smack against it. A muffled scream emitted as the Dalmatian mistook the paw for a monster. After a few seconds, Zuma felt his paw get grabbed, and the lab pulled his friend free. Marshall tumbled into the room clumsily, his white fur slathered in a bloody red. Ugh, thanks. It was obvious he was biting back tears and trying to hold his panic within. Where are we? Not sure. Zuma looked back at the room, looking over an old wooden desk with a laptop sitting on it. The metal folding chair that was probably supposed to accompany it was tossed aside. He left Marshall and walked over to the cabinets, clicking the first one open with his paw. There was nothing noteworthy inside, save for some loose papers and pens missing their caps. Unsatisfied, the lab went to the second and was surprised when he found a box full of pup tags. What the dash, he picked one up and held up it. The small tag didn't have its logo glued on yet, it was merely a gray badge with a small, dangling loop to be attached to a collar. There had to have been at least a dozen in the box, and Zuma realized this was probably where they were made and programmed. Shrugging to himself, he tossed the tag back in the box and shut the door. Find anything? Marshall said, looking up at one of the computers, trying to jump on the desk. Not yet. The lab walked to a third door and opened it. Inside the cabinet was a small, rectangular device. It looked like a walkie-talkie, but there were 7 antennas reaching out of the top, and no sign of a microphone or speaker. He narrowed his eyes, trying to figure out what the technology was as he turned it around in his paws. Turning it to the side, Zuma spotted a small metal switch and a blinking green light. Curious, the lab slowly moved his paw onto the switch, and after a few seconds of thinking, flicked to the other side. The green light turned off. Suddenly, a low beeping noise could be heard coming from his collar. Zuma blinked in confusion as he dropped the device and moved a paw to his neck, trying to feel the metal tag for anything wrong. The beeping lasted only 2 seconds, then went quiet. What the hell was that? He asked, tapping the collar. What was what? Rocky's voice suddenly came through it. I don't know, Zuma frowned. My collar just made a noise and dashed. The lab stopped in his tracks, freezing on the spot. Marshall had also stopped in surprise, whipping around as he heard the conversation. The Coast Guard had to stifle his breathing for a moment as he physically shook, then spoke again. Rocky, our collars are working again. They are? Chase spoke into his radio. What the fuck? What happened? We can talk to each other again. Marshall jumped in joy, elated that communication was restored. But how? Rocky continued. Our collars were beeping for a second, then they just turned on? Struggling to understand what had happened, Zuma turned back to the odd device he dropped to the floor. He leaned down and sniffed it for a moment, and a sinking feeling hit him as he realized the object's significance. Marshall was wagging his now red tail. "How are you guys doing over there?" "Fucking awful," Chase hissed into his mic. "What about you?" The lab stood up straight, hundreds of thoughts running through his head. He knew what the device was, and revealing it only caused more questions than answers, casting them further into the dark rabbit hole than he preferred to be. "We were jammed," he said, shaking his head. "I found this thing hidden in a tech room. I shut it off, and suddenly we can magically talk again." Liberty's voice was heard from Rocky's line. "Maybe the storm stopped?" "No, Liberty," the lab growled, "we were jammed, on purpose. Someone planted this thing here to cut off our communications." "Who the hell would do that?" Chase snarled. "Who would even have the chance to do that?" "No idea," Zuma said, exhaling in annoyance. "It wasn't any of us, that's for sure." "You think someone snuck in here?" "I would have caught them." "Well, you didn't fucking catch Liberty, did you, Chase?" The lab bit back, and she was here for a significant amount of time before she was locked in the basement. "Okay," Rocky said, "I think Liberty has some questions to answer then." He hissed those last words, possibly from turning his gaze to the dachshund, glaring at her. Chase went quiet, resisting the urge to shoot back an insult. What if wasn't her? Marshall came over to his friend. What if it was the ACG? That wouldn't make sense, given how much they're already trying to help us, according to Chase. The lab bit yet another jab at the shepherd's act of keeping his alignment with the military party from them. Well, besides Liberty, who else could have planted it? Rocky came through again. Zuma narrowed his eyes, looking to the floor as he tried to think of a culprit. One name had already hit his mind, but he was fighting himself to keep it down. It hurt him to think it, stabbed into his heart to even fathom one of the worst betrayals he could imagine. Sighing in defeat, he listened to his friends argue for a moment, before simply uttering the name. Ryder.
Oh mein Gott, endlich! Endlich haben wir geschafft. Oh mein Gott, ich hatte gemeint, ich schaff's schon wieder nicht. Aber wir haben's. Oh, das war jetzt gut. Ich hatte jetzt Glück gehabt. Ich denke, ich hab's geschafft zu reparieren. Oh, zum Glück. Okay, wir schauen weiter, ob es die anderen drei Chapters noch auch dazu auch so gut sind. Na, weiter.
Lockdown, Paw Patrol. You bitch! Were the words screamed into the air in fury. Liberty had been grabbed and forcefully slammed into the fleshy wall, causing a splash of goo and blood. Rocky stared in horror at the domestic exchange, too terrified to do anything. Chase calmed down. Zuma growled through his collar. If the lab was physically there, he probably had a chance at stopping Chase, but here he was merely words on deaf ears. The shepherd was spiraling out of control. Already was he haunted by the terrible act he committed just several hours ago, but now dropped into a dark hell of organic corruption free to defile what remaining hope he had. Learning that Ryder could have played a role in all the chaos was a straw that broke the camel's back. Even then, Chase refused to accept it, instead shifting his attention to Liberty. Dash choked out the dachshund as she hit the wall. What are you, Dash? Chase snarled at her, keeping his strong paws firmly pinned into her body. What have you done? Tell me now. He bared his teeth and emitted a fierce snarl, almost ready to tear Liberty to pieces. He hated it, he hated her, he hated the infection, he hated the monster, he hated everything he was being forced to face, and it sparked a deadly rage within him. And yet, he hated nothing more than himself, and somehow that made him the angriest of all. I didn't do anything. Liberty pleaded, trying to wrench free. I've already told you why I was here. Bullshit. The shepherd refused to listen. Everything you say is bullshit. Rocky raced over in a desperate attempt to defuse the situation. Chase. He put his paws on his friend's shoulder in an attempt to get through to him, but to no avail. Groaning in pain as she was pinned against the living surface, Liberty searched for any meaning left in Shepard's eyes. What happened to you? Feroxmelis happened. No, that's a lie. Liberty returned a hostile stare. Everyone is on edge, sure, but you have changed. She insisted. Although she may just be another dog, Liberty was well accustomed to reading others, picking up on behaviors and mannerisms no one else could. You aren't the German Shepherd I met in Adventure City. Liberty, stop, Rocky pleaded for her to cease talking, knowing it would anger Chase even more. She defied the words, going all in as she met Chase's gaze with a smug look. You know, they say in moments of danger, do you find out what kind of people your friends are? She grinned, now unfazed as her body remained locked against the surface. How can you even say that? Chase said, appalled. We all witnessed that thing rip out of rubble and lay waste to the courtyard. Of course we've changed. Nope. Not it. Liberty shook her head with a grin. Marshall and Rocky seem just like I remember them. Now it was Rocky's turn to be offended. What? The dachshund brushed off the comment. Why you, Chase? Why are you different? What happened to you? She leaned in, staring directly into Chase's seething pupils. To do this was risking her life, as one wrong comment could send the shepherd into a frenzy and kill her. To think that Chase was capable of killing someone was a haunting thought, but something told Liberty that it wasn't far off from the truth. I told the truth, didn't I? Now you tell me yours. Kill her were the words being screamed into Chase's head. The static that clouded his mind still remained, only now it was beginning to take form. It twisted and turned its noise into words, issuing commands that Chase hadn't yet obeyed. They were getting louder, however, and the noise was slowly pulling the puppy into suffering and distress. It looked like he was thinking. The shepherd's eyes flicked around like he was searching for answers to the situation, but he wasn't. He was fighting, frantically pushing back his own mind in a desperate attempt to not be responsible for another death. He would not kill Liberty, he would not listen to the static, at least for now. Am I the truth, he breathed out, now finally registering what Liberty had asked him. His ears fell, then stood again, like his own body was unsure how to react. Yes, and, Liberty let a chuckle slide, can you please let me down? After a moment, Chase obliged and released his city friend from his grasp, but not without narrowing his eyes in a distrustful gesture. Rocky could be heard sighing in relief, thanking whatever deity above that the situation had not escalated more than it had. It was then a wave of confusion and shame hit the mixed breed, a feeling that was new and unprepared for. Watching Chase manhandle Liberty was disturbing, and now he wondered if there was something more he could have done about it. It was obvious that just his word alone wouldn't save the dachshund. Would he have been able to restrain Chase and save her? He felt useless, evident as he slightly turned away from the duo and stared off into a line of teeth that trailed along the sickly pink wall. Chase sat down, not caring that his tail was now dipped in translucent sludge. Was it finally time to tell the truth? It wasn't, it couldn't be. He had to let someone know, but he couldn't let anyone know. It was tearing him apart inside to see and over the atrocity he had committed, yet every second it remained untold was another second he was free. Was he truly free? Was it freeing to never tell the truth? The static only becomes stronger the more he sealed the truth within him, but he knew the static was never going away, or was it? Chase? Liberty tilted her head, reaching out to the broken shepherd. When he pulled the trigger on Sky, his spirit immediately shattered apart. The pieces were dropped down into the void, left to burn in endless suffering over the one stupid action he wished he could take back. The static told him that nothing remained, that he was merely a cold, lifeless shell of what he once was, but darkness was known to lie. Perhaps there was one faint glimmer of himself still fighting to be relevant, a tiny remnant of a loyal shepherd in blue that would jump to action to help those he loved. He slowly turned his head to his friend, too ashamed to actually meet the mix's gaze. "Rocky, go on ahead." "Huh? Just, please. Give us a minute." The mix looked to Liberty, who returned a small nod to him. Unsure of himself, he sighed and turned away. He didn't want to be alone, and wandering off into a dark living abyss was not something he was fond of doing. He started walking, leaving Chase and Liberty behind as he took to the corridor. He wouldn't go far, just enough until they were out of earshot, then he'd stay put and hide. Chase watched him go, seeing the gray, white-tipped tail disappear into the darkness. He already regretted everything he was agreeing to, but there was no other option. To tell Marshall the truth would break their bond, destroying the brotherly relationship they've built over the years. Telling Rocky would shatter his trust, leaving him to denounce Chase's leadership he so fiercely upheld. Telling Zuma would be his worst mistake, it would confirm everything the lab already suspected, and possibly result in a bloody dogfight. "He's gone," Liberty said simply, sitting down to face Chase. "Now talk to me." His mind grew, forcing Chase to wince slightly as a piercing noise hit his ear. Liberty remained unaffected, witnessing front row the mental agony he was going through. It all built up into one cacophony of crooked music, screeching so loud he could barely hear anything else. He had to tell her, but another voice scolded him not to. He wanted to open up, but a force within him constantly stabbed in a needle and threaded through his body, sewing up his lie to never see the light. "Tell her, don't tell her, tell her, don't tell her." He shook his head a little, his voice cracking. The static spiraled out of control, nearly consuming his brain, beginning to build pressure like an active volcano. It churned and intensified, all leading up to one powerful mind break to take Chase's soul into the void where it belonged. He said again, kneading his paws. His ears deafened, vision blurring over as words and phrases echoed in his head. He couldn't quite make out what they were saying, but they were all fizzling like a ticking bomb, screaming and wailing. Ferox Malice's screech played on repeat in his ears, forcing him to listen over and over until he was so disoriented he couldn't breathe. "I killed Sky." Everything stopped. The static, the screams, the noise, it all suddenly stopped. Finally, Chase felt a weight lift from him, riding alongside the pained, broken words that left his muzzle. His mind was quiet again, and he could breathe easily for the first time in hours. "What?" Liberty drew back a little, raising her eyebrow. I killed her." "Well, she was infected, wasn't she?" Liberty shrugged. "You did what you had to do." "No, you don't understand." The shepherd whined, trying to fight back tears. "She was never infected to begin with." The dachshund's eyes widened in shock, now beginning to catch on. "Hell, at the time I didn't know if Ferox Malice was even here." Chase hung his head, but Cyrus made it sound so horrible. "And I was scared," he confessed. "I was so scared, like when I had to go back to Adventure City, but it was so much worse this time." A sorrowful feeling hit him, as he remembered the traumatizing past he endured beneath the skyscrapers of the city. His memory called back to the device Cyrus had given him. "He gave me this thing. A thing that could apparently read blood and sound an alarm when it detected anything foreign. I knew Sky was sick, as did everyone else, and, well, that was what I mostly hinged on." "What was she sick with?" Liberty asked. "Fuck if I know, could have been literally just the flu or something," the shepherd growled slightly, "but it was a terrible coincidence that I focused on, completely ignoring anyone else. Who knows, Rubble could have had an obvious sign of being infected, a sign that I completely ignored." His friend moved to his side, slowly and sympathetically placing her paw onto his. I murdered her, Liberty, he choked out, voice breaking. I just fucking shot her like a common criminal. She didn't even have time to react, she just died. He tried to say something else, but the shepherd could no longer contain himself. He lowered his head, a simple pose on the outside, but within he was torn to shreds, his mistakes and failures scratching at his heart. He had failed his patrol, he failed Ryder, he failed Adventure Bay, and he failed himself. Chase, his friend said softly, stopping as she tried to find the words, I'm so sorry. She gently leaned on his shoulder and draped an arm around him, pulling him in for a soft hug. Chase didn't return the gesture. To make matters worse, he said again, I left my gun in the boiler room, along with the ACG radio Cyrus gave me. Like an idiot, I discarded them. Now the power's out and I can't get them back without Rocky fixing the breakers, and for that, he needs to come down here. We're literally in this mess because of me. It's all my fault. Dogs make mistakes, it's okay, Liberty tried to reason within him. No, Chase replied a little harshly, to call this a mistake is insufficient. I fucked up. I completely fucked up. Okay, well she stammered, growing a tad agitated, everyone fucks up at some point. Look at me. You. He met her gaze, what have you ever done? A lot of things, she laughed awkwardly, well. She took a deep breath, I had to give up a puppy once. The words left her mouth, and for a moment Chase didn't believe what he even heard. Puppy? He tilted his head, what are you, what do you mean? An infant, Chase, she clarified, I had an infant I couldn't take care of. A sad sigh left her, as she too bowed her head, so I had to left him at the fire station. Liberty hadn't gone as far as killing someone like Chase had, but she had a glimmer of understanding of what it was like to make a horrible mistake. Aren't you a puppy though? The police officer put together, how did you? Let's just say I made a really big mistake. Liberty held a paw out, gesturing as she spoke, and as a result, I may have changed or completely ended the life of an infant. Jesus. So I guess what I'm trying to say is, I understand, a little at least, she gave a soft smile, even though it was roughly a year ago, it still haunts me. I guess I didn't kill anyone, that I know of. The two dogs sat in silence, both listening to the gentle churning of the stomach-like hallway they resided in. It was a weirdly calming sound to Chase's ears, a feeling he'd never thought he'd cross with the disgusting nightmare that Ferox Malice had created down there. What am I supposed to tell Ryder? He said finally, staring down at the floor, that I killed one of our own? By mistake? I don't think Ryder is coming back. The shepherd whipped around in a snarl, he is. You'll see. A faint whine emitted from him, as he backed up to look around at the hellish environment. Ryder wouldn't abandon us, he never will. Straight face. Grunting as he called forward all the strength within him, Zuma heaved in a strained breath, pushing aside a folded table that was blocking a new door. The lab was eager to get moving, motivated by the discovery of a device that seemingly interfered with their communications. He put his nose on the floor and searched for any possible sign of a new path, eventually discovering a door that was blocked by a variety of discarded utilities. Marshall sat aside, dragging his paws along the ground, a subtle coping mechanism as he tried to keep himself calm. Zuma seemed oblivious to his friend's distress, or he did know but was just ignoring it. The Dalmatian watched his friend attempt to dislodge a large computer, the last object in the way of the door. Unfortunately, it was significantly heavier than anything else, and Zuma was unsuccessful. The spotted puppy tried to reach out to the lab. I want to go back to Chase. Why? Zuma said in a simple reply, not even turning around. What's so special about him? Nothing, I just. The Dalmatian lowered himself to the floor, resting his chin on his paws. No offense, Zuma, but I think I'd just feel safer with him. Now Zuma whipped around, safer than me? Chase will throw you to that thing the first chance he gets. I've noticed you really don't trust him that much anymore. Marshall narrowed his eyes. Well, you can't trust most these days. The lab's words were disturbing to his companion, more so considering the irony of that statement. Getting increasingly anxious, Marshall licked his paw a few times before getting to his fur. There was little he could do to actually soothe his fears, with a simple groom being the next best thing. Zuma tried to move the obstacle again, but to no avail. Damn it, literally the one thing in our way. Maybe there's another way to move it? Marshall tried to get his participation in, not wanting Zuma to think he was lazy. There isn't, unless you have super strength. I guess we could really use those mighty pup powers right about now. The Dalmatian said with a faint smile, remembering the adventures they had. His smile then fell, remembering the only pup to gain super strength was Rubble. It was obvious that Zuma was remembering too, as there was a noticeable dip in his mood, a wave of sadness raining on him. Rubble's gone, he said softly, quietly mourning the loss of his good friend. Picking his head up a little, Marshall got up and walked over to his friend, seeking to comfort him. Coming to his side, the spotted dog held out his arm, offering a hug. Zuma completely ignored it, not even looking at his companion. This is Chase's fault, he hissed. What has he done? It was a solid question. What exactly had Chase done? He went behind the backs of the team, conspiring with a military organization that scarred Rocky. He withheld vital information from them, keeping away a twisted secret that a threat walked alongside the dogs, and didn't reveal it until the very last minute while flashing a gun around. That was the worst one, the gun, the weapon that Chase as a police officer would surely be so familiar with. He murdered Sky in front of everyone, and Zuma now fully believed that to be a fact. He didn't need Chase to confess his sins or secretly slide him a note with the truth written on it. He simply just knew that Chase was no longer the German Shepherd they once loved and laughed with. That dog was insane, no less a monster than the creature that hunted them. He killed Sky, Marshall. The words hit the Dalmatian like a bullet train, and he could be seen visibly freezing up. He stammered, I know. Can we not talk about this? No, you're not understanding. Zuma turned to face him. Sky never had the monster in her, it was Rubble. Chase assumed it was her and shot her in front of everyone without even giving her a fair chance to explain. No, that's not Dash. Marshall blinked, a confused expression on his face as he tried to process the information. He wouldn't. Wouldn't what? The lab challenged him, kill someone? He's a cop, it's what they do. The Dalmatian backed up, staring in horror as he defied the words, Zuma, no. His voice went shaky, you can hate Chase, but you can't say these things about him. Say what, the truth? Zuma followed steadily, beginning to back Marshall into a wall. Maybe if you weren't so starry-eyed around him you'd actually see it. A low growl escaped from him, and Marshall drew back further, now feeling even more afraid. I don't trust him, and you shouldn't either, Zuma shrugged, and I'm not forcing that on you, it's just my suggestion. We could all die down here if we make the wrong move. Given the circumstances, we can't afford to keep holding our trust on someone if we feel they'll tear us all down. You mean? Marshall dared to say, a fit of defiance rising in him, someone like you? Bewildered at the Dalmatian's accusation, Zuma was tempted to lash at him, but such a gesture would only solidify him as a broken bond. He couldn't afford to lose the trust of his companions. No, not me. You can trust me, he nodded, you need to. Well, here's a newsflash, came the firefighter's response, puffing up his white fur and baring his teeth, I don't trust you. A loud bang suddenly tore through the air, making both dogs draw back in surprise. The sound resembled a punch of metal, like something threw itself into a solid wall. It was then that Zuma realized in horror just how loud they were talking. The conversation had escalated far beyond safe parameters. Marshall paled, unable to move as he darted his vision around in paranoia. What was that? Turning to look back at the fleshy orifice they had climbed through to get into the room, Zuma scanned over it as if he was searching for something. It seemed like the only way inside until the lab looked up and noticed several displaced ceiling tiles. It would be all too easy for something to drop in from above. Hide, Zuma tried to hide his own fear in his voice. Marshall didn't hear, still paralyzed. Hide. He snapped, and finally, the Dalmatian rendered his words. The spotted dog turned back to the tables and cabinets. Hide where? Crawling under a table was easy, but it was also just as easy to glance under one to check for prey. The cabinets were tight and claustrophobic, not a fear Marshall had, but still an uncomfortable position to be in. Are you sure it dash? An echo suddenly sounded through the room, resembling that of a long, layered exhale of breath. It was like a hiss, like the building itself was breathing around them. Soon after, the sound of metal clawing and scraping began to tear into their ears, vastly approaching. Marshall didn't need to ask twice, exploding into a panicked run and making haste toward the storage cabinets. He clicked open the first dog and tried to climb in, only stopping upon realizing it was full of papers and assorted office equipment. Zuma broke into action, searching for a place to hide. Hiding with Marshall seemed like the easy option, but also the most dangerous as it would render both dogs dead should they be found. Even though the separation was a terrible idea in situations like this, now was a unique time when it was necessary. The lab began to run at another cabinet a few feet away when suddenly another banging sound hit his ears, and it was close. Where in the world was Feroxmalis? With how close it sounded, it seemed like it'd be in the room by now. Panicking, he abandoned his course of action and dove under one of the tables, staying low to the ground to avoid sticking out too much. Marshall was completely concealed, but Zuma had found a less favorable place. If he was found, he'd have little time to react. The only saving grace was that the table had a massive blanket of fabric draped over it, a sheet probably used to cover up old computers. He knew the creature was rather tall, so it wouldn't see him right away, and the sheet of fabric was helping in obscuring him. Marshall chose another door, his paws stumbling with the latch as fear and dread were overriding his focus. Clicking the door open, he saw the cabinet was completely empty. Not wasting even a second of time, he climbed into it and shut the door behind him. Now contained like old food in Tupperware, Marshall had only the 3 horizontal slits on the door to peek out with. He held his breath, tried to slow his pounding heart, and patiently waited for any sign of the monster. Several minutes passed, and neither dog heard or saw anything. Zuma sat motionless like the dead, double-checking every second that his tail had not idly slid out into view. He feared for Marshall, believing right away the puppy was at risk of messing something up and giving himself away. He was surrounded by the unknown and refused to come out unless he was absolutely sure. Locked away in the cabinet, Marshall had the advantage of actually being able to see out. He scanned his eyes around the room, a difficult motion due to his limited field of view. Where is it? They heard it so clearly, so close, like it was directly above their heads just waiting to pounce. The creature probably would have just ambushed the room entirely if the dogs continued arguing. Marshall waited another few seconds, but still there was no sign of it. He gently placed a paw on the door, once again taking a peek through the slits before he pushed out. A mangled paw of flesh suddenly slapped onto the front of the door, coming down from above like a rotten chunk of meat and bone. Marshall suppressed a scream and drew back as far as he possibly could. Its claws slowly scratched at its metal surface, and Feroxmalis climbed down from on top of the cabinets. The Dalmatian was unable to control his heavy breathing. Where in the world did it come from if he didn't see it come down from the ceiling? Dragging itself down, the creature's body of gore passed over the cabinet, and for once Marshall managed to get a clear view of its underbelly. To say Ferox Malus had an underbelly was a stretch. A belly was a soft, ticklish surface usually covered in fur, eager for belly rubs to appease all the stress and anxiety of a dog. What Marshall was seeing now was nothing like the sort, a sight that made him gag in horror. The literal belly of the beast was a crude canvas of gore, sprouting webs of tendons to secure its squirming body mass. Despite its incredibly thin bone frame, its chest did have a visible ribcage that jutted out of its upper spine, resembling more of a cold, empty cage where a heart should be. The stomach was visible off to the right, audibly gurgling away as it worked to digest some horrific foreign material. The stomach was hastily fastened to the spine with the intestine and was the only organ Marshall could visibly recognize. He had no feasible idea what any of the other mess under the creature was, but it did catch his eye that Ferox Malus had no visible heart. With what small, limited view he had of its ribcage, he swore he saw the faint outline of a small dog, maybe 2, maybe 4, trapped within the organic mass behind the ribs. Scraping off of the cabinets, Ferox Malus slithered into the room, its thin tail flicking like an antenna. Its footsteps were heavy and loud, terrifying Zuma the closer he heard them draw near. The creature was far from unintelligent, fully aware that its prey was nearby. It knew not to waste its energy overturning tables and ripping down walls. Another method would work just as fine, if not better. Lowering its ripped, skin-masked head, it opened its mouth and began to rearrange its organs. A gentle, soft voice left its maw, "Guys?" Zuma stopped cold, his eyes widening in a mix of shock and bewilderment. Marshall heard it just as clearly, and the Dalmatian came forward a little in the cabinet, itching to get a look. That was Rubble's voice. "Guys, I'm here," the bulldog's voice echoed. "Zuma, where are you?" Ferox Malus wasn't moving its mouth, nor had fully intact lips to form words. It didn't need them, its mutation had been left unchecked for so long, allowing it to reach a new stage in its evolution. Rubble wasn't finished yet, it needed more body mass to put the bulldog back together enough to make it convincing. Even then, if one had a few seconds standing before the creature, they'd be able to see Rubble's head poking out of its left shoulder. He wouldn't be the only one. Ferox Malus maliciously prepared room in its body for 5 more dogs. "Marshall," Zuma breathed, despite knowing his friend couldn't hear him, "please don't." The firefighter was almost hypnotized by the voice of his fallen friend, making him paw at the door of the cabinet. He missed Rubble so much, and Sky just as well. They hadn't physically seen Rubble get torn apart. To Marshall that was reason enough that he could still be alive. "Rude dash," he stuttered, gently scratching at the door with his spotted paw. "Rubble." He wanted so desperately to come out, yet he knew he'd die if he would, but he had to. He couldn't, but he could. But Ferox Malus was out there. But what if it wasn't out there? What if it really was Rubble? An odd, lingering noise of static had entered the Dalmatian's head, sending his mind into a whirlwind of questions and reasonings. Marshall shook his head, trying to pull himself back to reality. Returning his gaze to the door, he looked out to try and see his old friend, but his view had changed. He could see the musky, bloodied fangs of Ferox Malus's maw, breathing into the cabinet. It found him. A horrific war cry screeched into the air as Ferox Malus confirmed the sight of its prey. Marshall squeezed himself back into the cabinet as far as he would go, now audibly shrieking in terror like a terrified puppy. Flexing its claws, the creature hissed at its contained food, and raked its paw as hard as possible across the metal surface, producing a sound like the scraping of a chalkboard in half a second. Zuma jumped out from under the table, filled with horror as he stared at his doomed friend. "Marshall." The door held, its metal built resisting the blooded razors of Ferox Malus's claws. Irritated at the failed attack, the monster bristled the tentacles from its back in agitation. If tactic and ability wouldn't work, then maybe brute force was the way to go. It balled its degloved paw, pulling the arm back as it wound up its strength. In a blinding second, it punched into the cabinet door, instantly deforming it and bending it inwards. One of its two hinges snapped off like a piece of broken wood, gently bouncing to floor while the other barely held the door. The sound of the impact was like a gunshot, echoing through the air, making Zuma flinch. The lab was completely exposed, yet Ferox Malice ignored his presence, deliberately targeting the Dalmatian. The screams the puppy made, the frantic scribbles of its spotted paws in the confined cabinet, it filled the monster with adrenaline. The door was broken but barely held on with a weak little hinge, further enraging the monster. With its edges now jutting outward, Ferox Malice gripped its paws around the door and attempted to tear it off. Its strength was that of a rhinoceros, with the seething anger like a cloud of hornets. Marshall had lost the memo to remain calm and silent, his life flashing before his eyes as he cowered before the monster tearing into his hiding spot. The Dalmatian cried out helplessly, as he was completely trapped with nowhere to run other than the jaws of Ferox Malice. The firefighter tried to back up, when he suddenly felt a tentacle wrap around his leg, coiling like a hair-thin worm. With brutal cruelty, Marshall was forcibly ripped out of yanked through the door by his leg. A feeble grunt escaped his muzzle as his body collided with the hard tile floor. Dazed, the puppy whimpered and meekly looked up, only to see Ferox Malice sucking back in the tentacle through its arm. And no, the Dalmatian gasped, trying to crawl away. Leaning its head down, Ferox Malice scanned its prey, basking in his fear. "Come on, Marshall," Rubble's voice echoed from the mass of gore, "stop fighting." The predator slid a tentacle over its lips like a squirming appendage, then roared down at the puppy, baring its jaws of teeth. Acting fast, Zuma jumped up on one of the computer tables, frantically looking for anything to save his friend. There was a gas canister sitting idly a few feet away, just another in the numerous that seemed to be sprinkled around the basement. Panicked, Zuma jumped from table to table, accidentally slipping as he landed awkwardly on the third. He grunted from the impact, gripping his dull claws into the table's surface. Ferox Malice picked its head up, eyeing the Labrador with a warning hiss. Seeing the monster distracted, Marshall attempted to roll back on his paws and run away. He didn't get even 2 inches away before Ferox Malice stepped its leg onto his back, painfully pinning him to the floor. Why wasn't it just killing them right away? Why not just end their suffering now? Ferox Malice, what little cognitive understanding was left in it, made sure to prolong each and every kill as slowly as possible. It wanted to hear and feel the agony, every drop of it. Naya. Zuma grabbed the gas canister in his arms with all the strength he had. "Eat this." Calling forward a burst of energy, he flung the flammable explosive directly at the monster. He knew it was fragile, and he quickly jumped to the floor and covered his face, bracing himself for the explosion. It was time to finally end the creature in one massive fire. The gas canister smacked Ferox Malice in the face, bouncing off its cheek and making the monster grunt in annoyance. It plummeted to the floor with a loud crash, eventually rolling to a stop. It didn't explode. Zuma's heart sank even lower than the floor, paling under his fur upon realizing his plan had failed. His hope was gone, consumed by a gluttonous monster who exhausted every option Zuma threw at it. The lab's breathing shook in terror, his paws still firmly clasped over his face like he was terrified of seeing his own death. Snarling in anger, it released Marshall, only to open its palm and shoot out a writhing tentacle. The appendage coiled around Marshall's torso and yanked helplessly him into the air. Aha! The spotted puppy flailed as he was picked up. "Help!" Pulling the tentacle back in, Ferox Malice caught Marshall in its paw, roared furiously into the air, and flung the puppy into Zuma. Zuma had to dive off the table to avoid the friendly fire, landing lightly on his neck. The landing didn't kill him, but come dangerously close, instead sending a shock through the lab's body. Marshall flew past him, crashing into the back wall and ricocheting off. A bloodstain was left where Marshall hit the surface, and the puppy landed limply on the floor. A faint twitch emitted from his paw, before the Dalmatian entirely stopped moving, blood leaking around him. Zuma turned his head where his partner had fallen, his breathing erratic and shaky. "Marshall." He scrambled backward in the office, shaking his head in denial. "No." Making a noise like a low growl, Feroxmalis screeched and lifted its left paw, slithering out a long, red tentacle. It had mutated even further, seemingly unlocking new abilities within the vile creature. Wielding the tentacle like a squirming whip, it held the paw over its head, then flung it down with great force. The tentacle crashed down with a deadly impact, barely missing Zuma, but utterly obliterating an entire table and computer in the way. The table smashed into millions of broken wood pieces, the computer exploding into sparking metals and glass. With no other option, Zuma ran, seeking cover wherever he could find it. He was half blinded by the tears streaming out his eyes, dazed from the impact of landing on his neck. A piercing static in his head was shrieking over and over, following him as he moved under table after table. The tentacle was relentless, Feroxmalis repeatedly pulling it back and slamming it forward again. A second table was smashed, exposing the cowering Labrador as he ran for another spot, then a third table exploded into shards. Zuma cried as he charged in panic, crashing into the door he attempted to open just a couple of minutes ago. The old computer still sat in front of it, pinning the door closed. The whole room was in shambles, with nothing but shredded wood and glass every 2 feet. Snarling, Feroxmalis wound up its arm and backhanded a pile of debris in its way, scattering it to the side of the room. Zuma whimpered as he scratched his paws against the stuck door, whimpering like a puppy begging to be let inside. Slurping the appendage back into its body, Feroxmalis shook as it discharged a translucent fluid from its paws. Shaking its head in a growl, it flexed its razor claws and prepared to leap. The tentacle play was just a warm-up, a workout to get used to its new utilities, but it wasn't playing anymore. Its claws begged to be bloodied red, and their edges would soon meet the body of a chocolate Labrador. Zuma looked back just in time to see the monster leap into through the air, claws outstretched. Zuma's life flashed before his eyes, and at that moment, he uttered a silent prayer. He swore he felt the gentle touch of his mother, her paw comfortingly on his shoulder. As the world went silent, she leaned in and spoke softly into his ear. "Wake up." Snapped back to reality in the last possible millisecond, Zuma ducked down, throwing himself to the floor. Feroxmalis raked its claws over him, catching them into the door and ripping them down. The door was shredded into nothing, crumbling into broken wood and sending the metal knob flying. The passage was finally open, allowing access to a brand new room. Zuma had no time to look inside, taking advantage of the creature's moment of confusion and bolting away. His eyes fell onto the fleshy orifice that made up the entrance, the nightmarish cavern of gore they had to crawl through. It was the only out, as the creature stood before the only other exit out. Wincing, Zuma seized his only chance. Straight face. Do you hear that? Chase narrowed his eyes, pricking his ears. Liberty and Rocky stopped walking, tuning their senses to any noise around them. Their surroundings were quiet for a few seconds, until the sound of a smashed table echoed to them. What is that? Rocky took a small step forward, flattening his ears. Is that the creature? Chase and Liberty met up with Rocky soon after their conversation, rejoining the concerned mix and continuing their hike through the basement. As they each walked, the dogs carried their individual thoughts over the matter. Chase was filled with an odd combination of fear and determination, striving to fix his mistakes while still boiling in shame. Rocky's thoughts were on his shepherd friend, quietly worried about his mental stability. Plotting in secret, Liberty scanned dozens of ways in her head to find the samples she needed. She wasn't going back to the Archline Foundation empty pod, she needed at least something. Pointing a gray paw, Rocky at a jointing path up ahead, briefly obscured by bloodied intestine hanging from the ceiling. It came from there. Let's go. Wait, we're going to Ferox Malice? Chase whipped his head at him, staring at the mix. Are you insane? You want to go toward the thing that's been killing all of us? Ignoring him, Rocky sped up toward the new path. We left Zuma and Marshall, they could be in trouble. Bad idea, Rocky, why can't we just keep going straight? He flicked his ears toward the continuing path. There's no sense in making twists and turns. I'm not leaving my friends, Chase. Well, Chase stuttered, trying to formulate a response that didn't make him sound horrible. I think maybe he hesitated again, completely lost in his words. Liberty pushed past him. Here, I'll go forward, you go with Rocky. She instantly charged off, leaving no opportunity for Chase to respond. Oh, fantastic, I get to go see the death monster with my idiot friend, the shepherd grumbled, walking to follow Rocky. Picking up his pace, he caught up with the mix as he was pushing under the hanging tendrils. There was a fierce spark of tenacity within the mixed breed, and Chase felt a pang of jealousy. It wasn't fair that Rocky was stronger-willed than him. Oh, good, you're with me on this, Rocky flashed an endearing smile at his partner. No, I am fucking not. They approached a metal door that was sealed shut. It wasn't made out of wood or had visible hinges or knobs. It was an electric door that lifted up and down, made of a sturdy material that wasn't easily broken. Whatever's behind here must be important. Rocky narrowed his eyes. How do we open this? Chase approached the door and sniffed around its outline, pawing at the fleshy sludge. Trailing his arm along, he located a lever that was buried under the gore. Here, he said with mild amusement, gripping the handle in his teeth and yanking it down. The door opened by itself, almost like magic, providing access to a dark room. Rocky walked inside before Chase had finished wiping his mouth of the blood. Looking around, the mix noticed what looked like an odd box with buttons on the side of it. The hell? He turned his head to see a large maze of pipes running along the left wall, likely a master plumbing system. Chase followed in after him. What is this, some kind of utility room? Walking deeper in, Rocky rounded a corner. No, I think it's some kind of dash. He stopped in his tracks, coming up a new doorway. However, the door was completely destroyed, littering the floor below with wood shavings and broken metal pieces. Narrowing his eyes, Rocky lowered his head and sniffed the pieces. He let out a noise of confusion, closely inspecting the mess. Chase came to his side. What happened here? Just 4 feet away, Zuma stopped in surprise, whipping around at the sound of Chase's voice. Chase? The shepherd looked up. Yeah, he stopped cold, drawing back in terror as his ears flattened. Oh shit. Ferox Malice turned around so sharply that its spine completely twisted a full 180 degrees. Locking eyes with the 2 other dogs, it abandoned its previous target and turned to the new prey. Roaring out in rage, it swung a tentacle out its paw and flung the blunt end at the exposed doorway. It was a narrow dodge. Chase grabbed the mix at his side and shoved him to the ground, ducking as the tentacle flew over their heads and collided with the back wall. Run! Zuma shouted with what little freedom he had, before running to Marshall. Ferox Malice withdrew its appendage as the 2 dogs scrambled to their paws. Go, go! We'll use the door to cut it off. Rocky screamed as he tore away. Chase tried to stand up but stumbled at the last second, making him trip over himself. The monstrous creature bared its teeth and lunged for the shepherd, seeking to tear him apart. He collected himself and began to run, hearing Ferox Malice pounding footsteps as it sprinted for Chase. The puppy rounded the corner, fleeing for the door where Rocky was waiting. Ferox Malice couldn't slow down to make the turn, and crashed head-on into the wall of the utility room, dazing it from the impact of hitting the pipes. Shaking its dizziness out, the predator narrowed its vision on the puppy, making a break for the electric door. Not this time. The creature lowered down and prepared to spring, not wasting a second of time. In an instant, it kicked out its back legs and sprang into the air, honing in on the German Shepherd. "Chase, duck!" Rocky called, terrified as he watched the sight unfold. The shepherd immediately flattened himself to the ground, skidding to a stop. Ferox Malice sailed over him, crash-landing out into the hallway and knocking into the wall. An enraged screech howled through the air as the creature scrambled to its feet. Rocky turned and raced back under the door, nearly tripping over Chase as he ran for the second lever. "Rocky!" Rubble screamed from the abyss. Ferox Malice's tentacle shot out of its paw, coiling around Rocky's leg. The mix was yanked off balance, hitting the floor. He screamed in panic, desperately reaching for the door lever that was just 3 inches from his paw. He tried with all his puppy might to fight against its hold, but slowly he began to get pulled back. "Chase, the door!" he yelled. The shepherd tried to stand but was disoriented as his vision began to blur over. The close proximity to the creature seemed to have an odd effect on him. "Chase!" Rocky planted his claws into the floor, desperately trying to save himself. "Huh?" The police officer blinked, stumbling to his paws. "Huh?" "The door." Ferox Malice spit out a second tentacle, flinging it forward to ensnare Rocky's other leg, dragging him faster. "Chase! Get the Rocky cried out. Zuma flew by Chase, bumping past him as he jumped to the lever. In a solid motion, the lab gripped the lever and yanked it down, activating the mechanism. The door shut almost instantaneously, just milliseconds before Rocky passed under it. The tentacles holding the mix were severed, prompting an echoed howl of rage on the other side. Rocky scrambled backward, breathing heavily as he was filled with terror. Zuma. "I'm here." The lab went to his side, helping him untangle his legs. It was finally now that Chase's static-filled mind cleared again, and he came back to reality. Blinking in confusion, he looked around and spotted Rocky getting up, nuzzling Zuma in gratitude. "Oh," he stuttered in quiet surprise, a gut-wrenching feeling of shame hitting him. Before he could say anything, Rocky and Zuma raced off, seeking to check Marshall's condition despite leaving Chase completely alone. "Hey, wait!" he muttered, running after them. On the other end, Ferox Malice stumbled back, shock hitting its body from 2 of its tendrils being cut. It was of little concern in the long run, as it had mutated enough to regenerate at a faster frequency. More tendrils were coming soon anyway, the creature hissed as it backed away from the door. It was filled with hatred, and a piece of it wanted to tear into the wall and tunnel back to them. Ferox Malice had never seen this much resistance before. It wasn't often that its prey had the utility to fight back. That damned husky who lived in the mountain, that winter dog, gave Ferox Malice enough trouble as is. It preferred it greatly when the victims were easy pickings. No matter, bracing its claws, it prepared itself to rip open the wall. Only then its nose caught a smell, a scent that made it stop in its tracks. Turning its head, it followed the smell of the dachshund, the dog who foolishly split up from the group. Snarling in hunger, the creature shook itself off and raced down the hallway.
Oh, jetzt geht es sicher zu Liberty. Kopfjagen, oh nein.
Lockdown, Paw Patrol. Marshall wasn't dead but severely hurt. To have his body forcibly thrown into a wall was not a pleasant experience, and although his bones were held, he couldn't move and suffered from a horrible ache in his body. Zuma and Rocky got to him first, with Chase walking behind them, a confused expression on the shepherd. Zuma had seen it, Chase freezing up seconds before Rocky was dragged away to a slow death. The lab acted quickly, coming to his brother's rescue knowing Chase was unreliable. It all but confirmed his suspicions, and while he kept a straight face around Rocky, a deep rage burned within him. It was time to act, to rid of the problem at its source. While Zuma kept his new mission a secret, Rocky was more of the vocal type. What the hell was that? The mix turned to Chase, an angry yet concerned look on his face begging for answers. He had his paw on Marshall's shoulder like he was trying to subtly show he still cared for the Dalmatian, a gesture he didn't understand why he'd need to show. Zuma looked up at Rocky's question, also wanting to hear the answer to this. What? Chase stopped, flicking his eyes between his friends. He was still slightly dazed from the odd mental noise that had been following him. You almost let me die. Rocky barked, flattening his ears and bristling his fur. I needed help and you just stopped moving. A faint grin slid onto Zuma's face. I don't know. The shepherd backed up defensively. Something. What? I was frozen, okay? Frozen. Rocky said flatly, you were frozen. Desperate not to accidentally turn his best friend against him, Chase searched for an explanation, an excuse, anything. Look, that thing has some kind of hold on me. I don't know how to explain it, but it's getting into my head. You're infected, Zuma breathed in awe, narrowing his eyes. What? No. The officer held up his paw to instantly shut down the lab's accusation. Ferox malice is way beyond that stage. Couldn't you see that already? Rocky could hardly understand why he was hearing. So what the hell are you saying? I'm saying that thing has some kind of mental hold on me. It's screaming in me. It's agonizing. I don't know how to make it go away. Chase lowered his ears in shame, embarrassed for how vulnerable he was. Zuma lurked in the back, watching the conversation. He was ready to carry out his plan of action, but stopped to see if Rocky was primed to turn on the shepherd as well. Ferox malice was just a distraction now. He needed all the help he could get to exterminate the true killer of the Paw Patrol. Rocky thought long and hard about what he was hearing, looking at the ground for a moment. I've felt it too. You have? Chase looked up in surprise. Zuma's grin instantly died, now replaced with an expression of annoyance. When I went out to check the breakers, the mix recalled, I encountered that thing and watched it kill a rodent. He shuddered at the memory, and I felt something like this, static. Yeah, that dash, the shepherd stuttered, his tail wagging for the first time in days. That's it. It made me freeze up, and it's just difficult to deal with. That may be so, Rocky understood, but moved to his friend. But I really thought you were going to let me die there. He stopped before him, looking at Chase with a stern expression. I understand what you're going through, and I'm sorry. But I need you, here and now. He reached his gray paw forward and pressed to Chase's shoulder, a sign of comfort and understanding. I know you weren't trying to kill me. I know you'd never do that. Tell me, whenever the static comes back. It was unnatural to see Rocky take a stand like this. He spoke to Chase like a mentor, despite being his equal for years. The gray mix had gone almost ignored by the rest of the dogs ever since Ferox malice hatched, and he was simply just always the same, a bystander to the action. While Chase fought against his own mind and Zuma darkened from a coldness within him, Rocky was going through his own changes. He saw exactly what the Paw Patrol was missing in a time like this, someone to keep them all together. That creature, it's trying to break us. Rocky flattened his ears as he surveyed the damaged room. If it cannot kill us, then it will snap our sanity and will. He came to the conclusion as he turned back to Chase. Talk to me, Chase, please. I don't want to lose you. If we don't fight this mental strain, it'll plunge us into insanity. Heh, Chase chuckled to himself, saddened as he trailed off. Yeah, I know what you mean. The mix tilted his head. You do? Nearby, Zuma sat with Marshall trying to tend to him. The Dalmatian was already beginning to reawaken, with visible strain on his face. The poor firefighter was going through hell with no end in sight, no doubt the most innocent of the team. Marshall was viewed by all in a different way. Chase wanted to protect him, Rocky sought to educate him in the harsh reality of facing death, and Zuma still cared for him despite beginning to see him as somewhat dead weight. As he stood over him, Zuma pricked his ears to eavesdrop on his brother's conversation. Trailing his paw along the ground, Chase spoke softly. I feel like I'm not myself. He gave a pitiful sigh as Rocky tried to comfort him with an arm over his shoulder. I can't even tell who I am anymore after what I did. Those last words made Rocky silently stop, hearing the exact implication in the words yet restraining himself enough to not provoke Chase. He knew where this was going, although he still sought to understand the full picture. He wanted to help Chase deep down and bring him back to the shepherd he once was. All he needed was an answer. Chase, he said simply, punctuating his words with narrowed eyes, what have you done? He didn't want to tell Rocky the truth. He was the last dog he wanted ever knowing of his crimes. Liberty was an exception, an outsider blessed with cursed knowledge never to spill onto the others. A street dog with a mutual relationship was worthy of knowing Chase's terrible mistake, but Rocky was family, even though he had put the shepherd in a rather compromising position. Zuma had heard it too, and Rocky was all too observant in the turmoil growing between the two of them. Zuma, go outside for a moment. Rocky turned back. We're continuing on that route to escape this basement. You dash, the lab stuttered in response. You mean the hallway Ferox Malice disappeared in? Won't it be there? Just go, give me a moment with Chase. The lab merely rolled his eyes with a scowl escaping his muzzle, yet he obediently complied. It's not very smart to split up in situations like this. He was going to say something snippy when a thought entered his mind, making the Coast Guard stop and rethink his course of action. He realized right away that splitting up was exactly what he wanted, providing him the opportunity to carry out his own plan. Sure, he put on a fake smile, I'll go brave the death hallways alone. The lab rolled his eyes and left the room. Entering the dark hallway with the electric door, Zuma scoffed to himself. Conspirers, the lot of them. He snuck a look behind him. He approached the electric door, the lever on the wall still pulled down, keeping the path firmly blocked when they trapped Ferox Malice outside. They don't realize how smart I actually am, the lab chuckled. I didn't survive all this shit just to watch the German Shepherd tear apart my family. He reached a paw out and flicked the lever back up. Instantly the door clicked to life, shooting upward and opening the way into the disgusting flesh hallway. He was angry he had to leave, but at the corner of his muzzle, a grin slid up. No one had yet seen what he did. Chase and Rocky were within their own problems back in the room. It was all too obvious Chase was hiding something with great difficulty, a secret his friend carefully tried to extract. You're going to hate me, Chase said, refusing to look his friend in the eye. Rocky was unfazed. However, dude, I could never hate you. You're like my brother, maybe not biologically, but it's close enough. He gently tapped the shepherd's arm with his paw, and brothers stick together, no matter what. But Chase stammered, I did something really bad. Everyone does something bad, Rocky almost laughed. How are we supposed to go through life if we have nothing to learn from? You make it sound trivial. Well, I'm not trying to, the mix shrugged, it's just the truth. What did you do? Bristling his fur, Chase stared up at the dog across from him. You want me to come out and say it? I murdered Sky. He snapped, sparking the volume of his voice for a split second at the final word. He stared into Rocky's unblinking face, expecting hostility or some kind of horrified realization, but it never came. The same reaction of the mix caught Chase off guard, and his anger settled. Giving a long sigh, Rocky spilled his own truth. I know. He said it like he was always waiting to, just never finding the right time. It was never easy to pinpoint the exact moment you were completely aware of the crime your friend had committed. What? Chase blinked. How? It kinda put it together over time, the mix shrugged, looking to the floor in mild discomfort. Look, Chase, the thing is, he winced, knowing the next thing to leave his muzzle would be hard to say. I don't really know what to think right now. I eventually figured out that Sky was clean and her death undeserved. Lowering his head in shame, the police officer nodded as a faint whine sounded from him. I know, and dash. But Rocky interrupted him. I also know what was going on at the time. He said, taking a second to scratch himself with his hind leg. There was a great fear going around the terror, and of course, none of us had actually known what Ferox Malice was yet. He tilted his head a little, reaching his point. What I'm trying to say is, losing Sky was terrible, and I miss her every day. Seeing her shot on the floor was just. He slowly turned, beginning to walk away, traumatizing. He turned his head back to look at Chase, but in a way. I understand what you were probably thinking at the time. You wanted to save us, and you were willing to make such a great sacrifice if it meant putting an end to an unseen terror. He sighed. I guess I'll give you that, but what matters now is that we have each other, and we need to stay together. Rocky soon left the room, an ashamed Chase behind him carrying Marshall on his shoulders. Even though the mix was willing to forgive the police officer for pulling the trigger on an innocent given the circumstances, he couldn't deny the aching void left in his heart. The two of them walked out through the door looking around the surroundings. So, Chase blinked. Where'd Zuma go? Rocky stretched his neck forward, peering down the dark abyss of the corridor. Not sure. It's not safe to be down here alone. You know, we've been trying to get to Ryder's garage this whole time, but I have this weird feeling we've been going in circles. But we haven't, though. Well, maybe not literal circles, Chase rolled his eyes, but the garage wasn't really that far away from the tower, and we've been traveling a ton of distance. We're not really getting anywhere down here. Taking his words into consideration, Rocky flicked his eyes down the continuing path Liberty had vanished down. I guess it does kinda feel that way. What, you think Ferox Malice has been somehow expanding out the basement? That creature is a fucking roller coaster of surprises. Hey, language, came a voice from up top, taking both dogs off guard and snapping their heads to the side in shock. Marshall suddenly lifted his head up, confused as to why he was on Chase's shoulders. Why are you carrying me? Marshall, Chase said in alarm, quickly letting the Dalmatian down, pure joy flooding his voice. You're alive. The Dalmatian awkwardly stuck his front paws out, trying to climb stand. Yeah, I am, just in a crapload of pain. I'm glad to see you okay, Rocky wagged his tail. We just need to call Zuma and find Liberty. She isn't wearing one of our radio collars. Zuma scares me, Marshall confessed, as he shook his days out of his fur. He's been talking weird all day. Can I just stay with you? Okay, here's a better idea. The shepherd suddenly looked behind him, now looking uncomfortable. Why don't we get somewhere safe and talk there? I'd rather Ferox Malice doesn't find us first. Nodding eagerly, Marshall was happy to finally be with the two dogs he cared about. As they began moving, trekking down the continued path, an odd smell hit his little black nose. The Dalmatian almost instantly stopped walking, narrowing his eyes and looking around in confusion, although neither Chase nor Rocky noticed this. As a firefighter, Marshall was highly trained in identifying certain smells that could imply danger was nearby, especially the stench of smoke. He could detect smoke from nearly twice as far as Chase, a skill he loved to brag about whenever he could. Marshall wasn't smelling any smoke, but there was indeed a foreign smell that was suddenly invading his nose. The hallway alone had a metallic, bloody, fleshy stench to it, a smell that they had already gotten used to. This new smell was almost sweet, yet reeked of chemicals, like the smell of hand sanitizer. It was too faint for Marshall to identify it, but he could tell right away that it was coming from the ceiling. Looking up at the roof, he couldn't see anything too different from the usual gore mess that had infected the lower floors. Shrugging to himself, Marshall carried on after his two friends. They continued silently for roughly 15 minutes, each dog walking in silence. It wasn't until something caught Chase's eye that they stopped moving. These eggs look different, he said, half to himself, turning his attention to some scattered fleshy capsules placed along the fleshy wall. Rocky and Marshall stopped moving, watching their friend's movement. The mix shrugged off the comment, well, not every animal hatches identical to one another. Taking careful steps, Chase cautiously approached the eggs, taking a close look at them while Rocky rolled his eyes. Marshall was going to say something when the odd smell suddenly hit him again, prompting him to look up at the ceiling again. The smell was slightly clearer, bearing a resemblance to metallic rotten eggs. He figured it was just the stench of the biomass he was smelling, but his gut told him it wasn't the case. The smell was so familiar to him, yet he still found himself unable to place it. These are bigger, Chase continued, nudging a rather large egg, nearly twice the size of the first ones we saw. They must be older, Rocky put a paw to his chin, maybe we're getting near the center hive mind. What's there? That. The word hung in the air as Rocky tried to put his sentence together, is probably the earliest part of the basement Ferox Malice entered, assuming it snuck it in through the garage. Wait, we're near the garage? The shepherd jolted, you mean we're almost out of this hell? Probably, Rocky shrugged, but we haven't found Liberty or Zuma, we can't leave them behind. Marshall's voice came up from behind, does anyone smell that? The gentle sniffing of his nose was barely heard over his uneased breathing. Looking back at him, Chase tilted his head. Smell what? The putrid death we're surrounded by? No, it's something else, the Dalmatian shook his head, irritated he wasn't able to instantly place the stench. He was worried the other two wouldn't take him seriously as he had a history of being the innocent puppy of the team, even more so than Rubble. Walking forward a little, pushing in between his brothers, he kept his nose in the air, following the smell. I don't smell anything, Rocky tried sniffing the air. He was angry he couldn't place it before, but slowly his mind turned. The stench had grown stronger, a rich, sickly sweet smell leaching into his nose. It was almost like a chemical, a liquid that was trailing along the ceiling. It was odd why the other two couldn't smell it, and Marshall wondered if it had to do with himself. If only he could smell it, it could only be explained by something unique in his ability. I'm a firefighter, he muttered to himself, making Chase narrow his eyes. The smell was something related to firefighting, Marshall would have smelled it on the job, or come across it sometime earlier. Marshall, we're wasting time. Rocky said, annoyance in his voice, Ferox Malice could be anywhere. The Dalmatian held up his paw, no, give me a second, it was on the tip of his tongue, he was so close. Narrowing his eyes, Marshall went through every memory he could of his missions, fighting fires and jumping into buildings. He retraced through his old training, all searching for a link in the stench. A rotten egg-like smell yet sweet in its nature, a spiky blend of pungent chemicals that ached the nose. It finally hit him, and Marshall spiked his fur in alarm. Gasoline. Gas, he said in surprise, quickly turning back to the others, there's gasoline coming from the ceiling. What? Rocky blinked, confused. Brilliant observation, Marshall, Zuma's voice came through on his collar, cold and emotionless. I thought you would have noticed that sooner. Zuma, where the hell are you? Chase flicked on his own collar and spoke into it. That's none of your concern, the lab replied back with a static growl. Marshall desired his own answers. Why is there gasoline in the ceiling? Where'd it come from? It's called a sprinkler system, Marshall, Zuma said matter-of-factly. I found the sprinkler control, all I had to do was flood the pipes with gasoline and trip the systems. You what? Rocky drew back in alarm. Where did you get gasoline from? Are you blind? We've been passing by tons of fuel canisters ever since we came down here. Unlike you, I actually had the plan to rig the sprinkler systems with the flammable fuel. Although, in most areas of the basement the infectious biomass has grown over the sprinklers. I'm sure eventually it'll start leaking through. Now I need now is a spark. Sure enough, Marshall turned his head up at the ceiling to see a dark stain forming on the living sludge. The gasoline being poured in from the sprinkler was blocked but was starting to leak through and drip into the hallway. As they spoke, gasoline was being showered in every room of the basement, turning the entire floor into a tinderbox mere moments from the ignition. Are you crazy? Rocky shouted into his collar. Are you trying to burn down the tower? Yes, actually, Zuma piped up a little. You're supposed to be the smart one, Rocky. I don't know why you didn't see this sooner. The lab sighed into his collar as he walked, but all I've seen out of you is bad decisions. You heard what Chase said, you heard what he did to Sky. Chase visibly paled as he began stepping back, realizing that Zuma was fully aware of Sky's murder. The lab had officially broadcasted it to every dog with a radio collar to listen in, and he wasn't finished. How did you even hear our conversation? Rocky demanded, confusion and hurt in his voice. Our collars were off. Not Marshall's. As if on command, the Dalmatian froze, staring in shock as his eyes widened. I knew you and Chase wanted me to leave, the vicious lab said coldly. I knew you wanted to share secrets, and you know how much I hate being left out. So before you told me to leave, I clicked Marshall's collar on, and I listened in to every single thing you said. He let a laugh escape him, amused at how he got on over on the team. I don't understand you, Rocky, you were supposed to be my friend. Why are giving Chase a second chance? The mix stuttered, trying to get a word as he cycled panicked looks to the two other dogs. He tried to form an answer, but he was overcome with confusion and could only ask more questions. Zuma, what are you doing? I'm doing what none of you have the gall to pull off. The lab snarled, I'm burning this entire shithole to the ground. It's the fastest way to get rid of all this infection down here and Fjorksmalis itself. Its weakness is fire, I saw it, and it knows too. I suggest you three meet me in Ryder's garage. The garage? Chase spoke up, you made it there? It's at the end of the corridor, believe it or not. I have Liberty here. She's shaken, possibly must have had a run-in with the creature. Is she okay? Relatively. All right, good enough for me. Rocky turned back to the other two. Let's get moving, we'll be out of here yet. Marshall visibly sighed in relief, thankful the nightmare was about to be over. With a faint smile, he looked to Chase, although his gesture was ignored. The whole situation was setting off red flags in the shepherd's mind. Something was wrong, but he couldn't tell what. His thoughts were evident on his face, as he scanned his eyes along the ground like he was flicking through his thoughts and memories. Oblivious to the unease in the air, Rocky pushed the team along in the final stretch of the hellbound basement. Much to their glee, the hallway twisted in a veering turn into a final door finally came into view. Slowly the floor began to emerge from underneath, its old metal surface finally reappearing from the smothering layer of flesh. It was refreshing to see the infection coming to an end, an energizing feeling to finally set a paw down on a solid floor. Approaching the door, an old layer of weathered wood with flecks of blue paint, Rocky put his paw up against it and nudged it open. Chase stood behind him, a pulling weariness in his heart telling him to stay back. The direct opposite was Marshall, almost bouncing in anticipation to escape Fjorksmalis's lair and standing right beside his gray brother. Zuma? Rocky asked, pushing open the door. Are you ugh? He quickly pulled his face back, twisting his nose as the pungent stench of gasoline flooded his nose. The door opened into a clean room of electric equipment, although most of them were webbed with dust from years of misuse. The air was assumed to be clean if the constant presence of gas wasn't infecting it. The sprinkler fastened to the ceiling had been activated, but instead of water, a steady shower of amber-colored gasoline was flooding out. Since there was nothing obscuring the device, it was free to fully rain into the room. A dangerous puddle of flammable fuel was forming at a quick rate. "Okay, don't step in that." Rocky sidestepped into the room, following along the wall to circle the hazard and make it to the end of the room where a door stood, and try not to get any of that on your fur. "No shit," Chase quipped, "he's really flooding this place, we can't stop it now." The shepherd expressed visible frustration, looking toward Marshall for support, but the Dalmatian didn't respond. It was distressing to see his home seconds from being incinerated. No wonder he went behind our backs. As the three of the gathering at the end of the room, they opened the final door and came to a familiar sight. Zuma turned around. "Oh, there you are." The pups had never actually been in Ryder's garage before. They had seen several glimpses of it during their dispatch, but access into this room was really only granted to Ryder alone. The room was exactly how they had imagined it, a simple dusty garage with an open floor where the AV was supposed to sit. The side walls were lined with metal shelves hastily constructed together, carrying sloppily organized tools. Immediately, Rocky rushed over to the shelves to look for the dielectric driver, the one tool he needed to restore power in the upper portion of the tower. The most interesting thing in the room, to Marshall, was the garage door itself. All that stood between them and freedom was a simple door of metal sheets strung along a ceiling chain. They just needed to open it, and they were free to escape to the outside. "How does this door open?" Marshall ran over to instantly putting his paws up on the barrier. "Is there a switch, a passcode? Or maybe we can break through it somehow." "Cool your jets, firefighter." Liberty suddenly appeared from the other side of the room, her fur ruffled. Ryder likely kept a remote somewhere. Walking into the room, Chase happily breathed in the fresh air that was coming from the outside. Fear was on his mind, remembering that Zuma had heard everything he discussed with Rocky. Eager to bury the hatchets, he approached the lab. Zuma," he said awkwardly, "listen, about what you heard dash." "Not now," the lab waved him off, turning around to face him. "Let's finish up here and get somewhere safe." He suddenly spiked up his fur, baring his teeth. "Then we can talk about your past actions." Nodding, Chase frantically tried to save their friendship. "So, what's next?" "Just one last thing. We need to see the door you just came in from. It's the only way into the basement from out here." Chase tilted his head. "There's no other way Feroxmalis can get out?" "If the elevator is offline, then yeah." Zuma thought for a second. "But there are those vents we found from the outside. Theoretically it could use those, but assuming it's still around here it would have to travel a long distance to get back." He darkened, tapping his paw. "I don't plan to give it another second." "Then let's do it." The shepherd was eager to finally secure the monster once and for all. Executing the final stage of his plan, Zuma walked over to the door leading to the basement. Using the tools and material he found on the shelves, he hastily created some crude locks that just needed to be installed onto the door. They were simple in design, built to magnetically seal the door to the wall and bar it from being opened. "I just need you to hold the door." Yeah, Chase sighed and went over, approaching the entrance. Something was wrong. With all the years Chase had spent on the force, he had become adept at catching certain cues from his surroundings. Being able to identify when trouble was afoot without anyone needing to speak a word was a difficult ability to learn, but it had served him well. For a moment he kicked himself for never being able to sense Feroxmalis's presence within rubble, but the static firmly occupied his focus. Realizing his own thoughts, Chase scolded himself in his mind for making excuses. Memories and mistakes aside, there was an absolutely bad feeling that was picking at Chase's fur. He hadn't the slightest where it was coming from, as he would never in his life believe his own family would try to hurt him. Was it just nerves? Anxiety? Or was there something malicious walking among them, something Chase never even thought to look for? Zuma was watching his every move. As a Coast Guard, the lab was trained to improvise his rescues in the event of harsh weather or if other unpredictable aspects of the sea interfered. Thinking quickly was something he was just too good at, and he wrote in his head alternate solutions in the event something changed or went wrong. To him, Chase was an unpredictable equation, a denominator that didn't fit, an anomaly that didn't belong. He wasn't sure of it then, but he knew now that the shepherd was dangerous and needed to be dealt with. What am I looking for, exactly? Chase nosed the door open, looking back into the gasoline spewing room. Do you just want me to hold it open? Just like that, Zuma said, slowly coming up behind him. The only one who saw it before it happened was Rocky. The mix briefly turned back to ask Zuma a question, only to see the lab stalking up behind Chase. Instantly he stiffened to alarm and opened his mouth to bark a warning, but he was not quick enough. Chase's breath left him as he was forcefully shoved from behind, throwing him onto his stomach. He spluttered out a noise of surprise and tried to scramble up, fear and confusion hitting him all at once. Zuma? He cried, looking back at the door where he had been pushed in. The lab's eyes were cold and unforgiving. Goodbye, Chase. The shepherd was helpless as his old friend slammed the door shut, slapping on the magnetic lock which instantly fastened to the metal surface like glue. The deed was done, deceived and backstabbed. Chase was trapped in the basement as it slowly flooded with gasoline. And Zuma felt absolutely no remorse. Zuma, what the hell? Rocky rushed over, frantic at what he witnessed. What are you doing? He made a leap for the door and tried to pull the lock off, only to be shoved away by the defiant Labrador. Snarling at the knocked-over mix, Zuma bared his teeth, a feral demeanor coming over him. I'm doing what needs to be done. Get him out. Can't, the lab shrugged. I made sure the locks couldn't come off. It's only fair he burns alive. Now it was Marshall who whipped around in shock. What? Rocky tried to get up, but Zuma's brute paw shoved him back to the floor. The Coast Guard was consumed by anger and resentment. He murdered Sky. Why are you protecting him? He snarled. Why have you been giving him any chance at all? Bewildered, Rocky stared up in fear at the lab's terrifying statue. With quickened breaths, he uttered the only response he could think of. He's my brother. In spirit, maybe. Zuma rolled his eyes. None of us are related. We don't have to be. Came the mix's desperate plea. After all we've been through, all these years, we're all family. He's my brother, as he is yours. The lab twisted his snarl at those words. I will not call a murderer my brother. Chase. Marshall pounded on the sealed door. Zuma turned around to the Dalmatian, briefly releasing his grip on the Rocky. Panicked, the mix looked at his side and spotted a discarded wrench sitting aimlessly on the floor. There's exposed wiring in there, Zuma grinned. I suggest you back up from the door. The explosion will be violent. Liberty. Marshall turned his attention to the dachshund standing off to the side. Do something. To his complete horror, Liberty only shrugged. It was obvious on her face that she was just as horrified at the scene, but there was little she could do to help. The door was sealed with Chase on the other side, and none of the dogs had the strength or tools to bust the magnetic locks or break the door down. Make peace with whatever god you believe in, Chase. Zuma shoved Marshall aside, moving to the door, because in a few short seconds, you're going to be dash. The lab was silenced as a metal wrench slammed off the back of his head, knocking him to the ground unconscious. Never in his entire life did Rocky think he would strike Zuma, but the situation was dire and the lab needed to be subdued. Even as he whimpered faintly, Marshall staggered up to the best of his ability, crawling over to Zuma. Even after witnessing the lab's twisted crime, he still felt compelled to tend to his injuries. Rocky dropped the wrench from his mouth, its old metal now stained with a splash of Zuma's blood. It hit the floor with a clang, a shriek of noise in the cold silence. Chase! The mix jumped to the door, trying to wrench it loose with any strength he had. Can you hear me? It was hopeless. Whatever Zuma had locked the door with was staying put, and would continue to do so until heavier firepower was involved. On the other side, Chase was panicking to a severe degree. He half expected his static sound to return, but instead, all he heard was the splashing of gasoline as it slowly began to cover the floor. Whimpering in fear, he tried to back himself to the wall, knowing that if even a splash of the fuel hit him he'd be a dead dog when the sparks flew. His heart was broken, fighting between anger and mourning. He had been betrayed, backstabbed by his friend of almost 10 years. Fearful, he tried to call his remaining family. Rocky? He barked. The voice was muffled from the other side of the door. I can hear you. Get me out of here. Zuma blocked the door. Quicking, flinging his gaze around, Chase tried to survey his options. He had to leave the team if he was to survive. He needed to flee back into the infected basement. The biomass that leached the walls was covering up the sprinklers, meaning he only had a few moments of a grace period to travel without being splashed by gasoline. Then, Chase tried to think of any possible solution, his heartbeat moving too fast to get a coherent thought through. His paw still pressed against the door, and with the smell of gas in his nose, he slowly came to the realization of what had to happen. Just get the garage door open. I'll lead Ferox away as far as I can. But, how will you get back? Sighing, Chase gently pressed his forehead to the door. I won't. Chase, no. I owe it to you. After everything, he confessed, the lies, the ignorance, everything. Get that door open and run as far away from this tower as you can. He ran through the layout of the basement in his mind. Find someone in the ACG and tell them what's happened here. Still Rocky was defiant. Chase, you're our leader. He hit his paw against the barrier between them. No, the shepherd confessed, starting to move away. You are. Chase. No. The cries falling on deaf ears, Chase bit back his tears and turned away from his family. Taking a deep breath, he turned back to the flooding room and leaped from his position. He broke into a run, flattening his ears and streaming back into the infected hallway. He was no longer afraid. Even in the face of death he felt nothing. His beloved family would be safe, and thus there would be nothing left to fear, not even Ferox. The hallway. Now ignoring the blistering teeth and flesh that leached the walls, wriggling and pulsating as gasoline dripped on them, he looked around with determination in his mind. Ferox, you bastard! He barked as loud as possible, come get me. He stood with spiked fur in the middle of the floor, paws firmly planted out as he darted his gaze around. Even while vastly outmatched, he refused to go down without a fight, to prove that monster wasn't invincible. He stood for several minutes when he realized Ferox wasn't coming, likely far away in another part of the basement. All right, fine. The communication room. This area said seen enough action. It was here that Zuma found the jammer and restored the connection to their collars. The trashed tables and computers glistened orange and red as the gasoline rained down from the ceiling. Chase was taking great care to avoid the flammable liquid, but it was plausible that stray drops could hit him. He padded out to the middle of the room, approaching the flowering biomass Zuma and Marshall had to crawl through. Exhaling in agitation, he cracked his neck to the side and tossed himself into it. Bothered little by the sticky, hot interior of the tight corridor, Chase pulled himself free into a hallway lined with teeth. Glancing to the side, Chase caught a view of a piece of exposed wall, where the flesh and muscle were cut and pried off. Behind it was a wall panel bent open, revealing a maze of wiring and electrical systems. The shepherd did a double take, realizing that the wires had been cut and violent sparks were emitting. If one spark happened to land on the liquid fuel that pooled on the ground, it would be the end of the lookout. Zuma was right, the entire basement was now a death trap. The wires were sparking insanely quick, flickering and spreading like flies, every second coming dangerously closer to the gasoline. Oh God, Chase backed up, faint worry coming over him, but he shook it away fast. He had already accepted death, he just needed to make sure Ferox Malice was taken out with him. All right, you monster, where Dash? The vicious sound of screeching cut off his sentence. Chase whipped around in surprise to see a writhing tentacle birthing from the cluster of muscles behind him. Instantly, he turned to face it, although backing up steadily. Then a second tentacle came out, then a third, then a fourth, then a lanky arm reached out of it, flexing its razor-bone claws. Chase lowered himself a little, swallowing his fear. Reaching its second arm out, Ferox Malice birthed itself out, gripping its claws into the floor as its head shot out. The sight of it face to face shot Chase's tail under his legs. The creature flattened its torn ears, baring its blood-stained fangs as it fully pulled itself free. Rearing to its full height, the creature stared down at its prey, a low hiss emitting from its maw as it dared the puppy to make a move. What? Dash the shepherd was shaking. What, are you? Ferox Malice tapped its claws, taking a few steps forward as its tail flicked behind it. Opening its mouth, a sickening snap could be heard as its bones moved improperly and rearranged. Tilted its head violently to the right, Ferox Malice ordered the trapped soul inside it to give up his voice. Realigning its head, the creature did something that caught Chase off guard. It spoke. With Rubble's voice. I am you, it slithered, hissing as the tentacles holding its body together wriggled, just as you are me. Off to his right, Chase noticed the exposed wiring. The sparks it emitted were growing more erratic, and a steady stream of gasoline was beginning to seep toward it. Ferox Malice took another step forward, Chase took a step back, and the stream continued. The creature roared out and flexed its teeth, prompting its prey to run, although Chase stayed put. The gasoline puddle grew in size, and Ferox Malice stepped into it without realizing it. Chase found himself backed up to a wall. He winced as an inhumane screech mocked him. The creature lowered its head and torso, looking like it was about to leap, yet remained in place. The puppy had been a thorn in its side, and it wanted to torture him as long as possible. Pressing himself to the wall, Chase shut his eyes, seeing only darkness in what he thought was his final seconds. The creature began to lean backward, sitting on its hind legs. Slowly, it began to push down, lifting its torso up as it reached another stage of its evolution. Now towering over Chase, it let its shoulders droop down as its ribcage jutted forward. It was standing on two legs, no longer bound to walking like an animal. Snapping its tail around, Ferox Malice snarled, not seeing the gasoline leaking under the exposed wiring. Ignition. A hurricane of fire erupted in a matter of seconds. The entire basement erupted in a flaming chain reaction. A blast of heat and a cloud of fire consumed them both, a screech of agony roaring out of the monster. The trap was stronger than Zuma could have ever imagined. The fumes of the gas had seeped into the vents, leaking into the full tower itself. When it was ignited, the pressure ion, Paw Patrol. Act 3: Dawn of the Dogs. The explosion had seemingly come from nowhere. All Rocky remembered was running toward the shelves, scattering tools and throwing boxes aside like trash as he frantically searched for something to free Chase. Even though the police dog had given his final rites through the door, the mix refused to walk away, desiring to try until the very last moment to save the shepherd. Zuma's body lay on the floor, splayed out as a faint trickle of blood came from his head. The Labrador had been struck hard, Rocky didn't desire to go farther, he just needed the problematic dog to stay down for a few moments. Overcome in panic and anxiety, Marshall tried to say something but his voice had given out, forcing the Dalmatian to flee for somewhere to hide. Rocky looked toward another shelf, still with a hopeful expression, when the blast happened. The walls smashed inward, a wave of fire violently erupting through it into the room. The explosion toppled the rest of the tower before they had any chance to react, the fires catching them within its surging claws. It was a while before Rocky regained consciousness. Wincing, he tried to lumber himself back up, his paws scratching against the floor. He felt burned, his fur singed as fire screeched over him during the explosion. The door that acted as the barrier to the basement held against the blast for only half a second, before the pressure ripped it off the wall and sent it crashing through the air. Coughing out dust, he tried to see through the smoke that pilfered in the room. Liberty was next to stand, hobbling her elongated body on 4 weak little legs. She tried to speak but only hacked out ash and dust. Blinking her eyes, she turned her head slowly, only to come to a massive hit of shock. She jumped back at the sight of a metal object smashed into the garage door, bending it inward and opening up the outside. It was the door from earlier, ruptured off its hinges and now used to break out of the garage. "Marshall?" Rocky barked, looking around the scorched room. "Are you Dash?" "Yeah, I'm right here." The Dalmatian suddenly appeared at his side, his white fur blackened with soot. "You okay?" To Rocky's complete absolute surprise, Marshall wasn't even a twinge afraid. He was clearly in somewhat distress, as he had just witnessed his home collapse, yet for the current situation, he was oddly calm and collected. "Me?" the mix said, aghast. "What about you? You're covered in ash." "It's soot, actually. There's a difference." The Dalmatian shook himself, producing a black cloud. "These kinds of scenarios are my specialty. I'm a firefighter, remember?" He gave a confident smile. "Wait," Liberty ran up. "Where's Zuma?" All 3 dogs looked to where the lab's body was left. To their alarm, the 4th dog had vanished without a trace. Not even a trail of paw prints could be seen, nor a blood trail. Zuma had seemingly woken up and slipped away. "We need to find him." Marshall looked to the group, and Chase too. He was already walking toward the dark empty doorway. Instantly agreeing with Marshall, Liberty jumped to his support. "I agree, we gotta find the lab." Rocky was unsure. "Do we, though?" he questioned. "You saw what he did." The Dalmatian stopped in his tracks, quietly heeding his words. Marshall loved his family unconditionally, and seeing sky and rubble fall to the monster nearly shattered him. He lowered his head, whimpering as he looked to the dark corridor. The sadness within the poor dog was infectious, and Rocky lowered his ears as he sat down. "Marshall, come on." They needed to get a move on, and as much as Rocky's own heartache from leaving Chase and Zuma behind, the nightmare wasn't over. "Look, the garage door has been broken open." He pointed his tail toward it, a small cough puffing out of him. "Let's just go." "No." Marshall stood firmly. "I'm not leaving Chase or Zuma down there." "We aren't leaving, just getting out of here." The mix tried to reason, out of the smoke at least. Despite his reluctance, Marshall eventually relented with slight agitation in his eyes. His mood was read rather easily by his grayer brother, and Rocky held out his paw with compassion in his eyes. As the 2 of them turned to escape the basement, finally emerging outside, Liberty narrowed her eyes. Her work wasn't done yet. Straight face. He thought he was dead. Chase and Ferox Malice shared a room as it sparked into flames, consuming the entire basement and tower in mere seconds. Both the puppy and the creature were within the eye of the storm, their bodies almost incinerated in the blast. And yet, upon painfully opening his eyes to the ruined, charred room, did he realize he was still alive. He woke up screaming in agony. Hawawawa. His body was blistered and burned over, patches of his fur and skin peeled away to a pink, soft layer. There was not a word imaginable for the pain he felt, as the first breaths he took seemed to scrape the interior of his lungs. As the scream forced out the air in his body, he began hyperventilating, each and every breath bringing out a smaller scream with it. He was alive. What horrid deity above had denied him the chance to die? How much more would he be forced to suffer? His mind was long broken, and now his body as well. Perhaps he would never have the chance to rest. He shouldn't be alive. The smoke should have infested his lungs and suffocated him. For him to be spared, something had to have broken through the basement, creating a hole to the outside where the smoke could escape. And if such a place had been created, it meant he had a chance to escape outside. Or maybe it was the garage, a sign that it was opened and waiting for him? What? Where dash? He cried out with a scratchy voice, where am I? His heart and lungs still erratically pounding away, the sound of settling metal creaking above him. The entire room had caved in, the ceiling bursting open like a boil, spilling in various metals and building foundation to meet a melting doom in the fires. The inferno was gone, however, only leaving behind the festering burns on his body and a room covered in ash and soot. A part of him wanted to lie down and stay there, giving up his life with all the agony it presented. Only in the back of his mind did he know that there was still a chance, an opportunity to reunite with his family. Praying Ferox Malice was buried and incinerated from the blast, Chase flexed his first paw, his front left, trying to feel its articulation. After some painful movement testing, he concluded all his limbs and joints were fine, although cooked medium rare from the fire. Unable to suppress his pain, the dog audibly let out several groans and cries as he pushed himself up. To say it hurt to walk was an understatement, as his entire right paw was peeled pink of its top layer. "Oh, okay," he staggered, trying to slow his heart rate. "Oh, okay." Loudly emitting a groan, he took a step forward. After taking a moment, he remembered vaguely where he was, the communication room. Gritting his teeth at the pain, he began making his way toward the exit, limping slowly. Walking out into the hallway, stepping over fallen metal and burned drywall, his eyes widened as the damage was revealed. The blast had almost completely incinerated Ferox Malice's nest, the walls of flesh and gore burned into ash and revealing the real basement walls behind. It was refreshing to see the corridors empty of infection finally, and even the eggs were gone with not a trace of them in sight. Perhaps Zuma hadn't failed after all. Walking in the direction of the garage, Chase stopped in the middle of his hallway. His path was blocked, and the top ceiling shattered and collapsed into debris. First believing he was trapped, he lowered his eyes and emitted a pained whine, until he remembered the vents. With Ferox Malice infection gone, the ceiling vents were finally uncovered and unclogged of the biomass. All Chase needed was a vent entrance, and he'd have to backtrack for one. "All right then," he growled, his right leg quivering as it tried to stand, "so be it." Sharply turning on his path, he faced away and walked in the other direction. Scanning his eyes along the bare wall for a vent opening, he turned his nose away at the disgusting smell of fried gore. Even while most of it was gone, it had been cooked into a disgusting stench that flooded the hallway and its corridors. His mind raced for solutions, roadmaps, any answer for where his life could be headed should he escape. Even if Ryder somehow returned within the hour, a good portion of the team was gone and the rest scarred, and the entire tower was destroyed. Where could they go from here? Making a turn as he followed the hallway, he thought over each of his friends and family with remorse. He'd never find an apology suitable enough to redeem what he had done, assuming it was redeemable at all. Marshall used to be innocent, only to have it all shattered in the worst way possible. Surely he'd never be the same again. As much as Chase hated to say it, he was no leader. Such a title could only be applicable to Rocky, the one dog who held them all together the best he could. Ending. He could barely imagine what Sky would think of all this, and he wondered if killing her was more a mercy than putting her through the horrors. With Rubble carrying Ferox Malice from the beginning, if he ever got out of here, Chase would shudder at any bulldog he came across. Emerging into a clearing, the burned shepherd looked around as the old memories of his life danced in his head. Each step of his paw cracked and sizzled above the ash-covered floor, stenches of melted rubber and plaster making him grimace. There was nothing left down here, just an empty tomb of broken hearts. The sooner he found a vent opening, the sooner he would escape this nightmare. Sure enough, limping through the room, he finally found a vent cover loosely fastened. He had found his escape. Trying to show me up again? Chase stopped in his tracks, recognizing the voice all too well. Taking a long sigh, he lowered his head a little as he felt a burning gaze on his back. Walking through the ash and debris, Zuma emerged with a cold expression on his face. "You always were hard to get rid of," he admitted with a slight drip of admiration, only for it to be quickly swallowed up with spite. Still, with his back turned, Chase searched for words to say, but he couldn't find anything to say. "What are you?" Zuma squinted his eyes, looking the burned dog up and down. "How did we get here?" he said, looking down at the ruined basement floor. "Everything's gone, turned to ash, and whose fault is that?" Now Chase turned to face him, a sternness in his eyes. "Yours," he said simply. "You're the one who destroyed the lookout." "I did what needed to be done." The lab argued. "Burned down our home, maybe, but look around you. It fried the infection and killed Ferox Malice," he declared with fanatical victory, a grin creeping on his face. "The only thing I have left to get rid of is you, whatever you are." "You," Chase said with a shaky breath. "No, you're not allowed to talk," Zuma suddenly growled, bristling his fur, "because all that's ever come out of your mouth is lies." He swiped his paw in rage, kicking a piece of wood. His voice slowly lowered, speaking calmly, yet the rage was all too clear. "And maybe a lie I could get behind. We've all made our mistakes," he admitted, "but you're a murderer. And killing a member of our family, well, I don't think I could ever get behind that." It was then that Chase understood. You're here to kill me, aren't you?" The lab was unresponsive, yet his eyes flicked to meet Chase's gaze, a quiet standoff between the two of them. "So that's it?" The shepherd chuckled darkly. "Kill your own brother, and that's the end of the Paw Patrol?" "You are not my brother," Zuma suddenly shouted, snapping in anger. "Matter of fact, I don't really know what you are. You're not the dog I spent 10 years with." He shook his head. "You're not Chase." Even in his own anger, Chase couldn't deny how much he agreed with those words. Sighing to himself, his hostility faded away, leaving him as nothing broken shell. Letting himself get back, his burned wounds cracked in protest as he moved, his ears flattened as he could only confirm Zuma's word. "You're right," he finally confessed, a faint sniffle emitting from him. I don't even know who I am anymore." Tears ran down his cheeks, hissing as they passed over one of his blisters. He had tried to fight through the sadness, the static, the shame, but now he realized he never could. "Nothing," he whimpered, "nothing will ever be the same." He looked back at Zuma, now unable to control the emotion leaking from his eyes. I'm sorry, Zuma." The lab faltered slightly, raising an eyebrow. "I'm sorry," Chase wept, "for ruining all of it." Heeding his words, Zuma averted his eyes to the ground, pondering over his choices in the situation. He had one, although he didn't expect how easily he achieved it. A part of the lab wanted Chase to remain defiant, allowing him to further bask in the satisfaction of exposing a monster hiding within his friend. But Chase wasn't a monster, he was a puppy. A sad puppy who made terrible mistakes and was being eaten up alive inside. Perhaps the old police dog of the past still remained within him, but Zuma wasn't interested in the answer to that question. Something about Chase's accountability only made him angrier. We've done a lot, haven't we? The lab leaned back a little. We've solved problem after problem, saved the town and city more than we can count. He came back forward, remembering a key moment from their time in Adventure City, yet, somehow, it always comes back to you. He said with spite on his tongue, "What makes you so much more special than us, Chase? It's always you up in front, speaking for the squad, and dogs like me in the back." For the longest time, Zuma remained the underdog of the team, with few times was he called on missions. It was always Chase, Marshall, or even Rocky who sat on the pedestals. Meanwhile, Zuma and sometimes Rubble were simply left at home. His grudge of being underused wasn't exactly important to their situation, but now that he had a moment alone with what remained of their leader, it was going to be addressed. Even now, facing death, Zuma spat the last word. "It's you who tries to control us, direct us like fucking puppets." "Well, we did it." He laughed erratically. "We followed your word and obeyed every little command you gave us." He darkened, leering at Chase with gritted teeth. "Are you proud of where your leadership took us?" Sky and Rubble dead, Marshall traumatized, and Rocky struggling to keep his own sanity. "You know, I knew you wouldn't agree with me on my plan to incinerate the tower. Of course you wouldn't." He grinned, wagging his tail slowly. "No tower means no Paw Patrol, and once that's gone, there's no one left for you to control." The shepherd froze in horror, backing up slightly. "Zuma, that's not true." "No, it is." The lab defied. "I'm more of a leader than you ever were, and I'll make them see that." He emitted a low growl. "Whatever it takes to fix what you destroyed." To see his old friend acting on such cold ambition was horrific, breaking Chase's heart further than he ever imagined. He had seen a lot and dealt with terrible things, but this was something else. He couldn't let Zuma hurt his friends. A crying fire surged within him, screaming up to Chase that he couldn't die now. He had to go back. He had to make sure they were all okay. Chase shook his head, blinded by his own emotion and panic. "I just wanted to keep you all safe, keep you happy." "You want us to be happy?" Zuma challenged. "We won't be happy until you're gone, and I fix everything." Breathing heavily and ignoring his body pain, Chase slowly stood up. Narrowing his eyes, he curled his lips against the patches of exposed flesh, baring his teeth. "I will not let you do that." Snarling, Zuma dropped his morals and embraced his own rage. "I figured, prah." The Labrador jumped forward, calling forth his feral instinct into the attack. Lunging at the shepherd, he bared his teeth and went for the neck. Shaking his head from the fog, Chase was quick to strafe to the side, his body wounds screaming from the explosive moment. Both dogs collided with one another, snapping their teeth and barking with the intention to maim. Being a German shepherd, Chase was stronger, although his severe burns had weakened him. Zuma was lighter and his species was not known for fighting, but he utilized every drip of his elusiveness and speed to evade Chase's snaps and swipes. As the sound of their snarls and battle cries bounced off the walls, Chase thrust his head forward in an attempt to grab the feral Labrador. Quickly jumping to the side, Zuma rolled off the ground as his friend passed over him. Now behind his foe, he jumped into the air and landed on Chase's back, instantly gripping his teeth into the shepherd's burned scruff and yanking it in all directions. Drops of blood and flesh slowly tore off one by one as Zuma mauled into him, Chase howling as he tried to shake him off. In a swift motion, Chase threw himself into the charred wall, crushing Zuma under it and causing a breath to escape the lab, forcing him to release his teeth. Quickly, Chase bucked his legs, tossing the lab off balance and making him lower his head as he tried to keep himself up. Now it was Zuma who screamed as Chase whipped his head around, catching his own teeth into Zuma's neck and ripping him down to the floor. The lab collided with the ground, snarling and raging as he raked his claws in all directions, leaving red gashes on his attacker's face. Ignoring the pain, Chase crushed his teeth in his brother's neck as deep as they would go, using his own claws brutally hack away at Zuma's belly. Each swipe of his arm tore into the lower dog, first swiping off brown clumps of fire, then his claws suddenly ran red as swipes of blood were ripped out. He released Zuma with a pained howl as his lab managed to knock him off, punching his paws across Chase's eyes. As the shepherd staggered away, Zuma struggled to stand up as agonizing groans of pain left his muzzle. His neck was matted and red, and large streams of blood were leaking from his belly. Fighting against his own injuries, Chase kept his breathing steady while locking eyes with his opponent. With brewing fire, they circled each other, Chase's ears suddenly picking up noise in the ceiling. Glancing upward, he could faintly hear something moving up above, likely in the vents. He knew the sound all too well, and his eyes widened at the realization that they weren't alone. Even in his darkest hour, Chase couldn't help but laugh, letting a slow chuckle slip out right at his brother's face. He laughed because Zuma failed, the basement and tower were destroyed, yet he and the creature who started it all still walked alive. With a look of fierce hatred, Zuma sucked in his breath as he sprinted forward again, baring his teeth as he lunged for any possible opening. He was met in the middle, Chase putting his paws forward and intercepting the Labrador, clashing them together and briefly locking their arms in a barking, snarling mess. The creature above them began to audibly move faster, responding to the noises of a broken family ripped apart by tragedy. A rush of adrenaline allowed Chase to violently shove Zuma off, flipping him to the side as he shifted his weight. The thinner dog hit the floor and instantly rolled back to his paws. Darting his amber eyes to the floor, he spotted a small blunt pipe likely broken off in the explosion. Wasting no time flipping it into the air and grabbing it in his teeth, he wielded it like a blunt weapon. Now Chase faltered in surprise as he took a step backward, taken off guard. Zuma had never used a weapon before, as noted by his sloppy form of swinging a hard right as he jumped at Chase. The shepherd winced and jumped aside as quickly as he could, dodging the swing although he stumbled on the floor. Surging with ferocity, Zuma instantly swung back in the opposite direction, his own body getting carried by the weight of the swing. There was no window to evade the attack, and Chase winced as he held up an arm in a feeble attempt to defend himself. The blunt metal slammed against his body, knocking him backward and making him yell as white-hot pain paralyzed his arm. Dazed and mouth-sore from holding the metal, Zuma shook his head as he dragged the pipe along the floor, watching his old leader stumble against the edge of the room. Even as his small body was beginning to buckle under the spent energy, the Labrador snarled as he held up the pipe in his mouth, bringing it in for another, albeit lackluster swing. Acting in a flash, Chase jumped forward and caught the pipe in his paws, intercepting the attack and locking the weapon between them. Zuma staggered as the shockwave hit him, nearly breaking a few of his teeth, then his head shot backward as the shepherd's paws punched his nose. The pipe dropped and hit the dusty floor, Chase leaping out and grabbing the lab's paw in his teeth before he could fall back. Pulling Zuma right back in, he braced his claws and tore into the lab's already wounded belly, tearing into it even more than before. His opponent tried to scream, but every sound was muffled by the shock as he was ripped into. By the time he pulled his paw free, Zuma was already a wounded mess. His stomach was shredded, raining blood in a way that flooded the floor, his paws and face torn into sending powerful agony through him. Furiously growling, Chase stumbled back as his hold was broken, narrowing his eyes as he watched the labs move. With next to nothing left, Zuma grimaced his pain as he limped over, his hatred being the only thing to carry him if his body couldn't. But hatred had a way of taking more than it gave, and Zuma tried to attack although his form and speed were greatly hindered. Chase stopped it right as it happened, grabbing Zuma's managed paw in his teeth and yanking him forward. The Labrador let out a squeak as his body tumbled to the floor like broken glass. Breathing heavily as blood escaped him, Zuma slowly looked up, fighting his pain for anything left to fuel him. Taking a final stand, the lab staggered back up. Instantly, Chase's claws met Zuma's face, cleanly tearing into his eye and nose. The attack finished it, the force of the impact throwing Zuma back to the ground, and this time he didn't get up. Watching his brother fall, Chase breathed heavily as the fight ended, his blistered body reprimanding him for the abrasive movement. The Labrador was subdued, as the shepherd's attack was meant to incapacitate him, such is the strategy of going for the eyes. Even if the other was intended a fight to the death, Chase's heart only broke at the sudden sight of Zuma broken on the floor. The fight left him, his ears and tail lowered as his face wore the expression of utter sorrow. Struggling to stand, Zuma writhed on the floor, snarling and writhing as he was covered in cuts. Breathing sporadically, he looked up at his adversary, a hateful expression crossed his face, yet there was a faint glimmer of something else. So he fought to get out, flexing his bloodied brown paws. Is this it? You're gonna kill me too? He let a red grin peel across his face, baring his broken teeth and cut gums. Do it then. If Chase had any sliver of urges to kill the Labrador, they were history by now. In the fight he acted in defense, swiftly bringing the lab down as his own drive carried him past his body's agony. But for every second he spent staring at his fallen brother, only sadness was met in return. He simply could not kill Zuma, never in 100 years could he bring himself to do the deed. After a long moment, Chase shook his head. No. I won't. What? Zuma said, almost in genuine surprise. You have to. You have to. A groan interrupted him, pain coursing through his frame. You need to finish what you started, right? The question hung in the air, but the shepherd merely looked away. The musty air of the burned room was filled with grief from both sides, a clashing of bloody teeth and claw ending with only sorrow and regret. Chase could see it now, the Paw Patrol was truly gone, no matter what he tried to tell himself. Something about the revelation brought an odd flicker of peace to his heart. I already have, Chase said, a tear running down his face. Goodbye, Zuma. He turned his back on the lab, returning to the vent gate on the wall. His brother's voice shouted in alarm. What? No. Get back here. Chase gripped his paws along the edge of the vent gate, beginning to tug it free. Chase. You won't leave me here. You're a killer just like the rest. The shepherd swiftly gave a final tug, successfully pulling it off the wall and providing access to the vents inside. Think of Ryder, damn it. Ryder. Chase merely chuckled as he dipped his head down and climbed into the vent, his paws crossing over from burned tile onto sheet metal. Chase. The call fell on deaf ears as the shepherd vanished into the narrow corridors, the tip of his tail finally disappearing away. Zuma watched it go, and with a horrible sinking feeling, he realized he was alone. Completely abandoned and left behind, a fate worse than death. Chase. He shouted as loud as he possibly could, but there was no response. His enemy had escaped, as well as all his friends and family. Everything had failed, a shot to his gut that bled his own perfectionism. Everything was written to plan, yet it was he who suffered alone and abandoned. Looking around helplessly, he couldn't believe his own situation. No, he uttered simply. His breathing went shaky, and he reached a paw forward in an effort to crawl. It was then he remembered how injured he was, his managed body unable to move. Growling, Zuma refused to bleed out underground where no one would find him. He had to get back. Fighting his pain, he reached forward again, his eyes locked on the vent opening. A large, degloved hand suddenly dipped down in his view, flexing 5 razor-sharp claws. The wrist was fastened to the arm with shreds of burned vein and intestine, reeking a smell of burnt flesh. Zuma's breathing stopped, his heart skipping a beat as the sound of animalistic growling emitted behind him. With nowhere to go, the lab helplessly looked behind him, terrified of what he would see. Ferox Malice was beyond pissed off, its wormy, organ-like body showed clear blistering and burns. It had likely found somewhere to hide in the explosion, although not without suffering a few of its own injuries. What locked Zuma's expression and nearly stopped his pulse was the creature's face. The skin mask it wore, the only thing giving Ferox Malus a resemblance to a dog, was completely gone. Likely it burned off, and instead of still wearing it, the creature simply discarded it away. Its true face underneath would haunt Zuma in the final seconds of his life. It had no ears or nose, such features only the mask possessed instead of Ferox Malus itself. Its entire head was composed of bloody pink flesh, with visible veins and moving worm-like appendages moving around it. With its mask gone, the large clumps of eyes that dotted its face were now revealed. In addition to its two main eyes, at least several more infested its head in various areas. Its chin, cheeks, and even the side of its muzzle had a bloodshot eye peeking out, all staring down at Zuma. Its mouth was locked in a permanent snarl, its full jaw now exposed as a line of jutting fangs. Tentacles hung down from the back of its head, moving in the air with the rest of them. Ferox Malus was never a dog to begin with, only a vile, crooked monster who sadistically wore the skin of one. Zuma took only one fearful step back. Ferox Malus seized him in an instant, attacking with all the rage and spite that could drip from such an awful creature. It latched its tentacle around the Labrador's legs and dragged him away, vanishing into the darkness of the basement. Straight face. Crawling through the vents of the lookout, Chase hurried as much as he could. He shuffled his body through the dark passageways with only his family in mind. He saw light up ahead briefly, bringing hope into the dog as he quickened his pace. Approaching an exit in the vent, Chase excitedly peeked out, only for his joy to dim as he realized it was just another room. Great, he grumbled, getting agitated with the complexity of the basement. Looking around, he saw only a massive furnace connected to several pipes along the walls. Some tables were stacked against the wall, and various objects littered the room. Chase rolled his eyes and turned away when he suddenly stopped cold, freezing to a halt as he suddenly remembered. The boiler room, he had found it. Amidst the terror and fear, Chase had almost entirely forgotten this room even existed, the core location he was trying to go to from the very beginning. In a foolish action, he had discarded his gun and ACG radio within these very walls, and now he could finally get them back. Exploding into movement, Chase turned and climbed out of the vent, finally returning to the boiler room as he stepped out. His heart pounded as he darted his gaze around, the triumph of finally reaching his objective almost sending him into a frenzy. Then he stopped, his gaze fell upon the one soul that remained trapped within, Sky. With a haunting breath, Chase couldn't move as he spotted her. At first, she looked alive, merely sleeping on the metal table, and for a moment he was tempted to call her name. The cockapoo lay motionless, rigor mortis already settling in to lock up her limbs as her eyes dulled. She was long dead, merely encased in a tomb that was the lookout. Averting his eyes, although he couldn't hide from the guilt and shame that now hung over him, he took to the ground and trailed his nose, searching for his lost belongings. He kept his mind forward, but the haunted memory of the murder in the lookout constantly crept up to him. He finally found his gun, bullets still within it, sitting on the floor under a table where it was tossed. Upon picking it up, Chase realized he had no way of efficiently holding it. His pup pack was long gone, yet he couldn't remember when he lost it. If it wasn't thrown off in the explosion, then it was lost sometime earlier in another attack. Lowering his ears in a whimper, he knew it'd be foolish to leave a weapon behind, especially now. With no other option, he made sure the safety was on and nestled the gun into his collar, the plastic strap still firmly holding on despite the burns around it. Ryder had made them well. The feeling of the metal on his neck was uncomfortable, not to mention the anxiety of having a weapon so close to him. He also found the blood reader sitting on the floor, the one device that was supposed to save them all, yet a single misuse doomed them. Chase felt shame looking at it and kicked it away into the ash where it would never be found again. The ACG radio was uncovered a few feet away, and to Chase's delight, it was still intact. Holding up the small device, he was suddenly filled with uncertainty. What if he did something wrong? What if they couldn't hear him? What if they weren't even in Adventure Bay anymore? Cyrus and the others long packed up their things and vanished. Even then, he was out of options. Chase hit the button on the center, and a blinking green light turned on, a signal that it was activated. Hello? He spoke into it, half expecting a reply. Can anyone hear me? The radio responded with only static, no sign of an answer from the other side. The shepherd let out a sigh, already expecting this chase of, well, what was once the Paw Patrol. Look, I don't know if anyone can hear me, but we found it. He reported. I mean, hell, Ferox Malice really is here. It's been here for who knows how long. We fought it in the basements and we all got out except for one of us. We also picked up Liberty from the Archline Foundation. I don't know if that's important. He sighed into the device. This animal, this creature, it's nothing that belongs in this world. If you can hear me, send the artillery or whatever you have. It's mutated far out of control. He shrugged. All right, that's all. He let the radio fall out of his paw, plucking it to the floor. He turned back to Sky, still lying on the table. Shaking his head, he knew he'd face his crimes and death, although he had other matters to attend to now. He was tempted to place her in the furnace, gifting her a final rite of cremation. However, the explosion stole away all the fuel and ruptured the gas pipes, leaving the burning machine unusable. Turning around, he spotted the elevator doors that led to the rest of the tower. The power was beyond out, yet the damage the tower had received gave Chase an idea. The doors were cracked and slightly bent inward, allowing the shepherd to climb through them and emerge into the dark elevator corridor that led only upward. Surrounded by dead machinery, looking up he could see the elevator, still stuck on the main floor as it was pinned by debris and rubble, unable to move. Gripping the dangling cords and chains, Chase began a steady climb upward. He was thankful for that moment of Ryder teaching him how to climb during his police training. Emerging through a broken hole in the elevator, Chase climbed up into the main floor of the tower on ground level. Looking around, the tower was completely unrecognizable compared to what it used to be. He was technically outside, but the explosion had leveled the tower, causing the main observation deck to fall and crash to the ground. Even with the canopy of broken metal above him, the grass floor was unmistakable, and Chase greatly enjoyed finally placing his paw upon the cool ground outside after all that time underground. Light peeked through the slits and crevices of the metal, signaling that it was no longer dark outside, and sunrise was just beginning. He never felt happier crawling through the wreckage and poking his head out into the fresh air. He would never take anything for granted again. The sight of trees and fields had never been so beautiful. The kennels still stood in a circle around the fallen tower, although Zuma's had been smashed under debris. He was finally outside. He escaped. There were no words to describe how amazing the sun felt on his fur after hours of dark cold from the basement. No more machinery, no more disgusting gore, no more infection, just a warm orange sky and bright green grass to embrace him. Taking in a deep inhale of fresh, outside air, he felt his body pain ease from the rays of the warm sun. Although there was no time for sunbathing, he still had to reunite with the others and flee the hospital. Then a voice met his ears. How am I supposed to know? I'm not going back down there. He turned his head in the direction of the sound and immediately started to walk. He was about to call out to the voice when he listened in more intently. Yeah, I have the mix and the Dalmatian. Chase stopped, his eyes narrowing as he listened. Crouching down low, he began to creep forward with reduced noise. Darting back close to the massive pile of debris and metal that was once a tower, he used the jutting pieces as cover as he approached the speaker. Peeking out from his cover, he spotted Liberty standing in the clearing. "Can't you just come get me?" The dachshund argued into her collar. "I almost died several times." The sight of Liberty talking into a radio made Chase furious, as he firmly remembered she never had a collar during their time in the basement. She either hid it away where no one would see, or a possibility that made Chase's blood boil, she had taken it off Marshall or Rocky. Growling, he stepped out to confront her. She didn't see him. "No, I don't have the shepherd or the Labrador, and frankly, we may just have to cut our losses." She rolled her eyes. "Yeah, I know Dutch will be pissed, you don't have to tell me." Chase came up behind her. "Who are you talking to?" "Ah." The smaller dog spun around in surprise, startled as she spiked her singed fur. The sight of the burned shepherd nearly toppled her, and a very audible click could be heard from her radio. Whoever she was speaking to immediately hung up the line. "Chase, your dash," she stuttered in disbelief. "Who were you talking to?" How are you dash?" "Who were you talking to?" Chase said with a growl, taking a step closer to her. Hey. Liberty recoiled fearful, taking a defensive step back. "Back off." Chase wasn't having it. "Where are the others?" "I said back off." She snarled, baring her teeth. "I have a knife." A knife. She had been armed this whole time. Finished with her games, Chase quickly sat back and pulled the gun from his collar. Liberty's eyes went wide, all her defiance gone in a snap upon spotting the much more lethal weapon. Fear spread through her as she stared down the barrel of the gun. "Talk," he hissed, pointing the weapon between her eyes. His captive flicked her eyes to the side, looking for a way out, yet there was none. Realizing she was caught, Liberty was angry as she emitted a growl, only to sigh in defeat. Narrowing her eyes, she fluffed her fur a little in an attempt to maintain her composure. She met Chase's fiery gaze. "Fine." Lockdown, Paw Patrol. "Firstly, get the gun out of my face." Liberty tried to bargain, growling, increasingly agitated the longer the weapon was pointed at her. Despite her qualms, Chase was in no mood. "Say something I like, and maybe I will." He had no reason to trust her anymore, a betrayal that only added insult to injury as he was forced to deal with Zuma. He was exhausted, distressed, and trying with every fabric in his mind trying to ignore the blistering pain all over his body. Under such circumstances, Liberty was out of second chances. His captive glanced to the side, visible frustration peeling around her. It was obvious she was holding something back, the gears in her head turning for an explanation while the sun slowly rose in the distance. Looking up at him, her voice went cold. Ferox malice never escaped, she confessed. It was released. "What?" Chase tilted his head, slightly lowering the gun. As you probably expect, Archline has rather unconventional ways of testing their experiments. Ferox malice is some kind of bioweapon, I think. She shrugged. "It started as a dog, just like you and me, but then it was just test after test, experiment after experiment, until it started wearing skin masks. You couldn't even tell it was meant to be a dog. I think they planned on selling the creature after it was perfected." "Sell it? To who?" Liberty chuckled. "Who knows? Terrorists, corrupt governments, the army?" She listed off anyone willing to pay top dollar for a creature with enough power to win a war. Her face darkened, fearing the potential for such a monstrous animal. Dutch, the leading scientist in charge, denied any isolated testing. He always said it wasn't genuine enough, that basic tests wouldn't do it. A low growl emitted from her as she spoke, so instead, he decided to unleash the monster into Adventure Bay and watch its statistics. Holy shit, Chase faltered at the revelation. Whoever this twisted dog was, he heartlessly gave the command to drop a lethal monster into an innocent city. All for the sole purpose of science, whoever had to die for it. The dachshund continued. They implanted some kind of device into its body, something to track it and keep its movements on record. But we underestimated how smart that thing really is. Within minutes it located the implant and tore it out. Her voice was filled with spite. When that happened, Dutch looked at me and asked me if I wanted to go on a scouting mission. You did say you worked for them, Chase put it together, but as what? If you're thinking of a scientist, then no, Liberty waved her paw. I was a intern of sorts. But wouldn't you have been in danger too by being here? Of course I am. After he threw me out, he instantly turned around and hired the ACG to quarantine the town so Ferox Malice could be contained. She scoffed, so he obviously knew it was dangerous. He just needed someone disposable to hopefully bring back a few samples. Keeping the gun steady, although lowering it away from his captive, Chase thought intently as confusion barreled through him. You mean to tell me, this is all some kind of test? His voice rose as he spoke. Those fuckers just dropped a vicious killer into Adventure Bay for the whole purpose of a test? Liberty was growing antsy the more unhinged Chase got, fearing his use of a weapon. Yes, I guess. Yeah. She stuttered apologetically, I'm sorry. And Cyrus and rest of the ACG, they knew about this? I don't think so. She looked aside. They do know Ferox Malice must be contained and not damaged. I think that's the only order they received. None of them know that it was willingly released. Disgusted and enraged, Chase bristled his fur as his paw fought to pull the trigger. Killing Liberty would be pointless, if not detrimental, yet his anger was surfacing to its boiling point. All he could muster out in his animosity was one simple question. So, where's Ryder in all this? Liberty went silent, an action that nearly shouted its own answer more than her words could communicate. It was obvious Chase was going to hate the answer, but he didn't know what to expect at this point. Nothing made sense to him anymore, and although he itched to save his family, another side of him was festering for answers. He said he was going into the mountains, he continued, voice low, but after everything, I don't know what to believe now. He lowered his torn ears in sorrow. Everything is just. He shook his head, different, ruined. So where is he? It was a moment before his captive spoke, her eyes showing a faint flicker of sympathy. He was paid by Archlyn Dash. She couldn't even finish her sentence as Chase suddenly tackled her to the ground. No. He snarled, ferally barreling into her and pinning the smaller dog into the grass. Don't say that. Don't you dare say that. He barked, not noticing he dropped his gun. Don't you even begin to tell me that Ryder abandoned us. Chase Dash Liberty staggered under his grip. He's been with us for years. He rambled on, denial in his mind. He saved me, he saved all of us. He's guided us, loved us, He stopped, growing breathless. His voice cracked faintly. He wouldn't do that to us. Shaking his head, he fiercely rejected the idea of someone he looked up to turning his back on the dogs. Years of inspiration and awe were at risk of being shattered all in an instant. Was it not a dog's purpose to express its love and loyalty to its owner, especially that of a German Shepherd, the most hardworking and loyal breed of dog? Animals tended to be very forgiving, especially household pets, and what would result if their loyalty was exploited? He choked out, slowly loosening his grip on Liberty. No. Fearful of speaking, Liberty released a terrible truth. Chase, humans are very manipulative beings. Archlyn paid him a massive sum of money to leave. Fucking money? The shepherd said in disbelief. Ryder's not greedy, no one's that greedy. He barked in protest. You'd be surprised, Chase. Money can do a lot of things to people. She tried to explain. They gave him enough to make new towers, recruit more dogs, hell, start a whole new legion. I don't understand. Well, of course you don't, Liberty shrugged, you're not a human. Since the beginning, Chase always made the mistake of desiring answers to things he wouldn't or couldn't understand. He nearly pulled the trigger on himself by aligning with Cyrus, throwing him down a rabbit hole of terrible truths he wished he never knew. Yet if he had not exposed himself to the terror and destroyed his innocence, Feroxmalis likely would have done even more damage as it slipped under his radar. Even now, the puppy struggled against the one thing he fought every day to grip, yet always slipped from his mind, the complexity of humanity. The very thought of a loving owner dropping everything they loved for a couple of $1 million was bewildering to him. Money was nothing to a dog, therefore they had no understanding of it. Sighing, he released Liberty and stepped off. So, that's it then. He sighed, it's all over. Not exactly, the smaller dog stood up, there's still another way. Chase looked up at her. You need to come with me back to the Archline Foundation, she explained. I called them after we got out. They want you, they want all of you. What do they want with us? Chase narrowed his eyes. I told them about all the biomass Feroxmalis created in the basement, turns out it's never done that before. She informed him, since you were all physically exposed to it, Dutch wants you all back for questions. You mean testing? So I locked Marshall in his kennel, she said with a wince, and I had to knock out Rocky maybe. What? Look, you can kill me later. Liberty waved off, but this is your way out of here. Archline is willing to house you all, to save you, to free you from all this hell. They're already pissed off that Zuma is gone, they don't want to lose you too. Chase was skeptical. Why? Because they care about our safety, or because they don't want to lose any more assets? He growled, why should I trust anything these people say if they're the ones who doomed the town to begin with? You have no other option. A silence followed as Chase ran out of words. He was dumbfounded, going through any other road in his head only to find that each one led to a dead end. Was Archline truly the only way out now? He just wanted his family to be safe, and if turning themselves over to the scientists was the only way out, then it would be the way to go. After a long moment of thought, the shepherd spoke with great reluctance. I don't trust you, he said. I will never trust you. I wouldn't walk to even a water dish with you. Leering up at her, a growl hissed through his teeth. I hate you, and I want to hurt you. The sole reason I'm not is because I want to get out of here alive, and when we do, I don't want to see you, or hear from you ever again. Liberty visibly expressed relief. Good enough, I promise everything will go smoothly from here on out. So what happens now? Liberty pointed to the few remaining kennels. I have to, contain you, she gave an apologetic smile. Contain me. Chase flatly repeated her words with a blank expression. Dutch's orders. Since you're compliant, thank God, I can put you in with Marshall. At least he'd see his family again. Chase merely shrugged and began walking over to the red, dormant fire engine. He wasn't happy about being caged like a feral animal, but up to this point he no longer had anything to say at all. He was done fighting, and ready to turn himself over to anything that could save them. Both dogs approached the closed kennel slowly, silently treading through the grass. The sun was lifting higher in the sky, yet the atmosphere was still painted in beautiful orange and yellow. It was almost like the sky was mocking them, painting a beautiful canvas over such a tragic scene. How did you lock the kennel from the outside? Chase pricked his ear, trying to listen for any sound of Marshall inside. To his interest, he couldn't hear even a sound. Liberty pointed her paw at a piece of shrapnel she jammed into the side of the door, jammed the mechanism. It was an interesting tactic that Chase felt genuine awe at seeing. For a split second, he wondered what would have happened if he had sealed the kennels during his attempted lockdown. It seemed like months ago the first body fell. Chase was weaker then, naive, and he would forever curse his younger self for making such an action. "All right, Marshall," Liberty pulled out the jammed metal. "I got you a friend." She wedged her nose under the door and began to lift it up. A smile peeled across Chase's face, eager to see his Dalmatian again. The door was lifted up, revealing a completely empty kennel. Liberty blinked, faltering in disbelief. Huh? Clear confusion spread across her, her eyes flicking at every corner of the den. Where is he?" Chase asked her in confusion. "You said he was here." The kennel was all too unchanged. A slightly messy dog bed, treat crumbs, a built-in desk with scattered fire equipment, the signature fireplace, and a faint aroma of chicken kibble decorated the interior. It was explicitly Marshall's kennel, yet the supposed Dalmatian was missing. Liberty stuttered, alarm flaring in her as she walked into it. "He was. I locked him in, he couldn't have escaped." "Are you sure?" He sniffed his nose, ignoring the delectable chicken scent for any sign of his brother. He definitely smelled a hint of him, but Marshall wasn't there. The city dog whipped her head toward him. "What, you think I'm crazy?" She lashed. "I led him in here, watched him walk in, then I shut the door." Walking into the kennel, Chase sniffed the ground trying to hone his old detective skills. How would Marshall escape if the door had been sealed? "Every kennel is a one-way in, one-way out, right?" Liberty frantically asked him, questioning her own sanity. Looking forward, Chase's eyes rested on the small structure that resided on the far wall of the den. The one piece of the kennel that Marshall was so proud of having. The fireplace, the opening in the wall surrounded by paved concrete to protect the rest of the den. Housing 2 little logs and a blanket of soot, the interior contained a hole in the top that connected to a chimney. "Not this one," Chase slowly grinned. "That clever dog." Sniffing the fireplace, and slightly sneezing as soot went up his nose, he noted paw prints left in the black sand. "A fucking fireplace?" The city dog quipped behind him. Thanks to Rocky's help, Marshall built this into his kennel. The shepherd was beaming with pride, a wide smile wordlessly conveying his silent triumph over his brother's ingenuity. "We called him crazy for it. Straight face. HNNG, come on." Marshall grunted as he struggled to drag Rocky's body across the dirted floor. Holding the mix by his scruff, he vigorously pulled with all the strength in his teeth and neck he could muster. Rocky was certainly heavier than he looked. The Dalmatian ached all over, his white body now blackened with soot and tiny pieces of debris. The wet grass outside cleaned the undersides of his paws as he snuck away, but still he remained filthy. He watched Liberty attack Rocky from behind. The mix was blinded by his own trust for the city dachshund, a dog who never fit in since they first met. After his brother was knocked to the ground, Marshall was helpless as Liberty pulled a knife on him, ordering him to get in his kennel. With regard to his own life, he obeyed and was escorted into his home. He heard the door get pulled down behind him, followed by the sound of bending metal as something was jammed in to seal it. After pacing around his kennel a few times, a fit of anger rose within him like a burning fire. For far too long had he been pushed around and led on leashes. It was time to act. Narrowing his eyes as a fierce determination churned in him, he wriggled himself into his unlit fireplace and climbed up the chimney. Sneaking behind the kennels to deter Liberty's line of sight, he returned to where Rocky's body lay in the grass and grabbed him. Realizing quickly how heavy he was, he knew there was no time to drag him across the clearing and into the forest. For cover's sake, he had to return into the lookout, or what was left of it. Pulling Rocky through the shattered glass doors, they crouched low in what used to be the interior of the elevator. After the main upper floor crashed down, the area around them was shrouded in complete wreckage, efficiently hiding them. Come on. He pulled Rocky to a dark corner and tried to shake him awake. Wake up, don't tell me this is what does you in after all we've been through. He slapped his paw across the mix's face, trying whatever he could to open his eyes. The impact jerked the gray dog's face to the left, and Marshall's pads stung from the force. Don't make me deal with Liberty by myself, please, he tried to growl, attempting to hide his growing sorrow behind playfulness. Wake up. He slapped him again. To his relief, Rocky began to stir. He shifted on the ground. Ow, dude, my head, he groaned in mild pain, reaching a paw up to his face. What the hell? Hey, you're not allowed to die yet. Marshall laughed his tears away. Now get up. Reaching out a paw to be helped up, Rocky winced. What happened? Liberty happened. She backstabbed us, just like Zuma. The firefighter spat, helping his brother back to his paws, and without Chase, it's just me and you now. He's really gone, isn't he? The mix lowered his ears. I can kinda still smell him around though. Yeah, so do I don't think it'll ever leave my nose. Rocky looked to the ground, trying to make sense of Chase's final order. I guess I'm the leader now. Leader of what? Me. Marshall tilted his head. There's no one else left. Well, I'd rather have you instead of no one at all, smiled the mix, happy that there was even one piece remaining of the Paw Patrol. If we take Liberty together, we can overpower her and maybe get some answers. Looking back toward the wreckage around them, both dogs took a moment to take in the ruin that was their home. Rocky knew they had to leave when everything was finished, but where they'd go was unheard of in his mind. Surely they weren't going back to the streets. He had vowed to himself and every dog he loved he'd never seen them in those alleyways. A great sadness befell them both, and they took a moment to sit down on all fours, mourning the end of their organization. A gentle voice floated up, guys? Both dogs sprang up in alarm, darting their widened eyes toward the source of the voice. It had seemingly come from below, a few feet away where a large pile of wreckage stood. Underneath it, the floor had caved in, exposing the basement. The voice was recognized immediately by Marshall. That was Zuma. His heartbeat quickened as he looked around, starting to walk over. Rocky was unsure, but he couldn't find the words to explain why. Zuma? Marshall called, barking loudly into the stuffy air. Are you alive? After a few seconds, Zuma's voice piped up from below the debris. I am. Thank goodness, I thought you both were dead. The voice was muffled and weak, as it struggled to get its words through the solid wreckage between them. Where are you? The Dalmatian picked up his pace. The Labrador's betrayal was still fresh in his mind, but Marshall's sole weakness was his own heart. Rocky narrowed his eyes. Marshall. Under here. The voice gently nudged the debris plugging the newly formed entrance to the basement. I just need an opening and I can climb out. Quickly scoping out the pile of metal and twisted steel, Marshall spotted a sheet of metal that was plugged into the side. Desperate to save his brother, he gripped the twisted piece of debris and started trying to yank it out. A shiver went up Rocky's spine. Marshall, wait dash. Rocky, help me out here. The firefighter ignored the protests of the other dog, snarling as he attacked the metal. Slowly, it began to come loose, and dread surged in Rocky, only multiplying with each tug the Dalmatian gave. Managing to bend it outward just a little, a tiny opening was created in the wreckage, and Marshall reached his paw in. Here, grab my paw, I can pull you out. Alarm flared in the gray mix, springing him into action. Marshall, no. He ran forward and tackled the Dalmatian away, forcefully pulling his arm out. They both crashed a few feet away to the ground. Ow. What are you? The firefighter bristled as he kicked up dust. What are you doing? I felt him. I felt his paw. Hyperventilating, fear plugged Rocky's voice, and he looked back with a silent prayer that it wasn't too late. His fur stood up on one end, breathing heavily as he kept Marshall pinned. The Dalmatian fought at first, snarling to claw away Rocky's leg, only for the stench of burned flesh and gore to emit from the new opening he created. His anger died out, and fear locked up his throat. "We're supposed to help each other," the voice said again, still Zuma, "so why?" A massive bang of impact shook the wreckage, as something below smacked against it. "Are you?" Another bang shot through the air as flesh collided with metal. Rocky and Marshall stood up, traveling backward as terror climbed up their bones. The voice angered, shifting its pitch and tone until it wasn't Zuma's at all, but Rubble's, defying the inevitable. The creature below screeched in rage, driving its tentacles into the fine cracks and wriggling them between the pieces of metal. The dogs watched in horror as numerous worm-like appendages birthed from the crevices of the metal and glass, wrapped around them and tearing away each chunk. The monster trapped within was not keen on containment and was slowly forcing its way back into the daylight. With nowhere to go or hide, both dogs turned and ran. Straightface. Liberty and Chase were arguing when they heard the commotion. The shepherd was fed up beyond his limits of her failed games and ploys, and was about ready to shoot her leg out. Sensing the hostility, Liberty was growing more defensive, even believing she'd have to resort to violence after all. Just before they came to teeth and claws, the sound of panicked yelling made both dogs turn their heads. "Run!" Rocky called as he sprinted out into the grass. "It's calm." "Chase?" He skidded to a halt upon seeing his former leader. "Fuck, you're awake." Liberty snarled at the realization that she didn't hit him hard enough. Marshall came to the front. "Chase, you're alive." Ignoring Liberty's presence, the Dalmatian happily ran forward and threw himself into Chase, wrapping his arms tightly around him in an embrace. An audible squeak was heard from the shepherd as he was squeezed tightly, forcing the air out of his body for a nanosecond. Rocky was overjoyed to see his leader alive, but his attention was turned on the traitor. Liberty needed to be dealt with. "You!" he snarled, baring his teeth as he stalked over to her. The dachshund sensed it immediately. "Hey! Back off, I have a knife." "Fuck your knife." The mix waved off. "I'm gonna tear you apart." "Rocky, hold on." Chase tried to pry Marshall off. "Just give her a dash." All four dogs were cut off by a piercing scream slicing through the air, making them stop and face the source of the sound. Chase and Rocky turned with firm expressions, narrowed eyes, and flattened ears. Marshall took a step back, but anxiously swallowed and made his own stand. He was afraid, but this was no time to run away and flee. Overcome in horror, Liberty was already backing away, terror crawling across her face. To say Ferox Malice emerged from the wreckage was an understatement. It exploded out of the top, smashing through the roof of the tower and sending smashed pieces of metal raining down. Bristling its festering body, dripping and oozing with blood and bodily fluids, snapping and cracking its spindly limbs, it emerged out like an angry god, staring down at its prey with its unmasked teeth-lined head. "Holy shit!" Rocky stepped back. Screeching above them, Ferox Malice crouched down and planted its claws onto the roof, tearing up large pieces of metal like paper. Its tail traveled under the roof it stood on, fingering out pieces of debris like candy. Roaring its signature screech, it lifted up pieces of metal and meshed them into one massive ball of scrap. "Look out!" Chase snapped as he watched the creature lifted above its head. They scattered as Ferox Malice flung the projectile into them. It smashed into the ground, breaking apart in a blast of shrapnel. Rocky ducked his head at the sound, sprinting for his life for a kennel. It wasn't good protection, but it was something with a roof over its head. Liberty and Marshall dove under pieces of the fallen tower, sprawled out across the clearing. There they hid, fearful as they quivered before the terror of an unstoppable monster. Diving into a roll, Chase dodged the attack with a growl, briefly shaking his head of the dizziness. Enraged, Ferox Malus crouched and moved its hunches, and Chase realized quickly it was about to spring. Its tail danced in the air along with the rest of its tentacles, itching to be bloodied. Pushing against its powerful legs, the monster leapt into the air like a rabbit, its claws outstretched as a screech emitted from its teeth. Chase had nowhere to run as Ferox Malus landed directly in front of him, the shockwave of the landing knocking him over as grass and dirt pelted him. Coughing out blades of grass, the shepherd fearfully tried to stagger up, his voice cracking. The creature stood tall, rearing to its full height on two legs. It was utterly massive in size when standing up, even possibly towering over a grown adult. Growling as foul liquid secreted from its body, it stared down at the puppy as it flexed its claws. Chase's eyes fell onto Ferox Malus' left shoulder, and he spotted something he wished he hadn't. Embedded into the creature's shoulder was the bloodied, mangled corpse of Zuma, his fallen brother ripped in half and now worn like a trophy in its body. Zuma! The shepherd breathed in horror. Thousands of the living within me, Zuma's voice emitted from Ferox Malus' chest, devoured and assimilated for my form. Ferox Malus snarled its teeth, almost vibrating. Zuma is not dead, Chase. The voice laughed, puppeteering the Labrador. He is alive, right here. The creature lifted its arm, pointing a claw at Zuma's strung corpse. While he is connected with me, his mind is kept alive, as is Rubble's as well. I keep them because I need their voices, their memories, and their strength. Together we are one, our minds intertwined. Does it bring you solace to know that they are not truly dead? Ferox Malus emitted a noise, almost like a laugh, and you should be happy, because soon you will see them again, within me. Aghast with terror, Chase couldn't find the words to speak as he looked up at the terrifying creature. His body flattened as his heartbeat accelerated, his breaths picking up at a speed he couldn't keep track of. And I know, the creature suddenly swapped to the voice of Rubble, that there is nothing you want more than to see your loved ones again. It reached out, outstretching its arm with open claws, so let me grant you that wish. This was it, Chase was going to die. For a moment he wanted to run, as his paws shook for explosive movement, but a lingering static filled his head. In what he thought were his final seconds, all Chase saw were the claws of the creature, reaching out to snatch him up. The shepherd shut his eyes. Gunshot. A high-caliber gunshot was fired into the air, followed by several more. The crack of the rifle pierced into the ears of the dogs, making them dive with paws over their heads. Chase instantly dove to the ground as he heard it, a strike of panic stabbing him as he for a moment feared he had accidentally killed someone else. An enraged screech sounded from Ferox Malus as bullets tore into its chest, blasting out bits of gore and blood. The creature stumbled back as its organs screamed against its new wounds, hunching its body over as it took to all fours. Its tail whipped Chase across the forehead as it scampered into a retreat, fleeing for the cover of the lookout wreckage. Wincing from the sting, Chase was further knocked to the grass. Marshall peeked out from behind the jagged metal, trying to get a look at the smoking gun, A relieved smile suddenly peeled across him, and he never felt so happy to see the ACG. Go, go! Cyrus barked, running in with his rifle, don't let it get away. In seconds, dozens of armored dogs sprinted out of the forest, brandishing rifles as they charged in. While Marshall was elated at their saviors, Rocky took a step back in fear. Oh no! The trauma of the agony he had endured days ago from the military squad was still fresh in his mind. Rocky, wait, the Dalmatian beside him turned, trying to console him, they're here to help. But his words fell on deaf gray ears, as Rocky suddenly grabbed him and began pulling him away. Come on. We're getting out. Run. The mix rapid-fired his words as he tried to drag his brother. While the two dogs tussled to keep one another stable. Liberty spotted the ACG, and a growl of annoyance left her breath. They weren't supposed to be here, as Archline needed more time to pick them up. Agitated at the intervention, the dachshund backed up into the shadows, seeking to stay out of their sight. "Chase, you're alive." Cyrus ran up to the puppy, a dog he had written off for dead so long ago. "Holy shit, you're actually alive. I owe you an apology." The shepherd fearfully opened his eyes, looking up. "Cyrus." His eyes widened. You heard my message." "Of course we did." The Malinois nodded frantically. "And we're here." "Geez, you look terrible." He winced audibly, seeing the puppy's burned condition. "Go with Bella, we'll take this thing down and wrangle up the survivors." "Bella?" Chase asked, but the Malinois leader ran off in pursuit of the creature before he could answer the question. His ears were filled with explosive sounds as dog after dog sprinted into view, surrounding the lookout ruins with guns loaded. Every single one was armored and brandishing weapons, ready to take down the threat once and for all. Slowly standing up, Chase heard his name get called. Turning around, he spotted a white Labrador retriever walking toward him. "Chase." She called. "Come on, I'm here to get you to safety." Who? He blinked, his mind tampered from all the sudden confusion. "It's me, Bella," she said firmly. "Remember? We met at that coffee shop a few days ago, and I told you to stay out of our business?" The white lab chuckled. "I guess you didn't, heh?" "You." Chase's eyes widened. "I remember you." "Glad to hear it," Bella smiled. "Now come on." As Bella tried to lead the puppy away, Chase couldn't help but look back at the tower wreckage. Rocky and Marshall were still there, the exact location Ferox Malice had just fled in. "My family, they're still in there." "We know. We'll do whatever we can to get them out." And Chase stuttered when his eyes suddenly fell on someone else, Liberty. Even among the now 100 dogs swarming the clearing, he could easily spot the dachshund peeking out from behind her cover. Narrowing his eyes, he witnessed the smaller dog suddenly tear away, fleeing the scene. Alarm pricked in him, knowing Liberty was a part of the enemy faction. She simply couldn't get away. "Wait." The shepherd jumped away from the soldier, after her. Bella had little time to react. Who? She was too late. Chase had already exploded into a run, sprinting away from her and charging toward the forest after Liberty. A call of his name was barked into the air, but it was unclear if Chase didn't hear or ignored it entirely. After all of his mistakes, he had to rectify something, fix even one thing to repay what he had ruined. It started with catching Liberty and bringing her to justice, dragging her before Cyrus to shed light on Archline's crimes. His own rage and drive chugging him along, Chase disappeared into the forest. "No!" Rocky shouted as he backed up, Marshall firmly pinned behind him. "You won't take me." The two ACG soldiers before him held up their paws, although keeping their guns steady. "Kid, come on." One spoke through the fabric mask, his black ears flattening. "You need to cooperate with us." A full squad charged into the wreckage, fully ready to lay down their lives in pursuit of Ferox Malice. There they found the other remaining members of the Paw Patrol, arguing with one another about who to trust. Marshall attempted to speak words of reason to the mix, as his body was painfully pressed against the debris behind him, but Rocky ignored it. The floor underneath the mix was unstable, showing clear damage from the explosion. Any more stress and it would crash into the basement, dooming Rocky to a dark fate and rendering him a sitting duck for Ferox Malice. "I remember what you did to me." The mix bared his teeth. "You hurt me, you hurt all of us." The soldier turned his gun around his back, trying to hold out his gloved paw. "You're not safe. Ferox Malice just ran and hid into here. You need get away." The ACG soldiers really just wanted to grab Rocky in their paws and carry him out, but the clear damage to the floor cancelled out their options. Any more weight would fracture it. Rocky would have to walk to them willingly. Piercing screeches tore into their ears as Ferox Malice blasted out into view, rupturing the canopy of the tower's roof and sending metal shrapnel in all directions. 3 other ACG soldiers immediately turned and opened fire on the creature, the deafening pops of their rifles splitting through the air. The sounds of gunfire, roars of the creature, and bullets striking off metal surfaces only struck Rocky's mind even more. Ferox Malice snarled in rage, spitting its tentacle out of its mouth and impaling one of the soldiers, prompting an agonized scream as blood streaked from the shattered armor. It pulled the soldier into its jaws, clamping its teeth in and flinging it around like dead prey, snapping his bones beyond repair. The dog's corpse was tossed aside Ferox Malice's tail and snared around another soldier's leg, whipping him into the air and slamming him off the wall. A blood splatter formed on the surface as the soldier collapsed below, unmoving. The splashes of blood and screaming set alarm for the other soldiers. "Look, kid, there's no time," he pleaded to Rocky. The second soldier was forced to turn away, drawing his weapon and firing at the creature. Ferox Malice seemed to shrug off the bullets that hit it, raking its claws through another soldier and rendering him to bloodied shreds. More stabbed and shredded whatever dog dared to attack it. Body gore and broken armor flung in all directions, but still the ACG was relentless. "Flamethrowers!" Cyrus shouted into his radio, while Marshall ran beside him and cowered under. A soldier at his side turned to face him. "Captain, we were ordered to contain, not destroy." "They said dash." "I know what they said." The Malinois snapped at his comrade, "But we can't let this thing continue on, too many have died." Now rebelling against the starting order, he bristled as he shouted into the radio, "Flamethrowers. All of them." A military helicopter soared down from the sky, the screeches of Ferox Malice clearly audible as the soldiers fought to keep it at bay. Hovering a couple of feet above the ground, its side doors opened, and several Great Danes in heavy armor all jumped out, landing into the blood-stained grass. They carried gas canisters strapped to their backs, fire-resistant armor, and masks shrouding their bodies. They were truly terrifying soldiers, driven home by the flamethrowers they carried at their sides. "Look, kid, you're going to die if you don't move," the soldier barked, flattening his ears. Rocky remained defiant. "I'll never trust you. You hurt me, you beat me." The second trooper turned around. "That wasn't us. We can dash." He was cut off as Ferox Malice's claws snatched him from where he stood, snapping him in its grip and tossing him away. The remaining soldier flinched in terror, and he turned back to Rocky. Who was it?" he asked frantically. "The ones who hurt you. Come with me, and I promise you will find them out," the soldier pleaded, seeing the floor under Rocky beginning to crack. "We never wanted to hurt you, we were just afraid. We were all afraid, knowing what that thing was capable of," he said desperately, once again reaching out his paw. "Please, come with me." Seeing the soldier reach out to him, Rocky continued quivering as his words churned within him. The pup was terrified, his own PTSD flashing before his face. It was the ACG who scared and beat him, and now here they were trying to snatch him up. As fear clouded him, he thought it over as his paws scratched against an unstable concrete floor. Could he see justice for those who hurt him? Was it even possible? He had little to nothing to go off of. You promise?" he asked shakily. The soldier hastily turned his head to the side, flinching as he grew more uncomfortable being in close proximity to the creature. "Yes, absolutely," he turned back to the puppy, holding out his paw farther. Even through the military goggles and mask, he looked his brown eyes into the mix, trying with every fiber in his being to be sincere. An explosion of metal sent debris flying over their heads, complete with a group of ACG soldiers all screaming in terror. There was little time, and Rocky gulped as his heart quickened. Fearfully, he began to extend his gray arm outward, and the soldier held his own paw out farther in response. Tossing a soldier aside, Ferox Malice roared as it pinned another down and snapped its teeth into the dog's body, tearing it in half. Blood dripping from its maw, it eerily looked up, spotting Rocky and the soldier. Rage dripping at its claws, it hissed a tentacle over its face and flexed its claws. Taking the final step, Rocky braced himself as he held his paw out, and the soldier finally managed to grab him. In a swift pull, Rocky was yanked off the floor and swept onto the dog's back. The soldier wasted no time turning around and beginning a spring for the outside, only to realize Ferox Malice was charging straight for them. Snarling in seething fury, the creature reached for the dogs with outstretched claws. A massive cloud of fire blasted into the ruins, the dogs armed with flamethrowers marching in as they pulled the triggers on their horrific weapons. Each nozzle spewed an unforgiving flame into the area that burned and seared anything it touched. Ferox Malice was almost entirely consumed by it, prompting it to spring backward in fear. Rocky was swiftly carried away to safety. Its tail and back leg now caught fire. Ferox Malice screeched in rage as pain circulated through it. The flamethrower dogs only took this as a sign of progress and aimed their weapons a second time. Defiant, the creature refused to die and instead fled. It braced its stringy arms over its face and smashed through the wall, rupturing out the side of the lookout wreckage. Ferox Malice emerged into the outside clearing, prompting a hostile response from the ACG soldiers. Hissing in annoyance as bullets cut through its flesh, it split its jaws open to roar a warning at the helicopter, further agitated as the vehicle's searchlight beamed onto the creature. The lookout, suffering a final burst of damage, finally collapsed into dust and ruin. It was no longer possible to re-enter the wreckage, as now it was nothing more than a pile of broken metal and shattered memories. Trying to shake off the flames on its backside, Ferox Malice went to all fours and sprinted off toward the forest, its tentacles swiftly twirling in the air as it ran. As it pushed through the shrubbery, its flaming tail slapped against a tree, suddenly sparking a flame on its branches. Cyrus reared in horror as he witnessed the tree begin to light up in flames, the fire already spreading along the forest. "Dear God." Cyrus breathed, then shook himself of his fears. "All units, don't let it get away." He picked up his own weapon and charged after it, dozens of remaining ACG soldiers including Bella running at his side. Few soldiers stayed behind to tend to Rocky and Marshall. With visible proof the creature was no longer in the direct clearing, they were confident enough to land the helicopter and set up a medical station within it. Even as both puppies were carried in, they couldn't help but fearfully glance at the forest, now slowly erupting into a fiery inferno. Chase was in there, Liberty as well, Ferox Malice shortly after, and now Cyrus with his legion charging into the flames after them. Whatever would soon happen in the burning forest would mean the fate of Adventure Bay. Paw Patrol. "I don't have much time," Liberty frantically said into her collar as she ran, pushing through sharp bushes and tripping over logs. "I need an extraction, get me out of here." "Do you have the assets?" The voice came through on the collar. "And no," she said apologetically, the ACG intervened, "they have all three of the dogs." A grimace was forced from her breath as a low branch smacked against her, pelting her fur with leaves. "So, you lost all of them?" "Yes, I know," Liberty heaved, jumping behind a tree and looking back. "I know, I lost them, I'm sorry. But I'm an asset too, right? Come get me, send a helicopter, please." Panic filled her voice as a long duration of silence came from the other end. "Please. They're after me." "Liberty." The voice began, "I don't think we can do that." "Why no?" Alarm flared through the dachshund, and she crouched low under a bush in a desperate attempt to hide. You can't do that to me. We have other dogs here, ones that can actually do their job properly. The voice said coldly, what about the infection in the basement? Did you get a sample? Liberty winced, already knowing the answer. I had some set up. And? Then Zuma set off an explosion, incinerating the entire basement and all the things I had. Goodbye, Liberty. The dachshund nearly cried out. What? Ryder, no. Wait, you can't just leave me here. When cold, rejecting silence only met her, Liberty knew with a sinking heart that she had been abandoned. With a shaky breath, she prayed over and over for it to all be just a terrible dream, but every time she shut and opened her eyes, the world around her just became even clearer. Panic filled her heart, and she cursed herself for ever trusting the Archline Foundation. She took a step back when she suddenly heard Chase's voice. Liberty. Whipping around in fear, she locked eyes with a German shepherd racing over the forest floor. Liberty. Chase panted, coming to a stop in a small pile of leaves. Enough with the games. You need to come with me, with them. He said, referring to the ACG. Just stop running. Frozen in her step, Liberty frantically thought over her options. If she went with the ACG, her involvement with the research company would be exposed, leaving her vulnerable to being pinned for every death committed by the claws of the creature. Even if she didn't release Ferox Malice directly, she'd be thoroughly interrogated for any information possible. Terror rose within her as she imagined herself breaking, completely giving up all of Archline's secrets to the military faction. Perhaps she would walk free the next day, only for her body to turn up mysteriously dead mere hours later. Archline had a way of silencing those who talked too much. Gears turning in her head, she remembered several contacts she had in Adventure City. All she needed to do was escape. Never. She snapped, baring her teeth. I'm getting out of here, now leave me alone. Swiftly turning around, Liberty kicked her legs and charged through the forest, kicking up leaves and twigs as she ran. Wah hey! Chase blinked, growling as he sprang into action. On any other day, he would have instantly run her down and caught her. Chase was by far the fastest dog in the Paw Patrol. Unfortunately, his speed was severely hindered by the burns and damage all over his body from the explosion. He could still run, but only at a reduced pace that was barely enough to keep up with the dachshund. Burned ears flattened, and he grimaced, fighting through the pain. Leave me alone! Liberty shouted again, jumping over a log and running into a clearing. Breathing heavily from the exertion, she turned and sprinted to a denser collection of trees and foliage. There was a cave up ahead. A dark archway of stone under a canopy of moss and grass provided entrance to the forest cavern. It was big enough for a person to fit inside, and the pathway within dipped into a corridor that led to another part of the forest. The location itself was a favorite of Rocky's, as he always commented how it felt like traveling under a mountain to the other side of the land. The cave alone had nothing particularly notable inside it, save for some oddly shaped rocks and dripping puddles, but its darkness tended to be quite calming to one's mind. Without even thinking, Liberty sprinted headfirst into the cave, disappearing into the darkness. Relentless in his pursuit, Chase followed without hesitation, feeling cool air wash over him as he crossed inside. Paws scratching over the hard floor as he ran, the shepherd was almost blindsided by how amazing the air felt on his blistered, patchy skin. Almost completely negating the lingering pain, the interior of the cave was a perfect balance between warm and cold, soothing his agony into comfort. He almost broke the chase with Liberty to enjoy it, but he quickly snapped himself back to his senses. He could not allow the dachshund to escape. Liberty found herself stumbling several times over jagged rocks, cutting her paws as she scrambled to keep away from the shepherd. Frantically relying on her sense of smell and hearing to weave around the darkness, she splashed through a puddle, soaking her underside. As she crossed farther in, she emerged into the darkest depths of the corridors, a cold tunnel completely absent of light. Fearful of tripping in the dark, she came to a complete stop. With shaky breaths, she wanted to turn around and run, but doing so would put her right into Chase's clutches. She had to make it out, to brave her way through the depths of the cave to the other side. Running for what felt like hours, Chase slowly lost his vision as the light drained from the cave. He began to slow his pace upon realizing he was completely and utterly blind. Instantly skidding to a halt, canceling all of his speed in an instant, Chase stood firmly in the darkness. Growling in agitation, he could still feel the rocky ground under his paws, along with the gentle splash of cold dew on his back. Carefully placing one paw in front of the other, he blindly stepped over rocks, jagged debris, and drops he couldn't see the bottom of. Turning his ears in all directions, he listened to the sounds of his paws bouncing off the walls. With each step, each crinkle of the leaves, each splash of water, the sounds were crisp and subtle, confirming that he was still surrounded by walls. If his vision was gone for the time being, Chase would have to rely on all the skills a dog could have and use them to their fullest extent. He didn't have his flashlight, he didn't have his pup pack, and he certainly didn't have any of his spy gear, he only had himself. It was a game, a dance, Liberty and Chase lost in the darkness playing cat and mouse, nothing but their ears, noses, and instincts to guide them. Sniffing his nose, Chase absorbed the smells of the cave around him. A metallic sting hit his nostrils, almost making him sneeze in disgust, only to be followed by the cool air. A pungent stench of something foul came after, likely some animal that died in the cave, a smell he was tragically all too familiar with at this point. His paws passed over a grainy cool surface, then another step forward, and his right foot was suddenly dipped in cold water. Legs carrying him, he focused his nose again and sniffed the air. Instantly, a certain stench hit him like a train. Fear. It was always notable that animals had the unusual abilities to sense emotions, to seemingly detect when their owners were sad or afraid without ever having to tell them. It wasn't something Chase practiced often, sure he had heard of the feat, but he simply shrugged off the ability and focused on other things. He wasn't an expert, but the smell of fear was pungent enough that any dog could detect it right away. Liberty was terrified, stumbling through the dark and out of her element from the city. Chase keenly picked up on her scent in a way that almost outlined her in front of him. Entering his hunter instincts, Chase lowered his head and moved forward, heading straight for her. Strangely, the cave was growing slightly warmer and increasing steadily. He could smell smoke leaching in from the outside, a foreign smell he didn't understand. Shaking his head, he ignored the unwelcome stench and considered after her. It wasn't until he was mere meters away that Liberty finally picked up that danger was nearby. She snapped into alert, "Just come with me. Why can't you see the answer to all this?" Breaking into a run, the smaller dog trudged through the darkness. "You stay with them, Ferox Malice will kill you all." "You knew it was here." Chase barked, rage seeping into his voice. "You knew it was here and you let it all happen. Hundreds could be dead, half the patrol is gone. I'm not the one who killed Sky." Those words severed any last bit of mercy he could have had. Enraged, Chase snarled and completely ran her down, honing in on the sounds of footsteps in the darkness. Light began to gently illuminate the walls around them as they ran to the exit of the cave, the jagged, rocky interior finally becoming visible again. Liberty saw it too, and she quickened her pace, only for confusion to cloud her as she spotted the flickering orange flames that dotted the end of the tunnel. What the dash, she tried to say before she was violently tackled from behind. Teeth latched into the back of her neck as leaves and twigs went flying, and both dogs careened out of the cave and landed in the grass. Abrasively pinned onto her back, Liberty flailed helplessly as she tried to escape, panicking as Chase held her firmly. The shepherd didn't even notice that the forest was actively burning around him. He tried to form the words, after everything. After the city, after. He thought back to his short time spent in the Adventure City Pound. It was with Liberty's help he was able to escape, and it was then he fully believed the dachshund was the perfect gift to the patrol. You fucking traitor, he spat, I should have thrown you to Ferox Malice. Let me go. She tried to fight him off, we're going to burn alive. Burn. Chase faltered slightly, then finally flicked his gaze up and realized his surroundings. Both of them were completely cornered by a raging inferno that was slowly consuming the forest. The wave of heat finally hit him, and his eyes widened as his gaze rested on a single tree that had exploded into a star of fire, bleeding down flaming leaves. Adventure Bay was burning. Her captor distracted, Liberty quickly turned to her right, noticing a flaming stick that had fallen from the sky. Instantly seizing her moment, she grabbed the stick and swung it like a blunt weapon, connecting with Chase's face. The police dog yelped in surprise, staggering backward as he shook the fiery splinters from his head. Making a break for it, Liberty jumped up and ran as fast as she could into the burning foliage, and this time, Chase wasn't behind her. She ran for as long as she could, dodging falling trees to the best of her abilities. After a few minutes, her legs ached and were stained with ash, exhaustion befalling the small dog. Gasping, she huddled under a log and tried to protect herself from the heat and fire. Okay, she breathed, just need to get back to the city. Paws quivering, she drew further under the log. The sounds of splitting wood and crackling fire clouding her ears, she concealed herself as much as possible, believing she had finally found somewhere safe. Letting her guard down, she let out a slow breath. The sigh was cut off in an instant. A bloodied, degloved, five-fingered claw appeared from above and snatched her by the neck. She screamed in terror as her body was forcefully torn out from under the log, the bones in her arms painfully snapping into pieces. All she could do was scream helplessly as her body was pulled from the ground. Ferox Malice emerged from the darkness like a looming predator, snarling its rows of teeth and flashing its dozens of eyes, a face no longer concealed by the lost skin mask. No. Liberty pleaded for her life as she stared into the face of death, awkwardly flailing her broken arms. Standing on two legs, although squatting under the flaming trees to not burn itself, the creature only hissed in delight as it enjoyed her fearful screams. Even within her own cries, Liberty could faintly hear noises inside the creature's jagged ribcage. There was something inside it, something alive. Wait, you can't dash, the dachshund continued to beg, you're not dash. The creature's maw opened, flashing its lines of fangs as the tentacles within moved to impale its prey. Audrey. Liberty cried as a last-ditch attempt, Audrey, that's your name, right? That's who you were, right? That was your name. The claw only tightened around her body. I remember the dog you used to be. The dachshund pleaded, your name was Audrey, you. She cried in pain as more bones snapped within, you were a golden retriever. Don't you? She made eye contact with the creature, as best as she could manage with its several eyes, don't you remember me? There was a pause. If Ferox Malice was truly as intelligent as Archline promised, then surely it could understand her. Even as its grip tightened, Liberty prayed with everything she had left that there was still an old glimmer of Audrey left in the monster. Screeching in seething fury, Ferox Malice gripped Liberty and punched her body into a tree that stood nearby, crushing the dog into its wood. The air was filled with agonized screaming as the prey was pulled from the tree and flung in the other direction. Her body collided with a set of rocks, violently crushing her ribs as she bounced off into the grass, bloodstains leaving a sharp trace of the impact. With any remaining strength left in her, Liberty tried to reach a paw out to crawl away. Springing into the air, Ferox Malice soared down and smashed its legs into her back, destroying her spine and crushing her inner organs. With its prey trapped, the creature roared as it clamped its teeth into Liberty's upper half, violently yanking and tearing her pinned body like a piece of meat in all directions. Blood splattered in the grass while clumps of fur and flesh were flung in the air. Finally, her body gave way, and Ferox Malice gruesomely ripped off the upper body, completely tearing the dachshund in half. Bits of bone and organs spilled out into the grass as the creature snapped its jaws, devouring it headfirst. Liberty's crushed lower half was kicked away into the flames, left to burn away into ash. With another body soon to join its inner hive mind, Ferox Malice reared its head back and roared its war cry into the smoke-shrouded air, announcing its bloodshed to all that was around to hear it. Straight face. Stay away from the trees. Cyrus called to whatever soldiers still remained behind him. His life flashed before his eyes as he sprinted into the flaming forest, a barrage of heat singing him under his armor as he entered. All around him, plants and foliage burned brightly, the trees having transformed into surging lights of raging flames. One by one, trees began falling, crashing to the ground and blasting flaming leaves and twigs in all directions. The Malinois grimaced in an attempt to turn his face away as flickering embers sprayed across him. Some of the soldiers behind quickly skidded to a halt, turning tail and fleeing out of the burning typhoon for their lives. Cyrus didn't blame them. A large part of himself also wanted to escape the forest fire and let it burn away. But Ferox Malice had fled, and under no circumstances could the monster be able to inflict any more damage than it already had. If it escaped the forest, it would attack the town and leave hundreds of bodies in its wake. It had to be stopped here and now. Bella! He called out, having to yell over the sound of weakened wood splitting apart, "Are you still with me?" The retriever's call sounded a few feet back, "Right behind you, Captain." She was struggling to keep up with him, but a courageous spirit kept her going. The forest was unrecognizable. It truly seemed like every leaf and twig was ignited in burning agony. "We can't lose any more of the Paw Patrol," Bella called, wincing as fiery debris signed across her face. "We need to get them out of there." They both stopped as they heard Ferox Malice's vicious war cry echo through the forest, a signal that it had taken another victim. Cyrus hesitated for a moment, a brief flicker of fear rising within him that he quickly had to push away. "I'm pretty sure most of them are gone," the captain winced, flattening his ears as distress fought to overcome him. "What about Everest? We didn't find her body in the ski lounge." He looked back. "Yeah, but her owner was completely ripped apart. There were pieces of him everywhere." Grimacing at the memory, Cyrus remembered his team moving through the mountains and coming across the wrecked ski lounge. It was painfully clear that Ferox Malice had attacked the place before traveling to Adventure Bay. It was how the ACG figured out the exact place to search for the creature to begin with, as the mountain was rather close in proximity to the town. The owner of the ski lounge, a man named Jake, was found completely slaughtered. A small investigation of the area revealed that he owned a Siberian husky, and the search began. Although blood belonging to a dog had been found at the site, her body was not uncovered. When have you ever heard of a dog abandoning its owner? He pointed out, if Everest wasn't there, but her blood was, the only answer is that she was consumed. Or she escaped. "I don't think he was cut off as a flaming tree dropped mere inches from his body, forcing him to a stop." A barrage of embers and splintered wood sprayed into the air as the wildfire around them only intensified more and more. The heat was becoming unbearable, and soon it would take them down in their burning branches. Jumping back, Bella howled as her tail hovered too close to an open flame, burning her and almost catching it alight. "We're going to die in here." Hearing the pain of his sister in arms, Cyrus flattened his ears as he worryingly looked around in a panic. Perhaps Ferox Malus was already dead, lying in a pile of burned flesh and dead tissue long ago. He didn't want to abandon chase, but the fearful cries of the distant soldiers who followed him were becoming louder. The forest was soon to become a death trap, and as he flicked his gaze to the rifle attached to his side, he remembered his duty as a soldier. They died all the time for what they believed in, yet it was something else to be cast away into a ring of fire where survival was not in the cards. I won't leave them, the Malinois growled, itching to close the book on the massacre. I'm going ahead, come on. He stopped for a moment, briefly turning back to Bella, but, if you want to turn back, you can. I won't hold it against you. He held her gaze, a moment of connection between them both. Go back, Bella. I'm going to die in here. You don't have to. Panting from the heat, his companion looked uncertain, shaking her head slightly at her leader's words. Flicking her eyes around as she processed her situation, her expression changed to cold determination as she looked at him. Not a chance, Cyrus. We either escape together or die together. Sorrow hit Cyrus like a knife in the heart, only to quickly be replaced by anger, yet was then immediately smoldered by a spark of gratitude. The Malinois couldn't exactly say what he was feeling, so he only nodded in response, turning back to continue their trek through the fires. Wincing as they shoved through a wall of spiky brambles and dead flowers, they emerged into an open clearing that provided a small safe haven from the fires, although the edges of the area were lined with flaming trees on the verge of collapsing. A cave was nearby, barely visible through the smoke. Cyrus skidded to a halt as he spotted a puppy wandering aimlessly among the fire. Chase! He shouted. The police pup turned his head at the sound of his name, squinting his eyes as the pain hadn't fully left them from Liberty's attack. Cyrus? He shouted over the falling branches. She attacked me. Who? Liberty. He snarled, putting an arm over his eyes. She hit me with a fucking branch then ran away. We need to catch Dash. Swiftly jumping to him, Bella cut him off. Forget her. We need to get you to safety before this whole forest comes down on us. Forest? Chase shook his head in wild confusion, his vision finally returning to normal. How did this even happen? We hit Ferox Malus with fire. Cyrus winced, realizing his mistake, only for it to turn around and run into here with a flaming tail. Now everything has gone to hell. He made a motion with his paw at Bella. Grab him. We'll carry him out of the dash. Look out! Bella suddenly jumped in surprise, locking her eyes on the upper tree line. Chase could already see it by the time Cyrus turned around, and the three of them all drew back in terror. They had gone into the lion's den, and now it was time to face the monster. Ferox Malus jumped along the branches of the trees and leapt into the clearing, landing on all fours on the ground. Its tail already danced in the smoky air, moving in tandem with its tentacles. Get back! Cyrus called to the other two as he gripped his rifle and blasted the creature. Empty shells littered the grass and the snapping of the rifle mixed with the splitting wood. Chase panicked at the sound of the firearm and dove to the ground. Bella found herself frozen as she fought whether or not to help Cyrus or shield Chase. They were overexposed. All Ferox Malus had to do was charge into the open area and they were doomed. Into the trees! Bella called, seeing it all too clearly. The trees? Chase looked up at her, repeatedly darting his gaze around frantically. We'll burn alive. We're sitting ducks out here, where else can we go? Go. Run. Cyrus barked, flicking his tail to send them off. Sweat pooling under his paws, he fought to keep Ferox Malus at bay while the other two ran for the burning trees. The creature was growing more pissed off by the minute, scampering around to avoid the incoming fire. Even though bullets did little to actually kill it, they caused enough pain to render evasive action. The fire alone brought great fear into the creature, but it was determined to finish what it had started, no matter what pieces of itself it lost in the process. Backing up steadily, Cyrus's heart sank when the pop of his rifle went dry, leaving nothing but empty clicks. The flying bullet shells stopped, leaving him empty and powerless. A fearful noise slipped from the Malinois as his ears flattened, his eyes widening in terror at realizing he was vulnerable. Scraping its claws along the ground, Ferox Malus circled him as growls escaped from every orifice on its squirming body. The dead Labrador in its shoulder suddenly reared to life, like Zuma's own soul was dragged up and shoved back into him. The puppy opened its mouth, and a screeching war cry emitted from it, while Ferox Malus hissed a small heave, almost a laugh. Down its lower back, the mangled body of Liberty emerged as if it was hatching from an egg. Firmly attached to Ferox Malus's hip, the dachshund growled loudly as a tentacle slithered out of her mouth. The dogs they used to be were gone long ago, now infested and strung up inside the monster's bodily hive mind to be used like puppets. Glancing back to see his companions had successfully fled, Cyrus turned back to the monstrosity. "You freak of nature." Ferox Malus swiped its claw across the ground and roared, preparing to leap. Thinking quickly, he snapped his paw to his vest and pulled a grenade. It was one of the few pieces of firepower he had left, with his rifle completely drained, and the only spare ammunition was back with the helicopters. This was his last grenade, and the only other thing he had was a silver revolver clipped to his waist, but it was nowhere near as strong as an assault rifle. He grabbed the pin in his teeth and pulled it out. "Eat this." Flinging it with such force it made him dizzy, the small egg-shaped explosive sailed through the air and landed in the middle of the clearing. Having seen enough action to know the blast radius, Cyrus quickly turned tail and fled for the raging wildfires. Ferox Malus screeched and lunged at him, flying right over the active grenade. The explosive blast was deafening, a screeching crack through the air that made him flinch in his step. He flew through the flaming brambles, burning his fur down to the skin. Instantly he coughed out smoke as he entered the dense fires, eager to find his companions. With all the time he spent in fires and within explosions, Chase figured his body would grow more used to the scorching heat by now. He almost feared what it felt like to enter the cold this coming winter, assuming he survived the ordeal. Breathing heavily, he darted under the flaming trees, coughing out thick smoke. How did it even get this bad? Bella came to a stop beside him, her fur matted and scraped. "It didn't look anything like this in the photos Archline sent." "It fucking mutated," snarled the shepherd. "That's the problem with these stupid genetic labs, they think they have control but they really don't. That's how disease outbreaks are made." Even with her professionalism, the soldier couldn't help but agree. You're right." She breathed. "If it helps, the captain has given the word, we've pulled out of the job." She was interrupted as Cyrus broke through the trees, his explosive movement startling Chase and causing him to jump under a bush. "I think I got it," he said frantically. I think I dash." "Gawk." Bella choked as a monstrous arm reached down from the tree branches, snatching her by the neck and pulling her off the ground. She lost the grip on her weapons, dropping them down below into a bed of flaming shrubbery. "Bella." Chase shook under his breath as he witnessed his savior get dragged up into the trees. Struggling as hard as she could, she fought for her life as Ferox Malus lifted her into view, staring her down as it wrapped itself under the burning tree. "No." Cyrus pulled his revolver and shot it into the air. The bullet whizzed past Ferox Malus's neck, completely missing it. Although the shot tore into the tree, dislodging a massive cloud of embers and flaming leaves onto the creature. Screeching as painful burns shot all over its back, Bella was dropped to the ground as Ferox Malus jumped from the tree and landed on the forest floor. Thinking of no other solution, the Malinois panicked. "Run." But he was short-lived, as Ferox Malus swept its arm in a flash, catching Cyrus in the range and knocking him away. The dog's body harshly hit the trunk of a tree, the impact dislodging another rain shower of embers and flames. Cyrus was out, his weakened frame now laying a few feet away, his gun tossed out of his grip and fallen in the grass. He laid there sprawled out in the grass, his attack sparking an outbreak of terror among the remaining two dogs. Frantic, Bella tried to dive for Cryas's dropped revolver. The creature heard her movements without even looking, prompting it to regurgitate a tentacle from its mouth and swing it like a whip. It caught the dog's leg and ensnared her, and the creature yanked its head backward to fling its prey off balance. Bella shrieked as she left the ground and sailed through the air, slamming her against a tree. The impact of Bella hitting the tree caused a chain reaction, the sudden force dislodging an avalanche of flaming branches and foliage, all collapsing into a massive bed of fire. Chase watched the whole thing, anger slowly overcoming him at the realization that he would once again watch one of his friends be brutally killed. No longer thinking straight, the shepherd charged out from his concealment and went for the monster. Jumping teeth bared, he lunged for the creature, not exactly aiming for anywhere significant, just completely throwing himself at it. Snagging his teeth into the creature's leg, Ferox Malice whipped its head around in hostility. Lashing its claws, it grabbed Chase by the torso and yanked him off. "Don't do that," Liberty's voice hissed from beneath its flesh. Its ribcage began to split down the middle, cracking and wheezing as it slowly opened. Cracking open each of its ribs, its chest opened revealing a pulsating chunk of body mass. It resembled a tumor, yet it beat like a heart, with teeth lining each inner surface of the ribs. Dripping with crimson red blood and gore, an eye opened a few inches from the heart, then a second, then a third. Chase's anger died away as he stared into the bed of torment that was Ferox Malice's insides. The creature was heartless, yet it mutated far enough that it grew somewhat of an artificial heart. It needed the organ to power its new body, and the termination of such a bodily function could be a setback. It wouldn't die if the heart stopped functioning, however. Ferox Malice was far above organic limitations. "Tearing you apart is too good for you," Zuma's voice muttered from its shoulder, only to be replaced with rubble. "You're going to stay with me forever. We will be one, and you will watch." It spat the last word, "as I rip apart and devour every last one of your city's inhabitants. Die well, dog." The inner eyes all fixed onto Chase at the same time, as the pulsating heart began to shriek and writhe in agony. Dozens of small tendrils started to grow from it, reaching toward Chase with barbed tips. Now frantic, the shepherd struggled as hard as he could escape, but Ferox Malice refused to let him go. A vicious bark broke through the air as Cyrus sprang up, holding a flaming branch in his teeth. Ferox Malice flicked its many eyes over to him, disinterested, and more solely focused on the puppy in its claws. Its ignorance would soon be replaced with agony, as Cyrus jumped into the air and rammed the branch directly into its festering chest, splicing its heart with the blistering burn of fire. Screeching in pain from the attack, Ferox Malice recoiled and jumped backward, coming just a hair close to falling onto the recently created bed of fire. Gripping its chest in agony, the creature hunched over and started heaving. Even if it was highly resistant, it still felt pain just like any other living being. "Chase." Cyrus caught the puppy as he fell. "Can you breathe?" The police dog staggered over his own words, slightly disoriented. I think." His head fell back a little, and that was when Chase spotted the dropped revolver still sitting in the grass. "Cyrus, your gun." Now furious, Ferox Malice screeched and turned its gaze back to them. The pain in its chest mixing with its own rage, the monster bared its claws and sprang for the two dogs in an instant. "Look out!" the captain cried, pushing Chase away at the last second. The puppy tumbled in the ash-covered grass just as the Malinois was tackled by the monster. Quickly he rolled on his side, scrambling for the gun and jumping for it. His paws landed on the metal firearm. It was slippy and humid from the heat. Feeling the weapon, immediately a wave of static entered Chase's head, but he ignored it. Gripping the firearm, he held it up in his paws and turned back to his captain. Cyrus, I have your dash. He stopped cold. The Malinois was helpless to physically fight off the might of the creature. In seconds he was retrained in the tendrils, and he was dragged up as the heart pulled him in. Cyrus. The soldier heard his call, trying to fight through the pain. Chase, you need to He screamed as the ribs closed into him, slowly impaling through his skin like they were eating him alive. Instantly, the heart inside got to work, beginning to slowly pull and rip away Cyrus's skin while the ribs held him in place. Ferox Malice merely purred through the ordeal. Zuma's body began laughing uproariously, like a twisted flicker of life still remained in it. Rubble and Liberty's voices could be heard laughing in tandem, all celebrating the brutal execution. Aha! The soldier writhed in agony as his body was slowly eaten into, the heart mere moments from finally breaking through the muscle layer. Chase. You need to dash. I dashed. The puppy was frozen in terror. What am I supposed to do? You need dash. Even in his pain, Cyrus knew what had to be done. The heart was a weak point, not vital, but weak enough. Although now his body was acting as a meat shield for it, the ribs firmly holding him in place. Knowing what needed to happen, Cyrus had to make a difficult decision. He gritted his teeth. You need to shoot through me. What? Chase recoiled at the words. Shoot through me. You have to. Chase's heartbeat went frantic, his eyes widening while his ears drew back. Instantly, all the sound in the world went silent, leaving him in a cold stasis of his thoughts. All he could hear and think of was Sky. He killed her, pulled the trigger on the cockapoo without a word. The regret and anguish that followed nearly ate him alive, forcing him to slowly overcome his own mistakes just to account for his past. Just when he thought it was all over, here he was again. Taking another innocent life. I can't. The puppy cried, I can't kill you. Do it. Cyrus snarled angrily, desperately trying to hold out. The fires that burned around them only intensified, like a twisted audience eagerly awaiting the bloodshed. Chase looked around frantically, briefly laying eyes upon Bella lying motionless a couple of feet away. She couldn't do it, it had to be him. Taking a deep, shaky breath, he held the gun up, aiming for Cyrus's chest. Paws shaking in fear, he found himself unable to pull the trigger. Please, I don't want to do this. You have to. Cyrus was pleading now, finish it. But the puppy struggled to form words, Ferox Malice's own laughter beginning to fill the air. Malicious at heart, it slowly held Cyrus suspended, not outright killing him, knowing the terror it would instill into the shepherd. It wanted to watch it all, feel it all, drink the fear like a powerful drug, and it wanted every last drop. Fearfully holding the gun like a slippery animal trying to escape, the static in Chase's head blooming into a thunderstorm of chaos, fighting to keep him down. His mind flickered with memories and voices, images flashing while his claw was centimeters from the trigger. He saw nothing but Sky, the memory of her murder playing on repeat over and over, constantly forcing him to watch it again. In a twisted game of cruelty, his own mind replaced Sky with Marshall, then Rocky, making him witness himself murdering his own loved ones to tear his heart even more. Was he really a killer? Chase. Sky's voice echoed in his ears, as he remembered her moving toward him. No. Chase broke through it at the last minute, pulling the trigger. The gunshot pierced through the air, tearing through Cyrus's body. The soldier flinched as a coldness shot into him, exiting out his back. Ferox Malice screeched the loudest it ever had, its chest exploded outward in a cloud of blood and organic biomass. Its ribs shattered out, falling like broken pieces into the ashy ground, along with Cyrus as he was dropped. Staggering backward, the creature gripped its bleeding chest with both hands, trying to fight through the pain that now surged through every bone and tentacle it had. It wouldn't die from it, but the shock had nearly paralyzed it, clouding its vision and buckling its limbs. Forced back to all fours, as it no longer had the strength to stand up, it made a feeble effort to cover the wound with its tentacles. It tried to roar out something in a stolen voice, but none of the bodies were responding, the mental connections frozen from the physical shock. All that left its mouth was a defiant screech, screaming as loud as it could as a final desperate attempt to ward off its attacks. Chase dropped the gun and ran for Cyrus, tears already in his eyes. Ferox Malice panicked and turned to run in a random direction, only for its leg to clip a fallen tree, tripping the entire creature. Seemingly in slow motion, the monster fell forward over the raging bed of fires, helpless to save itself. With a massive sound of splitting wood and raging fire, Ferox Malice crashed directly into the flames. In an instant, it lit up like a burning star, its flimsy body almost as flammable as paper. It could avoid fire before in small amounts, knowing the death it would bring, but Ferox Malice had nowhere to run to. In the time it took to get back on its feet, its body was already completely aflame. Zuma's corpse caught fire, prompting it to flail its arms and hiss in rage. In mere seconds, it went limp, the Labrador's carcass burning away to the skeleton underneath. Screaming in agony, using a mix of Rubble and Liberty's voices, it struggled to recalibrate its vision. It tried to use its tentacles to jump up the burned trees, but they had already burned black and fallen off, its tail included. It could already feel the fire burning into its organs, disintegrating its tendons and nerves, leaving them as nothing but ash. As horrible pain flared through the monster, the fires eating away at its body, it meekly reached an arm into the air, trying to grab a tree. The rest of its limbs seemingly gave up, sprawled on the burning ground as the flames charred them to the bone. Reaching for any last escape, almost looking like it was reaching for the heavens, the arm finally gave up, falling lifelessly into the fire. The rest of the body collapsed, Ferox Malice's strength leaving it as the flames swallowed it whole. The flames soon died down, revealing a blackened skeleton of a monstrous animal. All biomass was burned away, with not an ounce of blood or hair remaining. Every tentacle and tendril was gone, the dozens of eyes that stared into your soul vanished, its claws lifeless and unmoving. Even with the living flesh gone, the bones remained in the flames, the heat making short work of any possible molecule left of the parasite. Ferox Malice was dead. For all the damage it could escape, for all the attacks it could withstand, Ferox Malice could not survive fire. The terror, the bloodshed, the massacres, it was all finally over. Cyrus. Chase cradled the soldier's head, as he was significantly larger in size. "Speak to me, please." The soldier gasped slightly, his eyes fading dull as his limbs and tail went limp. "Cyrus." He cried again, the puppy's voice cracked, "I'm so sorry." Tears flooded from his eyes, "I'm so sorry." The trees began to collapse around them, the forest finally losing its stability from the fire. "I'm sorry," he whimpered, holding the larger dog. Fearfully looking around, he saw only the fires crashing down. For a moment, he considered running away. It would probably save his life, but he had no idea where to go. The last time he was here, he used Ferox Malice's roars to find his way back, and last time there definitely wasn't a forest fire. He thought of Marshall and Rocky, his last remaining family. They were in the care of the ACG, no further harm would come to them. Sadly looking back down at the fallen soldier, he knew what he had to do. He didn't want to leave them like this, but perhaps his family could remember him by his loyalty, to end on a good note. Something to overwrite the horrible memory of Sky's death. Dogs were loyal to their masters, from the moment they were first held, to the final minutes of their lives. It was a doctrine they stuck to, proudly upholding the title of man's best friend. But who was Chase's master? It wasn't Ryder, not after all this, and what was a dog without an owner? It wasn't Rocky or Marshall, and Chase refused to call himself an owner. It was practically taboo for a dog to do so. That left Cyrus. The captain had been there from the beginning. He tried time and time again to protect Chase from the horror that Ferox malice would bring. The puppy didn't listen, and by knowing too much, innocence died. Cyrus protected him as much as he could and saved his life from the creature's grip. He wasn't an owner, nor a master, but Chase couldn't deny he saw the captain as his leader more than Ryder ever was. Sighing softly, the sorrow bleeding from his breath, Chase gently folded his limbs and settled down in the grass, resting his chin on the soldier's arm. The sounds of splitting wood signaled the trees were falling, as the sky blotted out from the smoke. Closing his eyes, Chase accepted the end, knowing that the deed was done. The horror, the static, the screams, it was all over for good. While the flames fell, a helicopter zoomed overhead, coming to a stop as it hovered. Multiple dogs could be heard barking orders, but Chase didn't care to listen. Resting beside his leader, he gently smiled in contentment as the forest crashed on top of them.
Oh mein Gott. Sorry Leute, aber wir mussten. Sorry, hab ich Junge. Okay, beruhig dich. Okay, wir hören noch die letzte. Und dann
Login, sign up.
Ups, das war es nicht. Okay, das ist der letzte Teil. Der letzte Chapter. Final Chapter. Chapter 23.
Lockdown, Paw Patrol. It was the duty of local law enforcement to uphold and defend the people of Adventure Bay, to protect them from harm and bring peace into their hearts that the streets were safe. Marshall stopped raging fires, Rocky cleaned up the environment and restored beaches, Sky patrolled the clouds and watched the weather while Zuma raced to help those at sea. Rubble was the construction dog, always volunteering his help when things had to get a little hands-on, and Chase was the sworn police dog who pledged to keep the streets safe. A few days before the death of the Paw Patrol organization, Ferox malice was unleashed into the wild. It tore through the mountains, wreaking havoc on anything it came across before coming to Adventure Bay. The ACG was dispatched shortly afterward to keep the monster in check, not realizing the shady foundation they were taking orders from, nor the persistence of the 6 puppies determined to do their part. The good die young, and in a stroke of tragedy several dogs were killed off, yet still, they persisted. It wasn't until Chase was burned in the explosion that he finally understood where he went wrong. He foolishly believed that he understood the severity of the situation and that he was more than ready to handle something greater than he ever was. After rising up from the ruins of the lookout, Chase gave up trying to rebuild the Paw Patrol. Rubble and Sky were gone, Zuma had gone mad and was abandoned down below. There was no way they'd ever function again, and the shepherd didn't care to try anymore. He was so sure that he was going to die in the forest. As Chase sat down next to the fallen Cyrus, he silently made peace in his heart, ready to give up the fighting. Ferox malice was dead, the horrible monster who ruined everything was finally put down and destroyed. That fact alone was good enough for him, and he surrendered his life. Unfortunately, his remaining family was not fond of losing him and convinced the ACG soldiers to retrieve him from the burned forest. He was laying on something soft and puffy, his body cradled in gentle warmth. Chase stirred slightly as his consciousness returned to him, his ears picking up voices nearby. Huh. He slowly opened his eyes with a pained breath, and instantly regretted it as a bright light flashed onto his pupils. "Where am I?" he breathed out, trying to focus his vision in the highly lit room. Blinking his eyes against the light, he realized he was sitting in a dog bed, a blue blanket lovingly draped over him. He was in a room with white walls and tile floors, multiple desks of odd equipment set up against the walls. Confused, he sat up a little, when a voice suddenly emitted from his left. Rocky leaned in, gently nudging his paw at Chase's side. "Hey." His voice was calm and collected, but the pure joy hiding inside it was threatening to break out. The injured shepherd whipped his head around in surprise, then suddenly groaned as a blistering pain shot through him. The mix drew his paw back. "Whoa, take it easy. You're not all that healed yet." "Rocky?" Chase blinked. Where am I?" "Katie's pet parlor." "What?" the shepherd said as his ears perked up, appalled that the building was still standing. You got me out of there?" "Of course we did." Rocky's voice went soft, smiling gently. "Did you think we were leaving you to die?" Chase took a moment to answer, sighing with light contempt. "I wouldn't have blamed you if you did." Oh, don't say things like that." The mix shook his head slightly, affectionately patting Chase's burned paw. "I'd never leave you anywhere if I could help it." He shrugged, smiling. "There may not be much left of us, but we're still a team." Moved by Rocky's kindness, Chase felt he was about to cry. Even after everything he had done, the atrocities he pulled, his old friends still refused to give up on him. He realized right then how much he didn't deserve such a loving family, and the shepherd was forced to turn his head away so his brother wouldn't see the tears. Unfortunately for him, Rocky knew him better than anyone. "Hey," the mix lowered his voice, moving a little closer to his emotional friend. "It's okay, man, it's gonna be okay." He draped his gray arm around the shepherd, not caring about the rough patches of hairless skin he was brushing against. Chase had suffered great physical damage to his body, and even if the blisters dried and healed, it was unlikely that the missing portions of fur would ever grow back. A caring soul at heart, Rocky hugged his brother closely, and Chase fought with every fiber in his being to not completely break down. It was an almost celebratory embrace, that after all the terror and bloodshed, the family still remained together. Half of them were gone, maybe, but they had each other nonetheless. Gently breaking the hug, Rocky tried to give Chase a reassuring smile, but still the shepherd tried to avoid his gaze. Yet even as he desired to stay quiet, he knew what needed to be said, something he was itching to get off his chest. But first, he had other questions that plagued his mind. "So where's everyone else?" "Outside the room, I believe." Rocky flicked his ear to the door. "Marshall, Bella, and a whole lot of soldiers." "Bella? She's alive?" "Suffered a beating, but yes." Chase felt guilty, the memory of Cyrus's death flashing before his eyes. His mind was broken, and his unstable mental state wasn't going away anytime soon. "Katie isn't there?" he asked, wondering about the owner of the pet parlor. The mix gave a sad sigh. "We couldn't find her, she's gone without a trace." It was a further stab in the gut to realize that even more ulterior motives could be at work, but Chase chose not to think about it. "Rocky, he hesitated, and the mix instantly gave him his full attention. I don't think I'm fit to be the leader of the Paw Patrol." "Of course you are," the mix replied quickly. "We need you, and..." He trailed off for a moment. "Well, we just need you. You're one of us." "And I need you," Chase confessed with a sigh. "And Marshall, but I..." He shook his head, hating the words leaving his muzzle. "But I just can't go on after all this. I don't have it in me anymore." The mix frowned as he listened, looking to the ground in confusion and slightly hurt inside. "But we're the Paw Patrol." "Rocky, the Paw Patrol doesn't exist anymore." The gray dog pulled a mortified face, drawing his ears back in shock. He opened his mouth to protest, but nothing came out, because deep down he knew, Rocky knew just as well, that their lifelong occupations were now laid to ruin along with the tower. He hated admitting it, but he silently nodded. I guess so, but... He chuckled slightly. I'm just used to, well, you. You lead us, you were the one that we looked up to. His words carried heavy sorrow, almost mournful. If you're not the leader, then who is? Chase smiled at his brother, resting his chin down on the edge of the bed. I already told you back in Ryder's garage, didn't I? Why no, Rocky suddenly drew back. Chase, I thought you were, look I can't dash, he stuttered over himself. Rocky, up to this point, you've been everything that I was supposed to be, Chase explained, sighing to himself. You're caring, you listened to reason, you kept us together, and you stayed strong through it all. He was talking freely now, and I was, well, arrogant. You saw what I did. I made rash decisions, put others in danger, and I'm not in a good place mentally. Chase. You, he cut the mix off, are the leader that we need and deserve. He pushed himself up slightly, meeting Rocky's gaze. In fact, with what few flickers of the Paw Patrol still remain, let my last notion as the leader. He choked over his own words, not wanting to give up what he worked so hard to uphold, be that I give up my title and grant it to you. Rocky was stunned, sitting wide-eyed, yet he remained quiet. Congrats, Chase shrugged with a smile, you're in command now. In fact, I think you always were, now that I think about it. It was official, the police dog had tossed his badge away and given up his position. He didn't dare say it out loud in front of Rocky, but for all intents and purposes, he considered Chase to be already dead, burned to death in Zuma's explosion. The shepherd didn't even care to think of himself as still alive, knowing he was nothing like the dog he used to be. Whatever Paw Patrol could possibly remain, it was all Rocky's to shape and mold. The mix was dumbfounded. I don't dash. He was interrupted as the door swung open, prompting both dogs to turn their heads in response. Chase. Marshall bounded in, overjoyed. The shepherd froze, flinching. Wait, please don't dash. To his relief, the Dalmatian skidded to a halt, coming to a stop before him. Don't worry, I'm not gonna grab you or crash, you're probably really tired of that. He said with a nervous chuckle. I'm glad to see you're okay. I was worried. Unable to contain his joy, Marshall leaned forward and licked Chase across the cheek. He instantly flung his tongue away, making a disgusted face. Ugh. He gagged, his tongue freely hanging out. You taste awful. Rocky snickered. Dude, he was in like 2 fires, then ran through a burning forest. I'm pretty sure his body is covered in ash and debris and whatever shit you get covered in when you catch on fire. Hey, language, Marshall quipped, trying to brush off his tongue. I just wanted to show I was happy to see you again. Chase smiled at the endearing firefighter. I'm glad for it, really. You're always the over-affectionate type. Rocky rolled his eyes, although was trying to hide a smile. Marshall fired back swiftly. I'm not. Oh really? The Dalmatian said with sass in his voice. We're dogs, I thought licking was our thing. Chase sat up in his bed. It has many meanings. Some see it as a greeting, could be a sign of care or love. Okay, then that, Marshall pointed out his words. I care, that's it. That's what I'm showing, I'm not being mushy or whatever. Rocky stifled his laughter. Oh yes, because no one is worthy of the great Marshall's love. He laughed at his own comment, and even more when he saw Chase trying to hide his own amusement. The Dalmatian drew back, a shocked expression on his face. The shepherd between them chuckled. You're gonna have a hell of a time finding a mate, dude. Narcissism ain't attractive. I'm not a narcissist. Well, guess what? Rocky lowered his chest to the floor, getting into a playful stance as he wagged his tail. As the leader, I declare you the patrol narcissist. You can't just dash. Marshall quickly stopped, catching the first part of the sentence. Wait, what? He raised an eyebrow. You're not the leader. Chase cleared his throat, speaking softly with a faint hint of shame. Yes, he is. I've decided to give him the title. You did? I hope this isn't too difficult for you. The shepherd winced. The last thing I want is to tear us apart even more, but please understand. Rocky nodded calmly, trying to maintain his composure. Marshall seemed aback, and the Dalmatian kept flicking his eyes between each dog like he was struggling to comprehend the statement. For a moment Chase was worried he wouldn't take the news well when the firefighter spoke again. Are you leaving? No. Chase insisted, I'm not going anywhere, don't worry. I'll always be here. He smiled softly, praying he sounded sincere enough. It was unheard of for anyone else other than the signature German Shepherd to lead the squad, yet Chase sometimes wondered how he got the title in the first place. After some time, Marshall spoke up again, lightening up. Ugh, God, I have to take orders from you? He joked, what, are you gonna make me use environment-friendly fire hoses? The three of them broke into uncontrollable laughter, celebrating their unity as a trio. It was the first time they shared a good laugh in days, and it felt as refreshing as a cold glass of water in the middle of the night. Well, Rocky giggled, flicking a tear from his eye, it wouldn't be a bad start. As they bickered and joked among themselves, the door to the room gently creaked open as another dog pushed through. The three dogs turned to look as a Labrador retriever entered their midst. Bella. Chase perked up, you're okay. The soldier gave a faint laugh as she walked up to them. I suppose, heh. Her fur was incredibly disheveled and cut in several places, as her body was slowly recovering from being thrown into a tree. I'm just glad that you're alive. Things were terrible back there. Despite wanting to laugh it off, Chase frowned as the memories of the burning forest circulated around him. To say things were terrible was an understatement, especially with the tragic loss of the ACG captain, Cyrus. The Malinois made every attempt to stop Chase from opening the door to catastrophe, and even afterward he still fought tooth and nail to save his life. The death of the noble dog plagued him into a field of guilt, believing for a moment it was all his fault, and it technically was. I'm sorry about Cyrus, he bowed his head. With a sigh, Bella sadly nodded, don't blame yourself. We're soldiers, we die so people can sleep soundly, and without him, Ferox Malus would still be alive. It's dead? Rocky piped up, perking his ears, it's all over? Bella gave a gentle nod, although in the back of her mind, a sinking feeling was threatening to come up. There was something she wasn't telling them, something she was directly withholding. The truth that Ferox Malus may be dead, but things were far from over. The Archline Foundation was coming for them, seeking to reclaim anything they could to compensate for the loss of the monster. Chase, Marshall, and Rocky were assets to them now, and the research facility would fight to capture them. They weren't safe in Adventure Bay, and far as Bella could see, there was only one safe place for them to go. Actually, she admitted, I need to talk with you three about something. The puppies turned their heads, giving the soldier their attention. Rocky and Marshall were still smiling, but Chase could smell that something was off. Struggling to get the truth, Bella looked aside as her ears fell. The ACG is pulling out of Adventure Bay. Now that the threat is gone, there's no reason for us to be here anymore. A wince left her muzzle, but there's a pretty solid chance that Archline will come in once we're gone. Why? Chase tilted his head, everything the creature made was destroyed, there's nothing to retrieve. No, they want you. Clarified the soldier, drawing her ears back a little, to them, you're valuable assets now. Also, they don't want news of this leaking to the public, and since you're the main witnesses, she growled slightly, your capture will silence you from speaking out against them. Capture? came Rocky's alarmed voice. Indeed, Bella sighed, and I'm pretty sure they did the same thing to a husky up in the mountains. See, we came across a ski lodge Ferox Malice had likely attacked prior to this town. She thought for a moment. We informed Archline about the site, but they told us to forget about it, and now they're coming here. Chase narrowed his eyes for a moment, thinking back. I talked to Liberty for a moment before she vanished. She did say that Archline was coming to rescue us. Well, that was a gigantic lie. Bella rolled her eyes, then hesitated. Well, maybe a half lie. Maybe they were coming, but it sure wasn't a rescue. A groan left Rocky. Ugh, it never ends. What are we supposed to do now? Shuffling her gloved paws a little, Bella thought over how to word what she was going to say. It wasn't going to be easy getting this out. Well, I told you the ACG was leaving, and, she sighed, deciding to just get it out. I was wondering if, maybe you wanted to come with us? All three puppies reacted at the same time, a mix of confusion and surprise. Some words were said, but their voices overlapped and Bella couldn't understand them. Just listen to me, she held up a paw. You're telling us to leave Adventure Bay? Marshall interrupted her, disturbed panic in his voice. This is our home, we can't just go away forever. It's not forever, per se, Bella pointed. You'd be able to visit if we ever found ourselves back here. Rocky's voice was filled with confusion. But where are we going? With us, like I said. But where? Chase caught what his brother was implying. Where are you going to take us? I don't want to go anywhere. Marshall stamped his paw. The puppies demanded answers, and the soldier winced knowing the answer wasn't going to be pleasant. The ACG couldn't just take 3 dogs under their wing. The guild didn't work that way. They were a strike team, and any rescued people or animals would be turned over to whoever hired them in the first place. The ACG never directly took new recruits from missions like these, but the only other option was a dark one. If you stay, Bella began, answering Marshall first, the Archline Foundation will come for you. They'll either capture you quietly in the night or do a full-scale invasion. They will do anything to get what they want, no matter who gets in the way. She took the time to sit down, letting her tail rest on the floor. We won't be there to protect you this time. Her words hung in the air like a cloud of gloom, knowing that a depressing fate awaited the puppies if they stayed behind. Marshall was still in denial, keeping his belly low to the ground like he was trying to glue himself to the floor. Looking down, Rocky pondered the information he learned, silently fighting the love for his home over the safety of his family. Chase was oddly silent. Ultimately he was indifferent to the decision, a part of him almost wanting to be left behind. There's another way, the larger dog continued. If you leave with us, you'll be enrolled as a soldier in our legion. What? Rocky flicked his eyes at her. I'm not a soldier, I can't even hold a gun. There are plenty of jobs and roles in the ACG that don't involve combat, believe it or not. She smiled slightly. Field agents, medics, you name it. How would being soldiers protect us? Marshall said, speaking up. It's not so much being a soldier, it has to do with giving yourself a new identity. Bella looked to the Dalmatian. By taking new allegiances, donning our colors and wearing our masks, Archline will never find you again. She said softly, you're connected to this land, the entire Paw Patrol was. Adventure Bay made its name thanks to you, and Archline knows this. The town, the city, the islands, Foggy Bottom, the mountains, Barkingburg, they will rip them to shreds hunting you down. Because in their minds, there's nowhere else you'd be. They're going to attack? Chase said, aghast. Isn't there anything we can do? Not right now, no. Bella sadly shook her head. They'll just pay off the government to keep quiet. Homes will be rebuilt, police will turn a blind eye, the media will be silenced, it'll be like they were never there. She thought momentarily, perhaps one day, we'll be hired to take them down, maybe. The three dogs went silent at their final choice. They could stay in Adventure Bay, but were doomed to run while Archline tore their way to them. But if they left with the ACG, where they'd be safe, they'd have to put down their collars and badges, surrendering their identities. I know this is a hard decision, Bella sighed, then stood up. Her tired legs could be heard cracking slightly from the strain. I'll leave you to it. I some business to attend to before we pack up our things. Turning around slowly, the soldier walked out of the room, leaving the dogs alone with their thoughts. Marshall was the first to speak, his voice low and afraid. Are we going to die if we stay? Sighing, Rocky tried to find a good answer to the question, but instead decided to be honest, most likely. He confessed. But if we become soldiers, won't we be at just as much risk of dying on the field? She did say they had other jobs besides basic assault, Chase shrugged, tapping his burned paws on the ground. Marshall would be a good medic. Well, the Dalmatian opened his mouth to argue, but stopped midway. I guess, but I've never treated a bullet wound before. All the more reason to learn, the mix pointed, tilting his head a little. Marshall narrowed his eyes, leaning back a little as he stared at his lifelong friend. You're not seriously thinking about going with them? We can't leave Adventure Bay. When Rocky responded with only silence, the firefighter became antsy, looking toward the third dog for any support. Chase? We can't just leave, right? The shepherd looked up, gazing into Marshall's blue eyes. Marshall, if we stay, we die. He said simply, sadness dripping from his tongue. But what we don't? The Dalmatian sad, firing back almost immediately. What if we go quietly? Maybe Archline won't so bad if we surrender. Won't be so bad? Rocky questioned. They willingly released Ferox Malice into the wild, knowing full well it would wreak havoc, all for the sake of a field test. So? I don't think Archline has any concept of moral standards. It won't matter if get caught or surrender peacefully. If they can create creatures like that, I shudder to imagine what they'd do to us. Now appalled, Marshall drew back slightly, shrinking down a hair. Given how long they were exposed to the infection, one wouldn't blame Archline for writing off the dogs as infected as well. A wave of torture would soon follow, testing, prodding, sampling, experiments, tests, and horrendous acts of twisted cruelty would be inflicted on the puppies. Perhaps Marshall was right and they wouldn't die at first, but when Archline was finished with them, they'd spend the rest of their lives wishing they had. I want to protect you. Rocky stopped himself. Protect us, I want to protect all of us. He changed his sentence on the fly to include Chase, wanting to reassure the shepherd that he was still part of the family. And since I speak for both of you now, he paused, looking to the side, then I say we go with them. His gaze hardened, looking at Marshall in the eye. We are joining the Assault and Containment Guild. For he sharply continued before the black-spotted dog could speak up, for the sake of our safety, and to give us a better chance of living out the rest of our lives. So, he concluded, sighing, what do you two say? Silence, only the low hum of the overhead lighting could be heard. They stirred in awkward discomfort for a cold minute, each one refusing to meet the other in the eye. Tapping his dull claws on the tile, Marshall looked back up to Rocky, his face going stern. Slightly puffing out his white chest a little, he spoke firmly, I don't want to do this. He said flatly, I know why we need to, and I understand that, but I don't want to do this. Marshall, I'm not leaving you behind. The mix said calmly. Still the firefighter was quietly defiant, and he stood up completely on four legs. Well, I don't want to leave my home and life behind. I get it, I'm not crazy about it either, but I don't see any other option. You're asking me to throw away everything I used to be. It's not like we're changing our names or anything. I don't want to do it, Rocky. The ruffled dog looked to his right. Chase? What about me? The shepherd looked up suddenly, irritation written on his face. Why does this keep coming back to me? I dunno. Marshall trailed his paw along the ground a little. You usually have the final say. Frustrated, Chase let a growl slip. I don't have the final say. He does. A flick of his paw at Rocky was all the message he should have needed. It was obvious that still Marshall was getting used to the sudden change in leadership, but they'd have to take it in stride if they were to continue on. Well, the Dalmatian started but faltered in his words. He tried to form a cohesive thought, another bite back at the situation to give himself further footing. Yet he had nothing, his fire defeated, leaving his denial in shambles. With a quiet sigh, Marshall sat back down, with nothing left to spit from his tongue. Okay, he said finally, let's do it. Let's go with them. Nodding in slight relief, Rocky was happy he finally had someone on board. That only left one dog to cast his voice, although he was already outvoted. Well, Chase. Rocky looked to the shepherd. Where do you want to go? The retired officer only shrugged. Wherever you need me. I need you at my side. Then I'll follow you until the day we die. It was decided. The three dogs all nodded at one another and took a few minutes to accustom themselves to the major decision. Although their old lives had now ceased to exist, perhaps it was time for something new to begin. All right, Rocky stood up. I'll go talk to Bella. Straight face. The light and warmth of the day almost perfectly shrouded away the terrors that occurred at the lookout. The ruins of the destroyed tower resembled nothing more than a demolished building set to be wiped away. There was no more darkness to fear, as the sun had generously illuminated every corner and passage of the crash site, even spreading its light into exposed areas of the basement underneath. The forest that once surrounded the lookout was completely devastated, burned into ash and charred wood that provided a lock and key for the thousands of dead bodies that lay under it. The public took notice of the tower's demolition mere minutes after emerging from their homes. They had all been huddled under shelter from the tropical storm that had passed over, leaving minor broken windows and snapped telephone poles that were easy to fix. Upon walking outside, the people instantly realized that the distant shadow of the tower was no longer present. The ACG was forced to set up a perimeter outside town, blocking the main route to the tower to avoid any nuisances. Many lies left the tongues of the soldiers that afternoon, similar stories of the Paw Patrol being hit by the storm and needing to evacuate. While most of the general public left despite their concerns, the kind-hearted mayor of the town knew something was off. However, she could only protectively hold her dear pet chicken, backing away defeated once an ACG soldier barked at her to leave. Many papers were written, scanned into machines, and packed into folders. Armored dogs milled about, combing the area until they were completely satisfied there were no more traces of any infection. Once their search was completed, their equipment was folded up into crates, and several military helicopters descended down from the bright sky. A single dog was sitting before the wreckage of the tower, staring almost longingly at the life he left behind. Chase gazed at each broken piece, each snapped rod of steel, and his heart only further shattered. A small backpack was in the grass a few inches away, packed full of any essentials or objects he couldn't bear to part from. He didn't have that many valued possessions, as the backpack was mostly carrying clothes and stale treats. But there was one object safely packed within, a framed picture of the Paw Patrol, all 6 dogs alongside the leader, Ryder. They all had wide overjoyed smiles, a blind innocence to the horrors that occurred so naturally in the twisted, unfair world. Their kennels still stood, although some were more covered in debris than others. They resembled tombs, vessels of old memories that lay forfeited the moment Ferox Malice had invaded the area. Chase sat for a long moment, walking through memories in his head. He revisited the loving smiles of old friends, the dogs outside of Adventure Bay they joined forces with. He almost smiled as he recalled dozens of missions and adventures all by memory, letting them play out in his mind almost as a desperate attempt to escape from reality. The sound of paws behind him snapped him out of his thoughts, as Rocky emerged at his left. I packed my things, the mix said, wearing a green backpack. It was really painful. Minutes earlier, Chase forced himself to walk through his kennel again, nothing looking the same anymore. He grabbed what mattered to him, the photo, and left swiftly. I'm sure they're going to provide us with new things anyway. Rocky sat down. Bella told me about the need for technicians in the guild, he stated with a slight hint of excitement in his voice. I guess that's where I'm going. The shepherd beside him was unresponsive. Rocky frowned and opened his mouth to speak up when Marshall trotted over. Dragging a red backpack in his teeth, the spotted dog was noticeably happier than usual, likely usual optimism, otherwise he was putting on a joyful mask to hide his sorrow. I'm taking all my medical stuff, I'm sure they'll appreciate that. He paused slightly, I hope. Walking to Chase's right, he sat down with a sigh as he took in what remained of the tower. At least, we're still together, right? Rocky nodded silently, although the shepherd between them hung his head a little. He leaned on his back paws slightly, then draped an arm around the mix's shoulders. Chase? The gray dog was taken aback as he was slightly pulled in. What are you? Still unresponsive, Chase held out his other arm and entangled Marshall, pulling them both into a loving embrace. He choked out, I really love you guys. A tear ran down his cheek. I don't care if we aren't blood, there are no other dogs I'd a hiccup escaped his muzzle, I'd call my family. His brothers were surprised at first, but quickly met their own arms and formed a group hug, tightly holding one another. As much as Chase tried to keep himself together, the loving forgiveness of his family broke him. Quiet sobs began to leak from the shepherd, tears hopelessly streaming down. He deserved to cry, to finally let everything out that had been riding on him. Marshall wept as well, grieving for the fallen that were lost in the tower. Sky, who never had a chance, Rubble, who was taken in the beginning, and Zuma, who was left to comeuppance in the basement. Even Rocky was beginning to feel teary-eyed himself and shedding a few tears onto the grass, a landscape plagued with blood and suffering from the night prior. They finally released one another, looking around in contentment. 6 had been severed into 3, but their resolve would still survive. They were soon approached by Bella, her eyes soft with sympathy for the puppies. Ready to go? She asked simply, letting her eyes fall on each dog. They were silent for a few seconds, almost as if they were thinking over their decision, but Rocky smiled and nodded. We're ready. Bella turned around and barked some commands to the soldiers, and they swiftly loaded their equipment into the helicopters, even dismantling the road barrier. One by one, the tactical dogs climbed into their vehicles, until the lookout's yard was empty and clear like nothing had ever happened. The helicopters roared to life, flaring their engines and spinning their rotors, the soldiers inside strapped in and removing their helmets. Still one remained, the pilot waiting up front for the signal to take flight. Bella gripped the side door and pulled it open for the puppies. With deep breaths and subtle gazes to the ground, Chase, Rocky, and Marshall all climbed in, stepping their paws on the sleek metal floor. Bella jumped in last, shutting the door and locking it, then nodding to the pilot. The ACG Armada all took to the skies in a beautiful formation, releasing their holds on the ground and rising high in the air like angels. The people of Adventure Bay all watched from below as the helicopters soared over the city like birds in the clouds. The military presence that had scourged the land was now leaving, and unbeknownst to the people, taking the remnants of the Paw Patrol with them. In a few short hours, the Archline Foundation would sweep through Adventure Bay, hunting for their prized assets only to realize they were never there. Their ultimate experiment had failed, and the blood of endless possible deaths was on their paws. Despite the work she was doing on a tablet, Bella couldn't help but flick her concerned gaze up to Chase. The shepherd was aimlessly sitting in his passenger seat with an emotionless expression. Sitting on his chair, seatbelt firmly gripping him in place, Chase idly turned his head to look out the oval-shaped window. He watched Adventure Bay gracefully shrink away as the armada flew over the ocean, until it completely disappeared on the horizon like a blinking star in the sky. Deep in his mind, he still had questions that lingered around his head. He wanted to know where Ryder had vanished to. He wanted to know the motives for his old leader abandoning them. A sabotage had been made, an attempt to lock the pups away in the basement to be food for the creature. As much as he desired an answer, a part of him knew he could likely never get one. It mattered little, the shepherd internally scoffed at any excuse or explanation the boy could give him. Deciding he would no longer abide by a cowardly human, Chase internally damned Ryder and entirely swore his loyalty to Rocky's leadership. Dogs were to be loyal to dogs, and with the ACG, perhaps he had a chance at rebuilding something from the ashes after all. The end.
So, wir haben die erste Part geschafft. Vielleicht morgen werde ich Part 2 und 3 zusammen machen oder nur Part 2. Das werde ich entscheiden. Oder ich werde euch fragen, welchen Part soll ich es machen? Nur Part 2 oder Part 2 mit der Part 3? Das werde ich euch entscheiden lassen. Ja Leute, danke fürs Zuschauen. Und hoffentlich, wir sehen uns morgen wieder für eure Entscheidung, wie viele Part, ob es wird 2 oder nur eine Part anhören. Und ja Leute, wir sehen uns morgen wieder. Bis dann. Bye.